People who went to the party at $500 a head said the crowd got strangely restive toward the end of the evening when it finally became apparent that nobody was going to say anything. It was very unsettling, they said, like going to a pep rally with no cheerleaders. One report said Ted Kennedy just sat there, looking very uncomfortable. And so it goes. One of my last political acts, in Colorado, was to check in at the Pitkin County Courthouse and change my registration from Democrat to Independent. Under Colorado law, I can vote in either primary, but I doubt if I'll find the time, and it's hard to say, right now, just what kind of mood I'll be in on November 7th. Meanwhile, I am hunkered down in Washington waiting for the next plane to anywhere and wondering what in the name of sweet Jesus ever brought me here in the first place. This is not what us journalists call a happy beat. At first I thought it was me, that I was missing all the action because I wasn't plugged in. But then I began reading the press wizards who are plugged in, and it didn't take long to figure out that most of them were just filling space because their contracts said they had to write a certain amount of words every week. At that point I tried talking to some of the people that even the wizards said were right on top of things. But they all seemed very depressed, not only about the '72 election, but about the whole long-range future of politics and democracy in America. Which is not exactly the kind of question we really need to come to grips with right now. The nut of the problem is that covering this presidential campaign is so fucking dull that it's just barely tolerable, and the only thing worse than going out on the campaign trail and getting hauled around in a booze frenzy from one speech to another is having to come back to Washington and write about it. Ciao. Hunter. From Alan Rinzler, Straight Arrow Books. In July 1970, major publisher Macmillan Co.'s pop culture book editor, Alan Rinzler, had packed up his family and left New York for San Francisco, lured by Jan Wenner's risky offer of the number 2 associate publisher slot at Rolling Stone plus stock options and control of the company's fledgling Straight Arrow Books division. March 3, 1972. San Francisco, CA. Dear Hunter. I sent you those figures because you asked for them. Nobody's selling your contract. Find your enemies where they are, and do not thinkest evil unto your friends. Kisses to you. Alan Rinzler. To Alan Rinzler, Straight Arrow Books. Oscar Acosta had threatened Rolling Stone with a libel lawsuit over Thompson's heavily fictionalized portrayal of the attorney as a drug-crazed 300-pound Samoan in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. March 7, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Alan. No evil thinkest. But what I asked for, perhaps not too respectfully, was a breakdown, not just an amount. I need to know where the dollar is going. I assume you have some figures. Otherwise Doug Mount couldn't accuse me of spending most of it for records. That's what bugged me, not the letter, especially since I only recall one record purchase of $53 or so at Tower in SF with Oscar. That situation is looming very ugly. I spent today in New York with Silberman and the RH House lawyer, Joe Kraft, who is not inclined to either take risks or publish libel. Nor is he inclined to pass the Vegas book until he knows what Oscar really wants. I see no need to stress the potentially brutal fallout that would come from a cancellation or even a postponement of the book itself. The only way I can get this thing straight is to talk to Oscar. Do you have an address or phone number for him? I'd appreciate a quick answer on this, and also a copy ASAP of the Brown Buffalo Galleys. Thanks. HST. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. It wasn't the rain that left Thompson forlorn and poetic in his Miami hotel room on the eve of the Florida primary. On February 21, 1972, Richard M. Nixon had gone to China and opened U.S. relations with the communist giant, a masterstroke of both foreign policy and domestic politics that further tightened the president's virtual lock on re-election. Late March, 1972. Miami, Florida. Campaign Trail. Dear Jan. Kazart. This fantastic rain outside, a sudden cloudburst, drenching everything. The sound of rain smacking down on my concrete patio about 10 feet away from the typewriter, rain beating down on the surface of the big aqualighted pool out there across the lawn, rain blowing into the porch and whipping the palm fronds around in the warm night air. Behind me, on the bed, my waterproof Sony says, "It's 5:28 right now in Miami." Then Rod Stewart's 9-horse screech, "Mother, don't you recognize your son?" Beyond the rain I can hear the sea rolling in on the beach. This atmosphere is getting very high, full of strange memory flashes. Mother, don't you recognize me now? Wind, rain, surf. Palm trees leaning in the wind, hard funk/blues on the radio, a flagon of wild turkey on the sideboard. Are those footsteps outside? High heels running in the rain? Keep on typing, but my mind is not really on it. I keep expecting to hear the screen door bang open and then turn around to see Sadie Thompson 10 standing behind me, soaked to the skin, smiling, leaning over my shoulder to see what I'm cranking out tonight, then laughing softly, leaning closer, wet nipples against my neck, perfume around my head, and now on the radio. Wild horses, we'll ride them someday. 11. Perfect. Get it on. Don't turn around. Keep this fantasy rolling and try not to notice that the sky is getting light outside. Dawn is coming up and I have to fly to Mazatlan in 5 hours to deal with a drug fugitive. Life is getting very complicated. After Mazatlan I have to rush back to San Francisco and get this gibberish ready for the printer, and then on to Wisconsin to chronicle the next act in the saga of downers and treachery called the Campaign Trail. Okay. Hunter. From Alan Rinsler, Straight Arrow Books. Straight Arrow Books published Oscar Acosta's autobiography of a brown buffalo in 1972. April 13, 1972. New York, New York. Dear Hunter. Here is Oscar's book. You are referred to throughout as Damon Duke. Have a look and see if there's anything offensive or grossly inaccurate that you'd like us to change. Time is of the essence, naturally, so call me if there's any problem whatsoever. Kisses. Alan Rinsler. To Oscar Acosta. Acosta's threats of a libel action continued to hold up publication of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. April 15, 1972. Washington, D.C. Oscar. You stupid fuck, send me a mailing address so I can explain what's happening because of what you've done. All talk of film sales stopped, for instance, the minute word got around that Vegas was tied up by some kind of mysterious legal problem. Nobody is especially curious about learning the details. All they know is that the property is not free, or whatever terms they use. At the moment I'm not sure what can be done about this. It's like being labeled, by Agnew, as a known communist while you're running for office. There's no way to spike it because nobody wants to argue. At least not for the record, although there is a fairly unanimous private agreement that the name Oscar Acosta now ranks alongside the name of that shithead who blew the whistle on Willie Sutton. 12. You're a credit to your race, Oscar, just like they said at La Raza. Anyway, the RH version is coming out with the original photo on the back just like I had it laid out from the start. In other words, all you've managed to do is turn a possible bestseller into a spooked property that nobody wants to be a part of. And this is going to cost me about a year's income even on the book side, not counting whatever a film sale might have brought in. I assume you had some excellent, long-stewing reason for doing this cheap, acid-crippled paranoid fuck around. Remind me to make sure you're in the same cage with Clancy the next time I get into politics. On other fronts, I want to assure you that your long-awaited autobiography will no doubt crack the literary world wide open. You'll get all the help you deserve when the time comes. Good luck. HST. Memo from the National Affairs Desk. An underdog even among the Democratic presidential aspirants of 1972, liberal South Dakota Senator George McGovern eked out a surprising early victory in the April 4 Wisconsin primary, with George Wallace finishing second, ahead of Hubert Humphrey and Edmund Muskie. April, 1972. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Campaign Trail. Dear Jan. I am feeling a little desperate about getting out of this hotel. 8 days in the Sheraton Schroeder is like 3 months in the Cook County Jail. The place is run by old Germans. The whole staff is German. Most of them speak enough English to make themselves understood in a garbled, menacing sort of way, and they are especially full of hate this week because the hotel has just been sold and the whole staff seems to think they'll be fired just as soon as the election crowd leaves. So they are doing everything possible to make sure that nobody unfortunate enough to be trapped here this week will ever forget the experience. The room radiators are uncontrollable, the tubs won't drain, the elevators go haywire every night, the phones ring for no reason at all hours of the night, the coffee shop is almost never open, and about 3 days before the election the bar ran out of beer. The manager explained that they were running good inventory, selling off everything in stock, including all the booze and almost every item on the menu except things like cabbage and sauerbraten. The first wave of complaints were turned aside with a hiss and a chop of the hand, but after 2 days and nights of this Prussian madness the manager was apparently caused to no pressure from forces beyond his control. By Friday the bar was stocked with beer again, and it was once more possible to get things like prime rib and sheep's head in the dining room. But the root ambience of the place never changed. Dick Tuck, the legendary Kennedy advance man now working for McGovern, has stayed here several times in the past and calls it the worst hotel in the world. Ah yes, I can hear the mojo wire humming frantically across the room. Tim Krause is stuffing page after page of gibberish into it. Greg Jackson, the ABC correspondent, had been handling it most of the day and whipping us along like Bear Bryant, but he had to catch a plane for New York and now we are left on our own. The pressure is building up. The copy no longer makes sense. Huge chunks are either missing or too scrambled to follow from one sentence to another. Krause just fed 2 consecutive pages into the machine upside down, provoking a burst of angry yelling from whoever is operating the receiver out there on the coast. And now the bastard is beeping, 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 which means it is hungry for this final page, which means I no longer have time to crank out any real wisdom on the meaning of the Wisconsin primary. But that can wait, I think. We have a 3-week rest now before the next one of these goddamn nightmares, which gives me a bit of time to think about what happened here. Meanwhile, the only thing we can be absolutely sure of is that George McGovern is no longer the hopelessly decent loser that he has looked like up to now. The real surprise of this campaign, according to Theodore White 13 on CBS TV last night, is that George McGovern has turned out to be one of the great field organizers of American politics. But Krause is dealing with that story, and the wire is beeping again. So this page will have to go, for good or ill, and the minute it finishes we will flee this hotel like rats from a burning ship. Hunter. Memo from the National Affairs Desk. McGovern's campaign strategy relied on the reforms that came out of the Democrats' bloody 1968 Chicago Convention. The party's new delegates election process, which McGovern had helped devise, ensured greater representation of African Americans and other minorities, women, and the new 18 to 21-year-old youth vote, while limiting the clout of local party bosses, unions, and other political pros. Because the reforms also prompted more states to hold primaries to select their delegates, McGovern focused on getting the nomination by mobilizing a fresh grassroots coalition in those new primary states. The idea was to worry about taking on Nixon later, but charges by rival Democratic candidates Hubert Humphrey and Washington Senator Henry Scoop Jackson that McGovern was soft on amnesty, acid, and abortion soured the party regulars whose support the eventual nominee would need in the general election. May, 1972. Campaign Trail. Another Wednesday morning, another hotel room, another grim bout with the TV morning news, and another post-mortem press conference scheduled for 10 a.m. 3 hours from now. Call room service and demand 2 whole grapefruits, along with a pot of coffee and 4 glasses of V8 juice. These goddamn Wednesday mornings are ruining my health. Last night I came out of a mild ibogaine coma just about the time the polls closed at 8. No booze on election day, at least not until the polls close, but they always seem to leave at least one loophole for serious juicers. In Columbus it was the bar at the airport, and in Omaha we had to rent a car and drive across the Missouri River to Council Bluffs, which is also across the state line into Iowa. Every year, on election day, the West End bars in Council Bluffs are jammed with boozers from Omaha. Which is fine, for normal people, but when you drink all day with a head full of ibogaine and then have to spend the next 10 hours analyzing election returns, there will usually be problems. Last week at the Neal House Motor Hotel in Columbus, Ohio, some lunatic tried to break into my room at 6 in the morning. But fortunately I had a strong chain on the door. In every reputable hotel there is a sign above the knob that warns, "For our guests' protection please use door chain at all times, before retiring." I always use it. During 4 long months on the campaign trail I have had quite a few bad experiences with people trying to get into my room at strange hours, and in almost every case they object to the music. 1 out of 3 will also object to the typewriter, but that hasn't been the case here in Omaha. Proposed photo caption. Sen. George McGovern, DS.D, shown here campaigning in Nebraska, where he has spent 23 hours a day for the past 6 days denying charges by local Humphrey operatives that he favors the legalization of marijuana, pauses between denials to shake hands for photographers with his old friend Hunter S. Thompson, the national correspondent for Rolling Stone and author of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, who was recently identified by Newsweek magazine as a vicious drunkard and known abuser of hard drugs. A thing like that would have finished him here in Nebraska. No more of that high sheriff bullshit. I am now the resident puff adder, and the problem is very real. In Ohio, which McGovern eventually lost, by a slim 19,000 vote margin, his handlers figure perhaps 10,000 of those were directly attributable to his public association with Warren Beatty 14, who once told a reporter somewhere that he favored legalizing grass. This was picked up by that worthless asshole Sen. Henry Jackson, D. Washington, and turned into a major issue. So it fairly boggles the mind to think what Humphrey's people might do with a photo of McGovern shaking hands with a person who once ran for sheriff of Aspen on the Freak Power ticket, with a platform embracing the use and frequent enjoyment of mescaline by the sheriff and all his deputies at any hour of the day or night that seemed right. Ciao. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson's original plan had been to road test a genuinely hellish Vincent Black Shadow motorcycle during his off hours while covering the California primary, but serious problems developed. They had for McGovern, too, after leading Humphrey in the polls by as much as 20 percentage points just a week before the California vote. The South Dakota senator would come out on top by only 5% in the winner-take-all primary, for 271 delegates of the 1,509 needed to win. June, 1972. Los Angeles, CA. Campaign Trail. Dear Jan. 10 days before the election, with McGovern apparently so far ahead that most of the press people were looking for ways to avoid covering the final week, I drove out to Ventura, a satellite town just north of LA in the San Fernando Valley, to pick up the bugger and use it to cover the rest of the primary. Greg Jackson, an ABC correspondent who used to race motorcycles, went along with me. We were both curious about this machine. Chris Bunch, editor of Choppers magazine, said it was so fast and terrible that it made the extremely fast Honda 750 seem like a harmless toy. This proved to be absolutely true. I rode a factory demo Honda for a while, just to get the feel of being back on a serious road runner again, and it seemed just fine, very quick, very powerful, very easy in the hands, one-touch electric starter. A very civilized machine, in all, and I might even be tempted to buy one if I didn't have the same gut distaste for Hondas that the American Honda management has for Rolling Stone. They don't like the image. You meet the nicest people on a Honda, they say, but according to a letter from American Honda to the Rolling Stone ad manager, none of these nicest people have much stomach for a magazine like the Stone. Which is probably just as well, because if you're a safe, happy, nice, young Republican, you probably don't want to read about things like dope, rock music, and politics anyway. You want to stick with time, and for weekend recreation do a bit of the laid-back street cruising on your big fast Honda 750, maybe burn a Sportster or a Triumph here and there, just for the fun of it, but nothing serious, because when you start that kind of thing you don't meet many nice people. Jesus. Another tangent, and right up front, this time the whole lead, in fact, completely fucked. What can I say? Last week I blew the whole thing. Total failure. Missed the deadline, no article, no wisdom, no excuse. Except one, yes, I was savagely and expertly duped by one of the oldest con trips in politics. By Frank Mankiewicz, 15 of all people. That scurvy, rumpled, treacherous little bastard. If I were running for president I would hire Mankiewicz to handle the press for me, but as a journalist I wouldn't shed a tear if I picked up tomorrow's paper and saw where 9 thugs had caught poor Frank in an alley near the Capitol and cut off both of his big toes, making it permanently impossible for him to keep his balance for more than 5 or 6 feet in any direction. The image is horrible. Mankiewicz gets a phone call from Houston, saying the Texas delegation is on the verge of selling out to a Humphrey/Wallace coalition. He slams down the phone and lunges out of his cubicle in McGovern for President headquarters, bouncing off the door jamb and then grabbing the Coke machine in order to stay upright, then lunging again into Rick Stern's 16 office to demand a detailed breakdown on the sex lives and bad debts of every member of the Texas delegation, then, trying to catch his breath, gasping for air from the terrible exertion, he finally lunges back down the hall to his own cubicle. It is very hard to walk straight with the big toes gone. The effect is sort of like taking the keel off a sailboat. It becomes impossibly top-heavy, wallowing crazily in the swells, needing outriggers to hold it upright, and the only way a man can walk straight with no big toes is to use a very complex tripod mechanism, 5 or 6 retractable aluminum rods strapped to each arm, moving around like a spider instead of a person. Ah, this seems to be getting heavy. Very harsh and demented language. I have tried to suppress these feelings for more than a week, but every time I sit down at a typewriter they foam to the surface. So it is probably better, if for no other reason than to get past this ugly hang-up and into the rest of the article, to just blow it all out and take the weight off my spleen, as it were, with a brief explanation. Morning again in downtown Los Angeles. Dawn comes up on the city like a shit mist. Will it burn off before noon? Will the sun eventually poke through? That is the question they'll be asking each other down there on the pool terrace below my window a few hours from now. I'm into my 18th day as a resident of the Wilshire Hyatt House Hotel, and I am getting to know the dreary routine of this place pretty well. Outside of that pigsty in Milwaukee, this may be the worst hotel in America. The Sheraton Schroeder remains in a class of its own. Passive incompetence is one thing, but aggressive Nazi hostility on the corporate level is something else again. The only thing these two hotels have in common is that the Sheraton, ITT, chain got rid of them. The Schroeder was sold to a local business magnate, and this grim hulk ended up as a part of the Hyatt House chain. As far as I know, there was no pool in the Schroeder. Maybe a big grease pit or a scum vat of some kind on the roof, but I never saw a pool. There were rumors of a military-style S&M gallery in the basement with maybe an ice water plunge for the survivors, but I never saw that one either. There was no way to deal with management personnel in the Schroeder unless your breath smelled heavily of sauerbraten, and in fact one of the happiest things about my life, these days, is that my memories of life in the Sheraton Schroeder are becoming mercifully dim. The only open sore that remains from that relationship is the trouble I'm still having with the IBM typewriter rental service in Milwaukee with regard to the $600 Selectric typewriter I left behind the desk when I checked out. It was gone when the IBM man came around to pick it up the next morning, and now they want me to pay for it. Right. Another contribution to the 1,000-year Reich. We will march on a road of bones. Tom Paxton wrote a song about it. And now I get these harsh letters from Milwaukee. Herr Dr. Thompson, der typewriting machine you rented has disappeared. And you will of course pay. No. Never in hell. Because I have a receipt for that typewriter. But first things first. We were talking about motorcycles. Jackson and I were out there in Ventura fucking around with a 750 Honda and an experimental prototype of the new Vincent, a 1000 cubic centimeters brute that proved out to be so awesomely fast that I didn't even have time to get scared of it before I found myself coming up on a highway stoplight at 90 miles an hour and then skidding halfway through the intersection with both wheel brakes locked. A genuinely hellish bike. Second gear peaks around 65 cruising speed on the freeways and third wins out somewhere between 95 and 100. I never got to fourth, which takes you up to 120 or so, and after that you shift into fifth. Top speed is 140, more or less, depending on how the thing is tuned, but there is nowhere in Los Angeles County to run a bike like that. I managed to get it back from Ventura to McGovern's downtown headquarters hotel, staying mainly in second gear, but the vibration almost fused my wrist bones and boiling oil from the breather pipes turned my right foot completely black. Later, when I tried to start it up for another test run, the backlash from the Kickstarter almost broke my leg. For 2 days afterward I limped around with a golf ball-size blood bruise in my right arch. Later in the week I tried the bastard again, but it stalled on a ramp leading up to the Hollywood freeway and I almost broke my hand when I exploded in a stupid, screaming rage and punched the gas tank. After that, I locked it up and left it in the parking lot where it sat for many days with a McGovern for President tag on the handlebars. George never mentioned it, and when I suggested to Gary Hart 17 that the senator might like to take the machine out for a quick test ride and some photos for the national press, I got almost exactly the same reaction that Mankiewicz laid on me in Florida when I suggested that McGovern could pick up 1 million or so votes by inviting the wire service photographers to come out and snap him lounging around on the beach with a can of beer in his hand and wearing my Grateful Dead t-shirt. Looking back on it, I think that was the moment when my relationship with Mankiewicz turned sour. 24 hours earlier I had showed up at his house in Washington with what John Prine 18 calls an illegal smile on my face, and the morning after that visit he found himself sitting next to me on the plane to Florida and listening to some lunatic spiel about how his man should commit political suicide by irreparably identifying himself as the candidate of the beach bums, weirdos, and boozers. How long, oh Lord, how long? Where will it end? All I ever wanted out of this grueling campaign was enough money to get out of the country and live for a year or two in peaceful squalor in a house with a big screen porch looking down on an empty white beach, with a good rich coral reef a few hundred yards out in the surf and no neighbors. Ciao. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. In his 1977 autobiography, George McGovern cited his quip to the Washington Press Corps' annual Gridiron Club dinner in 1973, "Last year we opened the doors of the Democratic Party, as we promised we would, and 20 million Democrats stalked out." Then he added, "For years, I wanted to run for president in the worst possible way and I'm sure I did." June, 1972. Campaign Trail. Dear Jan. One of the first people I plan to speak with when I get to Miami is Larry O'Brien, shake both of his hands and extend powerful congratulations to him for the job he has done on the party as chairman of the Democratic National Committee. In January of 1968 the Democratic Party was so fat and confident that it looked like they might keep control of the White House, the Congress, and in fact the whole U.S. government almost indefinitely. Now, 4.5 years later, it is a useless bankrupt hulk. Even if McGovern wins the Democratic nomination, the party machinery won't be of much use to him, except as a vehicle. Traditional politics with a vengeance is Gary Hart's phrase, a nutshell concept that pretty well describes the theory behind McGovern's amazingly effective organization. The politics of vengeance is a very different thing, an essentially psychotic concept that Hart would probably not go out of his way to endorse. Vehicle, a very strange looking word, if you stare at it for 8 or 9 minutes. Skulking is another interesting looking word. And so much for that. The Morning News says Wilbur Mills 19 is running for president again. He has scorned all invitations to accept the number 2 spot with anyone else, especially George McGovern. A very pressing bulletin. But Mills must know what he's doing. His name is said to be magic in certain areas. If the party rejects McGovern, I hope they give it to Mills. That would just about make the nut. Another depressing news item out of Miami Beach this time says an unnatural number of ravens have been seen in the city recently. Tourists have complained of being kept awake all night by horrible croaking sounds outside their hotel windows. At first there were only a few, one local businessman explained. But more and more keep coming. They're building big nests in the trees along Collins Avenue. They're killing the trees and their droppings smell like dead flesh. Many residents say they can no longer leave their windows open at night, because of the croaking. I've always loved birds, said another resident. But these goddamn ravens are something else. Ponder the meaning. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Before covering the Republican National Convention in Miami, Thompson advised Wenner to be straightforward in dealing with first-class writers such as himself. August 2, 1972. Washington, D.C. Jan. Okay, I got the Fontainebleau reservation and also the GOP credentials letter, so I plan to be in Miami again on August 18 or 19, until the 25th, or maybe the whole weekend, so I can write the piece before leaving. I suspect it might be disastrous to try and lose a day or so traveling, then write it someplace else. So I'll take the mojo with me and plan on filing from Miami. Let me know about Findlay. I'd like to have him along. He won't be much help to me, but I think he'd be a plus for ours. Especially if there's any violence, which is just about impossible for one person to cover. If I took the inside and Findlay took the outside, we could probably handle anything that comes up. Regarding the questions of expenses, I'll take my chances with this Miami thing, on the assumption we can work out something on paper. INRA, who'll pay my tab for covering the rest of the campaign. Alan tells me I've already spent $18,602 of my own money, and I frankly don't see where I have much to gain by picking up my own tab the rest of the way, and I doubt if I'd have much trouble getting somebody else to pick it up, although bringing in a wild card at this point might lead to a certain amount of trouble vis-a-vis the book. I could do it without violating the contract, 7,500 words a month, etc., but probably not without creating some nasty legal problems with regard to the book. I'd rather avoid this, but if we're going to have trouble on it, I'd rather have it sooner than later. So if we're heading for a nut-cutting scene, let's schedule it right after Miami. You're already on a nasty collision course with your notion that you can hire first-class writers and then treat them like junkie cub reporters. I've talked to enough people to get a pretty widespread feeling that ours is on the brink of a serious confrontation with itself, and although I feel nicely insulated from any flack or fallout when the crunch comes, I also share what appears to be a general concern for ours' future good health, so it might be worthwhile to sit down sometime soon and have a sort of second annual WC Future Concepts Conference. Or maybe not. Whatever's right. Other items: I want the original Vegas manuscript for my permanent papers collection, and also that Stern/Beach tape 20 along with the unedited transcription. I saw that notice on the B/BD about how all staff tapes must be turned into the Ars library, but once again the fact that Ars pays none of my expenses on these stories makes me immune to all those Big Brother edicts. Like they say, you get what you pay for, and, looking back on our relationship for the past year, I figure I've carried my end of the bargain pretty well, and all I can say to those lame cocksuckers who think my stuff is wasted space and a bad drag on their dinner schedules, is that I don't have the time right now to discuss their problems in print, but I expect to find as much time as I need sometime around December. Well, shit. I see I'm getting a bit on the nasty side here, so I'll cut the thing off. Except for one more matter. I don't recall exactly when we agreed on that salary raise from $12,000 to $15,000, but I remember it was a week or so before the California primary, and when I added it up at the rate of $50 a week it came to exactly $1,000 as of November 7th. 5 months at roughly $200 per, which means you already owe me $400, with $600 to come. I'm not especially anxious to have it all right now, but I'd like a letter from you, confirming the agreement. There's also the matter of how that FLA/boohoo segment turned up in Charlie's book without permission from or either credit or payment to the author, but I guess we can let that one slide for a while. Anyway, sorry to sound so testy, but the current atmosphere seems to call for it, and I think it's better to deal with these problems while they're still minor, and also while I can still afford to admit that I've fucked up a few times, myself. My head is fairly well balanced these days, and I'd just as soon keep it that way. Okay. Hunter. Memo from the National Affairs Desk. The July 10 to 13 Democratic National Convention in Miami had gone wrong in many ways, and things got worse for McGovern from there. His choice of Missouri Senator Thomas Eagleton as his running mate turned disastrous within 2 weeks, when imminent press reports forced the vice presidential candidate to announce that he had indeed spent time in mental hospitals on 3 occasions, twice receiving electroshock therapy. McGovern made matters worse by declaring that he stood behind Eagleton 1,000%, even while scrambling to dump him. He dropped Eagleton in favor of Kennedy by marriage Sargent Shriver, the former head of JFK's Peace Corps and LBJ's Office of Economic Opportunity, who was so inoffensive that Republican President Richard Nixon had let him stay on as U.S. ambassador to France until 1970. August, 1972. Campaign trail. Indeed. It made fine sense, on paper, and I recall making that same argument, myself, a few months back, but I'd no sooner sent it on the Mojo wire than I realized it made no sense at all. There was something finally and chemically wrong with the idea of Ted Kennedy running for vice president. It would be like the Jets trading Joe Namath to the Dallas Cowboys as a sub for Roger Staubach. 21. Which might make excellent sense, from some angles, but Namath would never consent to it for the same reasons Kennedy wouldn't put his own presidential ambitions in limbo for 8 years, behind McGovern, or anyone else. Superstar politicians and superstar quarterbacks have the same kind of delicate egos, and people who live on that level grow accustomed to very thin, rarefied air. They have trouble breathing in the lower altitudes, and if they can't breathe right, they can't function. The ego is the crucial factor here, but ego is a hard thing to put on paper, especially on that 3x5 size McGovern recommends. File cards are handy for precinct canvassing, and for people who want to get heavy into the Dewey Decimal System, but they are not much good for cataloging things like lust, ambition, or madness. This may explain why McGovern blew his gig with Kennedy. It was a perfectly rational notion, and that was the flaw, because a man on the scent of the White House is rarely rational. He is more like a beast in heat, a bull elk in the rut, crashing blindly through the timber in a fever for something to fuck. Anything. A cow, a calf, a mare, any flesh and blood beast with a hole in it. The bull elk is a very crafty animal for about 50 weeks of the year. His senses are so sharp that only an artful stalker can get within 1,000 yards of him, but when the rut comes on, in the autumn, any geek with the sense to blow an elk whistle can lure a bull elk right up to his car in 10 minutes if he can drive within hearing range. The dumb bastards lose all control of themselves when the rut comes on. Their eyes glaze over, their ears pack up with hot wax, and their loins get heavy with blood. Anything that sounds like a cow elk in heat will fuse the central nervous systems of every bull on the mountain. They will race through the timber like huge cannonballs, trampling small trees and scraping off bloody chunks of their own hair on the unyielding bark of the big ones. They behave like sharks in a feeding frenzy, attacking each other with all the demented violence of human drug dealers gone mad on their own wares. A career politician finally smelling the White House is not much different from a bull elk in the rut. He will stop at nothing, trashing anything that gets in his way, and anything he can't handle personally he will hire out or, failing that, make a deal. It is a difficult syndrome for most people to understand, because few of us ever come close to the kind of ultimate power and achievement that the White House represents to a career politician. The presidency is as far as he can go. There is no more. The currency of politics is power, and once you've been the most powerful man in the world for 4 years, everything else is downhill except 4 more years on the same trip. Ciao. Hunter. From John Chancellor, NBC News. NBC News correspondent John Chancellor had a minor quibble with something Thompson had written in his August 17, 1972, Rolling Stone piece on the Democratic Convention, Fear and Loathing in Miami, Old Bulls Meet the Butcher. August 11, 1972. New York, New York. Dear Hunter. Because we share a fear and loathing for things which aren't true, I point out that it ain't true that I was taken in by the McGoverns on the South Carolina Challenge in Miami Beach. While they were still switching votes, I said on the air that they might be trying to lose it deliberately. We had the floor people try to check this out and they ran into a couple of pool room liars employed by McGovern who said yes, it was a defeat, etc., but a little while later Doug Kiker 22 got Pat Lucy 23 to tell it all. Lucy called headquarters for permission, first, as Kiker waited. We were pleased that we got it right. Adam Clymer of the Baltimore Sun called the next day with congratulations. I think the reason most people thought we blew the story is that CBS blew it badly. I guess I should have gone through the night pointing out what happened, but we got involved in the California roll call and a lot of other stuff, and suddenly it was done. Other than that, I enjoyed your convention piece and let's have a double margarita when we next meet. J. Chancellor. To John Chancellor, NBC News. Thompson replied to Chancellor regarding the unorthodox behavior of certain members of the 72 Campaign Press Corps. September 11, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Dear John. You filthy skunk-sucking bastard. What kind of gall would prompt you to write me a letter like that sack of pus dated August 11? I checked your story about how NBC had the South Carolina trip all figured out with Mrs. Lucy. Pat wouldn't talk to me, for some reason, and she said both you and Kiker were so fucked up, that you both kept calling it the South Dakota Challenge, despite her attempts to correct you. She was baffled by your behavior, she said, until Mankiewicz told her about you. Then, about an hour later, Bill Daugherty, SP, 24 found Kiker on his knees in the darkness outside McGovern's command trailer, apparently trying to choke himself with his own hands, but, when Bill grabbed him, Kiker said he was trying to unscrew his head from what he called his neck pipe, so he could check the wiring in his own brain. But I guess you wouldn't remember that episode, eh? Fuck no, you wouldn't. I'm heading east in a few days, and I think it's about time we got this evil shit cleared away. Your deal is about to go down, John. You can run, but you can't hide. See you soon. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. After 2 weeks at home recuperating from the Republican National Convention in Miami in late August, Thompson began bracing himself to go out on the campaign trail with Richard Nixon, to watch him waltz in if only to get the drift of his thinking, to watch the moves, his eyes. September 11, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Jan. I was ready for all the standard brand Secret Service bullshit. The only thing that worried me was that maybe some of the SS boys might have seen the current Rolling Stone, which was available that week at newsstands all over Washington. It contained, along with my calm and well-reasoned analysis of the recent GOP convention in Miami, some of the most brutal and hateful caricatures of Richard Nixon ever committed to print, in this country or any other. That crazy bastard Stedman. Why is it that it's always your friends who cause you to be screwed to the wall? What do you say when you go across town to the White House to apply for press credentials to cover the Nixon campaign as the national affairs editor of Rolling Stone, and the first thing you see when you walk through the door of the press office is one of Stedman's unconscionably obscene Nixon/Agnew drawings tacked up on the bulletin board with a big red circle around Ralph's name? Well, yes. Ho ho, My name is, Thompson, from Rolling Stone, and I'm here to pick up my credentials to fly around the country with President Nixon on Air Force One for the next month or so. cold stare from the man at the desk. No handshake offered. Well. Ho ho, I can't help but notice you've been admiring the work of my friend Ralph Steadman. Ho ho, he sure has an eye for it, Sure does. Good ol' Ralph. Sad smile and shrug of the shoulders. Crazy as a loon, of course. Terminal brain syphilis. Keep smiling, another shrug. Jesus, what can you do, These goddamn vicious limeys will do anything for money. He was paid well for these rotten drawings. My protests were totally ignored. It's a fucking shame, I say. What the hell is the world coming to when the goddamn British can get away with stuff like this? Ciao. Hunter. To Ralph Steadman. British artist Ralph Steadman had turned in a series of particularly apt and hideous drawings of the president to illustrate Thompson's September 28, 1972, Rolling Stone coverage of the Republican National Convention, Fear and Loathing in Miami, Nixon Bites the Bomb. September 11, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Ralph. You illiterate bastard. I had to send your letter to an interpreter to figure out what kind of ecology book you were talking about. Needless to say, I'd like to work with you on it, but anything involving a lengthy text is out of the question for at least 6 months. I have a 72 campaign book due on January 1st, and after that another book for Random House. But if you can get by with a series of captions, instead of a full-length text, I can probably manage to do it, providing you can arrange to have me flown over to London for at least 2 weeks, so we can lash our ideas together. To that end, I spoke with Jim Silberman, editor-in-chief at Random House, about your ideas, and he said he would contact Jonathan Cape 25 and see what they had in mind. I've also mentioned it to my agent, Lynn Nesbitt, and between them they should be able to make sense of the thing. As for Straight Arrow, Rolling Stone's book publishing arm, I would not at this time be inclined to deal with them under any circumstances, with the possible exception of a huge advance in the form of gold bullion. I suspect Alan Rinsler and Sidney Zion were weaned on the same ugly tit, and Wenner acts more and more like Hinkle with every passing day. Under the circumstances, I don't want to go into detail on this, but until we can talk personally, I advise you to be very wary of making any long-term contract agreements with either one of them. Okay for now. I assume you'll hear something shortly from Cape, INRA, Silberman and Random House. Meanwhile, that Nixon stuff was a first-class horror from start to finish, and the center spread was so bad that I'll no doubt be barred from coming anywhere near Nixon for the duration of the campaign. But what the hell? I only have to do 4 more columns, and then 6 weeks on the book, and then a nice rest. But I like the idea of your twisted ecology book, so why not send me some details? Or at least one. Okay for now. Hunter. To Paul Scanlon, Rolling Stone. Low-key former Wall Street Journal reporter Paul Scanlon was managing editor of Rolling Stone. September 11, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Paul. I just talked to Gary Hart again, and now he wants to rent my car until Election Day, instead of buying it. Last week he was ready to spring for $2,250, quick cash. Should America's top political reporter read anything into that switch? Would you? Anyway, Hart's disturbing turnaround removes my most pressing reason for flying to Washington today. Krause will be there tomorrow, to pick up the car and put it into a garage until I can get there in a few days. My other pressing reason, the idea that I might beat the Steadman centerfold to the White House, has also gone by the boards. The deskman at the New York Times DC bureau had already either seen or heard about it on Saturday, which means G. Warren 26 can't be far behind. So I assume there's no hurry now, the bastards will be ready for me when I show up waving the goddamn thing in my eyes. I have a new plan, but it's too complicated to explain now, so I'll call ASAP. Meanwhile, I think what I'll do is write a short sort of pause and reflection piece for this issue, 2500 to 3500 words, and then go to Washington this weekend for a 5 or 6 day visit with the Nixon crowd, and a long piece for the issue after this one. The Krause/press job should be just about enough politics this time, anyway, and if that won't make the nut, you can always ask Alan to tap the creator of gonzo journalism for a few thousand sparkling words. My only real regret, at this point, is that I never got around to conning Alan into publishing a book on Volvos by Tyler Knapp. 27 Considering his now legendary tapeworm appetite for swill, Knapp's tome would have been a natural for him, resulting in massive lawsuits that would have caused Straight Arrow to explode like a lump of magnesium in firewater. These missed opportunities, but perhaps I can make it up to him in a few months. Anyway, considering the circumstances, I think I'll take it easy this week. Figure on a printed page or so by the weekend, but nothing serious. As for art, I think we can get off with one photo. It appeared in that post-convention issue of Newsweek, a shot of Nixon doing the Humphrey handshake with one of his youth freaks. Call me if you have trouble locating it. Okay for now. Tell Findley the first thought his Miami piece was excellent. It's about time ours had some first-class real journalism, instead of all this crazy bullshit. And the next time you worthless Sybarites feel the need for a whipping boy, I suggest you look around for somebody besides David Felton. He's not only the best writer on the SF staff, but also the best editor. He did a hell of a job putting that monster of mine together. One of these days somebody out there is going to have to confront the question of why all the best talents who've ever worked for ours have either quit in a rage or been fired. Nothing personal here. I'm just talking off the top of my head at 7:26 a.m. Let me know when you'll be in Aspen. I'd like to talk about some of these things. Okay. Hunter. Memo from the sports desk. Toward the end of Fear and Loathing, on the campaign trail 72, Thompson would concede of McGovern's effort that if George gets stomped in November, it will not be because of anything Richard Nixon did to him, but because the candidate went along with the conventional wisdom that he had to abandon the mostly young, anti-war grassroots coalition that gave him the nomination and swiftly move to consolidate the one he just shattered, the senile remnants of the Democratic Party's once powerful Roosevelt coalition. September, 1972. Washington, D.C. From Raoul Duke to Hunter S. Thompson. Subject, Campaign 72. Dear HST. I've been meaning to write this note for a long time, but numerous financial problems have made my life difficult, and until yesterday I didn't have time for fucking around with dilettante sports like politics. But yesterday I came across a 3-day-old copy of the Washington Post, September 7, 72, and I was jolted to the point of bad craziness by a headline on page A6 that said, McGovern plans touring in tandem with party stars. The nut of the story had to do with McGovern's new campaign plan, apparently lashed together by Fred Dutton 28 and Frank Mankiewicz to spruce up his crippled campaign by making a series of joint appearances with what Post reporter Bill Grider called other big stars of the Democratic Party. The only one currently under contract, as it were, was said to be Ted Kennedy, who agreed to campaign with McGovern in 9 industrial cities of the Midwest and East. I caught his act on the CBS Evening News last week. He was in Albany, New York, making fun of Nelson Rockefeller. 29 But he looked and sounded so much like Sergeant Shriver that I didn't even realize it was Kennedy until the news spot was over and CBS anchorman Walter Cronkite did the ID. Granted, I have a cheap set and the picture's a little ragged, but I still could have sworn it was Shriver. I don't recall much of what he said, but I think most of it had to do with getting rid of Nelson, or maybe it was Nixon. But what the hell? That wasn't what I wanted to ask you about, anyway. The thing that really horrified me was a paragraph in Grider's story that said, after Kennedy, McGovern's campaign organizers hope to arrange similar dual schedules with some other big names: Sen. Hubert Humphrey, Sen. Edmund Muskie, and perhaps Sen. Thomas Eagleton, the man who was dropped as McGovern's running mate. Jesus! What the hell is McGovern thinking about? According to the Post, he plans to appear with Humphrey in California, where the two men were at each other's throats last June when they were campaigning in the California primary. Mankiewicz seemed to like the idea, calling it a great crowd gatherer, and Dutton defended it on the grounds that the pluses are overwhelmingly stronger than the minuses. Well, Mankiewicz has nursed his strange act through many hazards this year, but now he is pushing his luck right out to the edge. Only a fucking lunatic, or worse, would talk publicly about going into California with a McGovern-Humphrey routine. It sounds like a scene out of the Magic Christian. .30 A word like demented is not strong enough for it. The idea of George McGovern and Hubert Humphrey necking in front of big crowds up and down the West Coast goes beyond dementia to the brink of obscenity and stone sickness. Here is one of the three states McGovern must win along with New York and Illinois, and also one of his potentially strongest states, because of the massive college/youth vote, so his California strategy is to seize those electoral votes by blitzing the state in tandem with Hubert Humphrey, the one politician in America more despised than Richard Nixon among anti-war college/youth voters. Hubert is big in Omaha, Philly, and St. Petersburg, but in California he sucks wind. His role, in that primary, was to function as a sort of transvestite stand-in for George Meany and Richard Nixon. If George Wallace had been on the ballot in California and if he'd been able to campaign there like he did in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, Humphrey would have finished a bent third, instead of second. Even in California his strength was deceptive. He polled just over 40%, but it was essentially an anti-McGovern vote, not pro-Humphrey. With the help of his friend Lorne Greene 31, he managed to convince thousands of elderly Jews around Los Angeles that McGovern planned to send them to the showers the moment he got elected, and with the help of the old union bosses, he convinced more thousands of insecure aerospace workers that a McGovern victory would put them on permanent welfare. This was the Democratic fear vote, a disorganized negative mass, hunkered down in the suburbs and screeching fearfully at each other, "No. No. If it's anything new, we don't want it." These useless slugs would have voted just as readily for Judge Crater as they did for Hubert Humphrey, but the judge was not on the ballot, and Hubert was, so the California vote came down, in the end, to a sort of unspoken trial run for the same ABM, anybody but McGovern, movement that Humphrey himself led at the convention in Miami, a month later. So what will be the effect of a brief and awkward McGovern-Humphrey alliance, against Nixon, in California less than 6 months after that savage primary? Will Hubert's appearance somehow deliver the Jews and the riveters back to McGovern? Or will the shameless hypocrisy of the George and Hubert show cause McGovern's original hardcore supporters to wonder what in hell the primary was all about in the first place? Perhaps Dutton and Mankiewicz are right about Humphrey's latent pulling power in California, but I doubt it. Their theory derives from LBJ's 1964 idea that any contest between the right and the center automatically co-opts the left voters for the centrist. But that is no longer necessarily true. It worked nicely for Johnson in '64, but in '68 it failed. Not entirely, but enough to cost Humphrey the election. Most political wizards agree that George Wallace was the man who made the '68 election such a cliffhanger. His 15%, check this figure, 32 came mainly from Nixon's nut, they say. And no doubt they're right. But the Cleaver/Gregory vote, roughly 2%, 33 took just enough votes from Humphrey to put Nixon into the White House, whether that was wise, etc. Jump to McGov's staff reaction against press, then to real reasons. New Jersey girl Joe Kraft 34 Hump quote, "The problem with McGov is that he might sink the idea of the new politics without ever really representing it, like Lindsay, recall Morgan comment about my advice." 35. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Top McGovern campaign strategist and pollster Patrick Cadell had come up with new data he claimed showed the Democratic cause might not be as hopeless as it looked. He wrote up his analysis and gave it to Thompson to consider for publication in Rolling Stone. September 17, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. I have just finished Cadell's article and agree with Paul Scanlon that it's essentially a piece of unconvincing propaganda, but I think we should print the fucker anyway. Pat is a key figure in the McGovern machinery, so his thinking, right or wrong, is definitely worth having. Whether we agree with it or not is beside the point. The Stearns-Doherty tape had a lot of stuff in it that I didn't agree with, but I think it was an important document and definitely worth printing. Further, I think we should offer McGovern a full page, free, in every issue between now and the election. As far as I'm concerned, he has a pretty weak goddamn case, but I think we should give him a chance to make it, especially in ours, because everything he's done since Miami has been subject to criticism by various ours writers, including me, and I suppose it's possible we've all been wrong. So why don't we just give him a house ad in every issue from now until November 7th? Let him do whatever he wants with it, solicit funds, denounce drugs, praise Muskie, etc. Whatever he wants. Needless to say, we'll reserve all rights to comment, whenever necessary, on the content of the ads. Or at least I will. Anyway, let's print the article. If nothing else, it might serve as a good evidence/exhibit after the election. It also might work in the book, so somebody should probably check on getting the rights, etc. Okay, for now. I have no plans to come to California anytime soon unless McGov follows through on his rumored plan to campaign out there with Humphrey. If that happens, I'll definitely make the trip. A horror like that would just about wrap the thing up for me, I think. With a little luck, maybe they'll bring Al Barkin 36 along, too. I look forward to that one. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Dissatisfied with his treatment at Rolling Stone and particularly his relegation to the lesser media's raucous but remote zooplane throughout the 1972 presidential campaign after the election, Thompson resigned from the magazine, and took Raoul Duke with him. November 27, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. For a variety of reasons too tangled to explain at this time, this letter is my official resignation from the staff of Rolling Stone effective immediately, Monday, November 27, 1972. It is also the official resignation of Raoul Duke, whose name along with my own should be removed from the masthead at once, beginning with the first Rs press date in December 72. Don't read any malice or strange fit of drug anger into this. It merely formalizes the existing situation and confirms my status as a freelance writer, vis-a-vis Rs. My resignation, and Duke's, from the staff will have no effect on the final campaign article or the Campaign 72 book for Straight Arrow. Perhaps we can come to some contractual work agreement for 1973. If you have any ideas on this score, by all means send them along to me, John Clancy, Lynn Nesbitt, or all three. Okay, for now. Hunter S. Thompson. To Morton Dean, CBS News. Morton Dean was a respected political correspondent for CBS News. Richard Nixon had been re-elected in a landslide with 60.7% of the popular vote, carrying 49 states and winning 521 electoral votes to George McGovern's 17. The youth vote the Democrats had counted on failed to turn out. Fewer than half of America's newly enfranchised 18 to 21-year-olds voted, and those who did split evenly between Nixon and McGovern. December 17, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Mort. The closest I've come to NYC in recent weeks was last Thursday when Mankiewicz and I spent 20 minutes circling Times Square in a tiny chartered plane with a pilot who kept saying, "Hell, as long as we're stuck in the pattern, let's have some fun." I was sitting up in the cockpit with him, so I dug it. We came so low on TSQ that I felt I could reach down and touch people. Very weird. Frank was back in the cabin and not especially happy with our standing on the wing and buzzing junkies, etc. But what the fuck? Anyway, I'm desperate right now to get some election turnout figures for November 7th, and I understand CBS did a survey that's available to the public. My book deadline is January 15th, and one of the most crucial unanswered questions in my mind is whether or not the potential McGovern vote came out. I figure this has a huge bearing on any future new politics campaigns, and I need some help on these figures. Can you send me anything? I'll consider it a huge and repayable favor. Let me know ASAP. I've been dealing with Desmond Smith and Hughes Rudd in a piece of some kind on me, or at least something vaguely connected with me, for the past few weeks, but I don't know enough about what's happening to tell you anything. In any case, I'll call when I get to NYC in January. Thanks. Hunter. To Sandy Berger. Samuel R. Sandy Berger was a McGovern speechwriter who had stayed with the campaign since the South Dakotans' surprising showing in the Florida primary back in March 1972. Berger would go on to become a member of Jimmy Carter's administration and White House National Security Advisor under the next Democratic president, Bill Clinton. December 17, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Sandy. Sorry I didn't get hold of you in the 2 or 3 days after our tequila dinner at La Fonda, but I was heavily preoccupied in various ways, including a post-mortem talk with McGov and then missing the plane to fly out to SD with him. So I fucked up, but what the hell? Anyway, it just occurs to me that if you're looking for some place to practice law for a while, you might give a thought to Colorado, and specifically Aspen. We just elected our only 2 friendly anti-establishment lawyers to the county commission, so now we're faced with a sort of implied conflict of interest every time we have to deal with the power structure, or anything else, for that matter, since both these poor bastards are still identified with my freak power campaign. In other words, we need a new and at least apparently neutral mouthpiece. I couldn't guarantee you anything for starters except instant action and a weird clientele. Aspen is heavily overstocked with lawyers and always has been, but personal madness and professional incompetence are the only dominant characteristics of the whole lot, and most people understand this. Success has fucked us. In a way, it's hard for me to cope with the idea that my personal attorney and erstwhile mescaline dealer is now a county commissioner. Which is neither here nor there, for right now. Just a weird idea you might want to think about. And there's also the fact that I'm thinking seriously about running for the Senate against Dominic 37 in 74. In a week or so I'll drive over to Denver for a chat or so with Gary Hart and Dick Lamb 38 among others, about how to handle a weird gig like that. I have a feeling it's about time somebody rammed the fat straight into the fire on the national politics level. No more of this coalition/compromise bullshit. Just offer up the symbol of the hammer and say, okay folks, here it is, and if you're too fucking lazy or stupid to use it in your own interest, then bend over and grab your ankles and don't bitch about what happens after that. The only people I've talked to at any serious length about this Senate race gig are Rick Stearns and Carl Wagner 39, who both seem sort of abstractly interested, and that means to me I'm about 40% home. The other 60% would be you, Eli and Pokerney. 40. And just for the record, that's my list of 5. But what the fuck? It's 5:17 a.m. right now and the radio says McGov is calling Nixon a liar in Vietnam, a fearful surprise, who would have guessed it? I am coming more and more to grips with the notion that getting on the zoo plane permanently fucked up my life, and the only way to redeem myself is by seizing a seat in the U.S. Senate. So what all this boils down to, as always, is a sort of crabwise move in the direction of self-interest, which is only another definition of politics, as I see it. So if the idea of moving to Aspen and becoming the local freak lawyer interests you, let me know and I'll pursue it a bit further. If not, keep me posted as to your movements. Write C/a Rolling Stone in San Francisco or this Owl Farm address, and let me know if I can crank up any personal highs on whatever you get into. Which still strikes me as the only true definition of what it's all about. As for my own gig, I seem to be on the verge of signing another 1-year contract as the national affairs editor of Rolling Stone, but this time with total control over whatever stories I choose to do, when, where, etc., which means I can go just about anywhere I want to, for any reason that seems right, and work out on any asshole I can fix in my sights. And that's not a bad gig, considering what's available. So, let me know what kind of drift you get into. If coming out here interests you at all, I'll do everything I can to make it work, but if not, well, I figure whatever you get into should be worth a look from time to time, so I figure we'll be crossing paths one way or another sometime soon. On balance, I figure the McGov thing was a botch. We can do a lot better. The weight is out there, just waiting to be picked up and focused. If you have any good ideas, let me know. I figure my basic education is just about complete now. And I'm ready for the main crank. Kilroy died a long time ago. When the graffiti freaks start getting it on 10 years from now, or even 5, I'd like to think they'll be writing Thompson was here. Right. Even if we lose in the end, I want to leave the bastards a scare they'll never forget. When they reach down to scratch their swollen stomachs, I want them to feel a long blue lump with an itch that won't go away. The idea of losing doesn't bother me particularly, but the next time we lose, and I wouldn't even be thinking about running for the Senate if I thought we couldn't win. I'd like it to be for the right reasons, and not in the kind of confused haze that still haunts the McGov campaign. If we really are a nation of pigs, let's make the bastards admit it. No excuses, no cop-outs, just back the bastards into a corner and make them say it. If nothing else, it would be a king hell bitch of a campaign, one of those special gigs where you could always look back and say, yeah, but there was one time when we really got it on. Shit, I seem to be lapsing into a stone politics pitch here, and that wasn't what I had in mind when I started. So I'll quit and go to bed, hopefully in time to get up and do some cross-country skiing before the sun goes. Meanwhile, let me know how you're thinking. Call my home phone, but don't give the number to anybody, and especially not to Ted Van Dyck 41, because I'm about to libel that worthless pimp bastard in the heaviest language I can conjure up and still stay out of court. Okay for now. Hello to Susan and good luck with the baby. If you feel like stopping out for a look at the place, feel welcome anytime after January 15th or so. Until then, I'll be locked into total speed work on the campaign book, number 21, as I recall, but as I look around at the competition I don't feel especially bothered. Kazart. Hunter. Memo from the sports desk, from Hunter S. Thompson. 2. John Clancy and Jan Wenner. In Re. 1973 HST/Duke writing contract with Rs. Too shrewd to accept his star writer's resignation, Wenner had instead offered Thompson the upper masthead title of National Affairs Editor of Rolling Stone. December 19, 1972. Woody Creek Co. In general, I think we're about settled on all the main points, but one or two questions remain, and one of them seems at least potentially central to my whole relationship with Rs, to wit. 1. I'm assuming the $80 per DM expense arrangement applies to the 13 proposed columns as well as the 6 main stories, if only to give me the option of de-escalating, or perhaps even escalating, the proportions of a story once I've gotten into it. Needless to say, if I fly off to Chicago on the basis of a seemingly reliable rumor that Mayor Daley will be burned alive the next day on that Picasso sculpture in the Loop at a guaranteed $80 a day, and when I get there I find it was really Mike Royko 42 who was scheduled for burning that day and he failed to show up due to overweening drunkenness, I'm going to feel in a bit of a bind if I'm faced with the choice of filing 7,500 words for $2,000 and $80 a day, or scaling the thing down to realistic proportions for $350 that probably wouldn't even cover my real expenses for the trip. My entirely reasonable reaction under those circumstances would be to hang around Chicago long enough to get 7,500 words, or, if we couldn't agree on that, to find another Chicago story and sell it to the highest bidder, other than ours, who would sure as hell pay more than $350, plus all expenses. But the very last thing I'd be inclined to do, under those circumstances, would be to slink back to Woody Creek at my own expense and zap off a fine, ho-ho big readership column for $350. and then get a bill on my own carte blanche card for $415 for the Chicago trip. An exaggerated circumstance, of course. Probably even paranoid. In any case, it's something I want to be sure of on paper before any final agreement. 2. The reason I see this as potentially central to my whole relationship with ours has to do with the question of personal autonomy, whether I'm a freelance writer with certain sharply defined obligations to a pop music magazine in San Francisco called Rolling Stone, or whether I'll be functioning more or less full-time as the national affairs editor, or national correspondent, as the case may be, for a new San Francisco-based national magazine that has only recently come to be taken seriously by the vanguard of a potentially massive readership that doesn't give a flying fuck what the Jackson 543 eats for breakfast, but which to a degree that surprises even me has suddenly come to take ours seriously as a voice for / of something that nobody quite understands yet, but which even Stuart Alsop has cited, in his Newsweek column, as a voice to be reckoned with. Which may or may not be true. I don't know, myself, and I seriously doubt if anybody else now on the staff does either, including Jan. Ours was born in a cultural vacuum that no longer exists. In 1968 Bob Dylan could have run for president and given the same organization Gene McCarthy had probably done as well or better than McCarthy himself. But in 1972 Dylan would have run neck and neck with Sam Yurty 44 in the New Hampshire primary, at 3% or so. How does it feel to be out on your own? How indeed? What the fuck is Rolling Stone in 1973? Where do we go from here? Why do we even exist? None of which is especially pertinent to this memo, except that these are the questions I get hit with every time I find myself wandering around in public as a representative, not just a writer or editor of Rolling Stone. Maybe other Ars writers get this kind of thing, I don't know, except for Tim Krause, who repeatedly fouled his own nest as persons of Germanic ancestry often will, in times of stress, by allowing himself to be trapped into defending not only Rolling Stone but the madness of the national affairs editor as well. But what the fuck? I seem to be wandering. The point I was leaning into was that there's a hell of a difference between being a writer from Rolling Stone in a familiar simpatico scene, say, a mood piece on a Boz Scaggs 45 concert in Berkeley, and being a writer for a rock and roll magazine that nobody's ever heard of in a relentlessly hostile environment, like trying to get a seat on the Nixon/Agnew press planes or even getting into a McGovern Situation Room on the night of a primary when the only other press person allowed through the door is John Chancellor. 1973. The Great Shark Hunt. Marlin fishing in Mexico, killing time with the Oakland Raiders. Rookie of the Year in Washington, Rube of the Year in Hollywood. Waiting for Watergate, hatching the plot to croak Nixon. The Curse of Sudden Fame. National Affairs Desk, Key Biscayne, 1973. Photo courtesy of HST Archives. Hunter, Juan, and Sandy, Woody Creek, 1973. Photo by Michael Montfort. Cozumel, 1973. Photo by Sandy Thompson, courtesy of HST Archives. Smith & Wesson Model 29.44 Magnum. Photo by Michael Montfort. From Juan Thompson. Hold up at San Francisco's Seal Rock into finish Fear and Loathing, on the campaign trail 72, Thompson got good news from home from his 8-year-old son, Juan. January 25, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Dad. I did everything you told me. And now I am the most popular kid in the county. Thanks for the suggestions. Love your son. To K.A. Jenna, Partisan Review. K.A. Jenna of the conservative Partisan Review had written to tell Thompson that he had finally become respectable enough to be given a low-risk tryout with the magazine, which Thompson described as run by a rigid cluster of right-wing neo-fascist intellectuals in the pay of the CIA. January 26, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear K. This is a very difficult letter for me to write. But, after giving it a lot of thought, Inra, your letter of January 19th, I've decided that it would not be a good thing for me or anyone else if my name somehow showed up in PR's table of contents. Nothing personal, I assure you of that, and I thank sweet Jesus that there is still room in this world for gentlemen of taste and insight like Agena's fellow contributing editor Dick Gilman. I admire his talents no less than his tolerance, but I think he's biting off more than he can righteously chew when he says my rhetoric can be gotten around. K. I hate to say it, but not even Gilman can get around my rhetoric. It's too heavy, too rude, too weird and with too many sharp edges, and besides all that, I like it. Which is a horrible thing to say, I guess, but it's true, I get a real boot out of writing that crude and unconscionable gibberish. It's fun, in a strange kind of way. Jesus, maybe I shouldn't put this in writing, especially to the Partisan Review. Holy fuck. Have you checked out these rumors about Hubert Humphrey having leverage of some kind with the PR editorial board? He's never liked me, and this may be his way of trying to burn me on what he naturally assumes is my own turf. God damn his treacherous ass. Who'd have guessed that a useless atavistic dingbat like Hubert would have zeroed in on my one weakness? So, save your energy for better things and stop trying to crash my byline into PR. I'd just as soon save that for when I get a lot older and can't get it up, when I start sounding like Norman what's his name and those people. But not now, it would be like wrapping me into a 9-numbered straitjacket. Meanwhile, I plan to spend as many afternoons and evenings as possible in the Jerome Bar. Say hello the next time you stop in. I'll be the one writing poetry with the blood from my own fingers on the mirror behind the booze racks. As for your friends, well, you can bring Gilman, but for Christ's sake leave the other ones back there where they belong. Okay. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Eager to begin his next writing project, Thompson wanted to settle the outstanding American Dream book he had agreed to write for Random House before Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and on the Campaign Trail 72. February 20, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. I keep making plans for a trip to New York but I keep putting it off because I can't quite focus on what I plan to say when I get there. I keep saying to myself, yeah, I should definitely get to New York sometime soon and talk to Silberman about that book, but in the meantime things are happening all around me, the phone rings incessantly, and every time I answer it there's somebody else yelling about something that must be done now, and damn the expenses, and consequently I keep postponing that trip to New York, because if only by contrast it strikes me more and more like a sort of duty trip, for dealings with a gang of anal retentive. Second all addicts. Point 1. Your letter of 1/16 is, a nice example of what I mean, I guess. Let me know when you're going to turn up. That's a quote from your closing line, January 16, 73. Well, I can turn up, as it were, just about any time I can find a good reason or even a reasonable excuse for calling the travel agent and asking for a RT ticket to New York, or I can stop by in connection with another trip, if necessary. I have to fly to Cambridge in a week or so, for instance, to speak with the Nieman Fellows. Point 2. And in mid-March I have to go to the University of Chicago for some kind of speaking trip, and whenever I can get a few loose days I have to go to Washington for 3 or 4 reasons. What will we talk about if I stop in New York? A book? The old American Dream contract? A new and/or different book for Random House? Or will we just sit around and wring our hands stylishly in some expensive French restaurant? I've finished the Campaign 72 book. It went to press this morning, and I'd like to get on with something else. I recall saying almost exactly the same thing to you when I finished the Hells Angels book in the spring of 1966. Remember that phone call from Albert's 3 house, when I said I wanted to do a book on that gang of freaks who were eating this stuff called acid and hanging around the house? No hope for that one, much too esoteric. Yeah, I thought I'd jab that one in again, Just for laughs. Ha, ha. We sure blew that one, eh? But what the hell? It was only 5 years and I did, after all, survive. Indeed. But I don't plan to go that route again. It's too high a price to pay for a peaceful, prestigious lab in the Random House morgue. I have no intention of waiting 5 years before writing another book, for good or ill. 2 books in 2 years is one too many, I suspect, but my instinct said it was better to go with the circumstances, and on balance I think it worked out. In any case, I want to get started on another book immediately, before the adrenaline boils off and I get sunk into pig ranching again. So if you want me to write another book for Random House, let me suggest very respectfully that we get the bastard settled at once. Otherwise, we should make arrangements for me to pay off that old contract and then maybe write a book for somebody else. A foolish and irresponsible notion, no doubt, but that's the way I'm feeling these days, and I figure it'll be about a year before I come back down to that other level. Ah, madness, madness, where will it end, eh? Where indeed? All I can say for sure is that I have every intention of signing another book contract as soon as possible, and if you can work up any interest in that subject, I think we should talk about it very soon. As for subjects, that Welcome to Texas thing looks good, but I simply can't tolerate the idea of moving to Dallas right now, and I think that's the only way to do it. Maybe in 6 months or so, but in the meantime I'd like to spend most of my time between trips out here in Woody Creek, finishing off a short, Vegas-type novel called Gutsball, a saga of madness and terror in the first-class compartment of a DC-10 on a midnight coast-to-coast flight from Washington to Los Angeles. I have it all lined out, a kind of cranked-up sequel to the Vegas book, but maybe it won't work. The plot is set, but the characters are still two-dimensional, so I'll have to give it more thought. In the meantime, why don't you sit back at your desk and stare fixedly, as it were, at the nature of our relationship, and then let me know what you, finally, achieved. Okay. To Gary Hart. McGovern campaign manager Gary Hart was about to enter Colorado's 1974 U.S. Senate race. February 22, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Gary. I assume you have your advance copy of my book by now. Let me know when you get your lawsuits ready. Otherwise, I hope you can choke a few laughs out of it. On other fronts, I hear you've decided to bite the bullet, as it were, INRA, the 74 Senate race. It should be a real bitch, eh? I already have some posters done up. I'm lashing things together on this end, and sometime soon maybe we can have a drink, or a sarsaparilla, and have a look at the situation. I've had a lot of calls from Washington about it, indicating a sort of abnormal interest. Yes, I guess that's the term. Anyway, see you soon. HST. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. After 2 years of furious writing, deadlines, and debt, Thompson opted to take a break from his arrangement with Rolling Stone. April 22, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. Since I haven't heard from you INRA, suspension of my $1,000 per month retainer, it occurred to me tonight that I should probably suggest it myself. I was surprised to get the check for this month, in fact because of the 90-day failure to produce clause in the contract, and the only reason I deposited it was the fact that I'm currently working on the Kissinger/Acapulco story, for which should be in your hands by May 1st or so. At that point, presuming the story works, we can get back on something approaching a normal schedule, but my gut feeling at the moment is that we should probably keep the contract in a state of limbo until I have time to sit back here on the porch and reassess my commitments, which seem to be getting more and more out of hand. The central horror of my, and Sandy's, life at the moment is that I seem to have somehow set myself up for a travel/writing schedule in 1973 that looks very much like a replay of 1972, which would no doubt be as intolerable for the people in the Ars production department as it would be for me. I get no more pleasure out of putting people like Charlie and Dan and Paul 5 to the wall than I do out of those painful subhuman speed runs of my own at the Seal Rock Inn, and especially now that we're reduced to weird and unpredictable speed. That last trip was too ugly all around for any replay. As for money details, my understanding of the contract is that once my monthly $1,000 is suspended, I won't be into you for any more dollars until I deliver something printable which is better all around, I think, because my adrenaline reserves are too low at the moment to maintain the same kind of ball-busting schedule we somehow, more or less, sustained for the past 18 months. Looking back on it, I see that I produced 2 books in 2 years, which is sort of like a woman having 2 babies in the same amount of time and with the same kind of results in terms of physical, mental and emotional drainage. To push it any further at this point, I think, would be coming pretty close to trying to squeeze blood out of last year's corpse. As for expenses, phone, credit card and air travel, my own preference would be to keep both of those and not use them until I get back to legitimate hours work, but if you'd feel more comfortable with cancellation on both fronts, well, I suppose that should be worked out with John Clancy in the context of the contract. As I've said, I'd prefer to just declare a state of limbo on the whole thing. At the moment I feel like I pushed myself and been pushed just about as far as I can stretch for the time being. One of the central tenets of my concept of chemical speed is that it is not energy in itself, but merely enables the brain and the body to tap latent natural energy resources, which amounts to willfully trading on a 2 or 3 to 1 basis, time now for time later. And I'll still make an argument for that notion, but only up to a point, and that's the point where I find myself right now. I think it's about time I get back in the habit of writing at least a second draft of my gibberish, instead of lashing all this last-minute lunacy into print for no reason except to fill space or justify some ill-conceived headline in ours. I definitely appreciate the exposure you've given me, but after checking, at great and far-flung length, as always, with my sources, I'm hard-pressed to feel any great and overweening guilt about having taken cruel and or exploitative advantage of you. But what the fuck? It's morning here and I'm tired. 7 days of almost continuous sleep haven't cured me entirely of whatever's ailing me, but I figure the funk has to pass very soon. I've never been through one quite this long. My current plans include making it to DC for the More 6 party, but only if I can work it out in conjunction with a story of some kind. I've already worked out a plot with Frank Mankiewicz to use his address in order to get a new House/Senate press card 473, but I suppose we should put that in limbo along with all the other stuff, for right now. I still have that random house book contract to deal with, along with a few other loose ends, and my instinct is to take them one at a time at my own pace, for a change, instead of somebody else's. Okay for now. Why don't you brood on this for a day or so, then give me a call. In the meantime, I'll assume my $1,000 a month retainer is shut down and I'll refrain from using my Ars phone and air travel cards except under situations of genuine need, in which case I assume we can work those details out against payment for incoming work. One of the main focal points of my energy at this time, in fact, is a sort of multi-pronged effort to get some new credit cards of my own, but we apparently still have a ways to go before the statute of limitations runs out on that goddamn Scanlon's nightmare. In the meantime, we're about 18 hours away from a total split with El Rook's candidate for mayor of Aspen. Unfortunate, but it looks to be inevitable. Benton, Edwards, Solheim and I have spent the past 48 hours probing for viable alternatives, but we finally came down to the Dirk. Horrible, eh? Good news is scarce these days. In any case, don't be in any hurry to respond to this rambling screed. All I can tell you for sure is that whatever it says is exactly the way I feel right now, and it seems to me that a state of edit/contract limbo is the best solution on all fronts. But maybe not, and if that's the case I'm sure you'll come up with your own solution before the next full moon. Chances of seeing you in DC look about 50-50 right now. I have some definite reasons to go east, sometime soon, but I'm not sure a 3-day drunk in Washington has any real priority unless I can get something real out of it. In closing, however, please find ENC my check for $20, which should cover that $5 tab for the B12 shot and also the $13 plus for those 2 color contact sheets. My attorney has advised me not to discuss that $90 fraud INRA, damage to the hood of your car by some drunken thug in the dead of night, so I assume that's still up for grabs, and that's just fine with me. It's always best to have at least one nasty loose end snapping around. Kazart. Hunter. To Virginia Thompson. Thompson was ready for a break from his rigorous writing schedule. April 23, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mom. I thought you'd get a boot out of my new stationery. It arrived about 10 minutes after I mailed off my official resignation to ours. The prospect of spending another year under that fiendish deadline gun was more than I could face, especially after finishing my second book in 2 years, which is not my pace at all. The new, Campaign 72, book is already involved in one of those bureaucratic nightmares that seem to track me around and might, for the benefit of future generations, eventually explain why I could never pay my rent, despite all outward appearances of fame and fortune. The publisher for this one is Rolling Stone's book division, Straight Arrow instead of Random House, and the editor called a few days ago to tell me that they'd refused to accept all but about 500 copies of the first printing, 10,000, from the printer, because of inadequate inking. God only knows what that means, except that most of those 500 copies were sent out, automatically, to book reviewers all over the country, while the other 9,500 copies are still stacked in a warehouse in Reno. Sometime soon, and perhaps even now, a second first printing will start filtering into the bookstores, libraries, etc. But in the meantime, the only copy I can get my hands on is the one that got sent to the Aspen Times book reviewer. The sales manager at St. Arrow says a carton, 18 books, of the new reprint edition is on its way to me, but so far I haven't seen it, which makes me feel a bit strange when I pick up the new Saturday Review and read a backslapping commentary/review of the goddamn thing. The publisher of Harper's Mag called the other day to say that they were scheduling a big, complimentary review by novelist Kurt Vonnegut for some time in the late spring, but it's hard for me to relate to a book I can't even get, despite the fact that I wrote it. Anyway, I thought I should send a note and explain why you haven't received or even seen a copy. I'll send you one from here as soon as my official carton arrives, which should be within a week. On other fronts, things are going okay, and I look forward to as many months as possible of sloth and unemployment. My next project is a weird novel for Random House, around 1975 or so, but between now and then I have no plans at all, except maybe to run for the U.S. Senate from Colorado, but at the moment that's only a threat. Okay for now. Call when you get the book. No need to say anything nice about it, but I'd like to be sure it got there. Love. Hunter. To Sid Griffin, Athenaeum Literary Association. The co-editor of Louisville Male High's 1973 yearbook had written to the most distinguished alumnus of the school's Athenaeum Literary Association for permission to excerpt some of Thompson's prose in that year's Spectator and to sell him an ad in it. May 3, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Sid. I get a lot of weird letters I never answer, but yours, as of, whatever the fuck date it was so unnaturally bizarre that I figured I had to reply. I've never quite seen myself as a typical a la old grad, but there's no denying the strange fact that I am, so here's $5 for the ad, and if you need any fillers for this year's Spectator, feel free to lift anything you need out of any one of my books you can lay hands on. If you do this, however, I trust you'll be guided by my longtime personal motto, moderation in all things. In other words, I suspect you could steal up to 1,000 words without disturbing the publisher, but anything more than that might bring a nasty but meaningless letter from the House Counsel. In any case, by all means send me a copy of this year's Spectator. I spent a lot of time with Porter Bibb, putting the 1955 issue together, and I'm curious to know what the product looks like now. Okay. Hunter S. Thompson. To Ian Martin, Thames TV. June 1, 1973. Woody Creek Co. News and Documentary Department / Ian Martin. Thames TV, 306 Euston Road, London NW13BB. Gentlemen. A recent effort to straighten out my desk turned up a letter from you, dated December 10, 71 in proper military fashion. In any case, it dealt with Ralph Steadman's effort to force you to honor your agreement, made by somebody named Uti, as I recall, to send me a print of a film you made in Aspen, Colorado when I was running for sheriff of Pitkin County. The agreement, and I'm sure I recall it correctly, let your film crew cover all aspects of my campaign, in exchange for $100 worth of beer for the headquarters and a print of the film when Uti finished it. Your letter of December 10, 71 was quite clear in its statement that nobody working then or now for Thames TV had the authority to promise me a print of any film made by your people. To wit, we do sell our films to other television companies for transmission on their channels, but we cannot normally make them available to people who have taken part in programs. In light of this, I was taken a bit aback when I got an invitation, several weeks ago, to attend a private showing of the above-mentioned film at the local meeting hall of the Aspen Institute. My wife and I paid $2 each along with many others to have a look at the film. The doorkeeper explained that it was being shown by its owner, one of the main shareholders in the local AM radio station, who had brought it back from London. She ran it for several nights, charging $2 a head at the door, and I assume it made a nice profit. So much for your bullshit letter of December 10, 71, Why didn't you just come right out and tell me how much you wanted for a print? I am not entirely without funds and, despite the flat-out lies of your producer/director, I would probably have paid for a print, since the sale of same was never a matter of policy at all, but only a matter of money. All I'd like to know is how much. I am sending a copy of this letter to my London literary agent, Deborah Rogers, who will be in touch with you shortly. I trust you can shuck off your devious bullshit long enough to deal with her in a straight fashion and sell me a print of a film that covers an episode in my life that remains very close to me despite the lame/corporate interpretation your people managed to put on it. In any case, since you're obviously selling prints of the film, I can't imagine any reason why you wouldn't sell one to me. My agreement with your producer/director is obviously defunct, so we might as well get down to straight dollars. Tell me how much you want for a print. The title, as I recall, is High Noon in Aspen, and I'll send you the money. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. CC, Deborah Rogers. To Joseph Dolan. Thompson had encountered Joseph Dolan, another Democratic candidate for Colorado's U.S. Senate seat in 1974, at an Aspen cocktail party. June 2, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Joe. Thanks for the letter and the obvious good instincts. And just for the record, by the way, I assumed you knew who I was when I slouched into Diane's apartment, since she'd formally invited us, and we'd called at least twice to say we were coming. There was no malice in the grilling you mentioned. The people with me were some of the activists in my sheriff's campaign, and they merely wanted to know if you were any different from the other politicians, and in all fairness I should add that they were not immensely edified by your presence, your answers, or the symbolic alternative you posed to politics as usual. Also, in fairness, I know Gary Hart well enough to assume he wouldn't have fared much better under the same circumstances. The kind of people I spend most of my time with, friends, readers, constituents, etc., tend to share my uneasy conviction that Democrats are no better than Republicans. As for my own political plans, I'm entirely unsure at this point, but if I decide to do anything serious, I'd like to talk to both you and Gary about it, before I crank up. I have no political ambitions, per se, but I think we have a very flux situation in Colorado, and it may be one of the few states in the country where we can make a start on the drastic structural changes that we all know will sooner or later be necessary, if we have any honest hope for the survival of the democratic process. My quarrel with you and Gary is that neither one of you seems to understand that GOP candidate Peter Dominic is not the real enemy and not even a symbol of the real problem. You could scour the noontime streets in Denver and come up with one person out of every 10 who would be a better senator than Dominic, but so what? That's like calling for a national referendum on the question of whether Haig is a better Nixon flunky than Haldeman. 7. Which is drifting off the point, I think. Maybe you should risk a trip to your local bookstore and spend some of that massive fortune I understand you recently piled up for a copy of my book on the 72 campaign. It won't cure what ails you, but it might save us a lot of useless haggling. You might also take a long look at your advance staff. Anybody running for the U.S. Senate who can be hassled for almost 2 hours by a potential opponent and 4 of his henchmen without any idea who's hassling him would appear to be in serious trouble when the going gets heavy. Jesus, I went out of my way to be nice. What if I'd come there to really fuck around with you? Maybe we can talk about this when I get over to Denver in the next few weeks. If nothing else, we can have a drink or so and try to get things focused. Kazart. Hunter. To Frank Mankiewicz. Frank Mankiewicz had been a lawyer in LA and director of the Peace Corps under LBJ before he was hired as Robert F. Kennedy's campaign press secretary in 1968. 4 years later he joined George McGovern's staff in the same capacity, quickly rising to campaign manager and then political director of the 1972 Democratic effort, the man behind the man, as Thompson put it. June 4, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Frank. It's snowing heavily out here for the third straight day, and after watching the CBS Morning News I've about decided to make the big move to the Washington Hilton and start fucking around with the Watergate story. Lynn Nesbitt says you could use some competent help on your book getting the facts straight, etc., and there seems to be pretty general agreement in New York publishing circles that I'm the help you need. But first I have to finish off this goddamn Playboy article 8 and nail down a new deal with either Random House or somebody else for the new book, a sort of neo-novel, more on the order of Vegas than the Campaign 72 thing. Meanwhile, however, I have to make at least a lame stab at writing something for Rolling Stone, and Watergate is about the only thing that interests me right now, so I'll probably see you in DC sometime around the middle of June. Until then, I'm counting on you to cause a gross public upheaval by displaying the poster I'm sending you under separate cover. I expect you to crash it right into the hearing room, using Josh Mankiewicz, Frank's son, to fight off the cops while you explain your position to the TV cameras. A scene like that might go a long way towards atoning for all your media crimes during the campaign. Yeah, speaking of Josh, tell him I tried to get his threat to kill me into a footnote for the second printing, but I was too late. It went down the tube along with the 422 other major corrections I've been trying to insert ever since the first galleys came back. Hopefully, I can get at least some of them into the third printing, which is set for July. Sela. On other fronts, my 74 Senate campaign is picking up a fearful head of steam. Both Gary and Joe Dolan are trying to head me off somehow, pleading letters, phone calls, emissaries, etc. But I get Muskie-style flashes off both of them and I suspect it's all over. Neither one of them seems to understand that what I'm doing is for the greater good, as always. For the moment it's all I can do to keep control of my supporters, who want to croak both Hart and Dolan at once and then do a Godzilla trip on Dominic, SP. Shit, I can't even spell his name, but then I could never spell sheriff either. In any case, I don't want to peak too early. But you should probably start getting your affairs in order, because when we move it'll be like a fucking whirlwind and I'll want you well rested. Okay for now. Hunter. From William J. Kennedy. Kennedy enclosed galleys of a friend's new novel for Thompson to endorse. June 9, 1973. Hunter. The last time I talked to you, you were much younger. I don't know how this communication gap developed. Have you stopped writing letters or have I? The occasion for this is somebody else, Valerie Peterson, wife of Don Peterson, the author of Does a Tiger Wear a Necktie, a play. Valerie is going by the alias of Kohler Smith in her novel, which is coming out from Dial in the fall. I helped her get into Dial and am trying to get her some recognition with it. I think it's one of the funniest novels I've read in years. Almost as funny as Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. If you feel up to it and also magnanimous, send a blurb on the book to Donna Schrader, the publicity girl at Dial. If not, not. I met Kurt Vonnegut for dinner about a month and a half ago and he talked of your book, full of praise. Said you were due east one of these days, which I presume now has come and gone. I assume you no longer communicate with Easterners. I'm about to go to Ireland for some magazine pieces, one for The Atlantic and one for the New York Times Magazine and maybe some travel stuff to cover whiskey expenses. I seem to be finishing my novel, which is about as much as I want to say about it at the moment. More later if I ever see you. I can't afford to buy your book but have read much of it as it went along and recently eulogized you and Gonzo in a journalistic summary I wrote for Empire State College, quoting the new book. You've done well for an upstart. I can't say the same for all those stone writers who are also riding the Gonzo trail. I see Bill Cardoso's name in print out there. Give him my best when you see him. I had a good visit with Magar in New York about 6 months ago. First time we ever really talked to one another, it seemed. Maybe you heard from Peggy Clifford the news I wrote her about Lee and Laurie Berry's house burning down. They stayed with us about a month or more and are now in a friend's summer house, building a new place near the old site. They had some insurance. Talked to Rosalie Sarles this week. She's got a new record coming out, all songs about the 50s. She's living at Saratoga with Lena, or maybe by this time is sharing a place with Bruce Phillips. Dana has opened 2 clothing stores, Grand Rags Limited, in partnership with a friend and help from her tycoon brother. Doing nicely but no family profits yet. All right. And is the senatorial race real? Kennedy. To Jim Silberman, Random House. June 18, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Jim. Yeah, I'm definitely serious about buying the remaining copies of Vegas, but my seriousness is based on what I assume is a mutual understanding that the best you can do with them is a mass remainder rack dump at about 30 cents each, or more like 19 cents, let's use 22 cents each as a working standard. If this is the case, I'll have to make some fast logistical arrangements INRA, storage, etc. before I can tell you anything definite. My notion would be to buy low and sell high in a pretty quick time span. Like egg futures. Anyway, before I can do anything I'll have to know what I'd have to pay you for the mass of unsold copies, $10 or $12,000, as I understand it. On the other hand, now that I think on it, there might be a high and definitely perverse kind of satisfaction in sticking you with them, and forcing you to sell the whole bunch at patently ridiculous prices, tacitly admitting a bad botch on the sales front. Sometime soon, by the way, I plan to force a readjustment in my long-time status, or role, from RH's house freak and subsidized loony to the role of an actual, profit-churning writer. It's been fun all around, no argument about that, but I get the feeling it's about time we try to establish a serious relationship. Which is not to say that I plan to start taking myself seriously, all I'm talking about here is my work, as it were. Anyway, you should let me know how many Vegas books you have on hand, and how much you want for them. Then I'll make you an offer. And, yes. INRA, the Guts Ball tape, please return it to me ASAP. I promised Rinsler a valid shot at the book before signing any contracts with you, and that tape is about as close as I plan to come to anything resembling a real outline. I should have made a dupe before I sent it to you, but I didn't, so I'd like to have it back pretty quick, in order to make a few copies. Okay for now. I came back from LA on a DC-10 and saw the whole story unfolding right in front of me. I also saw massive possibilities for the videotape gig I tried to sell you on about 3 years ago, but this time I'll do it on my own and then sell it to you, when you finally figure it all out. YRS in Sloth and Complacency. HST. To John Holdorf, A. L. Johnson Library, Union College. Washington Post national affairs reporter William Grider would join the Rolling Stone staff as a political columnist in the summer of 1982. June 18, 1973. Woody Creek Co. John Holdorf. A. L. Johnson Library. Union College. Cranford, New Jersey, 07016. Dear John. Bill Grider of the Washington Post has pulled himself together long enough to forward, to me, your letter of 5/25, and he also sent along a copy of his letter to you, in the meaning of the word khazard. Surprising as it might seem to those of us in the trade, as it were, Bill's definition of the word is essentially correct. His dim Appalachian background has been both the curse and the catapult of his career at the Post. There is also a thin Princeton influence, which probably explains why he missed the root meaning of the word. Khazard goes beyond Grider's surface definition of mere shock and surprise. It also implies an almost doom-rooted acceptance of whatever grim situation has suddenly emerged. Bill's Ivy League/Foggy Bottom background probably explains the missing dimension in his understanding of the word, to wit, I took the meaning to be roughly holy shit. Which is nice, but not enough. Khazard goes far beyond mere shock, outrage, etc. If Bill had a better grip on semantics, he would have told you it meant, holy shit. I might have known. Fatalism, I'd say. It's a mountain word, but not commonly used, one of those finely honed words, or expressions, more common to Brazilian Portuguese, the Mato Grosso, in particular, than to everyday English. In contemporary terms, we might compare it to the first verbal outburst of a longtime cocaine runner who knew he was bound to be nailed, eventually, but when it finally happens he instinctively shouts khazard. I hope this will clear the thing up and, in addition to all that, your note that none of the standard dictionaries list this word will soon be remedied. I am forwarding your letter to Jim Silberman, editor-in-chief at Random House, and I'm sure we'll see khazard in the next edition of the RH Dictionary. Sincerely. HST. To William J. Kennedy. Thompson expressed his thanks for the gift of A Stranger's Galleys to read. June 20, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Bill. Thanks, you scurvy pig fucker. All I really wanted for my birthday was another goddamn uncorrected galleys of another stranger's book. I'm being driven fucking mad by them. I didn't even know the fucking things existed until last month. I've never seen one of my own books in that form, but all of a sudden my box is full of the goddamn things, from people I've never even heard of. About 2 weeks ago I finally read one of them, from Holt, Reinhardt, etc., and sent a thought-out one-page comment to the editor, who swiftly denounced me, by return mail, as a useless asshole because I failed to understand the entirety, or some such bullshit, of his product. Actually, I liked the book and tried to say so, in my way, but it didn't seem to work out. That's the third time I've tried it, and the third failure. The other two cost me two friends, George Kimball and Charles Curalt. Luckily, this last one only caused me to know hatred for a stranger. In the meantime I am, as you've noted, much younger. Not many people have noticed that, but I figured you would. As for my rumored trip to the East, it never happened and I doubt if it will anytime soon. I have come to agree with Arizona Senator Barry Goldwater that New York should be chopped off and sunk in the Newark Lagoon. The entire East Coast from Miami to Boston is a petrified scumbag. It is now 5:18 a.m. on a Wednesday morning and I'm trying to finish my annual reject/effort for Playboy. I quit Rolling Stone about 2 months ago, but well, fuck that, we should keep that stuff in the family, as it were. Anyway, I'll try to crank myself up for reading that goddamn thing you sent, but it better be good. On other fronts, I have very little to say. My next gig will be what looks like a massively unsaleable novel that will keep me busy regardless of whether or not anyone buys it for at least the next year, flying back and forth from Washington to LA on a DC-10. I was supposed to spend the summer covering Watergate for ours, but I couldn't live with the horror of all that time in DC, and it's better on TV anyway. As for my Senate race, it's mainly a threat but not entirely. By next fall I might be unnaturally hungry for a new adrenaline rush. But I'm not really planning on it. I'll let you know if and when it gels. Saw Cardoso in LA last WK, he's doing some stuff for ours and I'm leaning on Wenner to make him the man in LA for good or ill. That ugly news about Lee's house was a bummer, he seems to have more than his share of bad luck. I live in fear of that fire thing happening out here. I finally bought the place, but it's not insured for anything and the taxes are ungodly. Save up some money so I can borrow it from you next year. I have a powerful feeling that I'm about to shit in my nest again. Okay, and hello to Dana. HST. To Hughes and Rudd. CBS Morning News correspondent Hughes Rudd and his wife, Ann, had sent Thompson a clipping of one of the many glowing reviews of Fear and Loathing, on the campaign trail 72. June 21, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Hughes/N. Thanks for the weird New York Post clip. This book seems to be settling nicely into the mold of the other two incredibly good but disastrously ignorant reviews and less than half the minimum sales anticipated by the editors. The Our House version of Vegas never got above 18,000, they tell me, and Straight Arrow says we'll be lucky to hit even that with the campaign book. I'm not sure just what kind of a book you have to write to sell big in this country, but all I can say for sure is that I'll never write it. Meanwhile, however, I'm sitting out here in stone poverty, having taken a leave of absence from ours about 3 months ago and juggling an outline for a novel. Jesus, what kind of lunatic would try to sell anybody a goddamn novel at this foul stage in our history? But the flip side of my perverse refusal to cover Watergate seems to be the idea that I should finally write a novel. I'm fucked if I know why, but there's damn few things I ever really understood anyway, so why worry about this one? Shit, this goddamn IBM Selectric typewriter won't work anymore, but I bought it from extremely dubious sources, so I can't turn it in for repair, which means I have to go out and get another one on the same dark market. Well, never mind. It's been a weird night and I've been dealing with a head full of something rumored to be LSD-25 for the past 6 hours, but on the evidence I suspect it was mainly that PCP animal trank, laced with enough speed to keep the arms and legs moving. The brain is another question, I think, but I keep hoping we'll have it under control before long, along with this goddamn rotten typewriter. Anyway. I just woke Sandy up to ask if we have any copies of the campaign book in the house. After a long struggle I finally got them to send me a box, 18 copies, and the only others that got sent out went to names on the various presidential campaign press lists, the press rosters I stole off all those HQ hotel bulletin boards. Consequently, things like the Mountain Gazette and the Topeka Daily Screed got maybe 2 review copies each and you got none. I hope to remedy the situation very soon, but not until I can get at least another box of 18 for myself. And that'll take another 2 weeks, at least. Whoops. Sandy emerges from the darkness with a book in her hand, cursing me for a worthless dope addict as she hurls it my way, then spins on her naked heels and disappears back toward the bedroom. Yes, here it is. Guard it with your fucking life. Okay. I'll be in Washington sometime soon to fuck around with the Watergate team and other strange thugs. With luck I should get wrapped up here and make it east by July 4th or so. Okay for now. HST. To David Butler, Playboy. The Great Shark Hunt, Thompson's article about covering an international deep-sea fishing tournament off Cozumel, Mexico, in April 1973, appeared in the December 1974 issue of Playboy. June 22, 1973. Woody Creek Co. David. Shit, I was just sitting down today to start a tentative second draft that might lash together the 30/40ths rough pages I've already croaked up in Cozumel. Indeed, ready to get right into it, no more fucking around, and also with the jangled euphoria from an unexpected handful of righteous blotter acid last night in the Jerome bar. Yes, make some sense of the fucking thing. But just as I was finally shaking off the last of the acid horrors about 10 this morning, Sandy came back with the mail, which included, along with your $700 plus expense check, a copy of Wolf's new journalism book 9, which didn't tell me a hell of a lot except that I used to be a lot more coherent writer than I seem to be now. Or maybe just hungrier. Or more vengeful. Who can say for sure? Anyway, it's now 3:11 p.m. And I'm sitting on the porch under a blazing goddamn sun with the Allman Brothers on the portable Sony speakers just like they were, down there in Cozumel, for the vibes, the gut rhythms, etc. And I just got off the phone with Lynn Nesbitt, who called to say that Acosta rang her up yesterday afternoon to announce that he was suing me for gross fraud, massive damages and obstruction of justice or some such bullshit INRA, the sale of the Vegas book for a film, which won't phase the film rights. Because I have a Xerox of Oscar's release of all claims, etc. tacked inside on the kitchen wall, but in the short run it will undoubtedly croak any hope of immediate delivery on the $7,500 option money. Filmmongers are not normally eager to acquire properties even vaguely rumored to be in litigation. One half-mad letter from Oscar's attorney very nearly caused Random House to suspend publication of the Vegas book. All of which might or might not explain why I'm writing you this letter, at this time, instead of sending the revised first half of the first draft, etc. that I thought I'd be finished with today, but I thought I should write and let you know that I haven't just disappeared on you. I've been working on the goddamn thing as steadily as my psychic circumstances allow, Ed, for the past few weeks, and although I still don't see the main skeleton in it, I've finally begun to see where it's heading, not necessarily going, just heading. To this end, in fact, I might zip into town pretty soon and Xerox a disconnected clump of enough pages to give you some idea what's happening. Jesus, I should have known better than to try to work out here in the open on this goddamn porch. About 6 people have come and gone for a variety of odd reasons since I got into this letter. In one case, the co-op gas truck came into the driveway and I thought, hot damn, here's 300 gallons of gas for my big red farmer's tank, but what I got out of the truck was an 18-year-old girl hitchhiker from Tacoma Park, MD. Reed, DC, who's still here, fencing a bit delicately with my wife, and chasing the peacock around in the field while I try to get this letter finished. But no gas for my empty tank. Then, just a moment ago, after spending half the afternoon on the phone with Lynn Nesbitt about the unexplored option for madness and violence in the upcoming book contract negotiations, and then talking to my new attorney in SF about attaching $506.01 of Acosta's book royalties, when all that was ended, the goddamn phone rang again, and after 22 minutes of brainless jabbering I found that I'd agreed to define the word corruption for Harper's, in 500 words or less within 48 HRS and for $100. Why not? I should be able to go right to the mat with that one, no trouble at all. Just dash the fucker off. And, yes. It's now 5:38 and I just had to tell Sandy to cancel my flying lesson at 6 o'clock. My only hope for physical survival now lies in fleeing this peaceful wooded hideout and rushing into town for a swim in the Jerome pool. 10 lazy laps in cool water is all that stands between me and hysterical disintegration at this point. Although between now and then I'll try to jerk out a few pages of the Cozumel first draft for your perusal, or really just because I'm beginning to feel guilty about not sending you anything heavy, incisive, etc. after so long a time. Don't view the shit as anything except loosely constructed notes, but even in that form you might get some idea what kind of a spineless saga I'm grappling with. I have the usual amount of ultimate faith in it, along with the usual sense, of futility, hatred, and despair, and the trick, as always, is in refusing to even read the accumulated pages until they're ready, or at least typed cleanly, for mailing. Right, and that's one of the main real values of the Mojo Wire. Once you feed a page into that bastard, it's gone forever, no frenzied editing or anal compulsive rewrites. Which is neither here nor there, right? I'll lash a few pages together and send them along under separate cover tonight. Probably we should talk about this thing pretty soon, just to keep me honest and not lose whatever thin dose of ersatz momentum we might have going here. Okay for now. Hunter. Thanks for the quick action INRA, expense check. To Kurt Vonnegut. Renowned author Kurt Vonnegut's partly autobiographical 1969 novel about the World War II bombing of Dresden Slaughterhouse 5, or The Children's Crusade, had been made into a big-budget movie directed by George Roy Hill in 1972. June 28, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Kurt. I've been meaning to send you a note about your review, in Harper's, of my Campaign 72 book ever since Russ Barnard 10 told me about it on the phone about 3 months ago. As you've doubtless seen, Straight Arrow has used your words mercilessly ever since, and I suppose I should apologize for that, because it seems a bit greedy and grasping. For good or ill, although in retrospect the ill factor seems negligible. Only the intent, like Nixon. Anyway, I thought I should tell you that I have about 500 reviews of my books lying around the house, here, most of them astoundingly positive, for all the wrong reasons, but if I had to pick an epitaph, right now, out of all that gibberish, the one paragraph that cuts through it all and comes closest to what I'd like to think I was saying was your closing graph in the Harper's Review INRA, Hunter Thompson's disease. No point jabbering any further about it, except to emphasize the good, high feeling that came on me when I read it. I was planning on having a drink with you in Miami, but things got weird. Maybe we can make a human connection when I come east in mid-July to have a look at the Watergate situation. I'll be mainly in Washington, but my hustlers tell me I have to come up to New York for a few days, on the breaks. If you'll be in town around then, maybe you could call Kirsten White at Quick Fox, the distribution arm for Straight Arrow, and leave a phone number where I can reach you. She'll have a vague fix on my movements. Okay for now. In closing, let me assure you that my health, at least for the moment, is extremely good, on paper. I just went through a total physical examination, and the doc was baffled at the lack of ominous signs, symptoms, etc. The findings seem to insult everything he spent 12 years learning. Which gives me a boot, of sorts, but as a doctor I know better. He just hasn't found the right combination of tests, yet. The D. Gray syndrome is not in his books. Which gives me a bit more time, if nothing else. If you drift west, let me know in time to invite you to pass some time out here on the Owl Farm. Meanwhile, thanks again for the good eye and good instinct. Hunter S. Thompson. To U.S. Senator George McGovern. George McGovern had returned to his seat in the U.S. Senate after losing the 1972 presidential election. June 29, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear George. Thanks for the good words, about my Campaign 72 book, and the fine lift you gave Sandy when you called out here the other day. She was stuck in Washington throughout the campaign, and your call almost made up for it, not quite, of course, but the Watergate hearings on TV are rapidly covering the rest. My personal projection for the end of the summer is definitely up. As a matter of fact, I recently made a $1,000 bet in LA that Nixon will offer his resignation by Labor Day. Bad craziness, But remember, they laughed at Thomas Edison. And also keep in mind that David Broder 11 wound up owing me $500 after the 72 primaries. Sela. Anyway, whatever instinct prompted you to pick up the phone and make the call yourself was exactly what caused me to vote for you last November, the first time I'd voted for a major party presidential candidate since 1960. And it was perfect that you talked to Sandy instead of me. She had a crush on you from the start, and as the local, Aspen, campaign manager for our ex-Democrat county commissioner candidate last fall, she was one of the prime architects of the jangled coalition that won Pitkin County, Colorado, for you and our local extremist candidates. If you recall our conversation on the Monday night before Election Day aboard the Dakota Queen II, En route from Long Beach to Sioux Falls, you asked how it looked in Colorado, and I said I couldn't speak for the state, but you were safe in my district, which proved out to be true. Pitkin was the only county you won in Colorado. No, there are rumors of another, rural Chicano, county in the SE corner of the state that went for you, but nobody can name it for me, and you know how us objective journalists treat rumors. Anyway, thanks again for the call. I thought about returning it, but as both Frank and Gary can attest, I'm not at my best on the telephone. So I figured I'd wait and drop in on you personally when I get to Washington around July 9th or so. I want to be there for former Nixon Attorney General John Mitchell's appearance, and Frank will know how to reach me. I'll call him and check in, just as soon as I get to town. Sandy may be with me, and if you have a loose hour or so, some evening maybe we can have a drink or some dinner. The only restaurant in Washington I can tolerate is a Mexican place at 17th and R, as I recall, but what the hell? After 10 months on the campaign trail, I can eat anywhere. In any case, I'll call you at the office when I get there. Despite all the foul things I had to say about your pragmatism, I look back on your campaign as one of the high points in my life and one of the most honest and honorable efforts in the history of politics, including my own, I might add, and that's rarefied air to be fixed in. Okay for now. See you in 10 days or so. Kazart. Hunter S. Thompson. To Patrick J. Buchanan, The White House. Future syndicated columnist, TV pundit, and perennial conservative presidential candidate Patrick J. Buchanan remained at his post as a White House speechwriter and Nixon stalwart all the way through Watergate until his president's resignation in August 1974. Thompson arranged for Buchanan to receive a complimentary subscription to Rolling Stone at the White House. July 9, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Pat, I'm sure you've heard rumors, by now, of my plans to retire from journalism and seek a career in politics. But I'm having a bit of trouble deciding whether to jump in on the electoral or appointive levels, and that's why I'm writing you. As you know, I've long been interested in the governorship of American Samoa. Larry O'Brien, in fact, once led me to believe I was all set for that part, but for reasons never adequately explained, he failed to follow through. I mention this to you because I plan to be in Washington very soon, probably by the time you get this letter, and it occurred to me that you might like to discuss the situation. Maybe some night over a half-gallon of wild turkey in that dungeon where Stearns lives. One of my prime reasons for coming to Washington is to hire Rick for my Senate campaign in Colorado, in case this Samoan gig looks lifeless. In any case, I'd like to have a drink with you and maybe some talk on whatever terms you want. My feelings about the boss haven't changed any since we talked that night in Boston 5 years ago, and I doubt if yours have, either, which reminds me that I never thanked you for your help in setting up that interview in '68, or for whatever aid you might have rendered in clearing the way for my brief and predictably unfriendly excursion with the Nixon campaign last fall. I appreciated the mixed feelings I knew you had in both cases. You'd be hell on wheels if you had good, political, sense to match your good instincts, but Rick says there's no hope for that, so why nag at it? We spent a lot of time talking last year, and if anybody on the McGovern staff had overheard the things he said about you, he'd have been banished to Butte, Montana. Which is neither here nor there, for right now, but it gives me a sense of real optimism about the ultimate health of the political system in this country to know that people like you and Rick can beat each other like gongs in public, then sit down at night as friends and human beings. Jesus. I seem to have wandered far off the point here. All I meant to do behind all the filigree was to warn you that I'll be back in Washington for most of late July and probably August, and to say I'd enjoy a human talk with you, if things work out. If not, well, I won't take it personally. It strikes me that your schedule might be a bit tight at the moment. I can offer my condolences, but not much else, at least not in public. Can you imagine what it would do to my image if I were seen chuckling in a pub with you? Anyway, say hello to fellow Nixon speechwriter Ray Price for me when you see him. He deserved a better fate than this bummer. But so did we all, I think, and that's the real tragedy. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To David Butler, Playboy. Thompson assured Butler that he would focus on the Cozumel article now that he was back from Washington. August 16, 1973. Woody Creek Co. David. Here's another chunk, probably the last big one. What I have to do now is lace the shit together and try to cut it down to size. In any case, we now have at least the raw material, with the tapes and this end section, for the middle and the end that were missing. I'm feeling increasingly guilty about the long delay on this thing, but there's been no way to avoid my ever-deepening involvement in the Watergate story. It's just too damn big and critical to keep anything but a total fix on. I've spent 5 of the past 6 weeks in Washington, and despite my best intentions I haven't done much of anything on this Cozumel story. Now, after stumbling off the plane and sleeping for 48 hours, I think I can get this thing under control in a week or so. Jesus, I have to. Because I have a 10,000-word Watergate wrap-up due by the end of August. The main problem here was my original/disastrous decision to try to do anything in tandem with Watergate. It's been like trying to write both the Vegas and the campaign 72 books at the same time, not only 2 different things, but 2 different sets of mind. It's damn near impossible to go out to dinner with Dick Tuck, Adam Walensky 12 and Wisconsin Congressman Leigh Aspin for a long argument about impeaching Nixon, and then come back half drunk to work on a story about drug madness in Cozumel. But I'm trying, David, trying. And in my spare time, as it were, I'm dealing with a federal drug blitz on Aspen that has already subpoenaed 10 or 12 of my friends for a grand jury gig in Denver, and which is likely to reel me in at any moment, on general principles, or maybe just on the basis of the Vegas book. Now I know what Pat Buchanan meant last week when he told me sitting at a table beside the Watergate pool that working in the White House was like living from moment to moment in the bunker. But fuck all that. None of it excuses my failure to get this goddamn thing done. I'm amenable to any crisis solutions you deem necessary, but I think I'll wait until we're definitely into a crisis before I suggest any. Christ, here I am trying to write this letter and watch the CBS Morning News at the same time, the same kind of split/vision focus that's been driving me nuts all along. Anyway, take a look at this stuff, then see how it fits with the rest and tell me what you think. As for Mailer, I think Sandy told you I couldn't find him in Washington and I don't have a home phone number for him. Beyond that, I haven't been able to crank up a hell of a lot of enthusiasm for the idea of a mano-a-mano gig with Norman, and Lynn Nesbitt's reaction to the idea was that Mailer should write a piece about me. That was her idea, not mine. But what the fuck? One thing at a time, Barring the very real possibility of an arc swarm on my house at any moment, I'll spend the next few days on this Cozumel article and get it finished. My idea, as of now, is to treat it more as an editing job rather than do any more bulk writing and just get the bugger into printable form as soon as possible. I'll be here for the next month, I hope, so give a call whenever you feel up or down to it. Okay. Hunter. Memo from the Sports Desk, August 16, 1973. From Raoul Duke. To Jan Wenner. Subject: Article on Sam Brown's birthday party, Rs. number 142, August 30. This is a difficult memo for me to write, because I am trying to speak for both myself and Dr. Thompson, who called tonight from Washington in a fit of snarling rage, INRA, the Sam Brown article. I share his feelings on this subject, so the rest of this comment will have to speak for both of us. Hopefully there is no connection between Joe Esterhaus's appointment as news editor and the appearance in the middle of the August 30th news section of a watered-down version of a bitch a little slap that not even the Denver Society page editors would print. The original version of that article, as Esterhaus must have known, since he got the carbon copy, appeared in a local, Denver, gossip sheet run by wealthy Humphrey-style Democrats who've considered Sam Brown a serious menace ever since he moved to Denver and brought his style of political organizing with him. It was Sam and his friends who put together last November the ballot box veto of Gov. John Love's big money / big tourism proposal to hold the 1976 Winter Olympics in Colorado. That was a bitter and unexpected defeat for both the Nixon / Love Republicans and the Humphrey-style Democrats who stood to make the same kind of money off the '76 Winter Olympics as some of them still hope to make off the strip mining development of Colorado's, publicly owned, Western Slope oil shale acreage by major oil companies. The names of these people are a matter of public record not only on the deeds involving oil shale ownership, but also as the publishers of the same local paper that bent over backwards, as it were, to sandbag Sam Brown. They published the original themselves, a classic of lame bitchiness, and then they sent the carbon to ours. And we printed the goddamn thing disregarding the fact that the ours version was offered under a different name than the author of the original, and including a stupid libel on Dick Tuck. He will probably be best remembered, according to both the ours and Denver Gossip Sheet versions, for having cut short a McCarthy whistle-stop speech by disguising himself as a railroad worker and signaling for the train to depart. We can try to forgive the lame prose by somebody who called himself Ron Wolf in the ours version, and Freddie Bosco in the original, but it is hard to forgive the ignorance that would fix one of Tuck's finest shots in a campaign against Gene McCarthy, instead of the 1960 Kennedy-Nixon campaign where it actually happened. Or where the story and the legend were born. In any case, it is hard to know, with Dick, but that's beside the point. Anybody careless, ignorant, or even stupid enough to publish an article saying Tuck ran that trip on McCarthy, instead of Nixon, has no business editing political articles for a national magazine. It is one thing for a hired hack in Denver to write that kind of swill for 66 readers at the Cherry Hills Country Club bar, and quite another when he can send the carbon to ours and have it published all over the country, on the same page with Stedman and Ralph Gleason. Point 13. There is still a very clear line, and I'm sure Dr. Thompson will agree with me on this, between brutal subjectivity and bitchy ignorance. The Supreme Court's historic decision on libel, New York Times versus Sullivan, date 1964, gives us a lot of room to work with, but not the kind of room where a writer using a pseudonym, SP, and an editor far gone in either carelessness or ignorance, or both, can frivolously rewrite political history by giving some yo-yo from the Denver cocktail circuit 2 columns in ours to run a 6 Susie Knickerbocker 14 trip on one of the straightest and most effective organizers in American politics. It's easy enough to understand why a clutch of rich Democratic dilettantes in Denver would want to zap Sam Brown, but I'm fucked if I understand why Rolling Stone would get into that kind of game. And the real purpose of this memo is to make it absolutely clear that neither the sports desk nor the national affairs desk had anything to do with that cheap, inaccurate, libelous piece of shit about Sam Brown's birthday party. Sincerely, Raoul Duke. To Anthony Burgess. English writer Anthony Burgess had authored several respected satirical novels, including his 1962 bestseller about a corrupt and violent future society, A Clockwork Orange, which director Stanley Kubrick made into an initially X-rated movie in 1971. August 17, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Burgess, Herr Wenner has forwarded your useless letter from Rome to the National Affairs Desk for my examination and / reply. Unfortunately, we have no international gibberish desk, or it would have ended up there. What kind of lame, half-mad bullshit are you trying to sneak over on us? When Rolling Stone asks for a think piece, goddammit, we want a fucking think piece, and don't try to weasel out with any of your limey bullshit about a 50,000 word novella about the condition humane, etc. Do you take us for a gang of brainless lizards? Rich hoodlums? Dilettante thugs? You lazy cocksucker. I want that think piece on my desk by Labor Day. And I want it ready for press. The time has come and gone when cheap jack scum like you can get away with the kind of scams you got rich from in the past. Get your worthless ass out of the piazza and back to the typewriter. Your type is a dime a dozen around here, Burgess, and I'm fucked if I'm going to stand for it any longer. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Katharine Graham, The Washington Post. Katharine Graham was publisher of The Washington Post, in which reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein uncovered and exposed the Watergate scandal from the break-in at Democratic National Headquarters on June 17, 1972, through President Nixon's resignation on August 9, 1974. Graham's Washington Post company also published Newsweek magazine. August 23, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Ms. Graham, I definitely appreciate your offer the editorship, as it were, of Newsweek, but for a variety of personal reasons I cannot accept at this time. My doctor has warned me, however, that I'll be dead within 3 years unless I find a more sedentary line of work, so perhaps we can deal with this matter at some time in the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, I'm enclosing my blank check for whatever amount your subscription department failed to mention when they sent me this menacing, "will stop soon," notice/bill/money demand with regard to my airmail subscription to the Post. I trust you will fill in the proper amount and forward my check to the sub department. When I ordered the subscription I never asked about the cost, so I have no idea how much the bastards want from me. I merely asked Bill Grider to arrange for the Post to be sent to me in Woody Creek by the fastest possible method, which he did. I get Sunday's Post on Monday, for instance, but in order to pay the bill I'll need at least a hint of how much this high-speed subscription is worth. To this end, I'm enclosing my check, in hopes that you can fill in the proper amount and get the bugger cashed. Okay for now. In closing, however, I'd like to congratulate you on the king hell job the Post has done on the Watergate story. If you keep up this kind of coverage, you'll put me permanently out of work, which I'd consider a real favor at this point, so keep hammering the bastards. Anyway, next time you get to Aspen, give me a ring if you feel like having a drink without Aspen Institute President Joe Slater in attendance. Or at Tom Benton's gallery, or my floating office in the Jerome Hotel bar. Kazart. Hunter S. Thompson. To Hughes Rudd, CBS News. The CBS Morning News had just debuted the pairing of veteran network correspondent Hughes Rudd with former Washington Post-style section reporter Sally Quinn, who had never done TV news before. Rudd became solo anchor early in 1974. September 11, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Hughes. 6 a.m. now, watching you, Sally, and some geek named Jeffrey St. John. Heavy duty. And it occurs to me now that we've passed the point in terms of fairness where I can refrain from discussing my lifelong blackout on CBS News. I am, as always, open to opposing points of view. This is one thing I want to make very clear. There are, no doubt, many true and excellent reasons for my failure to make the nut with CBS, just as there are true and excellent reasons for my long-standing problem with time. In any case, I want you to know that there'll be nothing personal if and when I might or might not indulge myself with a lash or two at CBS. There are, in fact, other reasons ranging from CBS's lame refusal to indulge in instant analysis to CBS's lame/camera coverage of pro football games. Cheap shit on all fronts, But fuck all that. I just wanted to get this memo sent and noted, and especially now that I'm watching Laird beat your people to jelly on the screen, but what the fuck? We've made all those points before, right, so why worry? Good luck in your new job. Kazart. HST. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson wrote to Wenner with the usual criticisms of his business practices as well as suggestions for future writing projects. September 14, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Jan. INRA, year. $$ memos of Sep 7, 10, etc. I think we should suspend all dealings until you and Clancy can get the problem settled. I have every intention of remaining totally calm and quiet about this thing, which is why I'm turning it over to Clancy, with instructions to keep the hassle completely out of my life until it's settled. As for the DOM Republic thing with Kirby, I cancelled it tonight. Or at least my part in it. I also mashed my plans to go back to DC for Phase 2 of the hearings, along with Phase 3, and even Phase 4, a deep boiling story about the Strauss/Connolly 15 connection prior to June 17, 72 that will, if it proves out, be a Z-bomb in the boiler room of the demo party in 76, if not sooner. As for the Princess and Wedding 16 gig, Stedman is proceeding with the various arrangements for coverage, and I plan to make that trip and write the story for ours or whoever wants it. You can send Bib 17 to report on the Perfect Master gig in Houston. I like the Ikatos idea 18 along with maybe a Rio revisited piece after cruising down the Amazon, but we'll have to stabilize our relationship somehow before getting into that stuff. I am tired beyond the arguing point with this insane haggling over every goddamn nickel, dime and dollar. Ralph put his finger on it very nicely, I think, when he said, Jan doesn't seem to realize that every dime he screws somebody out of today might cost him $1 tomorrow. Maybe not, and that's a risk you'll have to take. But the haggling is getting pretty goddamn old, I think, and the most depressing aspect of it all is that we never seem to make any progress. For the past few years I've been playing with the idea of opening a pawn shop in Aspen, but I could never find the right person to run it, until now, but don't worry about getting in touch with me when the time is right, I'll call you. We have to do some groundwork before hanging out the balls. Okay for now. Talk to John, and when things are calm on that end we'll talk again. Kazart. HST. To David Butler, Playboy. September 17, 1973. Woody Creek Co. David. Okay, I'm focused entirely on the Cozumel piece now, although my current state of mind shows, above, with the unfortunate Jan. No September, dateline. The only hopeful sign is that I caught it pretty quick. The need for a middle/fishing section is as obvious as it is depressing, but I hope to be able to do something with the shark hunt tapes you had transcribed. My thanks to Bonnie and the Kelly girl on that score. I couldn't tell from your letter, 8/31, whether you were mainly worried about the lack of a coherent middle/fishing section, or whether the whole style and tone of the piece turned you off. I got the impression you wanted a completely new lead, something properly fishy and colorful, in addition to the purging of all FNL in Vegas type material. If so, this tends to confirm my worst fears about this assignment, that somewhere out there in the great darkness beyond Woody Creek is a cabal of editors who still believe that my talent is still salvageable, and with the proper discipline and direction I can still learn to write like Bob Considine. 19. I wouldn't write this kind of thing to most editors, David, but since we've always dealt pretty straight with each other, I feel comfortable in telling you that I'm pretty well hooked on my own style for good or ill, and the chances of changing it now are pretty dim. A journalist into gonzo is like a junkie or an egg-sucking dog, there is no known cure. And so much for all that. What I need to know now is my space limit in terms of actual words. Let's get this settled at once. As for the style and tone, I suspect you'll just have to live with whatever I send, and if it won't go, what the fuck? I've been through that before, right? So don't worry about hurting my feelings. Send word when you can. Thanks. Hunter. From William J. Kennedy. September 24, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Hunter. I tried to call you the other day and found you had relisted and clandestinized your number. What the hell is it? I'm reading your book with much old and new pleasure and am closing in on the final phase of my own. Truly the final phase after many rewrites. I write also to wonder about your response to Valerie Peterson, aka Kohler Smith's book, The Rape of the Virgin Butterfly. Maybe you never cracked it? She's a good friend, as I told you, and I liked the book. It's wild and funny. In New York you said you'd make a comment without looking at it, but I don't want to ask that. But if anything you say is going to be meaningful, it should be in hand within a week or less. For what it's worth to you, John Lahr, the voice theater man, and Dotson Raider 20 both have given it blurbs which go on the jacket. One sentence will do, and the jacket is about to go to press. A wild look at McCarthy-era crazies. If you're not up to this bullshit, it's alright with me. I'm only conveying a need of a neurotic but worthy friend. I'm not up to date with Rolling Stone, so if you're in there with a Watergate piece, I haven't yet seen it. Both my brothers-in-law are on the way to being millionaires. I don't know what that means. That was a good visit in New York with you and Sandy, but as usual too crowded. I never got to talk to you about your proposed novel. All I heard was tape recording. Silberman, 50 grand. There's probably more to the story. Okay. Send the blurb to me if you decide to write one. Kennedy. From Christy Whitker. A dust jacket blurb from Thompson was obviously a prized commodity. September 24, 1973. New York, New York. Dear Hunter. I hope you will remember that during an off-guard moment over the barbecue fire at Dick Tuck's a couple of weeks ago, you told me that if you didn't have to read my book, you would give me a quote for it. It's called How to Lose Everything in Politics Except Massachusetts, and it's the story of my rapid downhill spiral after accepting Frank Mankiewicz's offer to become deputy press secretary on the McGovern campaign, and how I wound up instead carrying JFK press secretary Pierre Salinger laundry to the laundromat. I have gotten 3 very good responses so far. Humor columnist Art Buchwald said it was very, very funny, true, insightful, etc. So I promise you the book is not a total dog. If you could find it in your heart to say something unincriminating like the truest book I've ever read about a political campaign except my own, or a must for anyone who has ever worked in or considers working in a political campaign in the future, etc., I would love you forever. One columnist said hilarious. The funniest book I've read in a very long time, so I've got that angle covered. Really, I know this is a draggy request, but with some 25,000 books coming out this winter, I need all the help I can get, especially a quote from the master political writer of them all. My publisher is desperate to get something as soon as possible, so I am facilitating your effort by enclosing an airmail self-addressed envelope. Of course, if you want to read this great work, I could have it sent out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am exceedingly grateful. Best to Sandy. Very sincerely. Christy Whitker. October 1973. Fear and Loathing in the Doldrums. By Rahul Duke. Who is this that darkneth counsel by words without knowledge? Job 38:2. Who indeed? What kind of irresponsible bastard would do a thing like that? Poor Job must have been thinking about his lawyers when he uttered those words. They definitely laid some dark and ignorant counsel on him, and he suffered badly because of it: boils, madness, many deaths in the family. The Lord was testing his faith. Job never understood that he was a very important test case. He was God's white rat, and in that role he established a lasting precedent. He kept the faith, and if his lawyers knew what was happening, they had enough sense to keep their mouths shut. Dark and ignorant counsel. When times get weird and madness starts closing in, I always turn to the Bible. I was brought up on it. Some of my earliest memories hark back to those hot Kentucky mornings when I was 3 or 4 years old, and my grandfather, God rest his troubled soul, used to lash me to the hitching post with strips of wet rawhide and order the field darkies to throw handfuls of sharp gravel at me while he read from the good book. He identified very strongly with Job, as I recall, and he wanted to toughen me up for the harsh and brutal times that he knew I would sooner or later come to grips with. I was thinking about this the other afternoon as I sat in the Jerome bar, sifting through my mail and listening to a man who said he had just been released from federal prison. He had some very ominous things to say about the machinations of the U.S. Attorney General's office. Once they get hold of you, it's all over, he was saying. You're completely at their mercy, they'll just grind you under their thumb until you break. I nodded, pausing to call for another beer before ripping open the third of a half-dozen large envelopes that had showed up in my mailbox that day. The things he was saying were true, I knew that, but I also remembered that the last stranger who showed up in Aspen to warn me about the ruthlessness of the pigs turned out to be an undercover agent from the U.S. Treasury Department in Denver. He thundered into town on a big chopped Harley-Davidson hog, wearing a Hells Angels costume, and offered to sell me as much dynamite and as many M16s as I needed. But the city police arrested him for carrying an illegal sawed-off shotgun before he could do any serious damage. "You can't bust me," he told them. "I'm a federal agent. The sheriff called me in to get the goods on this evil bastard, Thompson." The sheriff admitted it. He was up for re-election, at the time, and I was running against him, so it was only natural, he explained, to ask the feds in Denver to send over an informer/provocateur to help him keep tabs on the opposition. The sheriff never explained why his undercover man was so eager to load dynamite and automatic weapons into my campaign headquarters. But what the hell? All that happened 2 years ago, and 2 of the top strategists in that infamous Freak Power campaign were just elected to the 3-man board of county commissioners, which doesn't prove a hell of a lot, but on the other hand it's hard to argue with the idea that, in a majority rule situation, 2 out of 3 is a nice place to start from, especially on those once-a-year days when the sheriff has to go before the board of county commissioners and request enough tax money to pay his own salary and operating expenses for the next 12 months. None of this was passing through my mind as I sat there in the Jerome Hotel bar the other afternoon, opening my mail and listening to this man who said he had just been released from the federal pen. Since the end of the '72 presidential campaign, the Jerome bar has become the de facto Rolling Stone National Affairs desk. I do most of my business there, because of the comfortable atmosphere. There is something about the whole scene at the Jerome that is strongly reminiscent of the McGovern campaign, and after 16 months in that feverish vortex I am having a little trouble slowing down. And besides, the Jerome is a good place to open the mail, which is becoming heavier and heavier, for some reason, and so consistently unpredictable that it's nice to have witnesses when I start ripping into the packages. About a week ago, for instance, I received a hard plastic tube about 6 feet long. My old friend Mike Solheim, the proprietor, eyed it nervously. "Don't open that goddamn thing in here," he said. "Take it outside, get down in the deep end of the pool, where there's plenty of ice." "Don't worry," I said. "I think I know what it is." "So do I," he replied. "It's another one of those goddamn blowguns." Which proved to be true. The tube contained a 6-foot aluminum blowgun, with a package of needle-sharp darts. There was also an instruction sheet. "Warning," it said. "Take care not to breathe in dart when inhaling for air." No, none of that. These buggers were 5 inches long. When needle-sharp, your safari darts will easily penetrate 1/2-inch plywood, auto tires, and tin cans, said the instruction sheet. Then think what these darts will do in the bodies of their victims. They will bury themselves to the dart head every time. They kill without poison. The safari blowgun is so accurate that a beginner can easily hit a 2-inch bullseye at 30 feet. "Bullshit," Solheim muttered. I inserted a dart, taking care not to inhale, then aimed the blowgun at a life-size portrait of 19th century heavyweight boxing champion John L. Sullivan at the other end of the bar and drilled him straight in the chest. Thunk. A table of ski tourists immediately paid their bill and left the bar. The dart had buried itself so deep in the oak paneling that we couldn't pull it out, but the instruction sheet explained this. "Always carry a small pliers with you when shooting the blowgun," it said, "because you cannot remove safari darts from wood without a pliers." Al Romanowski, the Polish ski champion, had been watching us curiously. "Jesus Christ," he said. "One of those things could penetrate a human skull." He grinned. "How much do you want for it?" From Oscar Acosta. Acosta was wrong about Thompson having a movie deal for Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. October 11, 1973. Hunter. "We can do it amicably through lawyers or hand-to-hand. You choose the weapons. But you are not going to get off scot-free. I promise you that. I've been silent on the subject for almost 2 years because of the blackmail threats from both you and Jan that ultimately my book could be stopped. Well, old pal, the book is out now and I'm coming after you. You cocksuckers have been ripping me off for a long time. You are really getting bum advice, my boy. I can stop the fucking movie and sue both Cohen and Zimmerman for simply passing around the script. I never gave you or anyone else the right to libel me in a movie, stupid. And your contract with IFA or Zimmerman must have a movie clause in there saying that you warrant the story to be free from libel as well as from any other claim. Don't you realize I can get Clancy in serious trouble with the bar for stealing that release from me? It must be that you guys have planned to settle with me right from the start because you haven't got a chance in court, about as much as you do of becoming a US Senator. Believe me, man, I am dead serious. Call me or my agent Robert Henry muy pronto and make an offer. It would be better for all if we settled it and forgot it. Besides, you can afford it now. Your old ex-friend, Oscar. To Christy Whitker. Thompson did not disappoint. He sent several colorful blurbs for the jacket of Whitker's campaign book. October 17, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Christy. I just got back from testifying at a rape trial in Fresno and found this goddamn letter INRA, comment on your book, and I remember promising to send something if I didn't have to read the text, or whatever. Jesus, what can I say? And is it too late? Probably not, because publishers always lie about deadlines, so, well, let me think for a moment, not long, and I'll come up with something, maybe. Yes, how's this? This book will blow the balls off all the atavistic geeks like Frank Mankiewicz and Ted Van Dyck who've been running big-time politics in this country, in the Democratic crypt, at any rate, for so long that any right-thinking society would have had them locked up in the Women's House of Detention at least 10 years ago, when it still existed. Or, if Christy Whitker is right, Frank Mankiewicz should be castrated. Or, this book is the best argument I've ever read for getting women out of politics and into sex and drugs where they belong. Or, a disgraceful indictment of the sexist swine who ran American politics. Nothing short of selective castration on a massive scale will right the wrongs MZ. Whitker outlines here. Kazart, I think that should do it. You can use my name with any one or any combination of the quotes I've chiseled out here. I want to remain on record, however, as a firm advocate of the theory that no quote, or blurb, ever sold more than 13 copies of any book in hardcover, and no more than 6 in paperback. Okay for now. Good luck with the fucker. It's bound to be at least the second best book written on the 72 campaign. Hunter. To U.S. Senator George McGovern. Thompson, who had grown close to both candidate George McGovern and his wife, Eleanor, during the 72 campaign, was in the early stages of planning a high-level, invitation-only conference on politics under the sponsorship of Rolling Stone. October 17, 1973. Woody Creek Co. George/Eleanor. Here are 2 copies for your shelf. I was going to send 2 copies of the campaign book, to replace the 2 I sent to your office earlier, but at the last moment I decided to substitute a copy of my FNL in Vegas for Eleanor. It's a much finer and purer effort, and if I had to make a choice between the 2 strictly on artistic and literary merits, the Vegas book would win easily. But that's only my taste, and I leave any judgments on that to you out of politeness, if nothing else, because I have total faith in it when the deal goes down. Okay for now. As for the Senate race in Colorado, I'm holding back and maybe backing off. It's hard to say for sure right now, because I can't get a fix on either Gary or Dolan, and I'd hate to jump in and accomplish nothing more than re-electing Dominic. Sometime very soon the 2/1 party system will have to be seriously challenged, but I'm not sure Colorado in 74 is the right time and place to do it. If you have any hard wisdom on this score, I could definitely use it, so call any time, preferably as late as humanly possible. It's 3:06 a.m. now, and I'm just getting the typewriter warmed up. On normal nights I'm up until 7 or 8 EST. On other fronts, I have a relatively complicated subject to discuss with you, George, having to do with a conference or maybe just a compilation of publishable statements centering on the possibility of a genuine new politics in the immediate future. Rolling Stone has agreed to foot the bill for a sort of low-key ignition conference, and for starters I've been trying to get Carl Wagner and Adam Walensky together to thrash out an agenda. I figure if I can force those two cranked-up freaks to agree on something, the rest will come easy. This is the opposite, you'll note, of your 72 campaign strategy, crack the hardest nuts first, instead of later. Anyway, don't mention this to anybody until we have a chance to talk about it. Max Palevsky, by the way, is no longer connected with Rolling Stone except as a minority stockholder. I don't know the details of the split, but it had heavy overtones strongly reminiscent of that Wednesday afternoon in Miami when I tried to convince him that he was making a mistake by leaving the Doral in a rage. In the meantime, I've deactivated the National Affairs desk for the time being and am going back to sports, which is another subject I'd like to talk about, vis-a-vis team owner Joe Robbie and the Miami Dolphins. I understand he's a family friend, and if that's the case I wonder if you could introduce me to him and let me make a case for my covering the Dolphins for the remainder of this year like I covered your campaign. I understand the implications of this, so feel free to back off, if that's your instinct, but if you'd feel comfortable in effecting a human introduction I'd certainly appreciate it. That's about it for now. I've been hunkered down for a while, trying to recover from 2 years of steady work, a feeling I suspect you'll understand without much trouble. In any case, I'll call sometime soon. Kazart. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Thompson had been asked to write another dust jacket blurb, this one for his Rolling Stone colleague Joe Esterhaus's new book, Charlie Simpson's Apocalypse. October 17, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Jesus, I was amazed to get a human coherent letter from you. I thought the failure of Vegas had put me permanently on the RH non-person list. Anyway, I'll take your subjects in order. 1. I got the Vegas royalty statement and was naturally shocked not only by the original sales failure, but also by the lack of any attempt to recoup by tying Vegas in with the relative success of the campaign book. 2. As for Hell's Angels, it appears to be permanently out of print. A writer for the Wall St. Journal came out here last week to do a piece on gonzo journalism and said he couldn't find a copy of HA anywhere in Los Angeles. The campaign book was prominently displayed everywhere, he said, and he was able to pick up a paperback copy of Vegas, but not even Pickwick Bookstore had a copy of HA, so I look forward with real interest to whatever papers and records you can dredge up from the Ballantine files, INRA, sales figures, printings, earnings, etc. All I know is that I've received some $1,100 in royalties during the past 3 years, but last spring I found a copy, the first one I'd ever seen for sale, in the San Antonio airport, and it was part of the 9th printing, and the last printing I got any money for was something like the 3rd, or possibly the 4th, but I was never aware of a 5th printing, much less a 9th. Cover number 3, by the way, was even worse and more unfocused than HA cover number 2, both of which now make your original cover seem like a piece of inspired art on a level with Van Gogh's ear. 21. One of these days I'm going to get pissed off enough about that HA ripoff to sit down and compile a really brutal Hell's Angels log, which will be good for a lot of laughs in some circles, and maybe even among those who pocketed the money from it. But what the hell? Like you said that time on the phone, when I signed the contract, it was the only game in town. Which was true, at the time, just like Ehrlichman 22 used to have leverage, but I think this goddamn Rebozo 23 syndrome has been pushed just about to the brink. If necessary, I'll hire an independent auditing firm to deal with the HA royalties. Even if I gave the bastards 50% of whatever monies they recover, I figure I'd still come out way ahead. Indeed. But I see we've fouled the agenda here. That bitch was supposed to come last, and it was definitely not aimed at you. At least not personally. 3. Mankiewicz's claim that he bought a copy of Vegas for 19 cents, at some unspecified store in Washington, which I must admit I never verified or even pursued, for that matter, because at the time I was frankly appalled to hear a thing like that, and since it was said in a group of some sort, at McGovern's house, as I recall, I wasn't especially eager to make a scene about it. But he definitely said it, and in a way that gave me no reason to think he was lying, although maybe he was. Frank has a weird sense of humor. In any case, I was surprised to get your version of the meeting with Doug Mount, who was definitely empowered, during a long phone talk on the night before he came to your office, to act as my agent and partner in a deal that would take all remaining copies of Vegas off your hands at 22.5 cents each. But when I talked to him a day or so later, he said you'd been something less than receptive to the idea, implying that I was bitwicky for even sending him to see you in the first place. At this point, while he was half accusing me of sandbagging him, I got the distinct impression that you had sandbagged me by offering to sell me the books at the price I suggested, then disowning the deal when Mount appeared in New York to consummate it. Whatever actually happened, I'm still interested in buying the books, so, in order to avoid any further confusion, you should let me know in writing just exactly what you have in mind. Once I know that, I'll crank up something serious on my end. The original proposal, as I recall, was for a mass purchase, by me or somebody acting in my behalf and probably with my money, of all remaining copies of FNL in Las Vegas for 22.5 cents each. I was under the impression that you'd agreed to this, which is why I sent Mount to see you, but the two of you apparently had a communications breakdown, so it will probably take a while to get our figures together again. I assume, however, that my offer will be substantially the same, give or take a penny or so, and I'd like your response in writing ASAP. Thanks. 4. This one is tricky, and it was actually the real reason for my writing this letter in the first place. I haven't done a letter this long in 2 years, but anyway, we now get back to whatever you want me to say about Joe Esterhaus' book, presumably for use somewhere on the jacket or at least in the advertising. You've never told me what you really want, but I assume it's something like that one Tom Wolfe had on the inside flap of the Vegas book, the one that made Vegas such a fantastic seller, right? You remember that one, scorching and outrageous, as I recall. It was a good quote, excerpted from a letter from Tom to me, as an outgrowth of some conversation we'd had earlier in San Francisco about the nature of new journalism, and I remember feeling guilty and apologizing to Tom for so obviously putting his words to my own commercial use, or at least what seemed like a commercial use at the time. The fact that we were grossly disabused of that notion very shortly in no way reflects on the spirit of Tom's original letter. Which brings me now to the subject of Joe's book, and my apparent inability to write a proper sales pitch for it, a problem that has caused me more personal anguish and cost me more friends in the past 2 years than anything else I can think of. For a while I was getting maybe 3 or 4 books a year to read, evaluate and put in a selling capsule of 20 words or less, but in the past 6 months I've been getting on the average of 1 book a week, and sometimes I get 3 or 4 a week. Just tonight I sent off a handful of unusable quotes. No publisher has ever used anything I've sent, despite the fact that I usually labor and groan over the fuckers. For a book on the McGovern campaign by a girl named Christy Whitker, I also, tonight, sent a letter to some editor who wanted me to endorse a book by Kenneth Anger 24 that he hadn't bothered to send me. He said he'd send me a batch of copies for my own use in exchange for a selling blurb, and also, tonight, I sent a guilty letter to a friend of mine who'd sent me the galleys of his girlfriend's first book, along with a note saying her whole future depended on my publishable comments on her work, but I dashed off a letter calling him a rotten bastard for putting me in that kind of a position and saying I refused to read her book under any circumstances, or any other book he might send in the future. I'm telling you all this just to warn you about my current state of mind, which has been badly bent, of late, by a goddamn torrent of people who not only want to come out here and move into my house, but also into my head and my crotch. On a recent Saturday we had 12 applicants for my Senate campaign appear in the driveway between the hours of 9 and 6. Fortunately, Stedman was here to speak with them because I have a firm rule now about never answering either the phone or the door, which has put an ever-increasing burden on Sandy's nerves. Every time the phone rings we just stare at each other for a while, then her eyes get narrow and her shoulders curl down and she jerks the bastard off the hook and says Dr. Thompson will not be available, for any foreseeable reason, at any time in the near or distant future. Our only hope now is that Juan can soon take over. He seems to enjoy talking at length with these strangers, even the kinkiest, and he's developing a real talent for it. But, again, this has only a peripheral bearing on the Esther Haas book problem which, due to your last letter, has now become a major psychic burden for me. I have no real idea what you want or need from me, or how you plan to use it, but the only thing I'm absolutely certain of, right now, is that my failure to produce this thing is going to haunt me for years to come and probably scar me for life. And I will fail. There's no doubt at all about that. Just as I failed in every other attempt to write blurbs for other friends' books. Not one has ever been used, Jim. Not one fucking word, by anybody, and I've invariably put more work into the goddamn things than I normally put into 5 or 6 pages of a complex political article. A particularly galling example occurred about 3 months ago when a set of bound galleys arrived, with a note from some editor I'd never heard of, and for some strange reason I took the thing to bed with me one night and read it straight through. The next day I sent the editor a note full of King Hell quotes, saying it was one of the meanest and fastest moving stories I'd ever read. I recalled several scenes that I described as crazed and fantastic violence, and I closed the letter with a brief graph saying that all I missed in the book was a certain sense of dimension, complexity, reality, etc. in the protagonist. It was the kind of complaint a creative writing professor would toss into an otherwise high-bouncing gold hat critique. Because all books are flawed, of course, either horizontally or vertically, and since they'd sent me this book to read and comment on, I felt that classic sort of reviewer's compulsion to whack it at least once, if only to lend a suggestion of balance and perspective to all the good things I'd said about it. Well, Jim, it didn't work. About 3 weeks later I got a letter from the editor who'd sent me the galleys in the first place, a total stranger to me, just like the author, and he spent a whole single-spaced page moaning about how sad it was that I couldn't find it in my heart to acknowledge real talent when it was laid out right in front of my eyes, and how he'd perhaps made a mistake in sending me the book in the first place, along with random dollops of gibberish here and there about success and failure and God only knows what else, and the net result of the whole thing was, if that mush-minded cocksucker ever sends me another book, by anybody, I'm going to soak it in 2 quarts of epoxy glue and send it back to him, cod, in a box made of oak logs. As I told you in an earlier letter, you can sign my name to almost anything short of disgraceful madness. A recent review of both Fear and Loathing books, for instance, said the Vegas epic was possibly the best book since the Bible. I would not be willing to go quite that far with Joe's book, but I would say, for instance, that it's one of the best and most brutally truthful pieces of American journalism since Maggie, A Girl of the Streets 25, or that Esther Haas explodes the myth of the new journalism by showing what old journalism could have been, all along, in the hands of a fine writer. But none of that shit will sell books, will it? No more than Wolf's fine words sold any copies of Vegas, or at least not enough to matter, and it occurs to me now that there is something not quite right or reasonable that Random House writers should be burdened with the obligation to sell each other's books. What the fuck do you pay all those salesmen for? How about the publicity department? The promotion people? All those wizards in the editor's offices who'll make twice as much this year as either me or Esther Haas. My gross salary last year was $12,000 and I paid every goddamn dime of my campaign coverage expenses out of my book advance, approximately $32,000, or slightly more than my half of the paperback sale, and now, with both of my RH books out of print in hardcover and my royalty statements a series of foul testaments to some kind of baffling stagnation that nobody including me seems able to understand, now, in the shadow of all this, you're leaning on me for some kind of instant wisdom to help you sell Joe's book. None of this matters at the moment, however. The first 3 points should be easy enough for you to deal with, but number 4 is a real bastard. I can write the flap copy and ads for my own books, but my experience with trying to do it for other people has been extremely grim. Maybe we could lash something together real quick on the telephone. If you want to try it, I'm game and we could probably come up with something right in less than 10 minutes. Give me a ring some afternoon if you feel up to it. Kazart. Hunter. To Gary Wills. Respected magazine writer Gary Wills raised Thompson's hackles with his lukewarm review of Fear and Loathing, on the campaign trail 72. October 17, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Gary. Jesus, it came as a bit of a shock to get beaten so savagely for 2 typos, but I guess you have all those notes and other bullshit by now, so there's no point working it over again. As a final note, however, I think your total misunderstanding of my argument about what McGovern should have done, might be worth arguing about over a beer or 9 someday. I never equated new politics with moving left. That connection was made, quite predictably, by establishment columnists. This is one of the subjects I like to bash around with Pat Buchanan. He's one of the few hitmen in that crowd, or any other, for that matter, that I can really enjoy getting it on with. We disagree so violently on almost everything that it's a real pleasure to drink with him. If nothing else, he's absolutely honest in his lunacy, and I've found, during my admittedly limited experience in political reporting, that power and honesty very rarely coincide. I never tried to absolve Pat of Nixon's crimes and cruelties, all I said was that he didn't mind talking with me about them, and considering the things I've said about the boss, I have to respect Pat's willingness to invite me over to his apartment and deal with me as a friend, even when I'm sitting there, half drunk in the sun, telling him that somebody could do the world a big favor by dragging former Nixon White House aide Charles Tex Colson down Ave, at the end of a 40-foot rope. Can you imagine sitting down for beers with Ehrlichman and telling him a thing like that? In the winter of '71. Give that one some thought and then see if you still think it's so rotten for me to sit down and spend an afternoon of flat-out verbal arm wrestling with Pat Buchanan. In any case, and just for the record, I disagree savagely with at least 92% of Pat's political views, but I like the bastard and I intend to keep on drinking with him, from time to time, and anybody who doesn't like it can suck wind. On other fronts, I can understand how you might have gone a bit off the edge when you saw George F. Will's theory attributed to U-26, but I guarantee your reaction was mild, compared to mine. Ever since I began writing politics for Ars, my main problem has been that most of the editorial staff who've never even seen me tend to take my image absolutely seriously, which apparently makes it hard for them to believe I can even spell my own name, much less anybody else's. At last count, as the 4th or maybe 5th edition of my campaign book went to press, I was still fighting to correct 422 serious errors in the text, but at $3 a character, in the line count, that's a hard argument to win on the phone, 1,500 miles away from the printer. But fuck all that. The bad rap you laid on me regarding the typos will die easy, but if you want to push that thing about what McGovern should have done, the least you can do is get straight on what I said. And if I didn't make myself clear in the book, I think it's important enough to talk about before we do any more arguing in print. Sincerely, Hunter. To George Stranahan. Thompson's neighbor George Stranahan still owned much of the land around Woody Creek. October 19, 1973. Woody Creek Co. George. I've been thinking for the past few months that we should get together for a long rambling talk about what's happening and going to happen in this valley, but I never seem to get myself focused enough or to find you loose and alone, at the right time, and meanwhile things seem to be happening very fast all around us. I went, almost by accident, to the last meeting of the Woody Creek Caucus and got involved in a nasty crunch about the future of gravel pits in WC. I meant to go as a pure observer, but with C. Vanier and D. Barry running one side of the gig, I yielded to my weakness and got involved. In any case, the geeks in Lower Woody are getting their plans together, and I think it's unhealthy for you not to be involved in some way, if only because I want to know what the fuck you're thinking about doing with your land. Right. My interest is totally selfish. I remember a Bobby Kennedy press conference in Rio that I went to about 10 years ago. It was 62 and JFK was still president, and I remember Robert's words pretty well, if not with exact precision. In answer to some question that no longer matters, he said, "The United States, as always, will look primarily to its own interests." This has stuck in my head for a decade, and that memory has served me fairly well, I think, in terms of journalism and various other areas, and the reason I mention it now is that I assume our interests still mesh, with regard to what's happening in WC. If so, I think we'd be doing ourselves a favor by getting together and articulating them, some evening, and, if not, I've spoken with Joe Edwards about arranging some kind of buyout addendum to our land contract, which in return for a sum of money would leave me free to sell out to the highest bidder, if circumstances dictated. Another alternative, which just occurred to me about 96 seconds ago, is that you could sell me the pasture in front of my house, under the most restrictive of all possible circumstances, and we could then use my land bridge over the county right-of-way to effectively seal off the valley from here to Lenadug. That would have three immediate and obvious benefits. 1. The pasture in front of me would remain in its natural state. 2. The county road would have to run through one land holding, instead of between two different ones, as it is now. And 3, well, shit, now that I give it some thought I see various loose ends, not many, but enough to spend at least another hour or so thinking about it. The nut, however, has to do with the long-term future of Woody Creek, and I get the feeling that those people down on the river are sort of teetering on the brink, right now between selling out and hanging tough, and one of the main factors in their confusion seems to be whatever plans, or lack of them, you and Stanley might have for Upper Woody. In other words, there's no point in them spending time and money fighting the slag heap, only to have another nightmare develop above them. T. Garth, for instance, mentioned the possibility of a copper mine above his place, and nobody has the vaguest fucking idea what you're up to, including me. So I think we should talk about this, and preferably in some human atmosphere free of savage accusations, etc. I'm essentially concerned with what you have in mind, and how it might affect me, in the long run, and very soon. I think, a lot of other people, whose interests at the moment are hovering between the short term and the long, will be coming to that same conclusion. There is not much doubt in anybody's mind that you have it in your power to alter or not alter the whole complexion and reality of Woody Creek. This is something that goes far beyond my own personal interest, financially or any other way, in the land I currently occupy here. If I controlled enough acres to be able, by a personal decision, to turn the tide in terms of land use, I'd be in the kind of situation I think you're in right now, which is a kind of catbird seat, whereby you can de facto guarantee the sanctity of other people's land by the way you decide to use yours, and from what I've seen and heard from the others, there's not much doubt about this. The real horror of land use in Woody Creek, up to now, has been the example, in a vacuum, of Wink Jaffe. He has set a very aggressive tone, not just selling his land, but grinding it up into gravel and piecing it off by the truckload. On the generally accepted spectrum, Jaffe's blind greed has made your own dealings seem philanthropic and far-sighted, but there's no point kidding ourselves about that, is there? How many more mesas will you have to sell to those corporate buttfuckers at the Institute? But do you really want to sell the whole valley to absentee owners and New York-based landlords? Addled-brained shitheads like Slater and Nielsen, 27. Shit, I have other things to write for money, to pay off the mortgage, so I'll chop this off here and hope I've made at least a bit of a point. Call ASAP and let's get together for a talk. Okay. Hunter. To Virginia Thompson. After 2 years of nearly non-stop work, Thompson found that his bank account had not grown at the same rate as his reputation. October 20, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear V. I never liked Mom, and Virginia seems too formal, and since I sign H on letters to my friends, maybe V will serve with you. I feel more comfortable with it, at least in writing. A quick answer to your letter of today is that there is no news from me, Sandy and Juan. Nothing except the dullest and most mundane activity has afflicted this place since the long-suffering end of the Campaign 72 book and my half-involved summer in Washington at the Watergate scene. I seem to be in the grip of a deep/dark letdown after spending 2 years at top speed on the Fear and Loathing books. At the moment I feel physically and mentally and emotionally drained. I can't even get excited about what I think is the imminent demise of Nixon. I tried to go hunting the other day, but standing around the campfire about midnight before the hunt I realized I would never pull a trigger the next day, so I drove a Jeep down the mountain and crashed it into a boulder so violently that it destroyed the front end, and I spent the next 2 nights sleeping out in the weeds of a river bottom on the western slope of the Rockies, looking up through the limbs at the jet trails 33,000 feet up in the sky on the run between New York and LA, and knowing that on any other night I could be up there in one of those planes, but feeling very nice down there in my sleeping bag like a totally anonymous person or maybe even an animal. All alone. Not a human being within 10 miles in any direction. I'd forgotten how it feels to be absolutely alone for more than brief moments here and there. Anyway, I find myself getting famous, but no richer than I was before people started recognizing and harassing me almost everywhere I go. The Vegas book, for instance, was a drastic failure on the money front, only 10,000 sales out of a 30,000 first printing. That's bad for the editor, very bad, which explains why my next book will be published by Straight Arrow instead of Random House. The Campaign 72 book is doing better than expected. It looks to be more along the lines, financially, of the Hells Angels book, which has so far netted a bit over $25,000 spread out over 5 years. But things seem to be working out. The one benefit of fame seems to be a big expense account, but that only works when I'm traveling, and the net is always zero. I'm beginning to feel like Joe Louis 28 when he was wallowing in all those dollars for so many years, but none of them stuck to his fingers, and when the deal went down he couldn't even pay for his taxes. But no, it's not that bad. I have all manner of geeks from TV shows and lecture agencies calling me at Rolling Stone, and I suppose I could make a wad of money if I returned the calls, but I tried the lecture circuit for a week last spring and it came close to destroying me. I made a drunken fool of myself at places like Yale, Harvard and the University of Chicago, and when we added up the bills I was somehow about $600 in the red, due to unexplained expenses on the road. The only TV thing I've agreed to do this time around is a 1-hour argument of sorts with Dick Tuck on NBC next week in Los Angeles. It's a new show called Tomorrow, which comes on around 1 in the morning, following tonight. 29 We're scheduled to tape our gig on October 24th, for the Thursday, October 25th program. If I can keep a straight head for the taping, the result might be worth watching. Check the listings on Oct 25 Tomorrow, NBC, in the early morning hours. As for that running for the Senate trip, that's just another case of trapping myself in my own rhetoric, and the idea that I should ambush Dominic in the GOP primary was Pat Caddell's wishful thinking. He'd already signed on to do the polls for Gary Hart in the Democratic primary, for the Senate, so he tried to pass me, his other client, off as a dingbat Republican. Politicians are pigs, but the people who make their living off of politicians are beyond description. And so much for all that. What was that madness about getting me into a lawsuit in Memphis about some estate I never even heard of? I assume it was some spin-off from Uncle Garney, but, Jesus, what a nasty shock to suddenly find myself named as a plaintiff in some goddamn lawsuit in Shelby County, Tennessee, or some such place. I have enough real lawsuits on my head, without having to grapple with people I never even heard of. At the moment, Oscar Acosta, the Chicano attorney whose behavior was the genesis of my attorney in the Vegas book, has an apparently valid claim against me for $25,000, which would worry me considerably if there was any way he could get it, but even in a money vacuum he's managed to kill any chance of a film sale by his constant threats of a libel suit. So in essence nothing has really changed much, except that I'm now making mortgage payments, instead of rent, and that's a big difference psychologically. if nothing else. One is fine, Sandy's teaching reading at the community school, and I'm doing nothing at all. Nothing. And that's the way I like it for now, anyway. Love. Hunter. To Jerome Grossman. In February 1972, Thompson had gone to Worcester to cover the Rad/Lib caucus organized to unify Massachusetts liberals before the state's April 25 Democratic presidential primary. George McGovern beat Eugene McCarthy nearly 3-1 in the informal ballot. To make things worse, Thompson wrote in Fear and Loathing, on the campaign trail 72, one of the main organizers of the Rad/Lib caucus was Jerry Grossman, a wealthy envelope manufacturer, and a key McCarthy fundraiser in the 68 campaign, who after the event went far out of his way, to make sure McCarthy was done for by immediately endorsing McGovern. October 20, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jerome, I am going through your long letter of Sept 11 for the third time tonight, and I'm damned if I know how to answer you. Some of your points are so hard and true that they snap me up short with a sense of humility, the backed-off journalist versus the totally committed activist, and some are such pure, petty gibberish that I wonder if getting into politics on a national level is worth the horror of putting up with this kind of bullshit, or even existing in the same arena with it. But what the hell? Let me read the goddamn thing again, and maybe after that I'll be able to deal with it on that level, undetermined as yet where it was conceived or at least written. In the meantime, however, and despite any ugly outbursts that might come your way in the future, I should probably say here, while there's still time, that every milligram of energy that you've put into politics since I first heard your name up at the Wayfarer in 68 is a milligram I envy and have to admire. And whatever description of you in my book that seems to have offended you was, after all, just a quote from one of your local politics wizards. If I zapped you personally, I don't recall it, and if I was ever that careless I should probably apologize. One of my continuing fears is that a combination of rampant ego and fun with the language might result in the flaying of innocent people, but I try to be careful, and a backwards glance at the evidence leaves me feeling pretty clean. Which is not to say that I might or might not have maligned you, accidentally, in my account of the 72 campaign mess. Rad/Lib caucus, or perhaps in some other area. Contrary to the assumptions of many book reviewers, I began and continued my coverage of the 72 campaign with the idea that a totally ignorant person might learn a lot more than somebody with a bag of old ideas. Your claim, however, referring, as you do, to page 65 of my book, that the mass Rad/Lib caucus was not conceived as a launching pad for McCarthy in 72 reminds me that I would never even have known about the goddamn thing if somebody working for McCarthy hadn't called me at my house in Washington to tell me about it, which is why I went there, for starters, and I also attended the McCarthy rally at Holy Cross the night before the caucus, where Gene made some very strong statements that were not supported by his showing when the deal went down some 15 hours later. I listened to Democratic political strategist Richard N. Goodwin speak that day, I listened to Gruening speak, and I was out on the floor when Ruther 30 was counting his votes, and it was brutally clear to me, even before the vote was announced, that Gruening and Ruther had you and Goodwin beaten stupid. I was a bit shaken by the outcome, as I said in the book, but after a time I managed to overcome my shock and also that memory of McGovern arm in arm with Hubert at the stockyards in 68, and by the time of the California primary I was able to feel a sense of at least journalistic unity with the troops in the McGovern campaign. It was not until a month or so later that I realized that this was not quite the same as feeling a sense of unity with McGovern's top command, but at least I admit my mistake on that score. And the deadly weakness I see among you people is that you never understood what was happening, or failing to happen, in 72. All anybody has to do, to understand why Nixon is our president today, is lock himself in a motel room, overnight, with Marty Parrott's 31 Adam Walensky and Al Barkin. After 8 hours of that, anybody would vote for Nixon or even Agnew now. This is the horror that I see in politics today, a pack of self-righteous hyenas feeding on an unexpected carcass, and getting bloated too fast on all that sudden meat. I can rail and shout against this, but it won't mean shit in the vacuum of energy and ideas we're all flailing around in right now. As painful as it might be for you, we have to admit that McCarthy was a fraud and Sam Ervin is worse, and that McGovern, for all his faults, was a potentially viable presidential candidate in '72 if he hadn't splintered his constituency, or if people like you and Parrots hadn't splintered it for him, and that at least a part of his root problem lay in the turned off if you're not a virgin you're a whore syndrome that emerged from the Worcester caucus. This attitude was either an excuse or a reason for much of McGovern's staff thinking throughout the campaign, and I doubt if he understands, even now, why Massachusetts was the only state he won. Jesus. I only meant to send a note saying I'd answer your long letter at some later date, when I had time to cope with it. But I see I've gotten into some of the meat, not all, certainly, and now that I think on it for a moment I don't see much point in haggling with you over the details of what went wrong in '72, because the main drift is painfully apparent. Anyway, I'm sure you've noted by now that my stationery stash contains no second sheets. Herr Wenner feels very strongly about titles and letterheads. And I'm sure you've also picked up on the fact that I haven't responded to the main thrust of your letter, which struck me, frankly, as a classic of linthead thinking, but which was so artfully and aggressively presented as to demand an answer in the same vein. And in all truth, Jerome, I'm just not up to that right now. It's almost done and I have a lot of things to deal with, everything from digging holes to planting 2 16-feet blue spruce trees in my front yard to organizing a local land use referendum and rewriting the 13th draft of my statement explaining why I can't muster enough adrenaline to run for the U.S. Senate in Colorado this year. Colorado is a long way from Massachusetts, and at the moment I'm about 8,000 feet higher than you, which may or may not affect the tenor of our talk, but in any case it gives me a sense of wasted energy with regard to this letter. It is more than what I intended, and much less than what I'd planned, but, considering the possibilities, maybe it's just about right. In closing, from one politics junkie to another, I feel pretty safe in assuming that you'll keep hammering the swine from your own stylish mountaintop. You might not believe this, Jerome, but the truth is that I'm really on your side. What worries me now and then is that you might not be on mine. Kazart. Hunter S. Thompson. From U.S. Senator George McGovern. October 22, 1973. Washington, D.C. Dear Hunter. The books arrived with the inimitable Hunter Thompson inscriptions, wrappings, and trappings. They are warmly appreciated by Eleanor and me. Thanks so much, too, for the 2 delightful posters which were mailed earlier. We will treasure them. Enclosed is a copy of my letter to Joe Robbie, recommending that he agree to your suggestion. I think it would be a good mutual arrangement. With regard to the new politics matter, I will await your call on that sometime in the near future. I think you are probably a better judge of the Colorado situation than I am, but if I get any brainstorms, I will give you a call. Love to you and Sandy. As ever. George McGovern. Eleanor was pleased that you remembered her with the Las Vegas book inscription. I will read it too. From Catherine Graham, The Washington Post. Graham sent her personal thanks for Thompson's subscription and payment. October 25, 1973. Dear Mr. Thompson. Thank you for your enthusiastic appraisal of the Post and for backing it up with lovely $. I only hope we fulfill the promise, which the paper shortage is making us look at rather hard. I am an admirer of yours and don't want to put you out of work. But I would like to have that drink. Since Aspen looks pretty remote, please let me know if you can come east. Tell your doctor that Newsweek's editors edit standing or even running. Sincerely. K. Graham. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson was forging ahead with his plans for a Rolling Stone sponsored summit of the nation's best political thinkers. November 27, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Jan. Both my typewriters are fucked now, so this will have to be handwritten, as it were the required memo INRA, plans, budget, etc. for A76. I talked for about an hour with Dick Goodwin tonight and also with Adam Walensky this afternoon, and at this point I feel I've gone as far as I can without some kind of formal, written commitment from you. Without it, I fear the vicious embarrassment that would come to be called Thompson's folly or the Rolling Stone political nightmare if I get the thing half organized and then let it drop for lack of funds, interest, understanding, etc. on your part. So far, we have Adam, Goodwin, Wagner, and Dave Burke 32 tentatively agreed on a small meeting, and the necessity for it, sometime in January. Dick and I agreed on a target number of 9 participants, which probably means 11 in the end. But right now we're aiming for 9, as a very manageable number. This memo, in addition to the copies you already have of Wagner's outline and my letter of 11/10 to Adam, should give you enough information for a DECS/COM decision commitment, ASAP. I absolutely need this before I can go any further on my own. Given the obvious fact of my own inability to finance the thing and also my somewhat nebulous connection with the Ars Empire, I feel the need for some firm footing before I get locked into this gig any further than I am now. So, here's the way I think we should do it. 1. Organize the whole thing, on paper, in the form of a book contract with S/A straight arrow along the same lines as my C-72 book. The contract would essentially be between me and S/A, or, rather, between S/A and HST plus 10, 11, or 12 John Does, names to be filled in later, for royalty purposes. By this means, all expenses for putting the conference, and the book, together would be covered by an advance, with all profits beyond the advance, 15%, going in equal amounts to the authors. 2. Under this arrangement, I would be personally responsible to S/A for delivery of the book, which would not only focus the responsibility, but spare us both the apparently interminable and energy-sapping money squabbling that seems to be part of any working arrangement with Ars. It would also require a credit card and a separate phone credit card, like the C-72 book contract, that would allow for separate accounting and budgeting. 3. It would also require a lump sum payment to me for organizing the whole thing and writing the introduction along the lines of the C-72 contract, probably a $10,000 payment on delivery to me, with another $20,000 as an advance against expenses, for all authors/participants. Kazart. It's 5:57 a.m. now and the Aspen FM station is howling White Rabbit, a good omen, feed your head. And starve a habit, that's what I've always said. Anyway, the A76 project would also require the services of a more or less full-time ex-secchi to keep the lines untangled. You may have somebody in mind, if not, and with considerable luck, I might be able to arrange for somebody out of my own vast experience. I figure the whole project from DECS/COM to publication will take about a year, but if it works out right, we'll have a landmark book for 76 and a steady seller until 1999. The main problem lies in the selection of the people Goodwin is going to call in a few hours with his list. Adam and Carl have theirs, and then, of course, there's mine. All of which now amounts to 25 or 30 names so far. We've already vetoed J.K. Galbraith, and any use of the word Democratic in the title, for instance, just to give you an idea how the thing is beginning to mesh. So, we should have a long, and perhaps taped, phone talk very soon. Then we'll need a D/C and a contract, which Lynn can arrange, I think, after proper instruction. Personally, I like the C-72 contract as a working model. It allows for maximum freedom, minimum hassle, total reimbursement of all expenses, and potentially unlimited returns. Any pre-pub excerpts in Ars should be treated as a separate matter, I think, once again, like my C-72 arrangement. Overall, I see no real problems unless we create them ourselves. Goodwin and I can handle the personnel problems, and a good ex-secchi can do the tangible organizing, travel, location, communications, etc. Dick's function, as I see it, will be to keep me from stacking the thing with wild-eyed radical freaks, and mine will be to keep Goodwin from turning it into a Kennedy for president and organizing seminar. As for you, well, when your nerves get so bad that you have to be doused with a fire-smothering agent, for your own good. I hate to say this, but institutionalization is not always a bad thing. In any case, I'll probably see you over there in a few days. I'm planning to make the Houston trip with the Oakland Raiders this weekend, so give this thing some thought ASAP so we can get it settled quick. Thanks. H. From Oscar Acosta. Acosta was also a bit of a politics junkie. November 29, 1973. Los Angeles, CA. Hunter. For the past 6 months I've tried to find a job as a writer, lawyer, clerk, laborer, etc. I am blackballed everywhere in Frisco and LA. I've lived on food stamps and petty theft. As you know, counterculture legends don't pay off in cash. Ass and dope are always plentiful, but no one seems to care about my room and board. Despite all messages and nightmares to the contrary, I still am looking to you as my only serious white connection for the big contract. The way it looks from here, I'd even settle for a small one. Send immediate seed money to discuss the possibilities of forming a political alliance between your freaks and my cucarachas. If I had the bread, I could without doubt be elected to the offices, 1. of City Council, Assembly, Judge, and probably Congress. A new Chicano district has just been ordered by the California Supreme Court. If you're still serious about running for Senate, you are going to need Corky. 33 I am back with the boys in East LA. The commies who drove me out 2 years ago are now stone Nazis, PL. I ran into Caesar 3-4 at the press club and he gave me his blessings in front of the politicos who would be my only opponents. I am very aware that all this sounds like a repeat of my early letters of '68, but the truth is that things have gotten more deadly serious, much more than in those days when it all sounded like pipe dreams. E.g., 1. Chicano, i.e., power is now officially accepted. 2. The deputy mayor, Aragon, former CIA in Brazil, told me to give him a call if I needed anything. 3. The press all came at my command. All I said was I'd written an exposé of the CLF, etc. And they came but were too embarrassed to ask if it was fiction or journalism, etc. 4. And East LA, part of unincorporated county, will soon be incorporated, which would automatically give me at least city attorney, if not chief of police. My only drawback is the status of my taxes, 9 years no file, but it will actually raise all those good American issues once again, no taxation without rep, etc. Why don't you set up a meeting with me? After all, I can probably even make trouble for LA. Mayor Tom Bradley, his boy. In a close race, I am the best spoiler candidate in town. At the very least, send my share. You did say 20%, of the film rights to F/L. Clancy said you got $7,500, deduct my loans from you to me and wish me well, as I do you. The bill for the car, assuming you had to pay for it, should be sent to Associate Editor David Harris at r/s since he used it for that week. I didn't get to fuck Joan, or you can consider that my fee for holding your hand all the way into the fucking airplane. Money-wise, I am desperate. Send help to above address, quick, thanks. Oscar. To Oscar Acosta. By late 1973, relations between Thompson and Acosta had deteriorated to the point of this scathing missive. December 4, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Dear Oscar. Your mail has been getting through for good and mainly ill, as it were, so I thought I should send you this note INRA, your request of November 29 for seed money. Or any other kind, for that matter. What in the fuck would cause you to ask me for money after all the insane bullshit you've put me through for the past 2 years? Why don't you try to collect your 20% of that $7,500 Clancy said I got for the film rights to Vegas? A gig like that should keep you busy for a while. Right, put your legal skills to work, work in your own vicious shadow for a change, and see how it feels. The ugly truth, Oscar, is that there never was and as far as I know never will be a fucking penny for the film rights to Vegas, not for me, or you, or Savage Henry, Sick, or The Hitchhiker, or your LA lawyer, or anybody else. The book has been rendered totally unsaleable for film, for reasons I suspect you understand far better than I do, and the only satisfaction I get out of telling you this comes with knowing that you need that 20% a lot more than I need the 80%. I can still make a living by writing, old sport, but all you seem able to do is burn your ex-friends. Yeah, I paid that goddamn $258 rental car bill, and Wenner laughs at the idea that Harris used it for working on our story. Anyway, good luck with your grudge. No doubt it'll make you as many good friends in the future as it has in the past. As for me, my attorney advises me that I can at least deduct something around $10,000 for losses you caused me in '73. In the meantime, why don't you write a nice movie? Or a book? You shouldn't have any trouble selling the fucker, considering all the people you fucked over and burned. Good luck. Whitey. To Max Palevsky. No longer associated with Rolling Stone, Max Palevsky had written to Thompson that he was calling in a $10,000 personal loan he had made to the writer. December 4, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Ah, Max, sometimes I wonder about you. Your last letter was, as always, a joyous thing to receive. It confirmed my lifelong belief that there is no such thing as paranoia. Only ignorance, naivete, sloth, and the ever-present danger of allowing one's affairs to fall into the hands of toothless 10%ers. Which means, and I suppose this was inevitable from the start, that I'll have to come down there and deal personally with this goddamn thing. All my hired surrogates come back with different stories which might surprise me if I didn't know you, so I figure the only way to understand what shorted out is to talk on a human basis. Or at least as close to that as possible, given these newer and cheaper circumstances. In any case, I'll call in a day or so from SF. That should give you adequate time to consult with the charred remnants of your conscience. Kazart. Hunter. To Max Palevsky. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas was finally made into a movie directed by Terry Gilliam, starring Johnny Depp, and screened at the International Cannes Film Festival in 1998. December 25, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Max. I'm sure you're aware that anything I write or say to you right now with regard to that $10,000 and the Vegas film rights is subject to certain constraints and essentially aggressive advice from other quarters, all of which I pay for good or ill, and which, for that reason, if no other, I'm inclined to take seriously. And the nut of this advice, for right now, is that somebody other than me has fucked up vis-a-vis the Vegas film gig. I have not, to my knowledge or even in the realm of accusation, done anything weird, wrong, or disruptive in that area, which leads me to feel, on balance, that I should not logically bear the brunt of other people's mistakes. I have never backed off from paying my own dues, but at the same time I feel a genuine reluctance to write a check for other people's fuck UPS. I suspect you understand this, just as I hope you understand that I appreciate your loan of $10,000 and have every intention of repaying it. But you should also understand that I can't just freak out and disregard all the professional advice I pay for, the essence of which is that I'm being ripped to the tits for no reason. I was hoping, on that afternoon that I drove Linda Palevsky and Janie Wenner out to the airport, that we could cope with the problem on a human basis and thus get it off both our backs, but that was clearly impossible under the circumstances, so we're still in the pit, and every solution proposed to me seems more distasteful than the last, but it's also a fact that the logic of the moment seems entirely on my side, for good or ill. So in answer to your last letter, let me assure you once again that I have every intention of repaying that $10,000 loan. The only question, right now, is how it should be repaid. And that involves what I regard as an essentially ethical question vis-a-vis the Vegas film rights, just as I regard the $10,000 loan as an ethical question, with the onus on me. For that reason, the repayment of the $10,000 loan should be the least of your worries. The question I have to deal with now is how and to understand that I have to get straight on the facts of that goddamn film deal, which at the moment are not within my grasp, but which in the final analysis will have a drastic effect on my personal finances. So don't take it personally, Max, if I seem to be a trifle less than eager to abandon all hope on this matter, which has suddenly assumed a complexity far beyond the simple matter of a $10,000 personal loan. But, whatever happens, I'd like to keep it on a friendly human basis. If not, well, I've never been averse to a good fuck around, especially in the face of the odds we're looking at here, but, even then, I'd rather not get personal. I'm sure, in the meantime, that either you or your lawyers will be in touch with IFA, on one level or another. So let's leave it at that, for now. Shit, we might even have some fun with this thing, maybe even a good story of some sort. Kazart. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. December 25, 1973. Woody Creek Co. Jan. Here's a copy of a thing I just sent to Walsh.35. My feeling at the moment is that neither he nor you nor anyone else at ours can really help me on this, given the dim results of Walsh's best efforts to lean on the Raider management, so I think we'll all be better off if I just deal with the bugger myself, and hope for the best. Walsh, however, can be critical in any dealings that might arise INRA, my press credentials for the Super Bowl, but beyond that, I think we pretty well shot our wad vis-a-vis ours and the Raider management, and any further pressure from ours will only piss them off and prejudice whatever's left of my human connection over there. I'm assuming, for now, that I have valid, and first-class, press credentials for the Super Bowl in Houston, and, to that end, I think we should ask for FOTG credentials for Raoul Duke, in addition to the normal press bullshit for HST. That way, as a compromise solution in line with the one you've already suggested, I might be able to work incognito as a photographer. Which might work out at least as well as it did on that Cozumel/Playboy assignment. Okay for now. I hope to fuck you've left the A-76 trip intact enough for me to cope with it personally. Otherwise, I doubt if there's any point in wasting either of our time and effort on a 74 writing contract. As far as I'm concerned, my recent visits to SF INRA, the Pro Football Story and other gimcracks constitute the fair and reasonable trial period we informally agreed on during my quasi-violent Halloween visit, and I doubt if anyone who lived through the last one would urge any further extension of the trial period. My feeling about ours, at this time, is that we'll all be better off if I stay as far from the day-to-day operations as humanly possible, and if you called for a staff vote, I think the results would agree with me. I want to be on record, however, to the effect that I remain genuinely and personally concerned INRA, the direction ours appears to be drifting toward at this time, and if there's anything I can do to have a real effect on this drift, I'm still interested enough to lend a bit of crank to it. Otherwise, I think we'll all be better off if I work directly with Saint Arrow on a contract basis like last year and leave you and years free to do whatever you want with the book. Every once in a while, perhaps, we might find something mutually acceptable from my book work, and on these occasions I assume we can work together on an article not subject to either editing or expense hassles. In the meantime, PLS keep me advised on the status of A-76. It's the only project we're mutually involved in at this point that seems to have any real future. Kazart. Hunter. To Greg Jackson, ABC News. Thompson's love of pro football went unrequited, due to the reputation that had grown up around him. Jackson had become a close friend of Thompson's on the campaign trail. Christmas morning 1973. Woody Creek Co. Jackson. It's 1:22 a.m. here and I just got your thing in JG Done 36 and Las Vegas, which started out fine and sharp and personal, then fell back on itself in the end, maybe due to bad editing, so I guess I'll have to wait for the book. I met him and his wife about a month ago, incidentally, at a dinner party at Pale of Skies. They seemed like inordinately quiet people. Or maybe it was just because of my own standard brand behavior, drunk, speedy and raving. Anyway, thanks for the clip. On other fronts, how do you like Tim Krause's trip? I feel like the illegitimate father on a trip that would have to include you as the midwife, and in the wake of all that campaign fever and bullshit, I feel a strange sense of angst and disjointed emptiness about journalism. The past year has been a total waste of time and everything else, to my mind, and tonight is my last chance to finish a piece for the January 1st New York Times op-ed PG on the meaning of 73, or whatever. Which is a hard thing to write because, despite the wild breakthrough of Watergate, etc., 73 has been as dull and rotten a year as I can remember. I have a $50,000 book/novel contract to fulfill by July of 74 and I suppose I'll have to do it, but all that really interests me now is the 76 campaign. In the meantime, seize any chance you get to stop by the Owl Farm and do nothing for a week or so. That's all I can offer at the moment. My only gig for the past 3 months has been a long and psychically complicated pro football story which unexpectedly terminated last week when the Oakland Raider management suddenly informed me that I was barred because of my personal involvement in the drug scene from any contact with the team in public or private. There was no explanation, to me or the editors of RS, and right now I'm waiting for official word that I'm barred from even attending the Super Bowl in Houston. It's the Ziegler trip all over again, but this time I'm dealing with pros. When the NFL comes down on you, it's like the NKVD 37, they make the White House hacks look like amateurs. Anyway, if you get to the Super Bowl in Houston, I'll be there and probably under the same ugly circumstances that characterized my arrival on the 72 primary scene in Florida. Which might be fun, or at least a reasonable facsimile. So why don't you try for a sort of auxiliary coverage gig at the Super Bowl using a peg like the socio-political aspects of pro football, or whatever you can make of it. Okay, for now. I have to get back to struggling with this goddamn thing for the Times. 38 If you can't get out here in the next few months, I'll see you in either Houston or New York. Kazart. Hunter. 1974. Back to Washington, back to work. Back to the halls of the evil Watergate Hotel. Collapse of the Nixon Empire, revenge of the brutal freaks. Constant travel, constant plotting, summit conference in Elko and fateful first meeting with Jimmy Carter. Senator Thompson from Colorado. Studebaker Society, 1974, clockwise from 6 o'clock, Little Richard, Dick Goodwin, Adam Walensky, Dave Burke, Carl Wagner, Pat Cadell, Rick Stearns, Sandy Berger, Jan Wenner. Missing from photo, Doris Kearns and Hunter Thompson. Photo by Hunter S. Thompson. Jan Wenner and Doris Kearns, Elko Conference, 1974. Photo by Hunter S. Thompson. Pat Cadell and Sandy Berger, Elko, 1974. Photo by Hunter S. Thompson. Zaire, 1974, with George Plimpton. Photo by Ralph Steadman. Leaving Elko, 1974. Left to right, Pat Cadell, Dick Goodwin, Jan Wenner. Photo by Hunter S. Thompson. With Ralph Steadman in Zaire, 1974. Photo by Ralph Steadman. To Patrick J. Buchanan, The White House. After newsstand sales proved the popularity of Thompson's 1972 campaign trail articles, the National Affairs Desk was encouraged to expand Rolling Stone's political coverage. January 3, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Dear Pat. Why is it that every time I pick up a magazine or newspaper I see your name? More often than mine, even. And on top of that, my dubious and beer-stained relationship with you has lent, as it were, a certain onus to my reputation. In any case, it occurred to me tonight in my semi-retired capacity as Nat. Affairs ed of ours that you might get a boot out of writing a real hammerhead screed for us, something to jerk the dope-addled ours audience off its ass and generate some of that old-fashioned fear and loathing that we all came to know and love in the old days. More specifically, I'm thinking about your prognosis vis-a-vis the health and future of conservatism in American politics given the current, uneasy circumstances. As you know, I've always felt a certain twisted sympathy for your, personal, stance if only because of what strikes me as its basic integrity, along with a stylistic brutality that I can appreciate for reasons I see no need to discuss at this point in time. As for the chance of your doing a screed for ours, I'm thinking about something between 2,000 and 4,000 words, which would be either 1 or 2 pages in the magazine, with heads and white space, at about twice the money you get from the New York Times op-ed gang. Or maybe more. I don't want to be put in the position of negotiating for your wisdom on a sleazy commercial basis. I am, as you know, above that sort of thing, and besides that, Jan Wenner, the editor, has the final say on fees. Just between you and me though, I wouldn't take anything less than $1,000 for anything substantial. My reason for mentioning length limits is that if you run over 2K you're into another page, which is no real problem, but I've always found things more congenial if you can seize a whole page, or two, for yourself, which means shooting for either 2 or 4,000 words, just in order to clear the decks. I can't guarantee your audience reception, but as far as any editorial interference is concerned, I'll make damn sure that whatever you write gets printed, or at least that you'll have the final cut on any editing, and our format's so flexible that I can't see any likelihood of that. So, give it a thought. I think we're all a bit nervous, these days, about what's coming next, and I'm personally curious as to how you see it, for good or ill. Shit, for all I know, the Rs readers might lock right into your trip. That would scare me a bit, but what the hell? Let me know how you feel about doing the piece. Meanwhile, hello to Shelley, and also I want to get together with you and Nick one when I get back to DC in early spring to cover the impeachment proceedings. Okay. Say hello to the boys in the bunker for me. Kazart. Hunter. CC, Jan Wenner. To Terry Cook, Hot Rod. Hot Rod editor Terry Cook had asked Thompson, a longtime car racing fan, to consider covering a California road race for his magazine. January 4, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Terry. Thanks for the good letter. I'm not much on answering mail, but years hit a friendly nerve and I thought I should rip out a note in the few remaining hours before cranking off to Houston for the Super Bowl festivities. Fortunately, I've never had the time to sit back and really think about what I've been writing, but if it has anything even remotely resembling that Lewis and Clark 2 effect you mentioned, I figure it can't be all wrong, and, despite the assumed limitations of your own gig, why not give it a whack now and then, and see what happens? You'd be surprised what even real pigs will swallow when they're looking down the barrel of a brute deadline and the first 10 pages of the book are still empty. Anyway, thanks for writing, and I hope you'll keep me posted, through Dave Felton at Rs, on whatever we have to do to get posted for the next Cannonball Baker Classic. Given the nature of the fucker, I suspect Nixon's 55 miles per hour speed limit should only make it more interesting, and it's hard to see much difference between 90 and 110 past the cop house in Needles. Fuck Nixon, he doesn't even have a driver's license. In any case, I'm eagerly awaiting post time, etc. for the CB Classic. Kazart. HST. CC, Dave Felton. To Alan Rinsler, Straight Arrow Books. Thompson had convinced Jan Wenner to have Rolling Stone sponsor a gathering of the best liberal thinkers from the staffs of the 1968 and 1972 presidential campaigns of Robert F. Kennedy, Eugene McCarthy, and George McGovern for a 4-day political symposium in February 1974. The idea was that these Democratic gurus would hash out an issues agenda for America's future, which Straight Arrow would publish in book form and distribute to the nation's decision makers. February 2, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Dear Alan. In PLS find 2 documents, 1, my original memo to Jan, dated November 27, 73, on the A76 gig, and 2, my altered version of the stupid and insulting contract you sent me INRA, the same subject. Or at least I assume we were talking about the same subject, despite the lack of evidence in that pawnshop contract you sent. I talked to Jan on the phone last night and told him to strike my name from any connection with the planning end of the project, and his suggestion, at that point, was that I should amend, as it were, the contract you sent, which is the purpose of this hopefully brief memo. So, let's take it page by page, although the two main changes I have in mind deal with pages 1 and 2. On PG. Number 1, I have no plans to ever sign a contract of any kind that lists me as co-author with anyone else, and certainly not in a situation where the contractual author is responsible not only for delivering a book comprised mainly of the works of at least 10 other people, most of them lawyers and writers with agents of their own, but where the contractual author is clearly responsible for use and disbursement of the $20,000 expense budget. The nature of this project, and we should all understand that unless it works first as a project, no book worth reading or even publishing will ever come out of it, makes it absolutely imperative that one person has enough control over the project to accept responsibility for delivering a finished MS. I don't really give a fuck who the author of record is in the contract or on the book jacket, because my original conception of both the project and the book effectively precludes the likelihood of anybody except the publisher making any significant amount of money from it. My original concept was essentially communistic with regard to royalties, with the lone exception of a $10,000 author's fee to me, for lashing the whole thing together and working like a bastard to create some kind of significant MS out of it. That $10,000 figure seems eminently fair to me, and if it strikes either you or Jan as extravagant, I suggest you find somebody else to handle the bastard. I have other money projects, as you know, and the only reason I'm involved in this one is that it was my idea in the first place, and also that I think it's an important thing to do. That same feeling, I think, is the prime motivation for the others' participation. Nobody thus far except whoever designed that rancid, cheapjack contract has viewed this thing in terms of personal gain. Well, I seem to be too angry to continue this fucker in any rational or detailed sense, and besides that I have a chartered Cessna 210 waiting for me at the Aspen airport for a flight to Salt Lake City to pick up Jan, then to Elko to check out the conference site, make all reservations and arrangements, then back to Aspen for a 2-day haggle with Jen before leaping over to Denver on Wednesday for the Bob Dylan concert. So let's get to PG2 at once. The only serious problem there has to do with the $20,000 expense provision. Under no circumstances will the contributors be paid out of the expense fund, as long as I have anything to do with this project. If you and Jan are prepared to run a flagrant rip-off on people like Dave Burke and Adam Walensky, I can't even wish you good luck. All you'll succeed in doing is getting yourselves in the same psychic category with Ralph Ginsberg III and Sidney Zion, and I intend to do everything necessary to disassociate myself from an ugly trip like that. In any case, my suggestion of a $20,000 expense fund was arbitrary and will be subject, no doubt, to the same factors that affected the expense budget for my C-72 book. But that contract worked, I think, and that's why I used it, in the November 27, 73 memo, as a model for this one. It made me responsible for delivering the book, as well as making me responsible for paying off all expenses incurred in a year of unpredictably expensive research that eventually came to over $32,000, every fucking dime of which was repaid, you'll recall, within 2 or 3 months of publication. Right. And I think this memo should end very soon. The two main and essential changes in the contract I want to make are, 1. No co-authorship for reasons of edit and organizational control, more than any concern about whose name appears on the book jacket. If I'm the author, then I'll organize the thing and deliver the MS. Or if you think Jan should be the author, then he can handle all that, and I'll either quit the whole gig or limit my participation to writing about the thing, if it happens. The only other contract change I can think of at this point is a small jump in the author's fee to $12,500, instead of $10,000, in order to cover 2 days of extreme mental anguish for the originally designated author and also his agent's fee, and also a provision for 1/2 of the author's fee, $6,250, to be paid on signing of the contract, to be paid, in the usual manner, via Lynn Nesbitt C/OIFA in New York, and no reference shall be made in the contract, in any way, to any presumed or implied obligation by the author to the IFA corporate entity. Okay for now. I think this memo takes care of my central points and objections vis-a-vis the subhuman contract I received in yesterday's mail. For reasons that I've halfway explained to Lynn, any detailed conversation on this subject should be directed to me for reasons involving the absolute necessity for privacy on this project, until we can get it properly organized. Any prior publicity or even press gossip could cripple the whole thing beyond repair. Right, and now I have to pack and catch that goddamn little beach ball of a plane for the ride to Salt Lake and Elko. Kazart. Hunter S. Thompson. To Paul Simonon. Thompson claimed to his old friend Paul Simonon that a week before the realist had mentioned the assassination of President Nixon, he himself had interviewed someone who claimed to know something about an alleged plot. February 10, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Paul. I just got the new issue of the Realist and noticed on page 3, top right, a reference to the assassination of President Nixon. This was an odd thing to see, coming as it did less than a week after interviewing a person who popped up more or less out of nowhere with a flat-out incredible story about how people were being screened for that job. It was a hard thing to believe, at first, and especially with no hope of corroboration, but your note about Packwood 4 suddenly gave it some flesh. Maybe we should get our heads together on this sometime soon. I'm leaving for Boston in a few hours, and just in case my plane crashes with Gordon Liddy's 5 godson on the passenger manifest, I've left the details of my volatile contact, above, with Winner, and I've also contacted Carl Bernstein at the W/Post to see if he knows anything about this weird connection. In any case, regardless of how this thing gets dealt with in the big-time press, I think I'm onto something worth pursuing, by you, me, the Post, or anyone else who can run it down for real. Because if what this bastard told me was true, it's going to be a seller's market for bulletproof vests very soon. But in the meantime, let's keep it out of print until we can put these things together. Sincerely. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Following his 1962 fiction debut One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with the equally acclaimed novel Sometimes a Great Notion 2 years later, Ken Kesey had abandoned writing for a while to tour full-time with his band of merry pranksters on their psychedelic bus fur tour. By 1974, Kesey had turned to grassroots politics in Oregon. February 15, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Jan. INRA, Kesey's note on how the BITR Council should be covered by ours. I suspect his long camouflaged penchant for news management has finally crept out in the open. He may or may not have been right, originally, about my coming on too vitriolic. Although this was totally contrary, as you know, to the spirit of all our previous talk about how to cover and deal with the thing. But now that he's actually said it, I have an ominous feeling that his fear might turn out to be father to the fact, and to that end I think this one should be removed from the realm of the NA desk and assigned from the SF end. I could make some suggestions, but since I'm sending a copy of this letter to Ken, I figure anybody I'd mention would be automatically prejudiced when he/she showed up in Oregon. In any case, this, BITR Council, is the only state-level gig I've heard about that seems to be heading in the same direction as the one we've been talking about nationally, and because of that, I'd definitely like to know what comes of it. The press release proposal is somewhat hazy, but then so was the original announcement for the first SF acid test in Longshoremen's Hall, so I'm inclined to suspend any judgment on this one until we see what Kesey and his people can do with it. As a final shot, as much as I like both Paul Krasner and Tom Wolfe, personally, I'd be strongly inclined to avoid whatever temptation there might be to assign either one of them to the story, if only because of the potential news management problem I've already cited, above. If Kessie wants to understand realpolitik and be his own press secretary at the same time, God's mercy on his ass, and, although I say this with a sense of genuine reluctance, I think we have to view him with the same hard eye we've used all along on Nixon/Ziegler. On balance, however, this is a fairly minor point. Both the idea and the potential should be taken very seriously in terms of a possible breakthrough on the state/local political front, and I hope the bugger can make it work, but if he can't, I think whoever covers the thing for ours should feel just as personally free to say why it didn't work, and to name all the necessary names, as he/she should be to celebrate the success and to name names on that end, too. Personally, I hope he can make it work. I just came from Ann Arbor, where things are not going nearly as well as they were 2 years ago, and tonight I read a piece in the Wash/Post on what seems like a similar downhill drift in Petaluma. The Berkeley situation is beyond my ken at this point, but here in Aspen we're facing a serious backlash very much like the Petaluma and Ann Arbor scenes, and all these hung together might be worth a story in itself. Let's talk about this ASAP, and if there's anything we can do to help the Oregon thing, let's do it, but I don't think assigning somebody to do a friendly, in-house whitewash will help Kessie, us, or anyone else. Khazard. Hunter. C.C., Kessie. To Ken Kessie. Thompson applauded Kessie's decision to take on the political establishment by its own rules. February 15, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Ken. Here's a carbon of a thing I just sent to Jan, INRA, the BITR Council and possible Rs coverage. If it seems harsh or vitriolic by your standards, that's not the way I meant it. But, let's face it, assigning Wolf and especially Krasner to cover your debut in politics would have a pretty obvious touch of the fix in it. Jan might disagree, but your implied restrictions on press coverage put me in a position where I should probably stay clear of the whole thing and just see what happens. I'm not quite sure just exactly what you have in mind, but I hope it works, and if we can be of any help in the way of organizing and logistics, let me know what you need and I'll try to put you in touch with some hired guns up your way. If not, good luck with the thing. If you do it right, it could definitely be the kind of model you want it to be. Anyway, it's good to hear you're coming back to Main Street, if only for a visit. It's a rotten place to live, but that's where they set all our prices, so we should give the bastards a whack in the kidneys from time to time, just to remind them that it's our world, too. Okay for now. Hunter. If you feel like calling anytime in the late afternoon or night, do, but if I start getting strange anonymous calls from Oregon, I'll do the same thing you'd do if, well, shit, why go into that? Khazard, H. To Lucian Truscott, The Village Voice. After an awkward gap in communication, Thompson reconciled with his friend Truscott. February 15, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Lucian. I suspect there's something more than a natural accident factor in the odd fact that the fine shirt you sent me was size M, instead of the XL I usually wear. On rare occasions when we're dealing with finely tailored dress shirts, etc., I can wear a size L. But as a rule of thumb I go the XL route, for good or ill. In any case, thanks for the shirt and also for the good-spirited note that came with it. Needless to say, or maybe not, I guess. I'm as sorry as you are about last year's horror show. But, just for the record, I never saw it as a falling out. Just a bummer. But I agree with you, and have for a long while, that it's gone, over and forgotten. So let's hear no more about the fucker. Your letter, long ago, on the subject made more sense than most of my gibberish, but I was not entirely rational at that time, for reasons I assume you'll understand as well as I now understand how you got caught in the middle of the thing. Okay. No more, Anyway, I just finished your piece on the Dylan concert, and given the fact that I've doubtlessly missed a few, it strikes me as maybe the best thing you've ever done, a really fine fucking piece. I went to the Denver concert and came away with a nervous sense of angst that I couldn't explain and for which I took a lot of shit from the others who went and worshipped, including Wenner, but until your piece showed up in today's mail there was nothing I could point to and say okay, here's at least one other person who agrees with me, which you did, almost straight down the line and all the way to the end. So, although I doubt if it changed anybody's real opinion of the concert or the myth, it at least made me seem a little bit less like a brute and a bigot. I was supposed to write a column for ours on the Denver gig, for that matter, but I refused to either write it or explain why I wouldn't. But maybe later, when the gold dust settles. Anyway, your stuff has been looking better and better, especially in the context of trying to deal with Nixon on one hand and Dylan on the other, which requires a bit of, range, is that the word? If not, send me a note and tell me what they call it in New York. I need to know these things. As for you, well, as you know, I've always been opposed to the concept of marriage except for myself and a few other people who can handle it, and the evidence of late appears to be on your, and Peggy's, side, so what the fuck, why not? Don't invite me to the goddamn wedding, but send a line as to where you'll be living, and stop by for a visit if you get out this way. But check first, because I'm here about half the time. I just got back from 2 speeches in Buffalo and Ann Arbor, for instance, and I'm off in 3 days for Points West to deal with the NA desk. Okay for now. Thanks again for the shirt, which fits Sandy just about right and I think that's appropriate. Hello and good luck to Peggy. Kazart. Hunter. A76. Memo #X01. Elko, Nevada. Organizing Conference, February 21 to 24, 1974. Thompson selected the unlikely venue of Elko, Nevada, population 8,617 at the time, for Rolling Stone's cabal of sharp liberal strategists to sort out the future of American politics. Before the conference began, Thompson distributed the following memo to his fellow participants: sponsor Jan Wenner, RFK 68 campaign veterans Dave Burke, Richard N. Goodwin, Doris Kearns, and Adam Walensky, and 72 McGovern operatives Sandy Berger, Patrick Caddell, Rick Stearns, and Carl Wagner. Unfortunately, Thompson would pronounce the summit meeting's results not only unpublishable, but gibberish. This is a first draft, last-minute attempt to lash together a vague preamble, of sorts, with regard to the obvious question, what the fuck are we doing here in Elko, Nevada, in a corner of the Stockman's Hotel about 200 feet from the Burlington and Northern RR tracks on a frozen weekend in late February, sharing the hotel with a state/sectional bridge tournament at a time when the rest of the country seems to be teetering on the brink of an ugly, mean-spirited kind of long-term chaos that threatens on an almost day-to-day basis to mushroom beyond anything we can say, think, or plan out here in this atavistic sanctuary, with nothing to recommend it except the world's largest dead polar bear and the biggest commercially available hamburger west of the Ruhr. Both of these are in the Commercial Hotel, across the RR tracks from our plush HQ in the Stockman's Motor Hotel. Indeed. This is a valid question, and in the next 48 hours we will not have much else to do except try to answer it. Or maybe just hang weird at the gambling tables and try to ignore the whole thing. Both the bars and casinos in Elko are open 24 hours a day, in addition to several nearby whorehouses staffed by middle-aged Indian ladies, so anybody who doesn't feel like getting into politics has a variety of options. The train doesn't stop here, and all departing flights are fully booked until Sunday, to while away these rude and lonesome hours until we can all flee back to our various sinecures in those bastions of liberalism where hired guns and dilettantes are still honored. In any case, the original impulse that led to this gathering bubbled up from a conversation I had in Woody Creek last summer with Adam Walensky, in which I expressed considerable reluctance vis-a-vis my long-neglected idea about running for the U.S. Senate from Colorado. I had, at that point, received several hundred letters from people who wanted to work in my campaign, and the notion of backing off was beginning to fill me with guilt, which Adam nicely compounded by saying that, if I decided not to run, I'd be one of the few people in the country who could honestly say that he had the senator he deserved. Which is not true, of course, given the gangbang nature of the 74 Senate race in Colorado, but after brooding on that remark for many months, I find it popping up in my head almost every time I start thinking about politics. And especially about the elections in 1976, which, until the unexpected demise of Spiro Agnew VI, I was inclined to view in very extreme and/or apocalyptic terms. Prior to Agnew's departure from the White House and, presumably, from the 76 presidential scene, I saw the 1976 elections as either a final affirmation of the rape of the American dream, or perhaps the last chance any of us would ever have to avert that rape, if only temporarily, or perhaps even drive a stake of some kind into the heart of that pieced-off vampire that Agnew would have been in 76, if fate had not intervened. But things have changed now. Agnew is gone, Nixon is on the ropes, and in terms of realpolitik, the Republican Party is down in the same ditch with the Democrats. They are both looking back into their own loyalist ranks for names, ideas and possibilities. The GOP has been stripped all the way back to 1964, with Goldwater/Reagan vs. Republican New York Governor Nelson A. Rockefeller and maybe Percy Seven on the outside, but in fact Nixon's mind-bending failure has effectively castrated the aggressive/activist core of the GOP, all the bright young men, as it were, and barring totally unforeseen circumstances between now and Nov 76, the GOP looks at a future of carping opposition until at least 1984. This may be good news for professional Democrats, but it is not likely to be viewed as a great victory by those of us who share what seems to be a very active and potentially massive sentiment among the erstwhile youth generation, between ages 25 and 40 now, to the effect that all career politicians should be put on the rack in the name of either poetic or real justice, and probably for the greater good. This sentiment, reflected in virtually all age, income and other demographic groups, is broad and deep enough now and entirely justified, to my mind, to have a decisive effect on the 76 elections, which might in turn have a decisive effect on the realities of life in America for the next several generations, and also on the life expectancy of the whole concept of participatory democracy all over the globe. As a minor and maybe even debatable forerunner of this, we can look back at what happened in South America, in the time span of 5 or 6 years, when it suddenly became obvious in the mid-1960s the new Democratic administration had scuttled the Alliance for Progress 8 in favor of the war in Vietnam. In half a decade, we saw a whole continent revert to various forms of fascism, an almost instinctive reversion that was more inevitable than programmed, and which will take at least 5 decades to cure. Ah, that word again, cure. Manifest destiny. The question raised by the ostensibly complex but essentially simple reality of what happened in South America in the late 60s and also in Africa and most of Asia, for the same basic reasons, is only now beginning to seriously haunt the so-called civilized or at least industrialized nations in Europe and the Northern Americas. President Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines put it very bluntly about a year ago in a quote I can't find now, but I think it went something like this: "Your idea of democracy was right for your development, but it's not what we need for ours." I've been meaning to go to the Philippines to see what kind of working alternative Marcos had in mind, but I haven't had the time. Maybe later. If we decide even tentatively here in Elko that Marcos was right, I want to spend some time over there very soon because, regardless of what happens in the Philippines, the question Marcos raised has a nasty edge on it. Was Thomas Jefferson a dingbat? 10 days before he died, on July 4, 1826, Jefferson wrote his own valedictory, which included the following nut: "All eyes are opened or opening to the rights of man. The general spread of the light of science has already laid open to every view the palpable truth, that the mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs, nor a favored few booted and spurred, ready to ride them legitimately, by the grace of God." 9. President Marcos would probably agree, but he would also probably argue that Jefferson's reality was so different from what was happening 100 years later in Russia or 200 years later in the Philippines that his words, however admirable, are just as dated and even dangerous now as Patrick Henry's wild-eyed demand for liberty or death. 10. Ah, madness, madness, where will it end? I think I know, with regard to the way I live and intend to keep on living my own life, but as I grow older and meaner and uglier it becomes more and more clear to me that only a lunatic or an egomaniacal asshole would try to impose the structure of his own lifestyle on people who don't entirely understand it, unless he's ready to assume a personal responsibility for the consequences. When the price of liberty includes the obligation to be drafted and have your legs blown off at the age of 22 in a place called Vietnam for some reason that neither Democratic nor Republican presidents can finally claim to understand, then maybe death is not such an ugly alternative. Thomas Jefferson kept slaves, but there is nothing in history to indicate that he routinely sacrificed any of their lives and limbs for the sake of his fiscal security. Jesus, here we go again. Is there anyone in this star-crossed group with access to a doctor of psychic-focused drugs? If so, please meet me in the northwest corner of the Commercial Hotel Casino at dawn on Saturday. Meanwhile, I want to wind this thing out and down as quickly as possible, and, since I asked most of the other people here to bring some kind of focused document for the rest of us to cope with, I think this will have to be mine, if only because it's Wednesday morning now and I've already sunk 6 pages into what seems like a single idea, and it also strikes me as an idea, or question, that rarely if ever gets mentioned at political conferences. This is the possibility that maybe we're all kidding ourselves about the intrinsic value of taking politics seriously in 1970s America, and that maybe we, or the rest of you, anyway since I'm a doctor of journalism, are like a gang of hired guns on New Year's Eve in 1899. Things changed a bit after that, and the importance of being able to slap leather real fast at high noon on Main Street seemed to fade very precipitously after 1900. A few amateurs hung on in places like San Diego and Seattle until the war came, but by 1920 the pros took over for real. Which is getting off the point, for now. What I want to do is raise the question immediately, so we'll have to deal with it in the same context as all the others, as to whether Frank Mankiewicz was talking in the past, present or future when he said, in the intro to his book on Nixon, that he learned from Robert Kennedy that the practice of American politics can be both joyous and honorable. Whether or not Frank still agrees with that is not important for now, but in the context of why we're all out here in this God-forsaken place, I think it's important not to avoid the idea that reality in America might in fact be beyond the point where even the most joyous and honorable kind of politics can have any real effect on it. And I think we should also take a serious look at the health/prognosis for the whole idea of participatory democracy in America or anywhere else. That, to me, is an absolutely necessary cornerstone for anything else we might or might not put together, because unless we're honestly convinced that the practice of politics is worth more than just a short-term high or the kind of short-term money that power pimps pay for hired guns, my own feeling is that we'll be a lot better off avoiding all the traditional liberal bullshit and just saying it straight out, that we're all just a bunch of fine-tuned politics junkies and we're ready to turn Main Street into a graveyard in the name of anybody who'll pay the price and even pretend to say the right things. But we don't want to get carried away with this Old West gig, except to recognize a certain connection between politics/campaign hitmen in 1974 and hired guns all over the West in 1874. It's just as hard to know for sure what Matt Dillon 11 thought he was really doing back then as it is, today, to know what the fuck Ben Wuttenberg 12 might claim as the far better thing he has in mind. One of the primary ideas of this conference, in my own mind, is to keep that kind of brutal option open if that's what we seem to agree on. Maybe tilting at windmills really is the best and most honorable way to go, these days. I get a definite kick out of it, myself, but I have a feeling that my time is getting a bit short, and I'm getting unnaturally curious about how much reality we're really dealing with. This is what the rest of you are going to have to come up with. My only role in this trip, as I see it right now, is to eventually write the introduction to some kind of book form statement that the rest of you, and probably a few others, will eventually crank out. We are dealing with a genuinely ominous power vacuum right now, in terms of political reality. Both major parties seem to be curling back into an ill-disguised fetal crouch, and the stuporous horror of a Scoop Jackson, Gerald Ford race in '76 is as easily conceivable as the barely avoided reality of another Nixon-Humphrey contest was in 1972. There is no way to get away from names and personalities in any serious talk about the '76 election, but if that's all we can talk about, I think we should write this whole project off, as of Sunday, as a strange bummer of sorts that never got untracked. We'd be better off at the crap tables, or watching the Keno balls, than haggling over who should be given command of a sinking ship. On the other hand, I don't think we're here to write some kind of an all-purpose platform for a, presumably, Democratic candidate in '76. There are plenty of people around who are already into that. What we might do, I think, is at least define some of the critical and unavoidable questions that any presidential candidate will have to deal with, in order to be taken seriously in '76. We have a long list of these goddamn things to deal with, in the very short space of 2 days, and the best we can do for right now is, 1. Decide if the patient is worth saving. 2. What's basically wrong with the patient, and 3. If the saving is worth the effort, how to define and begin dealing with the basics. At the same time, we want to keep in mind that a really fearful, or fearsome, chunk of the voting population is in a very vengeful and potentially dangerous mood with regard to national or even local politics. If George Metesky, the infamous mad bomber who terrorized New York in the 1950s, decided to run for the Senate in New York against Javits 13 this year, I suspect he would do pretty well. And, for the same reason, I'm absolutely certain I could fatally cripple any Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate in Colorado by merely entering the race as a serious independent, but that would only guarantee Dominic's re-election, I think, and besides that I have a great fear of having to move back to Washington. Which is neither here nor there. My only real concern is to put something together that will force a genuine alteration of consciousness in the realm of national politics, and also in the heads of national politicians. Given the weird temper of all the people I've talked to in the past year, this is the only course that could possibly alter the drift of at least a third of the electorate away from politics entirely, and without that third, the White House in '76 is going to become the same kind of minefield that Gracie Mansion 14 became about 10 years ago, and for many of the same reasons. Okay, for now. I have to get this bastard Xeroxed and then catch the Bush plane for Elko in 2 hours. The agenda will have to wait not only in terms of time, but also for people who will hopefully have a much better sense of priorities than I do. If not, you bastards are going to wish you never heard the word Elko. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. From Patrick J. Buchanan, The White House. Thompson had proposed that Buchanan write an article on the future of American conservatism for Rolling Stone. March 2, 1974. Washington, D.C. Personal. Dear Hunter. Sorry I haven't been able to get back to you sooner, but all leaves and furloughs have been cancelled for the last 60 days, on orders of the General Staff. At the appropriate time, I may well deliver myself of the recommended Hammerhead screed, but I must say I was disillusioned to learn that Rolling Stone had exercised the bad judgment to throw away 3 good pages on Richard Goodwin. As the old man said in the final days of that wonderful year, 1968, it is getting down to the nut-cutting. Tell your liberal friends we expect to be treated with all the deference and respect as outlined in the Geneva Conventions on the Handling of Prisoners of War. Best. Patrick J. Buchanan. Special Consultant to the President. Memo from the Sports Desk. On May 9, 1974, the U.S. House Judiciary Committee, chaired by New Jersey Democrat Peter J. Rodino, would open impeachment hearings against President Richard M. Nixon. April 17, 1974. Woody Creek Co. 2, H. Thompson. From, R. Duke. INRE, Immediate Priorities / Nixon Impeachment. The returns from Michigan's 8th Congressional District are in now, and tonight is as good a time as any to schedule our work for the rest of the year. We had a bad stroke of luck last night when Nixon's numbwit palace guard let the press get a fateful step on them in the interpretation of Demo, Bob Traxler's 3% victory over Rep. James Sparling in that special election in Michigan's 8th District. By 8 a.m. EDT it was all over and Nixon had lost his last chance to deflate the notion that his administration and his continuing presence in the White House is a disastrous millstone around the neck of the GOP in the upcoming elections, 1976 as well as 74. So we might as well figure, now, on spending most of the rest of this year in and out of Washington. As a result of last night's GOP loss in Michigan being interpreted as a death blow to Nixon, and his value to the party, it seems almost certain that the Rodino Committee will hand up, or out, or whatever, a bill of impeachment for the House to deal with in late May or June. The impeachment vote in the House will presumably be public and televised, but you should find out immediately from Louise Crowe, Senate Periodical Press, if you'll need special credentials for any impeachment proceedings. Hopefully, Mankiewicz can handle this and keep us ahead of any credentials crunch. If not, he should be fed to the sharks. The tentative schedule right now looks like impeachment in June or early July, then a 6 to 8 week lull while Nixon prepares his defense, and then a Senate trial in early August or September. With any luck at all, we'll get most of July and August off, while Nixon prepares for the crunch. Without luck, the cheap bastard will slip the noose and resign on some kind of sloppy pretext between now and July. If this happens, it will blow one of the best stories of the last 200 years because the impeachment of Richard Nixon, if it happens, will amount to a de facto trial of the whole American dream. Because the importance of Nixon now is not merely to get rid of him, that's a strictly political consideration. The real question now is, why is the American political system being forced to impeach a president elected less than 2 years ago by the largest margin in the history of presidential elections? So, with the need for sleep coming up very fast now, we want to look at two main considerations. 1. The necessity of actually bringing Nixon to trial, in order to understand our reality in the same way the Nuremberg trials forced Germany to confront itself, and 2. The absolutely vital necessity of filling that vacuum that the Nixon impeachment will leave, the landspiel and the hole that will be there in 1976. To Alan Rinsler, Straight Arrow Books. Thompson was tossing around the possibility of writing a book on his coverage of the Nixon impeachment proceedings. May 18, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Dear Alan, I'm not at all sure what kind of a future we're dealing with here, but I suspect we ought to come to grips with it sometime soon. At the moment I'm trying to balance the potential impact of Gutsball against the apparent necessity of covering Nixon's impeachment and the concomitant possibility of getting a book out of that. And, just to keep things straight, I've spoken with Silberman about the latter, although at the moment we're not beyond the hot damn stage, and I haven't even talked to Lynn about it. I have, however, kept Jan advised of everything I'm either into or thinking about. No decisions, or no mutual ones, at any rate, have been reached on any front except for the obvious necessity of my gearing down tonight to write that goddamn introduction for Ralph's book. Which I'm trying to do at the moment. And so much for the moment. Call when you feel like it. Kazart. Hunter. To Richard N. Goodwin. Dick Goodwin was probably the heaviest hitter at Rolling Stone's Elko conference in February 1974. Beneath his rough bluster, Goodwin had an impeccable background in liberal politics. He had graduated first in his class at Harvard Law School in 1958, clerked for U.S. Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter, written speeches for Presidents John Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson, and established himself as a player in mid-1960s Washington, one of many such Democrats without portfolio in the Nixon years. May 18, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Dear Dick. This is to confirm as per Jan's implicit request my absolute and wholly instinctive, if not entirely thought out, decision that you're the best person to deal, from now on, with whatever evolves from the Elko or nay A76 situation. It seems to me that the thing is now on a level that is far more in tune with your lifestyle, abilities, and connections, than mine, all of which should be no more prohibitive to continuing neo-active participation in the project than to the inescapable responsibility of composing my own minority report, if I ever feel up to it. In the meantime, I took delivery tonight on the evil tool we spoke of on the phone several nights ago. It's a deactivated, M3.45 ACP grease gun, and the barrel that came with the gun is welded stone shut, which, according to my attorney, means I can ship it across state lines at my whim. It's too bad we don't have an open MC barrel and about 300 rounds of .45 ACP ammo, in order to have some fun with the bugger, But that's how the world runs, I guess. In any case, I'll see you up north for good or ill around the middle of June. Okay. HST. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson's article Fear and Loathing in Washington, The Boys in the Bag ran in the July 4, 1974, issue of Rolling Stone. June 7, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. Here is the bill for The Boys in the Bag, $4,000 for 4 Rs pages at, Jesus, $1,000 each, disregarding any and all copy cuts, for whatever reason, on your end. Given all the realities, tangible, personal, and otherwise, that I considered in arriving at this figure, it seems both fitting and reasonable at this time. And if Walsh feels that Rs can't afford to have me cover the Nixon impeachment saga at these rates, I'd appreciate a memo to that effect from John, along with yours. And we will naturally want all pertinent correspondence in writing, as you've noted many times in the past. As for the future, given our awkwardly obvious failure to arrive at any mutually advantageous, long-term relationship vis-a-vis my writing, rates and relationship, etc., I think $1,000 a page should be just about right from now on. If we're heading for a terminal haggle, I think we should at least do it on righteous terms, Like you always said, if we must argue, why argue about nickels and dimes? Why indeed? So here's the fucking bill, $4,000. With a sidewinder's salute to Tom Rush. 15. In any case, if I seem to be grinding down a bit hard in this area, I want to assure you that this is precisely what I mean to be doing, for good or ill, and not without giving adequate thought to the whole situation. Kazart. Hunter S. Thompson. PS/note, I talked to Carl Wagner today about Elko 1.5, or whatever, and as a result of that talk I decided that I'll definitely attend that July meeting in Maine. I won't have anything special to add, personally, but I have a tape I want to play, and I'll also make all my own travel and lodging arrangements. Okay for now. H. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson again attempted to sort out his financial terms and future projects with Wenner. July 4, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Jan. With dawn coming up on what is always a vicious day in this valley, I want to get off a note on the general action. 1. I'm leaving for DC tomorrow. You can reach me at either the Hilton or C/O Dick in McLean, SP. McLean, Virginia. Anyway, I'll be there for a week or so. It might be worthwhile to talk about the possible result, since at the moment I see no focus at all, beyond the result of the 7/8 sup. CT arguments on Monday, which Dick has hopefully got me accredited for. INRA, Armstrong 16. I'll get him together with Dick this week, and we'll see what happens. Whatever other stories might or might not be brewing in DC are beyond my ken right now. Lacking any idea of who's doing what, I think I'll run my own course and check with Dick for anything new, weird, or different. According to our earlier talks, for instance, the Ehrlichman trial is being covered by Sulk.17. I got a Xerox of a Kissinger piece from SF, but, like almost all the Xeroxes I get from out there, it was virtually unreadable. Beyond that, there was no byline, so I can't say much about it. As for Chris and / or the question of a secretary in Aspen, Sandy has effectively made that decision for me, to wit, given the reality that she has to deal with anything of any importance, to me, anyway, I figure we may as well put her to work on a serious basis and pay her, accordingly, for her time, which would amount, on balance, to a lot less than anybody I'd have to hire and cope with. As for money, I think $10 an hour is about right, which would rarely run I assume to even $200 a month. That strikes me as the best of all possible worlds, given all our ominous possibilities. If nothing else, Sandy is the only conceivable secretary I could hire that I'll feel free to lean on or even trust on a personal level, for that matter, so I assume that problem is solved. One that isn't solved, however, has to do with that missing $500, already listed as paid in year overall accounting statement for 74, and the $200 basic expenses in connection with the Freud book. 18 I feel I have a pretty wide latitude on that one beyond the $200, but I have no intention of getting seriously into it, beyond the enclosed, until I get something in writing from you. Enclosed, meanwhile, is the tape I mentioned and also the typed translation of a 15-page outburst I lashed together on a night when I was probably as deep in the throes of cocomania as I'll ever get. My idea was to get as crazed as possible on the stuff, then try to write something, and these 6 pages are the result. Strange, eh? I was long past the point of being able to talk into the tape recorder when I wrote this stuff, and it's absolutely unedited, except for the red marks on this carbon copy. So, we should think on the question of a relatively long and serious cocaine piece, and also on the question of covering impeachment versus getting on with guts ball. I assume Walsh is taking care of my credentials for the Ali Foreman fight in Zaire around mid-September. 19. Beyond that, I don't have much to talk about except to say you better hope that missing $500 gets to me before I find an occasion to do any talking on the air or for print about my general relationship with Ars. That was a cheap, street dealer's kind of rip-off and depressingly reminiscent of Sidney Zion. Okay for now. Hunter. To Warren Hinkle. July 4, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Dear Warren, I just finished reading and clipping your 7/1 piece on 4 Nixon justices, the box score for the Nixon court, as it were, and I thought I'd send a sort of general thanks note or whatever for the help you've unwittingly given me over the past 2 or 3 years, by means of this same kind of backed-off, main focus story on the court, a campaign, the press, or anything else. As I've said repeatedly, as an essentially polemic and or adversary type writer, I figure I have the best leg men in American journalism working for me, whether they want to or not, and your 7/1 piece on the court is a perfect example of the kind of story I couldn't possibly do, myself, but which I also can't do without. Anyway, I figure I've been stealing from people like you and David Broder for so long that I should at least acknowledge the debt in writing. On the more tangible side, I'll probably be hanging around the impeachment scene this summer, so if you notice me hunkered down in a corner somewhere in the Capitol, give me a prod and I'll buy you a drink. Okay for now. Hunter S. Thompson. To William Farr, Los Angeles Times. Fellow journalist William Farr went to jail for refusing to surrender his reporter's notes in a highly publicized court case. Thompson sent him a few words of encouragement. July 4, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Farr, I'm enclosing an obviously token $100 personal check to help buy your lawyers some lunch while they haggle over various strategies to get you out of jail. I wish there was something heavier I could do to help, but I'm not that rich and I'm not even sure I can pass this on to Rolling Stone as a legitimate business expense, although to my mind it's one of the most legitimate kind of expenses anybody in journalism could put in for. Anyway, I assume the Times is paying your tab for whatever that's worth, considering what you've been through personally, and I figure this check won't mean much except to let you know that a lot of people understand that you're doing time for all of us. The next time I see Fred Dutton, who I assume is still a UC University of California regent, I'm going to tell him he's the gutless asshole I always thought he was, unless he can establish a William Farr chair in journalism at UCLA or maybe Berkeley. Meanwhile, it's nice to know that there are at least a few people in this business with stone brass balls, and if there's anything else I can do to make your gig a bit easier, let me know what it is and I'll do what I can. You can always reach me via the Rolling Stone office at 625 3rd Street in San Francisco. Okay for now, and thanks. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. From Carine Fixture, to Rolling Stone. Thompson's gonzo style apparently displeased a 91-year-old accidental reader of Rolling Stone, whose letter was forwarded to him by the magazine's subscription manager, David Obey. September 18, 1974. Carbondale, IL. President Richard Irvine. Of Rolling Stone. 625 3rd Street. San Francisco, California, 94107. I did not subscribe for your Rolling Stone magazine, so you can quit sending it to me, as it is embarrassing to me to have it deposited in my mailbox. It is a dirty, low-down, barnyard language sheet that is very offensive to me, so quit sending it. It first came while I was on vacation, and today the Oct issue came. So you see that I get no more of that trash. Your writer Hunter S. Thompson, who himself is so ignorant that he doesn't know that people with adequate vocabularies and something worthwhile to say do not need to resort to such obvious means of gaining attention, and that profanity is a crutch for conversational cripples. I am a 91-year-old woman, so vulgarity isn't smart with me. Mrs. Carine Fixture. To Carine Fixture. September 27, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Dear Carrie. David Obey at the main Rolling Stone office in San Francisco has forwarded your letter of Sept 18 to me, the one where you cancelled your subscription to ours because of my vulgarity. And I also want to tell you right now that I never answer mail from readers, but I couldn't resist talking back to a 91-year-old lady full of zip, and despite the prevailing ignorance of your letter, that zip came through in every line. If I ever get to be 91, I hope I'll be as mean as you are. In any case, I'm enclosing the most recent Rs, with my compliments, and despite your nasty language about me, I'm sure you'll read it. You've lived long enough to know that words are just tools, for a writer, and when I write about Richard Nixon I'll use all the tools I can get my hands on, to make people like you think about why Richard Nixon was elected by a landslide in 1972. My primary idea, whenever I sit down to write, is to get the attention of people like you, and make you think, and your letter of cancellation to Obey tells me I was successful in your case. If you read the enclosed piece, the scum also rises, with any kind of wit. You'll see that what you react to as vulgarity is only a prod to make you listen, and if you disagree, well, I've done what I can. You can run, Carrie, but you can't hide, not even after 91 years, and if you voted for that cheap, thieving little bastard, then you deserve what you got. If not, I guess you're on my side, but I doubt if we'll ever meet. Anyway, I admire your balls in canceling your subscription to Rolling Stone. But I get a lot of letters from people with balls, and not many from people with brains. Why don't you read the enclosed article and write me one from your head next time? Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. From U.S. Senator Walter F. Mondale. October 16, 1974. Washington, D.C. Dear Hunter. Many thanks for your nice note of October 8 and for your support of my assessment of Ford's economic proposals. I'll be glad to put you and Dick Goodwin on my mailing list and look forward to hearing from you again if one of my statements strikes you one way or another. In the meantime, my press secretary Ernie Lotito and I will look forward to having that drink during one of your visits to Washington. Keep in touch. Sincerely. Walter F. Mondale. From Annie Acosta. Oscar Acosta, the controversial Chicano lawyer Thompson had befriended and corresponded with for years, had mysteriously disappeared in the spring of 1974. What happened to him remains unknown. October 22, 1974. Dear Hunter. I am Oscar Zeta Acosta's sister Annie. Oscar has not been heard from since April 74. Yes, it is unusual, as wild as he is, I know and love the big baby and should have heard something, anything, which I have not. He said he was on his way here. Two ugly rumors he was shot and on a yacht doing a bit of smuggling. Well, Hunter, I am desperate and seriously fear for his life. He has been sought after by too many ugly gabachos and I dare them to think it may have ended, if you know what I mean. Oscar always thought the world of you, hopefully it works both ways. Could you possibly think of something that could be done? I have written and phoned just about everyone here in California that he may possibly have had contact with, nothing. I have read and reread all of his past years of correspondence, hopefully covering all possible contacts. Please RSVP as soon as possible. Thanks. Annie. From Roscoe Seaborn, The National Observer, to Hugh M. Hefner, Playboy. Roscoe Seaborn, vice editor of The National Observer, for which Thompson once freelanced, wrote in to comment on the writer's claims in a Playboy article of his bitter dispute with The Observer. Playboy wanted to run Bourne's letter along with a response from Thompson. November 6, 1974. Dear Mr. Hefner. We all love our legends, and far be it from the National Observer to try to rob Hunter S. Thompson of his, The Playboy interview, November 1974. As a fascinating figure flitting about on the periphery of journalism, Hunter has a certain value as long as he is not taken too seriously. So we don't object if Hunter wants to believe and say that he had just quit and been fired almost at the same time by the National Observer because we wouldn't let him cover the free speech thing at Berkeley. We think most readers would understand that, well, that's just Hunter talking. But to have Playboy accept Hunter's statement as fact, as you did in the introduction to the Hunter Thompson interview, is another matter. Your intro states that Hunter quit The Observer in a bitter dispute with his editors over coverage of the Berkeley free speech movement. Now that's Playboy talking, not Hunter, so we must object. In fact, Hunter was not fired, nor did he quit. He was never hired. He was a freelance, never an employee. As a freelance, by definition, he was free to cover anything he wanted to cover and to sell to anybody who would buy. If he had a bitter dispute or any dispute with anybody here about covering the free speech movement, nobody here can remember it, and a dispute with Hunter Thompson, I should think, is likely to be remembered. The files disclose this reference to the free speech movement in an October 12, 1964, letter from Hunter. The UC Berkeley story had a lot of meat to it, and I can't help regretting I didn't work on that. Your printed version was too much like a wire service wrap-up, a good one, to be sure, but there was a lot more to it than our writer had space for. That's all. It doesn't sound much like a bitter dispute, or any dispute at all. And nobody here, including the editor who worked directly and patiently with Hunter, can recall any discussion with him about the free speech movement. In fact, Hunter continued to send us pieces after the free speech episode at Berkeley. Perhaps Hunter's life view is enriched by imagining some such dramatic event with The Observer, but it didn't happen. Sincerely. Roscoe Seaborn. Vice Editor. To Lucian Truscott, The Village Voice. An incensed Thompson aired his objections to what he considered a whiny article. November 15, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Lucian. Here's the first letter to the editor I've written since I was 19 years old. Could you see that it gets printed intact, or not at all? And if not at all, I'd like to know whose name to put on the list. Okay, and thanks. I just got back from London and Africa, a hideous nightmare that I doubt we'll ever see print. In any case, I'm heading into the Jerome in a few hours for the Monday Night Food Bowl. Let me know if you get any hot stock market tips. HST. Letter to the editor, The Village Voice. November 15, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Hair Editor. I sympathize very deeply with Brock Brower's walking nervous breakdown, as described in your issue of November 7, but I also wonder what kind of presumptuous and gratuitous kind of self-serving bullshit led him to include me in the pantheon of sick crazies he name-dropped in the opening graph of his lame confession about how he couldn't quite make it in this world by living in Princeton, NJ, and sitting on a log in the woods wearing a hand-loomed Irish balladeer sweater and $55 Ascot saddle. Strollers. Mr. Brower might do his own mental health a good turn by understanding that not all of us live that way. I don't know what Robert Pirsig 20 had in mind when he aimed his bike toward Montana, or what John Gregory Dunn was looking for when he went to Las Vegas, so I can't speak for them. As for myself, however, I went to Las Vegas for reasons that would even now be understandable to any nickel and dime agent or editor on Mr. Brower's New York luncheon circuit, and those reasons were 1, money, and 2, a chance to get it on somebody's corporate tab. It's entirely possible, I suppose, that I had a walking nervous breakdown in the process, but if I did, I wasn't aware of it, and if that's what happened, I'd just as soon do it again, because it was an extreme kind of high and I dug it. Again, I want to emphasize that I've always considered Brock Brower, or is it Bauer, as one of the dozen or so writers whose name in any table of contents would usually cause me to buy whatever magazine it appeared in. He has always struck me as a generally sane and perceptive writer. Until now, when I open the November 7th Voice and see where he decided to take me, Dunn and Pirsig with him when he apparently went down the tube, those many months ago. How would Brower feel if I flipped his coin in print and included his name among those writers who had inadvertently joined me on the long slide to terminal brain damage from drugs? Which may or may not be true, and I frankly don't give a fuck either way, but if the day ever comes when I decide to publicize my own failure and blame it on drugs, I hope I'll have the grace to ride that rail alone, just like I started. I'd also like to remind Mr. Brower that the pieces in Scott Fitzgerald's Crack Up were written after he'd written one of the technical masterpieces of American literature and one of the cleanest, saddest statements in the English language. Point 21. In a nut, Brower's piece reminded me of the same editorial instinct that prompted your cheap and vicious attack on George Plimpton several weeks ago, and although I don't want to include Brower personally in this flash at what appears to me to be a sort of bitches/neurotic editorial bent, I just want to make it clear to him and to you that if I'm going mad, I'll goddamn well do it on my own terms, and I suspect Dunn and Pirsig feel the same way. Brower may be right in assuming that a lot of writers just want to sit tight and not move off their butts, but he should do a little research west of the Hudson before he starts naming them, just in order to lend weight to his own lame confession. Almost everybody who goes to the mats gets beaten, one way or another, but not all of us get broken. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. C.C. Lucian Truscott. To George V. Higgins. Duke University had refused to compensate Thompson for an October 22 speaking engagement, claiming that he had arrived 45 minutes late and was belligerent toward the audience, calling them beer hippies and pig farmers and throwing a glass of bourbon in the air from the podium. Thompson refused to speak at Florida Atlantic University because of contract stipulations that he appear at a press conference and reception afterward. November 17, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Dear George, here is the lean meat of my APB American Program Bureau file, with emphasis on our lack of an original agreement and the Duke fiasco along with the FLA. Atlantic University botch that I aborted because of that contract rider that Novotny signed for me, in absolute defiance of a statement I made in a meeting of APB sales reps at their Boston office and under Walker's aegis. In other words, Walker invited me out to HQ, and had me sit down in a meeting with his salesman and explain my act. That was almost 2 years ago, and every date since then has gone off pretty much according to my book, to wit. I said very firmly that I detested these fucking things and that since I felt I had nothing to say I refused to even pretend to make a speech. I would, however, answer any and all questions from the audience, preferably in the form of a pile of 3x5 cards submitted in advance, although I specified in advance that any person designated by the Speakers Committee or any person appointed by them could select the questions. In other words, I wasn't trying to dodge anything, All I wanted was some help in sorting out the bullshit, so I wouldn't have to do it on stage, which was not done at Duke, a fuck up, considering that they had 45 minutes to wait for me, they claim, that contributed very strongly to the chaos that resulted. I also specified, during my talk with the salesman at APB with Walker listening in, that I would in all cases insist on drinking my own beverage while speaking, and that it would be either wild turkey or something stronger. They were not required to provide the booze, but ice and a large glass were part of the deal. In all other cases, however, I've been provided with so much wild turkey, prior to speaking, that I ended up giving quarts away before leaving town. There was also the cocaine proviso, which I enunciated quite clearly at the APB salesman's meeting. I would, I said, agree to knock $100 off the speaker's fee, mine, if the hosts provided me with a gram of coke for my own use while in town. This was said with my tongue about halfway in cheek, but the first two schools they laid it on took it seriously, and things went very nicely, all around. What I'm getting at here, since APB so politely accepted Duke's refusal to pay me, and since they signed a contract rider for the FLA/Atlantic U trip the night before that would have guaranteed non-payment, is a certain feeling on my part that APB owes me the full amount for both the Duke and the FLA/A.U appearances, plus about $100,000 for gross damage to my reputation, and possibly to my earning power as a campus speaker in the future, in light of Jan Wenner's mumbling today about a blacklist INRA, problem speakers. In fact, due to this hassle with APB over the Duke non-payment, I was forced to cancel 2 appearances this week, on November 19th at the State Universal of New York at Albany for $1,250 plus expenses, and at St. Lawrence Universal on November 20th for $1,250 plus expenses. These 2 losses amount to at least $3,000, in addition to another $3,000 INRA, Duke and FLA. Atlantic, so that's $6,000, plus incalculable damage to my reputation and my future earning power as a speaker. I figure $506,000 as a proper amount to claim from APB. How about you? $6,000 actual and $500,000 punitive. Let me know. Okay. Hunter S. Thompson. To Max Palevsky. Thompson offered Palevsky a settlement to resolve the matter of the $10,000 loan. December 5, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Max. My instinct tells me you're hunkered down out there in a state of fear and confusion vis-a-vis your lawsuit against me, and God knows, Max, I hate that vivid image. Whereas, in fact, I'm the one who's laid out with malaria, strep throat, and God knows what else. Anyway, I have a carbon of the letter Sandy sent to you while I was getting re-educated in Africa, and I think that pretty well covers it. We can end this whole wretched farce by my sending you a check for $2,500, is that right? I forget the terms and details, but I think that's what it was. Neither IFA International Famous Agency nor Clancy is aware of these letters between us except in the most general sense, and I'd just as soon keep it that way. I'll tell them that weasels deal on one level, and humans on another. And that there's no real need for them to understand it anyway. Meanwhile, you vicious Polish bastard, Clancy is dunning me for $3,500 in fees connected with this nightmare. I'm sure you'll get a nice laugh out of that, but what the fuck? The simple fact of the loan puts me in a position where I can't get righteously angry at you, so we'll let this one pass. My only consolation is that the mesa above my house that you could have bought for $50,000, more or less, when you saw it, is about to be zoned for 2-acre ranchettes, which makes the current price around $500,000. Jesus, what consolation is that, for me? All it means is I'll have to sell my 100 acres and move to Bel Air. Ah, Max, there is no victory. Neither fame nor fortune is worth a shit these days. The only thing worth clinging to is a sense of humanity. Anyway, I'll call soon, but in the meantime I assume we're essentially even. I'll send the goddamn check. Okay. H. To Roscoe Seaborn, The National Observer. December 6, 1974. Woody Creek Co. Ah, Roscoe. How nice to hear from you again, after all these years. Just a bit more than a decade, isn't it? 10 years? 11? 12? You were a senior editor then, and now you're a vice editor. Jesus, I can almost smell that gold watch they're saving for you, up there at the Dow Jones Morgue on Wall St. Which is not the kind of thing I'd normally want to get into with somebody I don't really know and never liked anyway, and that feeling was always mutual, wasn't it? Roscoe, old sport, are you still with me? Don't slink off, I want to establish the essentials of our relationship before I get into the main gum of your complaint, which was not entirely wrong. It was like receiving a scolding letter from Hubert Humphrey, or from Richard Nixon's favorite law professor at Duke University, establishing a level, as it were, and now that we've done that, I want to say that I got a fine boot out of the spectacle of a Dow Jones lifer giving the back of his mossy hand to freelance writers, and a vice editor of the Nat. OBS talking contemptuously about the periphery of journalism. Those were genuinely off-the-wall strokes, Roscoe. I was stunned. Can you smell the rank humor in that spectacle, Roscoe, even though your charges are not without merit? Can you hear me laughing out here in the Rockies, as I write this? Because you are going to remember this dispute, Roscoe, just like you said in paragraph 4 of your complaint. And now to the charges, not necessarily in the order you raised them. 1. That I was never fired because I was never an employee. Okay. We both know why I was never a formal time clock employee, don't we, Roscoe? Right. Because I refused to work in that Silver Spring, MD, office where you've been fighting the good fight in the mainstream of American journalism for the past 11 years. And we both know, don't we, Roscoe, that I was offered and repeatedly urged to accept your style of employment by, then, managing ed. Dan Carter and, then, executive ed. Bill Giles. And we both know that I refused to work under those circumstances, don't we? And that I came to lunch with you and all the other heavy editors at the National Press Club and said I'd just as soon continue as I had for the previous year or so in South America as the Observer's highest paid non-staffer, but now working out of Colorado and California, as a de facto roving correspondent, essentially the same kind of relationship I've maintained with ours for the past few years, and I kind of like it, Roscoe, shameful as it might be in the eyes of people like you to be denied the privilege of punching a time clock. And as I recall, Roscoe, you were still trying to be a writer, then why don't you go back, once again, to your files and count up which one of us had more front-page pieces in the Observer during the period of my active freelancing, as opposed to my inactive period, which brings us to your point about the bitter dispute that finally ended my relationship with the Observer. Are you ready for this one, Roscoe? If not, you'd better call on Cliff Ridley, the editor who worked directly and patiently with me during this difficult and angst-ridden period, which ended, after 2 good years and 1 bad one, in a dispute that might not have seemed bitter by your corporate standards, but Ridley's absolute refusal to speak to me under any circumstances for the past 10 years would seem to justify the word bitter, in my own context. But you were right, Roscoe, when you said this bitter dispute did not arise directly from the Observer's refusal to assign me to cover the first flarings of the Berkeley free speech movement. That was more an open sore than a dispute, because once Ridley made it clear to me that the Berkeley story was being taken care of, for the Observer, by a moonlighting reporter from the SF Chronicle, I naturally let it go, at least for the Observer, although I wound up writing it for The Nation and later for my Hell's Angels book. So, Roscoe, you are right, on that point. The bitter dispute that ended my relationship with the Observer erupted at almost the same time as my running argument with Ridley about the Berkeley story, but the real crunch came in the wake of the Observer's refusal to publish my, very favorable, review of Tom Wolfe's first book, The Candy Collar Tangerine Flake Streamline Baby. This dispute went down by telephone, Roscoe, so your files will not yield it up. I spoke with Ridley from a phone booth in the midst of a Hells Angels freakout in Base Lake, California, in the summer of 1965, and was told that my review would not be published because somebody with leverage at the Observer had worked with Wolf at the Wash Post and didn't like him, which had already resulted in Wolf's being turned down when he applied for a job at the Observer, and now accounted for this rejection of my favorable review of the book. I recall saying, at that point, "Clifford, we've been friends for a long time and I've never even seen this bastard, Wolf, but on the evidence this is stone chicken shit, right?" He agreed but refused to tell me who it was in the Observer hierarchy that was blackballing Wolf on all fronts, from employment as a writer to favorable reviews of his first book. So I hung up the phone at Base Lake and went back to the Hells Angels orgy at Willow Cove, to work on my book. But I was pissed off, Roscoe. It was the first time in 3 years that the Observer had actually rejected something I'd written, and I had written a lot of extremely weird things, Roscoe, which thank Christ you were not in a position, then, to spike, but this blatant murder of a book review, for reasons that Ridley freely and apologetically admitted on the phone, made me angry. So I went back to San Francisco after the madness at Base Lake and sent Wolf a carbon copy of my review of his book, along with a cover letter explaining why the Observer had refused to publish it. Then I sent a carbon of my letter to Wolf back to Ridley at the Observer, and it was then that our bitter dispute erupted. Ridley was not happy with me for having told Wolf why the Observer wouldn't publish my review of his book. He accused me of willful treachery, betrayal of our family relationship, and that sort of thing. And I just happen, Roscoe, to have a copy of that letter in my files along with my own reply to Ridley, which turned out to be my last official communication with the National Observer. And all that happened 10 years ago, right? Christ, I was content to let sleeping snakes sleep. Roscoe, what kind of lame madness caused you to poke them awake? You have stepped in shit, my man Hair Vice Editor, and before you start foaming at that pale slit you call a mouth, I'd suggest a chat with your vice cohort Cliff Ridley, in order to get yourself properly grounded before you pick up the axe handle again for another one of those ill-advised freelancer stompings, on the periphery of journalism. And that's about it from this end, Roscoe. What else can I say? Except that I enjoyed working with Ridley and for the Observer during that time, and I'm also glad that I quit, stopped, failed, ceased, terminated, or whatever word you like, precisely when I did. Maybe someday, if tragedy strikes, I will limp back to mainline, time clock journalism. But until that ugly moment, I guess I'll just have to flit around out here on the periphery of journalism with all those other neo-serious freelancers, geeks like Wolf, Mailer, Vonnegut, Halberstam, etc., who can't measure up to the standards of big league newspapers like the National Observer. Yours in perpetual humility, Hunter S. Thompson. National Affairs Desk. Rolling Stone. From U.S. Senator George McGovern. December 11, 1974. Washington, D.C. Dear Hunter, I fear that we have struck out on your request for the Gerald Warren press briefing of July 18 in Laguna Beach. After receiving a tardy interim reply from GSA 22 indicating they were forwarding our request to the White House counsel's office phoned to say that, as with each succeeding president, they have no access to President Nixon's papers. The papers are evidently further under an embargo until the various court cases and final disposition is made. I am sorry that we were unable to get the transcript for you, Hunter. Sincerely, George McGovern. 1975. Last Dance in Saigon, End of the War in Vietnam, Conversations from the Garden of Agony. Touring the Orient for Money, Sex and Violence in Hong Kong, last memo from the Global Affairs Desk. Buy the ticket, take the ride. Saigon, 1975. Photo courtesy of HST Archives. Press Corps en route to News Conference, Vietnam, 1975. Photo by Neil Ulovic. Buffett's Wedding, 1975. Left to right, Jimmy Buffett, Roxy Rogers, Jane Buffett. Photo by Alan Becker. Sign outside the Rolling Stone Global Affairs Suite, Hotel Continental, Saigon, 1975. Photo courtesy of HST Archives. San Francisco, 1975. Photo by Edmund Shea. From Governor Jimmy Carter. Hunter S. Thompson had admired Jimmy Carter since he heard the Democrats' Law Day address at the University of Georgia on May 4, 1974. In fact, he would write, "I have never heard a sustained piece of political oratory that impressed me any more than the speech Jimmy Carter made on that Saturday afternoon." Nearly 2 years before the 1976 election, Thompson began acting as an informal advisor to the Georgia governor's nascent presidential campaign. February 5, 1975. Plains, Georgia. To Hunter Thompson. Will contact your friend Dixon. Point 1. Maybe I'll see you while campaigning, unless you've graduated to favorites and are traveling with Scoop. Point 2. Everything looks good so far. It's a great country and I am enjoying the campaign and intend to win. Come to see us. Jimmy. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson was frustrated by his undefined relationship with Rolling Stone. March 10, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Jan. I've been trying to get into the Corps memo for about 2 hours and I just figured out why I'm having so much trouble getting started on it, to wit, I am immensely fucking pissed off about that vicious sandbag job you laid on me vis-a-vis the C-76 book contract. I've spent the past 72 hours skiing, shooting and eating acid in a deliberate attempt to keep my mind off the whole stinking business, but now that I'm back at the machine I feel like I'm sitting in a bathtub full of pus and my sense of humor is still locked in reverse. I haven't talked to either you or Lynn since Thursday night, so I have no idea if or whether there are any new developments or possible solutions, which would be nice, but I can't conceive of anything right now that could effectively remove the memory of you sitting out here in my living room with the fire and the music and the coke, and even Bangkok Fred, acting like a human being while we worked over that proposal of yours, and then going back to San Francisco and driving a stake through the heart of the whole relationship so casually that you only saw fit to mention it as an afterthought in an hour-long conversation when I happened to bring it up about 10 days later, which still leaves me wondering when you might have gotten around to telling me about the tragic and unforeseen death of the book division if I hadn't asked specifically about that contract you said you were going to send. And there is the ugly nut of it, not that money problems or other, more ominous factors forced the demise of the book company, but that you came out here and laid a near-perfect con job on me while wallowing in an atmosphere of friendliness and hospitality that might be hard to revive on your next visit. The next time you feel like accusing XR's editors of taking advantage, think back on your recent vacation out here. Anyway, by the time you get this I assume we'll be into another round of haggling which depresses the shit out of me, but I can't see any way around it unless we just take a goddamn public hammer to the whole relationship and let the bone chips fall where they may. I am frankly not in favor of this course, but I've given it enough thought to feel pretty certain I'll survive the worst that can happen if you want to seriously get it on. Meanwhile, I am sitting here on a massive pile of work projects, pending visits to Carter, Harris 3 Chicago, etc., plus Coors, Zaire, the Brown Davis tapes, the HST anthology tapes, Gutsball. Jesus, there's no end to it, and I still have no focus or framework for any of it, except that hazy one-page contract that has never, as we both know from long experience, been anything more than a reference point for that spirit of the contract that I've tried to explain to you as long and persistently as you've refused to even recognize it. God's mercy on your ass when your time comes to explain yourself to the Lords of Karma, SP, but in the meantime we should make some kind of legally and financially binding agreement as to my professional relationship with the Empire, however arthritic it may or may not be at this point. At the moment, we have the existing contract, which John Clancy assures me is valid INRA, fees and expenses, but which we both know is useless in a fog of either personal or professional animosity. No doubt there are numerous ambitious typists who'd be happy to cover politics on the cheap for ours, and if that's what you think you need, why not just write me a letter and say so? There's no need to skulk around like Sidney Zion, just send a memo down to Baker 4 and have me declared a non-person, and then send Coburn 5 a note about what a flaky greedhead I am. Until then, however, I have to proceed on the assumption that I'll be covering the 76 campaign, more or less, for ours and also for a book of some kind, for somebody. To the best of my recollection and taking all the obvious risks into consideration, I think we agreed that you're prepared to pay for 12 relatively short articles, one each month throughout 1976, in exchange for a $25,000 salary and a $30,000 expense budget, which is okay, I guess, but without a book contract it leaves me in a fairly obvious no-profit situation due to a heavy cut in fees because of the shorter articles and also an expense budget $2,500 short of what I required in 72, and so clearly on the low side that not even you, thus far, have argued that it might be adequate to cover my real expenses. But I can live with that, just as long as we get the details in writing so we won't spend the whole goddamn year haggling about whether I really needed a red convertible to cover the Texas primary or whether my reimbursement for out-of-pocket expenses depends entirely on the printed word yield from every conversation with any candidate or staffer, regardless of the circumstances. This puts me in a position, for instance, of having to pay my own way if I want to spend 3 days raving drunk with Fred Harris in Nova Scotia, a situation I obviously couldn't use in print, and therefore wouldn't get paid for. Only an editor with cheap shit for brains would put me, of all people, into that kind of a crippling bind. It not only robs us of all the natural edge I built up during the 72 campaign, but it puts me in a position of having to carefully censor my copy for ours and save vast chunks of otherwise inimitable copy for the pages of some book that may or may not ever see print. The only parallel that comes quickly to mind is that week I spent in Chicago in August of '68, filling notebooks for some book that never happened and with no magazine assignment for a story I still regard as the heaviest thing I ever covered, and if I wanted to get genuinely ugly on this point, I could look back in the bound copies of ours and find the ours pre-convention coverage on Chicago. It was, as I recall, very much like your pre-Woodstock coverage a year or so later. And so much for all that. I have to think you've divined the nature of what I've been trying to say for the past hours. No doubt there are areas where I seem to misunderstand the essential truth and beauty of your real intentions, and if so I'm prepared to apologize when you pinpoint my errors. But before you get started on that chore, let me remind you once again that for the purposes of this letter I've systematically discounted all verbal agreements or once natural assumptions that may or may not have previously seemed to exist between us. I have listened to too many tapes of our other summit meetings, remember the Half Moon Conference, and scanned too many hand-scrawled notes from your recent visit to have any faith, for now, in anything but legally binding documents. And we are stark fucking naked of those, with regard to C-76. What, for instance, is the status of the Paris provision at this point? Or where does a thing like my Billy the Geek odds-making feature fit into ours as C-76 coverage? If it turns out that Scoop Jackson is heavily into ketamine 66 during the primaries, will I be allotted, and paid for, enough space in ours to deal with that? Or will it have to be saved for the book? Or sold quick to somebody else? I don't mind keeping those elegant tangents off the Ars Mojo wire, but I sure as hell don't intend to disregard them just because you want tighter and cheaper copy. If you want Time and Newsweek style squibs on the 76 campaign, I understand former Newsweek political reporter Dick Stout is out of work and I could almost certainly get you his phone number. Jesus, it's 6:44 on Monday morning now and I still haven't touched all this coarse garbage stacked up to the left of the typewriter. But I haven't written a real letter to anybody in a while, and I think it's sort of nice to have this one for the record, if nothing else. I don't have the slightest fucking idea what you'll make of it, and until I hear from you I'm going to keep on acting like a writer who plans on covering the 76 campaign for ours, but not on credit cards, old sport. I've been down that dirty road before. The one thing you can be sure of, though, is that I'll have a room at the Wayfarer Motor Inn during the New Hampshire primary, and I'll be writing for somebody. In the words of my associate, Herr Blur, when the going gets weird, the weird turn pro. Either way, we should get this thing firmly settled very soon. No doubt you've already spoken with Lynn, and if that fails you'll be hearing from Clancy, and then Blur. I never expected to find myself writing you a letter like this, but then life is full of surprises, eh? I think Bob Dylan wrote a song about it. Kazart. HST. To Paul Scanlon, Rolling Stone. Thompson traveled to Southeast Asia in April 1975 to cover the fall of Saigon and its aftermath for Rolling Stone. April 21, 1975. Saigon. Paul, the phone lines are temporarily out of order here and I can't call, so here is how I see the situation. I will file another 2000/2000 or maybe a bit more if possible, which should start reaching you Monday afternoon or Monday night and Tuesday morning. If you don't have room for that much or my timetable is wrong, you must telex me back here immediately so I can adjust. Also I must know something definite from you about my arrangement with Palmer 7, who is already working, so this is important. Thanks, Hunter. To Colonel Vo Dan Giang, Provisional Revolutionary Government of Vietnam. Colonel Vo Dan Giang was spokesman in Saigon for the PRG, or Viet Cong. April 22, 1975. Continental Palace Hotel. Suite 37. Saigon. COL. Vo Dan Giang, PRG. C/O Tun San An Hut Air Base. Saigon. Dear Colonel Giang, I am the National Affairs Editor of Rolling Stone, a San Francisco-based magazine with offices in New York, Washington and London that is one of the most influential journalistic voices in America right now, particularly among the young and admittedly left-oriented survivors of the anti-war peace movement in the 1960s. I'm not an especially good typist, but I am one of the best writers currently using the English language as both a musical instrument and a political weapon, and if there is any way you can possibly arrange it in the near future, I'd be very honored to have a private meeting with you and talk for an hour or so about your own personal thoughts right now. We would need the help of one of your interpreters, because my French is a joke, my Spanish is embarrassing and my command of Vietnamese is non-existent. I came to Saigon 2 weeks ago, just after the panic at Da Nang, because I wanted to see the end of this stinking war with my own eyes after fighting it in the streets of Berkeley and Washington for the past 10 years. And the reason I'm writing you this note is that I was very much impressed by the way you handled your Saturday press conference the first time I attended, on the Saturday before last. That was the one in which you made 3 or 4 specific references to the dark fate awaiting American military advisors posing as journalists, and each time you mentioned that phrase, you seemed to be looking directly at me. Which is understandable, on one level, because I've been told by my friend Jean-Claude Lab that I definitely look like that type. But we both know that looks are very often deceiving, and almost anybody among the American press in Saigon today will tell you that despite my grim appearance I am the most obvious and most well-known politically radical journalist in your country today. In any case, shortly after leaving your press conference I called my associate, Tom Hayden, at his home in Los Angeles and asked him what he knew about you. Tom, as you know, is married to the American actress Jane Fonda, and they have both been among the strongest voices in the peace movement for the past 10 years. Tom Hayden is also an editor of Rolling Stone, as you can see by the enclosed masthead, and when I asked him about you on the phone, he said I should make every effort to meet you because he considered you one of the most intelligent and humane leaders of the PRG. He also said you have a sense of humor and that I'd probably like you personally. I had already picked up that feeling, after watching your press conference, and I am writing you now with the hope that we can arrange a brief and informal private meeting very soon. I think I understand the political reality of the PRG, but I'm not sure I understand the human reality, and I have a sense that you could help me on that latter point. You might be surprised to know how many of the American journalists in Saigon today admire you and call you their friend. I understand that a letter like this one puts you in a difficult position at this time, so I won't be personally offended if you decide against having a talk with me, but I trust you to understand that, as a professional parajournalist, I am in the same situation today that you were as a paramilitary professional about 3 years ago, and if you have any serious doubts about my personal and political views, please ask one of your friends to stop by the Hotel Continental, number 37, and pick up a copy of my book on the 1972 presidential campaign in America. I will give the book to anybody who asks me for the book for Che. Or I'll bring it to you myself, if there is any way you can invite me into your compound out there. And, as a matter of fact, if there is going to be any real battle for Saigon, I think I'd feel safer out there with you and your people than I would in the midst of some doomed and stupid American evacuation plan, dreamed up by that senile deathmonger, Graham Martin. 8. If you think it might be of any help to you to have a well-known American writer with you out there in the compound when the battle starts, I'll be happy to join you for a few days in your bunker. But that is not the kind of arrangement I can make on my own. It would require some help from you, to let me pass quietly through the checkpoints outside your compound, and I give you my word that I'll do that, if you can make the arrangements and let me know. Okay for now. I hope to see you soon, but even if I don't, allow me to offer my personal congratulations for the work you've done and the very pure and dramatic victory you've accomplished. I can only feel saddened by all the pain and death and suffering this ugly war has caused on all sides, but your victory, I think, is a victory for all of us who believe that man is still capable of making this world a better, more peaceful and generous place for all our sons and daughters to live in. This is the kind of thing I'd like to talk to you about, not such things as battle strategy or your current political plans. That is not my style as a journalist or a human being, and besides, you'll soon be getting all the questions you can handle on those subjects. No pack of jackals has ever been more single-mindedly obtuse in their hunger for news/meat than the army of standard-brand American journalists who will soon be hounding you for wisdom and explanations. I can only wish you luck with that problem, and I hope we can have a quick and friendly private visit before you get caught up on that tiresome merry-go-round. As for me, I won't stay in Vietnam much longer, unless I hear from you in the next few days. I may return in a few months, but I am homesick for the peace and quiet of my log house in Colorado, and I want to get back there as soon as possible. My home address in America is Owl Farm, Woody Creek, Colorado 81656, or you can reach me in care of any one of the Rolling Stone offices listed on the enclosed masthead. I am also a friend of Senator George McGovern, Senators Gary Hart and Ted Kennedy, and former Senators Eugene McCarthy and Fred Harris, so if I can be of any help to you as a friendly contact in Washington, feel free to communicate with me at any time and I'll do whatever I can, but in the meantime, I hope you'll let me know, by whatever means you think best, if there is any chance for us to get together, perhaps even here in the Continental for a quiet bit of drink and talk with a few of your friends in the American press. I have a feeling you'll be a welcome guest in this place fairly soon, and I think you'll enjoy it. And that's all I have to say at this time. It is 5 minutes before 6 in the morning and I need to get some sleep, so I'll end this letter now and take it around to my friend who plans to deliver it to you. Very sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Uncomfortable, unproductive, and eager to leave Vietnam, Thompson was outraged by the lack of communication from his employer, especially after Rolling Stone cancelled his insurance policy and reneged on paying his expenses in Indochina. This missive marks an ongoing dispute between Thompson and Wenner that remains a source of contention. April, 1975. On the road, somewhere. In Indochina. Jan, your most recent emission of lunatic, greed-crazed instructions to me was good for a lot of laughs here in Saigon, especially among people who are being paid war risk salaries, operating with unlimited war risk expense budgets, and whose employers are paying their special $75 a day war risk life insurance, while my own life insurance policy was automatically cancelled on the day I got here, and your obviously deliberate failure to reply in any way to my numerous Requests by phone, cable, and carrier for some clarification vis-a-vis what the fuck I might or might not be paid for whatever I'm doing out here makes a stupid, dime sucker's joke of your idea that I'm going to lounge around out here in the middle of a war at my own expense and with no idea as to what I might write, on spec, about your mythical chopper evacuation and my notes on my summer vacation in Tent City at Subic Bay. You ought to read my copy from last week before you start jabbering about what I should do next. Or did you ever receive my copy from last week? Anyway, my current plans are still to do whatever's right, according to my own judgment at the time, and at the moment that means I'll be leaving here on Saturday if the current calm holds and you can ram Subic Bay far up into the nether reaches of your lower intestine. I have all the material we agreed I should have on quote the last days of the American presence in Saigon unquote, and now I'm going somewhere to write it. The only round eyes left to evacuate from Saigon now are the several hundred press people who are now trying to arrange for their own evacuation after the U.S. Embassy pulls out with the last of the fixed-wing fleet and leaves the press here on their own. Needless to say, if that scenario develops it will involve a very high personal risk factor. And also big green on the barrel head for anyone who stays, and unless the 130s U.S. military C-130 transport planes start hitting Saigon before Saturday, that is the outlook. If you wonder why I can't explain this situation any further right now, well, you'll just have to wonder, because I can't. You could check with Klein at Newsweek and see what Lauren Jenkins says about his own situation and cash needs, and maybe that will tell you something about my situation. Cash will definitely be a factor, and since I realize your feelings about the high cost of a telephone call to me here at the hotel in Saigon, I am not optimistic about the prospects of getting any more expense money, unless I get a call or a cable from Lynn, confirming some updated money arrangement she might possibly have made with you. Our original agreement, as you know, did not include a press evacuation coverage or 6 unpaid months of house arrest when Saigon finally falls. Tim Krause said he might like to handle that aspect of the story. I hope you forwarded my wire to him yesterday. As for me, I have a piece to write and I figure that sooner or later you'll find some cost-cutting method for communicating the deadline day to me C/O Newsweek in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, unless you can arrange on your end some way for me to buy into the post-embassy evac plot, my options are so limited that at the moment I have no choice but to leave Saturday and ponder my next move from wherever I can get a flight to. In closing, I want to thank you for all the help and direction you've given me in these savage hours, and about the only thing I can add to that is that I genuinely wish you were here. Kazart. Hunter. Memo on Saigon. Thompson kept a journal throughout his stay in Southeast Asia. This unfinished entry describes his experiences during the U.S. evacuation of Saigon the day before the South Vietnamese government officially surrendered to North Vietnam's forces. April, 1975. Balls. If I wanted to go to Subic Bay, I'd join the goddamn Navy. That dime-sucking fool has already seen my copy and my description of the hopeless madness of the embassy's evacuation plan. 21 Hueys 9 holding 7 to 8 people each, are now available to lift us off the rooftops and out to the 3 main pickup points where the Jolly Green Giants can land and, as Alan Carter at USSS pointed out yesterday in his office with Jerry Ford's picture off the wall and ready to be flown out, all they have to do is shoot down one chopper and that will end that phase of the plan, leaving anybody still in downtown Saigon to get out on his own. So I am off to Laos on Saturday while I still have enough cash to function, and then back to Hong Kong and Bali where Sandy will supposedly meet me. Even lame strangers and non-journalists who can help out with red tape, etc. are getting $50 a day in green out here, plus expenses, and as far as I know I'm not getting anything at all. Sitting in Brink's Uptown Club for breakfast again. For the past 2 hours I have been the only person in the dining room, but now a few journalists are beginning to drift in, but the building is virtually empty. Outside the air-conditioned restaurant, the outdoor theater where they used to show American movies at night is deserted and stripped of equipment. There is no more toilet paper in the bathrooms, either ladies or gents, but the wooden rollers are still locked in place with solid brass locks and nobody knows or cares where the keys are. On the street below, 24 tiny Vietnamese construction workers are still working steadily on a 6-story apartment that is half-finished heavy steel reinforced concrete, faced with orange tile bricks. Only a direct hit will have much effect on that building, and the new Chinese, Hong Kong, owner was apparently willing to gamble on that, because he's still paying his crew although in brutally inflated PS trays. The official rate remains 750p equals $1 US, but the Bank of India is giving $2,800 1.00 today, up 500p since I changed $200 for the Rolex on Tuesday, while ordering my tailor-made TV costumes at 20kp each. I am the only person in the press who still has his clothes and equipment lying unpacked around his hotel room and still ordering clothes from the tailor. All the others have sent everything out, except what they can carry in one running bag. My second arrival at the Continental was a strange sight, bringing in so much luggage that I needed 3 bearers to get it into the hotel and one leather red Chinese suitcase that was so heavy I had to carry it in myself, a morale-building move, I thought, but it was widely interpreted as the act of a doom-seeking lunatic, especially the idea of bringing in a new 240V electric typewriter that wouldn't work at all in the hotel's 110V sockets until Mr. Dang, Times Fixer, managed to wire it into the air conditioner with a crude 6-inch extension cord made of stripped lamp wire and scotch tape. Dang now has every credential I own: my passport, my press card, my Ars Air travel card. How many outgoing tickets will he charge on it? And what will I say if he tells me it got lost? Nothing, or at least no more than I'd say if the white pajama hall boys began looting my room, with bayonets in their teeth. Right. Just help yourselves, boys, don't mind me. Can I help you with that packing? Yesterday morning I saw a drunk ARVN Soldier 10 wandering around the halls of the Continental for the first time. Not armed, or at least not with an M16, although he might have had a knife or a pistol, and who would I have turned him into, after a fight? And he would definitely be back with some friends, to wreak vengeance on the Global Affairs suite. Yes, the fuse is burning down here, the air is almost electric with fear and blind anticipation of something awful that could start happening at any moment, although this nervous waiting for the end could last for months, or at least a few more weeks. The fate of Saigon is now entirely in the hands of the VC/NVA, PRG, 11 top command, and they now have 16 divisions massed in a ring around Saigon to underline their bargaining position while the ARVN is destroyed, and even a quickly formed emergency coalition government in Saigon would have little or no leverage at the bargaining table. Maybe a third force government here could offer Hanoi a peaceful and gradual transfer of power without destroying Saigon in the process. Sort of a new version of the old American axiom, we had to destroy Saigon in order to save it. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. April, 1975. Global Affairs Desk. Suite 37. Hotel Continental Palace. Lam Son Square. Saigon. Jan, don't pay any attention to any of the bullshit you see in the newspapers or the news magazines, or on TV about how savage and ugly things are out here. I was roaming all over downtown Saigon about 3 hours after curfew tonight with a drunk South Vietnamese teenager carrying a funky old M1 carbine, and all we saw worth shooting was a gaggle of huge rats around the base of the gigantic and insanely ugly statue of 2 drug-crazed Marines pointing a bazooka at the National Assembly building, where the bats used to live. I also made 3 new friends today, Jan. Isn't that wonderful? I also bought a .45 with 2 full clips, but it was stolen before I could seize it, and then a gin-crazed Flying Tiger pilot ran amok with a loaded .38 in the Caravel bar and got into an argument with a gang of pinko limeys about the relative merits of British versus American colonialism. The Flying Tiger then stomped the limey 3 times on the bar rail, and as the English pig went down for the 3rd time he shouted, "At least we left them railroads." That was about the extent of this week's violence in Saigon, except for several bombs that went off yesterday and killed 3 people in a public market about a 5-minute walk from the Continental, and the explosion of a nearby ammo dump that rattled my windows and caused nausea and vomiting at Dr. Chang's final opium party in the Continental basement. In any case, I think I am leaving for Laos today, which is Saturday, despite the consensus betting that our ambassador will pull the plug today and send all the press to Guam, where I definitely do not want to go because I almost got in a fight with the ex-governor of Guam on my flight coming out here. On the other hand, I might have to visit the new CIA concentration camp in Bali, where the hardcore political mavericks are being taken for terminal interrogation behind a shroud of silence. I learned about this today from a pilot I met in the ruins of Saigon. American Legion Post number 34, which is now officially in exile along with the Shanghai AM/Legion Post No. 1, which has been officially in exile since 1949. And I, for one, am extremely bitter about this. So bitter, in fact, that I am leaving immediately for Laos and then Bali, on the track of a story that will blow your goddamn gizzard right out of your body when you realize the implications. Meanwhile, I am leaving the Global Affairs suite here in the hands of Laura Palmer. She is extremely weird and flaky, but what the hell? After 6 months in a tent city on Guam, she might not be quite so uppity and abusive vis-a-vis the expense account. She maintains about 4 huge rooms here in the Continental, so you might have to ring around a bit if you want to reach her by phone. I will of course be on the road for the next few weeks, but you can reach me, as it were, through the Hong Kong Newsweek office. My personal contact there is Mr. He Chung, who handles my affairs. And if possible I'll file something fairly short for the current issue, but I need to know the deadline, and so does Laura, just in case she has to file from Guam in a few days. My own dateline for next time will be either the Lanzang Hotel or the White Rose Orgy and Opium Den in Vientiane. Okay, for now, send more money ASAP. Expenses are awful out here in the East. Kazard. Hunter. To Tim Krause C/O Paul Scanlon, Rolling Stone. Krause was slated to take over Rolling Stone's post-Vietnam War coverage after Thompson left Southeast Asia. April 23, 1975. Saigon. Paul, please pass this on verbatim to Tim ASAP. Message, Tim, the time has come to start packing for the long trip to Saigon. If you can get here by Saturday, April 26/26, you can take over the Global Affairs desk here in Suite 37. We'll have a formal changing of the guard ceremony down in the garden on Friday night after curfew just before I leave for Laos, Hong Kong, Bali, and Colorado. As usual, I've had to play the icebreaker role and establish our credentials, style, contacts, etc. out here, and I had a powerful sense of déjà vu all the while I was doing it, but the situation is stabilized now and I see no point in staying on to watch that part of the action that you said you were interested in, mainly because it is going to take too much time and I have other business that needs tending immediately. The Fear and Loathing orgasm came yesterday, in the 12/12 wild hours before Theo 12 resigned, and now the boil seems to be lanced. I'd like to stay here for the victory parade down to Dew Street, but I'm afraid that might be too long a wait, and by too long I mean even 1 more week, mainly because I can't get any reply out of the Home Office, as it were, with regard to the nature of my assignment or how much I can expect to be paid for whatever I'm doing. These are things you should get absolutely straight before you come out here, because once you arrive in this fine little madhouse of a city you're fucked in terms of any communications with the outside world. I still have no idea, for instance, if the 4,000 words I managed to file by telex yesterday reached San Francisco before the deadline. Jan is off skiing somewhere in Utah with Gordon Strachan 13 and nobody in SF seems to understand that a telex works in both directions, or maybe it's another budget-cutting move, but in any case I don't feel like staying out here in the bunker any longer on pure, paranoid spec. So I'm getting out soon and you're welcome to my suite in the Continental, which is, by the way, one of the world's very special hotels. I will actually feel very sad to leave it. When it comes to adrenaline in the proper atmosphere, this place makes the Wayfarer seem like a nursing home in Queens. And that's it for now, except that you must call Sandy and read this whole message to her because I haven't been able to get through by phone for 3 days and I know she's worried. So please do that, and also tell her to see if she can change her plane ticket for a round trip to Bali, where I can meet her for a week or so of beach time on my way back to the US. She can leave word INRA, Bali with Lauren Jenkins' wife, or the Newsweek office in Hong Kong. OK, and Khazard. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. As the situation in Saigon rapidly deteriorated, Thompson suggested to Wenner from Hong Kong that Rolling Stone print evacuation accounts as soon as possible. May 1, 1975. Repulse Bay Hotel number 205. Hong Kong. HST/Endgame. Fear and Loathing in Hong Kong. At least we left them railroads. Or Bye Bye Miss American Pie. And Welcome to Ho Chi Minh City. By Hunter S. Thompson. Zipjan, I trust we can use at least one of the above heads, although I can't say which one will fit until I see how the piece turns out. As we discussed on the phone, it will be more in the form of a memo on what to expect in the final and savage analysis to come later, just a series of points, ideas and memories that it will take me some time to develop, but which I think we should get into print ASAP, if only as a gaggle of vignettes. I also think we should get something personal from Laura Palmer on the close-up details of how she managed during the evacuation. I gave her $200 for 4 days' work and another 150,000 piastres for expenses just before I left Saigon, with the understanding that she would pick up my photos and cover for me until I returned, so I assume she plans to write her own version of the final route and that you'll get at least a short piece from her to run along with this one. Meanwhile, I have tentatively arranged for a piece from one of those who stayed behind and also some photos, but I can't confirm this yet because all wires out of Ho Chi Minh City were interdicted around noon today and we can't be sure if any messages are getting in, but I'll let you know on this ASAP. As for art, I would send Annie 14 down to Camp Pendleton 15 to look for gangs of hookers and ex-generals with belts made of gold link bars. Marshall KY's 16 wife is presumably still in the Bay Area and she might be worth a shot or two on her own. As for wire and agency stuff, look for some of the helicopter evacuation stuff or wild mobs attacking the embassy or possibly a shot of the UPI staffers whose car got swarmed en route to the embassy, because that was the one thing we all feared and they apparently got it full bore. Okay, for now, I'm just going to let it run and see what comes out, beginning with a verse from your favorite song, to wit, Zip. So Bye Bye Miss American Pie, drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye. Singin' this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. 17. I had never paid much attention to that song until I heard it on the Muzak one Saturday afternoon in the rooftop restaurant of the New Palace Hotel, looking down on the orange tile rooftops of the overcrowded volcano that used to be known as Saigon and discussing military strategy over gin and lime with London Sunday Times correspondent, Murray Sale. We had just come back in a Harley-Davidson powered rickshaw from the Viet Cong's weekly press conference in their barbed wire enclosed compound at Saigon's Ton San An Hut Airport, and Sale had a big geophysical map of Indochina spread out on the table between us, using a red felt-tipped pen as a pointer to show me how and why the South Vietnamese government of then-President Nguyen Van Thieu had managed to lose half the country and $1 billion worth of U.S. weaponry in less than 3 weeks. I was trying to concentrate on his explanation, which made perfect sense, on the map, but the strange mix of realities on that afternoon of what would soon prove to be the next to last Saturday of the Vietnam War made concentration difficult. For one thing, I had never been west of San Francisco until I'd arrived in Saigon about 10 days earlier, just after the South Vietnamese Army, ARVN, had been routed on worldwide TV in the battles for Hue and Da Nang. This was a widely advertised massive Hanoi offensive that had suddenly narrowed the whole war down to a nervous ring around Saigon, less than 50 miles in diameter, and during the past few days, as 1 million or more refugees filtered steadily into Saigon from the panic zones up north around Hue and Da Nang, it had become painfully and ominously clear to us all that Hanoi had never really launched any massive offensive at all, but that the flower of the finely US-trained and heavily US-equipped South Vietnamese army had simply panicked and run amok. The films of whole ARVN divisions fleeing desperately through the streets of Da Nang had apparently shocked the NVA generals in Hanoi almost as badly as they jolted that bonehead wart healer that Nixon put in the White House in exchange for the pardon that kept him out of prison. Ford still denies this, but what the hell? It hardly matters anymore, because not even a criminal geek like Nixon would have been stupid enough to hold a nationally televised press conference in the wake of a disaster like Da Nang and compound the horror of what millions of US viewers had been seeing on TV all week by refusing to deny, on camera, that the 58,000 Americans who died in Vietnam had died in vain. Even arch-establishment commentators like James Reston and Eric Sevareid were horrified by Ford's inept and almost cruelly stupid performance at that press conference. In addition to the wives, parents, sons, daughters, and other relatives and friends of the 58,000 American dead, he was also talking to more than 150,000 veterans who were wounded, maimed, and crippled in Vietnam, and the net effect of what he said might just as well have been to quote Ernest Hemingway's description of men who had died in another war, many years ago, who were shot down and killed like dogs, for no good reason at all. My memories of that day are very acute, because it was the first time since I'd arrived in Saigon about 10 days earlier that I suddenly understood how close we were to the end, and how ugly it was likely to be, and as that eerie chorus about "Bye Bye, Miss American Pie" kept howling around my ears while we ate our crab salad, I looked out across the Saigon River to where NVA howitzers were hitting sporadically in the distant rice paddies and sending up clouds of muddy smoke. Memo from the Global Affairs Desk. As more American journalists fled from Saigon to Hong Kong, Thompson worked to capture the chaotic climate in his article drafts. May 2, 1975. HST/Endgame. Kant. The day the music died. So bye bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye. Singin' "This'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die." Zipjan, it's been 24 hours since I wrote the stuff above, and I've been running around the city half mad on React Yvonne, dealing with the first wave of press refugees from Saigon with all their nasty stories, and also watching the first Fall of Saigon films coming in from the fleet, but I am not supposed to have seen any of this film or talked to any of these people, for the record, so in the following text I'll attribute most of what I picked up today to my private sources at the Mongol/Transworld News Agency, see below, and my time is getting so short now that I can't afford to do any more legwork if I want to get this in for the current issue, so from now on it will have to read like a hastily composed memo, although once I get this done I can go back and squeeze some of these sources for what appears to be a vast amount of good detail and gonzo-style material for the main piece. Also, according to the people I spent all of tonight with, Laura Palmer will probably not be able to file anything substantial for this issue because she is said to be trapped with all the others. Kant. The day the music died. So bye bye Miss American Pie, drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye. Singin' "This'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die." There was not much music in the last days of Saigon, but what little there was died very suddenly and violently in the last few days of April, 1975, when the 11th-hour ceasefire agreement that was supposedly on the verge of being ratified by both sides blew up and disintegrated in a frenzy of bombings, street fighting and heavy artillery blasts that turned the long-delayed American evacuation into a nightmare of panic and confusion, and most of the good old boys in the Anglo-American press corps who'd been sitting around drinking whiskey and rye in the hotels around Lam Son Square for these many months are now steaming across the South China Sea toward Manila, aboard U.S. aircraft carriers. They were hauled out of Saigon by CIA pilots and U.S. Marine helicopters, and we will hear their collective story soon enough. It will not be especially pleasant, but not nearly so weird and ugly as the stories that we will probably not hear for quite a while, of those who were left behind in the panic to flee what is now called Ho Chi Minh City. Saigon is no more. On the day after the final American evacuation from Vietnam, I was sitting on the long, open-air balcony of the dining room at the Repulse Bay Hotel in Hong Kong, brooding over a late breakfast of Bloody Marys and crab meat, reading the front page of the South China Morning News while a heavy monsoon rain pounded down on the small fleet of blue rowboats tied up on the beach in front of the hotel. The beach had been crowded yesterday, but now it was empty and rain-swept as the hotel balcony, which had also been crowded yesterday at this lazy hour of the morning. But there is nothing gentle about a monsoon rain in Hong Kong, and just before noon a rising wind began lashing an occasional sheet of warm water across the red linen tablecloths on the balcony, and a busload of Dutch tourists who had just arrived for lunch were herded inside to the dining room. They went eagerly, happy to get out of the rain and staring in obvious puzzlement at me and the only other person on the balcony who refused to leave. He was a young-looking American with damp blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing Levi's, cowboy boots and an olive drab Air America 19 pilot's jacket. We were both sitting at tables right next to the railing when the wind began lashing gusts of rain across the balcony, and when the waiters started herding the Dutch tourists inside they left both of us alone. He was drinking a San Miguel beer and writing very intently on a red, white and blue striped airmail letter tablet. The only sign he gave of acknowledging the rain was to move his chair about a foot closer to one of the tall concrete pillars and into a position precisely downwind from the weather, where he signaled one of the Chinese waiters for another bottle of San Miguel and kept on writing in his tablet. By this time my newspaper was getting too wet to read, and I saw him glance up briefly when I moved my 2 Bloody Marys and my silver pot of coffee to a table about 6 feet away from the railing, to a table that was not so exposed to the storm, and from that half-dry vantage point I could watch him still filling his damp red, white and blue pages while I read the South China Morning News's account of how U.S. Marines had used their M16 rifle butts to smash the fingers of desperate South Vietnamese trying to climb over the barbed wire-topped wall into the American Embassy compound in Saigon yesterday, trying to get aboard the Air America helicopters evacuating the last of the journalists, businessmen, U.S. Embassy staffers and other American refugees out to waiting aircraft carriers, just off the Vietnam coast. Neither one of us had been a part of that final, nightmarish scene because it was impossible, as we both knew, for anybody who'd escaped from Saigon on Monday to be on the balcony of the Repulse Bay Hotel in Hong Kong as early as Tuesday. The U.S. Marines refugee flotilla was still somewhere out in the South China Sea, probably headed for the U.S. Navy base at Subic Bay in the Philippines. Memo from the Global Affairs Desk. May 4, 1975. Laos. I have finally arrived in Vientiane, after a long and torturous 5-day journey from Saigon, via Hong Kong and Bangkok. When I walked into the Lanzang Hotel last night, sometime around 2:30 in the morning in a drenching monsoon rain, the man at the desk first refused to let me register because he said I had no reservation, which may or may not have been true, depending on which view of the understandably scrambled Indo-Chinese mind one subscribes to in these menacing times. But in fact I had sent a cable from Hong Kong, requesting a large room with a king-size bed, quick access to the pool and a view of the Mekong River, which flows in front of the hotel. After a fairly savage argument, the night clerk agreed to a compromise. He would give me the best suite in the hotel for as long as I wanted, provided I gave him 20 green American dollars at once for the company of his daughter for the rest of the night. He described her as a young and beautiful student, not a bar girl, who spoke excellent English and would certainly have no objection to being awakened at 3 in the morning and hauled over to the hotel by taxi in a hellish rainstorm, just in order to make me happy. "Look," I said. "You are dealing with a very tired person. The only thing I need to make me happy is a long sleep in a big bed with nobody bothering me. I have nothing against meeting your daughter, I'm sure she's a wonderful person, but why don't I just give you $20 and never mind about waking her up tonight? If she's free around noon tomorrow, maybe we can have lunch at the White Rose." The man winced. Nobody's daughter goes near the White Rose. It is one of the scurviest and most infamous bangios in all of Indochina, even worse than Lucy's in Saigon, and the moment I said that name and saw the man's face I knew I'd said both the right and the wrong thing at the same time. He was grievously insulted, but at least we understood each other. So he had one of his assistant pimps carry my bags up to number 224, a rambling suite of rooms half hidden under the top flight of wide white tiled stair/ramps that rise out of the middle of the Lanzang lobby. When I first went into number 224, it took me about 2 minutes to find the bed. It was around the corner and down a 15-foot hallway from the refrigerator and the black leather-topped bar and the 10-foot tan couch and 510 easy chairs and the hardwood writing desk and the sliding glass doors on the pool-facing balcony outside the living room of number 224, and at the other end of the hallway, half hidden by the foundation of the central stairway, was another big room with a king-sized bed, another screened balcony, another telephone, and another air conditioner, along with a pink-tiled bathroom with 2 sinks, a toilet and a bidet, and a deep pink bathtub about 9 feet long. "We normally charge $50 a day for this one," he said. "But in your case, I'll sell it for $40. "You must be sick," I said. "I had a better suite than this at the Continental in Saigon for $20 with 2 beds and a ceiling fan." He stared thoughtfully at the ceiling and sucked on his gums for a moment, then looked me in the eye and said, "Okay, I'll sell it to you for $25. I shrugged. "Why not?" I walked over to the refrigerator to get some ice, but there was none. Both he and his henchmen were baffled, until I had a look at the wiring and saw it was not plugged in. None of the lamps were plugged in either, along with both air conditioners and the hot water heater in the bathroom. Suite number 224 had obviously not been used in quite a while. I asked the night clerk if he would get me a bucket of ice. Somewhere in the bowels of my luggage I had a film can full of extremely powerful Cambodian red, along with a quart of Jack Daniels I'd just bought in Hong Kong, and the prospect of a few iced drinks along with a pipe load of paralytic hallucinogens seemed just about right for that moment, followed by 15 or 16 hours of stuporous sleep. But my new buddy, the bashful pimp, had not yet tied the knot in his half of the bargain. "Very good," he said finally. "I will order your ice when I go downstairs to call my daughter." "What?" "Of course," he said. "You will like her. She is very beautiful." Then he smiled and held out his hand. $20, please." I hesitated for a moment, listening to the rain pounding the palm trees outside my window, then I reluctantly pulled out my wallet and gave him a $20 bill. I had seen enough of Vientiane on the drive into town from the airport to know I'd be in very grave trouble if I got thrown out of the Lanzang at 3:30 in the morning in the middle of a blinding monsoon, hauling an electric typewriter and a soft leather suitcase, with no currency except US and Hong Kong dollars, and not speaking a word of Laotian or even enough French to beat on somebody's door and ask for directions to another hotel. No, I couldn't stand that, but I wasn't sure I could stand the kind of nasty scene I suspected this humorless, fat little hustler was planning to lay on me, either. As he opened the door to leave I said, "That money is for ice, okay? Just bring me a bucket of ice and keep the money yourself. I'll talk to your daughter tomorrow." He paused for a moment, looking back at me, but his eyes were blank and I could tell his brain was busy with other matters. Then he pulled the door shut behind him and left me alone in the room. I slumped back on the couch and opened the bottle of hot bourbon, propping it up on my chest and my chin so I could drink with only a slight movement of my lower lip while I listened to the rain and tried not to think about anything at all. From Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson finally received a response from Wenner. May 6, 1975. Cable and wireless. Got your letter Monday. All is understood and generally agreeable. Laura filed extremely good last night in Saigon and the ride to Guam piece which we're jamming into this issue. She'll be well compensated for all her work. Rest assured it's up to you to take as much time as you want in the Southern Pacific. I am just concerned that during that time that you continue writing so that the story keeps going on in your mind. You're thinking about it, making progress and have it actively underway. We all Want this to be a great one. I do have in mind finishing up the anthology when you get here, but there's no huge rush. I will be out of town anyway until May 16th and naturally would like to see you through San Fran when I'm there. I did remember our discussion on the politics section and would not have so placed the piece except that it was the very last day and it was the best of the few solutions we had. The Neeb photo was sent back to you in Hong Kong C/O Newsweek. If you could get back into Saigon, it certainly would be worthwhile waiting around or vacationing in a place where you wouldn't be too far away. But if not Sila, the one thing that might be worth doing on the way back to San Fran is to stop in Guam for a day or two and see that refugee camp and pick up all the stories that the GIs will start to tell about the first days of Saigon, which the other press will have missed since they will all have moved on. I anticipate no hassle about your expenses just as long as you submit thorough accounting. Actual expenditures you will be reimbursed on the accounting you provide. Have a good time. Seriously consider that Guam stuff. It might be just perfect in terms of Little Saigon. Look forward to seeing you in San Fran. Call me in New York if you have any questions. Jan. To Doug Sapper. Doug Sapper was a former Special Forces operative in Southeast Asia. June 1, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Doug. This is just a quick note to say thanks again for the help, as it were, in Bangkok. At 50 cents a hit, that shit is the cheapest miracle on the market except maybe for that 25 cents a pound weed those dope addict bastards were smoking up in Laos. Anyway. I remember you saying you were thinking about heading for Africa, so I thought I'd send a note and not lose track of you. I'll be here most of the summer, but after that I can't say, although you can always reach me at the Owl Farm or C/O, Tom, Benton Studio, Box 1561, I think, in Aspen, or C/O the Jerome Hotel Bar in Aspen. As for ours, my relationship with them was plunged into ugliness when I got back here and learned that the owner/editor had cancelled my health/medical insurance without telling me just before sending me to Saigon. Shit, and you thought you were working for useless assholes. But I'll still be writing for ours, and what interests me right now is the idea that you might be able to do a relatively short, 1,000 to 1,500 words, piece on your own views of the realities and general relationship between the US press/media/etc. and the US military and politics establishment in Southeast Asia during the past 10 years. In other words, a personal commentary on how you viewed the press, for instance, when you worked with the Special Forces, with examples, names, details, weird stories, etc., and then bringing it all up to date with any stories and examples you might recall from Saigon, Cambodia, Laos or Bangkok, with a special eye on the question of whether or not the US, or any other, press knew what was going on, at the time, and how they treated that knowledge. The same kind of focus, more or less, that Tim Krause and I brought to the coverage of the press in the 72 campaign. Nothing especially brutal or heavy, but just a relative press outsider's opinion of how hip the press was to the realities of the moment. I have no idea what you might or might not do with this idea, and I don't recall ever discussing it with you, but it seems to me that you have a definitely unique kind of vantage point when it comes to watching the US press in combat and under pressure. We could handle the thing any way you want, from a byline first-person piece, to a completely anonymous critique, but either way I think it should be in the first person, and I'd frankly prefer your byline, if possible, although I'll guarantee your anonymity if you think it's important. Let me know on this ASAP, because I'm laboring mightily to bring forth something big and heavy for publication by the end of June. In terms of money, I can guarantee you $500 for a 1,500-word piece if they use any part of it, which usually puts them in a sort of untenable position where they have to pay for anything I commission. The only hook in this, however, is a nasty story on today's Wash Post Wire about my mano-a-mano gig with the Rs editor. Well, when the tough get going, they should first know the lay of the land. Who said that? I think it was that vicious, half-mad but germ-free lunatic, Hunter. To George C. Bluestone. George C. Bluestone, an attorney for a debt collection agency in New York City, had written to Thompson regarding his unpaid London hotel bill from the previous autumn. June 1, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dear George, I hate to be the one to lay this on you, old sport, but I have a feeling that you've stepped in some very weird shit this time. I have no idea who you are, or what kind of law you practice, but I suspect I'm in a pretty good position, George, to assure you that this one is going to be different. And when I say this one, George, I refer to your letter of April 28, in which you threatened me with legal proceedings unless I quickly send you a personal check for a $1,075 bill at Brown's Hotel in London, which, as you specifically noted, was arranged through Rolling Stone of London, England. I also want to thank you for the Xerox copy of Rolling Stone, of San Francisco, editor Jan Wenner's letter to you, which very specifically states in paragraph number 2 that Mr. Thompson's expenses incurred in London during November 1974 do not come under our jurisdiction. Sick. I was particularly happy to get this copy of Mr. Wenner's letter, since I was unable myself to elicit any explanation at all from him, vis-a-vis Rolling Stone, of London's failure to honor whatever agreement they may or may not have made with Brown's Hotel with regard to the occupancy of any, or perhaps all, of their rooms by one, or perhaps many, Rolling Stone writers. I just came back from Hong Kong, Bangkok, and Singapore, George, so I think you'll know what I mean when I say there is ample evidence in this world to suggest that your typical British hotel keeper is capable of almost anything, in the context of making arrangements. But that is hardly the point, We were talking about an unpaid hotel bill, arranged through Rolling Stone of London, England. Well, at this point, George, and unless things change pretty drastically with regard to this matter, I frankly have no intention of ever sending you a fucking dime, for any reason at all. I have not had extensive experience in the debt collection business, or at least not on your end of it, but I've had enough to know that only a goddamn waterhead would try to enforce a money demand on the basis of a non-existent agreement. Even the Hells Angels, George, had a valid piece of paper in their hands when they went out on the streets of Oakland to mash the teeth and stomp the fingers of those unfortunates who had fallen behind in their payments for autos and TV sets. Which is neither here nor there, of course, because I am far more interested in securing any knowledge you might have with regard to the connection, if any, between this London hotel bill and a series of extremely savage and defamatory criminal charges that were made against me by a British newspaper reporter, writing for a New York weekly paper called The Village Voice. These charges appeared in the VV of May 1975, Volume XX number 20, and involved allegations of attempted and/or forcible rape, actual or threatened assault with a deadly weapon, wanton use and dissemination of cocaine on the streets of London, by means of a switchblade knife, the same weapon allegedly used in my numerous rapes and assaults, and a variety of other felony charges that, for our purposes of the moment, might just as well be grouped under the heading of gross public and private insult. These include threatened and/or attempted murder, rape, dismemberment, trespassing, obscenity, depravity, brutality, and attempting to force an elderly Italian woman to gratify my lusts in exchange for a bowl of spaghetti, and all this, George, was allegedly done at the point of a switchblade knife. So, now we come to it, but we lack a few crucial details, and I think you can help me on this, George, if only to establish a tangible connection, if any, between your blatantly misdirected money demand on me, and this malevolent spate of felony allegations made against me in the Village Voice. Unfortunately, neither you nor that star-crossed fop who sold all those charges to the Voice made any reference to dates, names, places, or other specifics that could irrevocably link these two problems in any kind of time context. I must assume, however, that since I have only visited London once in my life and hope never to do so again, both your money demand and these ugly rape, drug and assault charges are somehow connected to that visit Mr. Wenner refers to as during November 1974, when Mr. Thompson's expenses did not come under his jurisdiction. Indeed, and before I get into this next shot, George, let me assure you that there is absolutely nothing personal with regard to my feelings about you or your law practice, And I also think you should know, if only for your own peace of mind, that this same Mr. Wenner who suggested that you try to put the squeeze on me and gave you my address so you could track me down, or up, to my lair out here in the mountains of Colorado, is the same treacherous asshole who, in his role as both editor and majority stockholder in Rolling Stone of San Francisco and London, George, not only sent me on assignment to London last November and now refuses to pay a hotel bill that I had no part in arranging and certainly no intention of paying, but Mr. Wenner is also the same owner/editor of Rolling Stone who recently sent me to cover the last days of Saigon while at the same time removing me from the Rolling Stone payroll and officially cancelling my health and medical insurance without ever mentioning it to me, not even while I was working in Saigon under conditions that most of the world press called a terminal siege and what every insurance company in the world called an extremely dangerous war zone. My own, personal, life insurance policy became invalid the moment my Air Vietnam jet touched down at Ton San An Hut Airport in Saigon, but I naturally assumed I was still covered under Rolling Stone's group policy, no. G16780, with the Lincoln National Life Ins. Co. of Fort Wayne, Indiana. But I was wrong, George. By his decision to remove me from the Rolling Stone payroll without either written or verbal notice, or even mentioning his decision to anybody except the company controller, who quietly effected it, Mr. Wenner was also removing me and my family from any benefits under hospital expense policy #G16780. And I might still be ignorant of my loss, George, if I hadn't decided to call Mr. Wenner on the occasion of my recent return from a 6-week tour of every goddamn war zone in what the British used to call Indochina. And I hope with all my heart, George, because I feel no hatred for you, that you are not the U.S. collection agent for any British-owned hotels in the Orient, the Repulse Bay in Hong Kong, for instance, or the Hotel Erawan in Bangkok. Because those are only two of many Asian creditors who will soon find themselves bogged down in nickel and dime court battles with your friend, Mr. Wenner. Are you beginning to get the picture, George? I sure as hell hope so, because I'm getting goddamn tired of writing these letters to people like you, who seem to think I travel around the world at my own expense and write long articles for Rolling Stone, just for the fun of it. Yes, and now that we've hit on this vein, I wonder if you might know anything about the recent rash of rumors, published in the Village Voice, New Times, and other U.S. outlets, that I somehow wasted anywhere from $10,000 to $28,000 of Rolling Stone, of San Francisco's money in connection with a heavyweight boxing scam that occurred last fall in Zaire. I seriously doubt that you had any part in that kind of vicious and defamatory libel, George, but since you're teetering right on the brink of it with this lame bullshit about my bill at Brown's Hotel in London, let me use these last few lines to discharge what I regard as the last of my ethical obligations in this cheap, familiar, and always degrading kind of quarrel by reminding you that not everybody in this world feels the same kind of bilious contempt and repugnance that throbs in my body. Like 9 gallons of rancid blood when I stare once again at your letter and know that politicians are not alone in their belief that there is no such thing as bad publicity. Some people actually like it, George, especially if it sells their newspapers. But we live in bad times, old sport, and I don't own any newspapers. I don't own much of anything, in fact, and with any warning at all, maybe 5 or 6 hours I can slip across the border and pick up my passport from the fast-growing nation of Jode, where every citizen is judgment-proof, and every creditor is fresh meat. Ah, George, what have we done to be plagued by these hellish fantasies? These menacing sinkholes in our lives? These devious swine and greedheads who keep people like you in business? Which is probably not a fair assumption to make, because I know nothing about you, George. Mr. Wenner neglected to introduce us when he sicked, sicked, how is that goddamn word spelled, you on me, and for all I know you're a fine, ambitious and idealistic young man, fresh out of law school and just trying to make a decent living by leaning on anybody stupid enough to think they have to protect their personal credit by paying off every geek and shyster who writes them a money demand letter. But if all that is true, George, it means we think very differently, and it also means I don't want to hear any more of this bullshit about rape, brutality, assault, hotel bills in London or some editor's libelous fantasies about me running up massive expense bills. I'm an extremely old person, George, and I'm also far past the point of even half worrying about what suckfish like you can do to me. My credit is rotten, and it has been for 20 years. But I've learned to like it that way, and I've also learned the real meaning of Poisson's formula of discontinuous disturbances 20. There is not enough space to reproduce it for you here, with only a simple typewriter, but if you're interested let me refer you to page 193, Volume 5, of the Scientific Papers, by Lord Rayleigh, aka John William Strutt, 1842–1919. Lord Rayleigh was not into violence, and as far as I know he never advocated the radical application of Poisson's formula that has enabled me to travel constantly around the world, from one brutal rape orgy to the next, while maintaining the lavish style so often attributed to me by editors, fops, and controllers. But Rayleigh never dealt with these swine, and certainly never with bogus creditors, so he never saw any need to expand Poisson's formula to the point where I found myself forced to expand it almost 20 years ago. Let me give it to you in a nut, George. My life, for the past 2 decades, is a scarred but healthy monument to the concept of terminal extremes as regards the application of Poisson's formula, which means that discontinuous disturbances need not be tolerated, and that nowhere in the language of physics is there any provision for an equal/opposite reaction when a discontinuous disturbance is whipped, crushed, or terminated, by any means at all. But the rest should be left up to you, because it may in fact change your life. But in the meantime, a sort of free and functional translation in the terms of this malignant little relationship that fate has set up for us would boil up to a friendly suggestion that you take another look at the scumbag of global treachery you're about to step into by getting yourself involved in an extremely complex and heavy argument over expense payments between me and Mr. Wenner. But the choice is clearly yours, George, and I don't give a flying fuck which way you decide to go just as long as you don't bother me. You can write all the letters you want, hell, I know how it is with your type of client, but if you want to mail anything else to me, please address it to my attorney, John Clancy, at Suite 2130, Crocker Plaza in San Francisco, 94104. I don't particularly want to get to know you any better than I already do. You should feel free to write me, of course, but don't expect me to answer. And if you want to pursue this matter to the point where I can get a nice handle on your head, you'll wish to hell you'd never heard of me, London, Rolling Stone, Switchblades, expense accounts or anything else connected with this degrading bag of pus. Unless you can tell me something about that connection I mentioned, above, and in that case I think you and Mr. Clancy can make a deal. I'll call him tonight and give him all the details. Or you can keep after me, George, if you're into that kind of action. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. With his status at Rolling Stone still in question, Thompson demanded a written explanation from Wenner. June 18, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Jan. I certainly appreciate your sending me that copy of Ralph J. Gleason's ugly letter to you in 1968, and although I'm sure you must have had some shrewd and devious motives in doing so, I'm damned if I can figure out what they are, or were. It struck me as an almost meaninglessly demented act, sort of like Nixon sending an autographed transcript of one of his most damaging tapes to John Dean. 21. I was impressed, however, with the integrity of Ralph's instincts and also his economy of expression, since he managed to put down on one page the same feelings it took me 6 pages to line out in my letter to you of May 30, 1975, in which I expressed the same repugnance vis-a-vis the assumptions on which you operate. But what the hell? I'm getting extremely tired of this cheap, neo-public bullshit, and also extremely tired of being drastically misquoted by all these straight journalists who keep calling me. That asshole Tom Zito, the man who wrote your puff piece for the Post, ran off a classic example of what I mean when he substituted unwillingness for willingness, and I choose that example deliberately, because of its flagrance and despite the fact that what I actually said gave you more of a break than what Zito wrote, and I leave you to figure out where it all fits. Meanwhile, I need a written explanation from you at once, with regard to my payroll status at Rolling Stone, which, as you know, affects not only my medical insurance, but also my tax status and my eligibility for unemployment insurance. You might think it's funny to unilaterally suspend my retainer with a word to Straight Arrow Vice President Tom Baker on the inter-office phone, but the federal bureaucracies of this world we have to live in like to have things in writing. And so do I, because until I get some kind of written notice from you, I consider myself still on the Rs payroll, according to the masthead, and if I have any tax, medical, or unemployment problems resulting from your capricious failure to clarify my situation, you can be goddamn sure they'll bounce back on you in court, in person, and every other way that seems appropriate. In the meantime, I'm sitting here with about 100 pages and 200 pounds of Indochina stuff awaiting some word from you, through Lynn, with regard to its ultimate destination. OK. Hunter S. Thompson. To U.S. Representative John Burton. On May 12, 1975, the U.S. merchant ship Mayaguez was seized by Cambodian forces in international waters in the Gulf of Siam. Over the next 65 hours, U.S. Marines attacked Koh Tang Island while American planes bombed the transgressors' air base until the Cambodians surrendered the ship and its 39 crewmen on May 14. Although 41 American servicemen were killed during the rescue operation, the public deemed it such a success that President Gerald R. Ford's approval rating jumped 11 percentage points. June 22, 1975. Woody Creek Co. John. Thanks for the material you sent INRA, the Mayaguez incident. But before I do any writing about it, I want to check this one very powerful impression with you, an impression I picked up from the gross input I have from you, your staff and the combined news agencies of both the Eastern and Western worlds, to wit, that nobody in the U.S. Congress, the U.S. press or any other professional grouping in this country outside whatever office Ford and Kissinger 22 do their business in has any hard facts or real information at all with regard to what actually happened in, over, or around those islands off Cambodia on whatever date those events occurred. No dates were fixed in either HRES 536 or in the official press release INRA, the joint statement, Resolution of Inquiry on Mayaguez, dated June 11, 1975. I was impressed by the breadth, scope and thrust, etc. of the 14 questions you and your 28 cohorts posed to the President on June 11, and my initial impression from news reports as well as the resolution itself was that you people had at least a bluffing semblance of an information base with regard to the questions you asked, but I have since been given to understand that neither you, your staff nor your 28 cohorts have any more hard information on the Mayaguez incident than I do, and, Jesus Christ. John, I was somewhere between Bangkok and Bali when it happened, reading papers like the Bangkok World and the South China Morning News, which carried nothing but a hash of UPI bulletins and a few shots of local copy, and if you and 28 other congressmen don't know any more than I do about this goddamn wretched thing, there is something seriously wrong with the machinery, because I was on vacation at the time and not even trying to pull it all together. If I'm wrong on this, please correct me at once, because I get a very distinct feeling reinforced by the clips Eli Siegel sent me from Congressional Quarterly 4/26 that the U.S. Congress is a totally useless and fearfully expensive backwater that might just as well be abolished as soon as possible. I don't know about you, John, but if I'd gone to law school I'd probably remember that gibberish that almost everybody picks up in their first course on trial law, which says, never ask a question you can't answer yourself. Or something like that, but any way you say it the point is still there, especially when it comes to asking 14 major questions of the President. Mother of babbling God. I just got beaten like a fucking gong by the tax man, and I know that at least some of that money goes to pay my congressman's salary, and although we both know you are not my congressman, I think we both understand why I called you, instead of the puffball who allegedly represents me, when I wanted some hard information vis-a-vis Mayaguez. I know you probably agree with most of what I'm saying or at least implying here, and I'm honestly not trying to hassle you on this thing, but, Jesus, the larger implications are root ugly. Here we have a disastrously stupid, in the eyes of almost everybody I talked to until I got back to the US, and potentially terminal military operation set in motion by Nixon's appointed president and Nixon's appointed Secretary of State, endorsed in spades by a mean and immensely wealthy thug appointed by Ford to the vice presidency 23, and also clearly endorsed and planned by whoever in hell the Joint Chiefs happen to be at this moment, and the best information either one of us can get on the goddamn thing, you as a US congressman and me as a journalist, is no more than a mixture of newspaper wisdom that appeared shortly after the fact, and yet we both know beyond any doubt, and even from the record, as it were, that the whole Mayaguez gig is hag-ridden from start to finish with lies, conflicts, at least 41 senseless deaths and God only knows what else, and that it also stands, along with the American evacuation of Saigon, as a stinking monument to what appears to be a serious loophole in Public Law 93-148, the War Powers Resolution of November 7, 1973.24. In other words, I get a definite impression that the White House, now occupied by a president and potentially by a vice president that nobody ever voted for, has a de facto carte blanche to order up a full-bore, top-secret military operation by U.S. Marines on any country in the world whose government happens to cross the U.S.A at any given moment, even by accident or a setup. This might be a good thing for us to talk about when I get to Washington, because I have a feeling we're going to hear a bit more on the subject, for good or ill, during the next year. Meanwhile, if you're up to it, I could probably make good use of any written reply you might want to make to this screed full of wild and ominous accusations, all of which I'm beginning to take quite seriously. But maybe I'm just paranoid, or drunk and bent, and if that's the case, I hope you'll clear it all up for me as soon as possible on any basis you feel comfortable with, confidential, off the record, or anything else, at least until we talk again and come to a better understanding. The same assumption that led me to write you instead of Jim Johnson will serve, for now, as a presumption of confidentiality. I'm far more concerned with getting coherent answers than I am with whipping up a headline for ours or anyone else. Okay for now. Hunter. To Frank Mankiewicz. Prodding his friend to run for president in 1976, Thompson threatened to do so himself otherwise. July 14, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Frank. I'd planned to discuss this subject with you at lunch last week in Washington, but you brought so many uninvited guests that it was impossible to speak freely or even intelligibly, given the wretched circumstances. Jesus, it seems to me that anybody who's lived in Washington as long as you have should know the rules by now, but what the hell? Anyway, my quick survey of who's doing and thinking what vis-a-vis 76 led me to the almost intolerably weird conviction that you should kick out the jams and get your campaign organized at once, and if you think I'm kidding, just ask around. If you keep a straight face, like I did, you might be surprised at the answers you'll get. And don't give me any of your kinky shit about what campaign. Because the next time we talk I'm going to ask you, for the record, just exactly why you might or might not lack the courage of your convictions. And you should also consider Josh, the poor bastard can't get a job, and neither can I, for that matter, unless you do the right thing, and you know what that means. Consider your friends, Frank. You've always been a selfless person and a lot of people are counting on you now, in this grim and desperate hour, and also consider that if you don't do it, I might, and from what I've seen and heard thus far, I'm half inclined to jump in if you don't, which might mean that you'd be forced to ask me for a job in January. Either one of us could win the New Hampshire primary, and probably most of the other linchpins, for that matter, and I doubt if we'd even need those matching funds to do it. But of course I might be wrong, Frank. You'll want to look back on the record before you make a decision on this, but current circumstances have forced me to give it quite a bit of thought, and I have a feeling that 1976 will be the year of the geek. Let me know on this ASAP, and while you're at it, remember that they laughed at Thomas Edison, 2. Khazard. Hunter. P.S. Thank Marilyn for the help. Inra, Udall, 25. Her scheduling worked out and I got all the time I needed with him. Sela. To Lauren Jenkins, Newsweek. In July 1964, fresh out of the Peace Corps and armed with a Ph.D. in government, fellow Aspen area resident Lauren Jenkins had appealed to Thompson for advice on becoming a successful journalist. A decade later, Jenkins, now a close friend as well as a foreign correspondent for Newsweek, had proved quite helpful throughout Thompson's travels in Southeast Asia. July 14, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Lauren. Jesus Christ, the shitbag I fell into here, immediately on my return, makes everything I bitched about in Asia seem like a picnic vacation by comparison. If I'd had any sense, I'd have stayed in Laos instead of coming back to this nightmare, most of which involves a personal war with Rolling Stone, Wenner, over his unannounced decision to fire me, and thereby cancel my medical/health insurance, while I was en route to Saigon. Yeah, I know that sounds beyond the pale, but it's true, and he very reluctantly admits it, which effectively destroys our whole relationship and puts me in the ranks of the broke and unemployed. Jesus, it's dawn and I have a dentist appointment in 3 hours, so I'll write a real letter either tonight or tomorrow, but in the meantime I note you're leaving for India, but you don't say when, and I don't want you leaving without doing something with that goddamn typewriter, and I suppose the best thing is to send it over here by the cheapest possible means that will still make sure it arrives. If you can sell it there for anything near the purchase price, give Jeannie 10% of whatever she can get, but if that won't work, just send the bastard along to Woody Creek and I'll try to sell it here. Okay, for now, I'll sleep for a few hours and give you a better outline either tonight or, shit, all I'm really sure of is that I'm getting out of journalism as soon as possible. All the humor has gone out of that Fear and Loathing logo. Hunter. To Lynn Nesbitt. Still uncertain of his status with Rolling Stone, Thompson sought advice from his agent about which writing project to focus on next. July 15, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Lynn. If it's any comfort to you, I just finished 15, almost, publishable pages on my last week in Washington and my opening impressions of the 76 campaign, which would normally be sent to ours under the title Fear and Loathing on Embassy Row, but which under the circumstances will probably be held for inclusion in the Playboy piece if for no other reason than I'm sure Jeffrey 26 will pay for them. And my only reason for telling you this is to reassure you that I do actually write things, pages, and that they come as easily as they always have when I'm convinced I'm writing for money instead of an argument. Which raises the issue of Jan's mention of his contract with me in that coke-jangled letter of July 1, CPG 2, graph number 1. Perhaps we should try to determine just exactly what contract he has in mind, because if it exists I don't know anything about it and my possible ignorance might cause me some serious trouble when it comes to dealing with the bastard for money. Any off-the-wall reference to a contract from Wenner should not be ignored, because his instinct is to disregard contracts of any sort on the assumption that the lawyers he keeps on retainer from PMNS can outlast the lawyers any plaintiff can keep hired on a fee basis, and that in the long run any writer, editor, etc. with grounds for legal action be worn down and terminally discouraged by the simple expedient of dragging out the legal process for so long that nobody operating with limited money resources can afford to hang on to the end, which is usually true, but his record in cases that have actually gone to trial suggests that it pays to hang on. I mention this only after finishing 15 good pages and because I think I should know precisely what he's talking about when he mentions a contract with me, because if I was working under some kind of contract when I went to Saigon, it seems odd that he'd be able to fire me without any kind of notification at almost the same time he was calling me about the assignment. Or maybe the contract he refers to is the one he mentioned in that cable that was printed in More, which puts him in a queer position if he claims the cable was real and tries to sue them for stealing it. If it was a phony cable he can't sue them, and if it was real, and it was, he owes me $5,000 for almost anything coherent I send him, on top of the stuff I sent from Saigon, So keep this in mind and try to determine what he meant by his reference to his contract with me, because if he can take me off the payroll and cancel my medical insurance and cancel all my Rs credit cards and still keep my name on the masthead without breaching whatever contract he thinks he has with me, I'm in serious fucking trouble, and Clancy just bought a magnum load of grief. On other fronts, could you try to find out from Pop Library how the Campaign 72 book is selling? I've never received a dime from there for either that one or Vegas, as far as I recall, without asking Sandy, who's asleep, and I'd like to have some money figures from C72 before I make a final decision on either a book or articles or both for C76. What I'm looking for here is some kind of a financial comparison between Vegas and C72, FNL, on the campaign trail 72, in order to arrive at some sort of at least tentatively reliable judgment on the relative merits of Gutsball vs. C76. The prospect of having to work with Jan for a whole year of intense campaign coverage pretty well cancels out the high of being personally involved in a campaign, or at least any campaign except Frank's, so the question of covering C76 then boils down almost entirely to money, and without any figures for the C72 book, keeping in mind that I paid $32,500 of my own expenses, I can't make a proper judgment on the value of getting myself locked into this next campaign. As far as I can tell, Vegas was a financial bust, but I can't be sure of this without some help in the translation of these goddamn statements that appear in my mail from time to time. I don't understand them, so could you possibly give me a written opinion as to the money earned from each, so I can have a solid basis for deciding whether to do Gutsball or C76? Thanks. Hunter. To Sandy Berger. Thompson sought the counsel of Sandy Berger, his attorney friend from the McGovern campaign, on dealing with Washington Post-style section writer Sally Quinn's serious misquote of him in her new book, which was excerpted in the August 1975 issue of Esquire. July 22, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dear Sandy, please take a look at the August issue of Esquire, pg 124, and tell me what kind of legal position I'd have vs. Esquire, Sally Quinn, or her book publisher. The book is due for publication either very soon or maybe it's already out, in which case the problem is worse, vis-a-vis her false, unattributed and entirely unverifiable quote to the effect that I've said only, or at least, 45% of what I write is true. I'd rather not get into any lawsuit on this, but as a professional writer/journalist I think I have to do something, because a libel like that could not only cripple my income for the rest of my life, but also cause extreme damage to my reputation even after my death. I fully expect you to bill me for any time you put into this, but before we do anything formally I'd like to see what Sally can do about either changing the quote, CENC carbon of my letter to her, or just knocking it out of the book. I've been through this shit many times with Random House, and I know they can change anything in any edition of a book not already in the bookstores, but only if they're convinced it's necessary, because it's very expensive to change words once they're engraved on the plates, and the editors will fight any changes unless the company lawyers lean on them, and that means the threat of a serious and money-meaningful lawsuit they can't win, and this one is a flat-out loser, I think, because of the genuinely crippling, to me, nature of the false quote, and also because I've never said a thing like that, not even as a joke. I've mentioned various percentages, CENC, at times when I've been asked about my Vegas book, but always in very vague terms and always to confuse the issue of fiction and / or non-fiction in a book so potentially incriminating that I'd never claim it was 100% true. But I've never even considered the idea of percentages when I've talked about my political journalism. I've explained things like my muskie/Abogain fantasy by simply pointing out that anybody who reads carefully will see that it's worded as a fantasy, or a rumor, but this bullshit about 45% truth is likely to haunt me for a hell of a long time, and especially when it comes out right now, when I'm in the midst of negotiations for a book on the 76 campaign that winner, before Straight Arrow folded, had already agreed to pay $150,000 for, and I wouldn't blame any book publisher or editor who Didn't know me personally, as Wenner did, for not understanding my prevailing sense of humor and getting very nervous about signing a book contract for a $150,000 advance to a writer quoted in Esquire and in God knows how many thousands of books on the market right now as saying at least 45% of what he wrote was true. Shit, nobody would pay a writer for 55% lies, not even in the style section of the Post. In any case, I'm getting goddamn tired of being libeled, misquoted and generally discredited by these fucking hacks in the Post, the New Times, the Village Voice and now Esquire, who call themselves straight reporters like that asshole from the Wall Street Journal who couldn't even get his figures right when he was told, firsthand, by a sane and reliable participant in our vote at AVs on the demo nominee, or maybe Rick got it wrong, but that's beside the point and this one doesn't matter. Anyway. The real point is that I can't sit back and ignore this kind of nitpicking bullshit about my credibility as a journalist much longer, without making a public example of somebody and getting into some public show and tell about truth percentages. There are a lot of levels of truth, as we both know, in almost any story, and my argument with the so-called straight journalists is that I tend to deal on levels, or areas, that straight journalism can't handle because you can't always find two reliable sources to verify what you know is true, and that's the fork in the journalistic road where I parted company with those bastards a long time ago. It might be interesting, in fact, to force some of these straight yo-yos into a position where they have to match their own truth percentage with mine, and unless we can get Sally to take appropriate and satisfactory action vis-a-vis that 45% figure in Esquire, and also in her book, I'm inclined to stop smiling about all these gonzo jokes and kick a few people in the balls. Anyway, I'm serious about taking legal action on this Esquire/Quinn business, if only to stop the drift of what I consider a very dangerous tendency that will ultimately discredit me as a journalist and thereby stunt the growth of a journalistic breakthrough that I can't really define or even claim to represent, except that I know it should be defended at least in principle, which is not a hell of a lot different from the kind of breakthrough we're still looking for in politics. Yeah, and so much for philosophy. What I need at the moment is a change or deletion in Sally's book, and if that means stopping the presses or yanking the goddamn thing out of the bookstores, so be it, because unless you tell me I'm wrong on legal grounds, page 124 of the August issue of Esquire contains one of the most actionable libel suits I've ever looked at, and my mood right now is to kick out the jams and make somebody answer. Or pay. And on that front I'd just as soon jerk Esquire out by the roots, along with Sally and her book publisher, because there's no possible way they can defend that 45% gig without hiring perjured witnesses. I've been accused of a lot of things that weren't entirely true but which I saw reason to ignore, but this is not one of them. Call me ASAP on this. And if you don't want to handle it, please put me onto somebody who can, or tell me why I'm wrong. Thanks. Hunter. To Sally Quinn, The Washington Post. Explaining the disastrous repercussions her misquote of him could have on his career, Thompson politely asked Quinn to set the record straight. July 22, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dear Sally. Jesus Christ, I thought you always preened yourself with the notion that you always bad-rapped people on purpose, instead of by accident, or at least I assume that false and brutally defamatory quote, in the current ESQ excerpt from your book, about me once having said that at least 45% of what I write is true must have been an accident, because it didn't fit at all with the generally humane and friendly context of the other things you said about me, which I appreciate, and thanks. But Sally, let me ask you to put yourself in my place for just long enough to wonder how you'd feel if you were a professional freelance journalist and no editor wanted to fuck you and you got stuck with a completely unattributed and unverifiable quote to the effect that at least 45% of what you wrote was true. That's a very nasty rumor for a journalist to have to live with, right? And it could have a very nasty effect on my income for the rest of my life, right? And if I didn't consider you a friend, I wouldn't be writing you this letter, asking you to knock that alleged quote out of the book, right? Yeah. I'd sue you, Esquire and the book publisher for immense damages to my reputation and my future income, because I never said that to anybody. I may be crazy, Sally, but I'm not stupid. If you were an editor, would you pay for serious political copy from a writer who'd allegedly said a thing like that? Your quote, I suspect, is a bastardized, fourth or fifth-hand version of an answer I usually give to people who ask me how much of my book Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is true, and for reasons that should be perfectly obvious I usually reply with a figure ranging anywhere from 60% to 80%, and I've answered that question so often that I'm sure various versions of my answer are floating around so extensively that you probably caught one of them from somebody who heard it from somebody else who told it to a straight journalist who then passed it on as 100% fact like straight journalists always do. Anyway, enough of this shit. I don't know what stage of publication your book is in, but I hope there's still time for you to get hold of the page proofs and either correct that sentence so that it deals specifically with the Vegas book, or knock it out entirely, because otherwise the whole American book market, including many editors, is going to be flooded with an extremely damaging and entirely false quote regarding the alleged inaccuracy of my work, which we both know is just as false as that thing about Edith telling me I needed a bath when I was standing in your makeup room at CBS demanding to take a shower so I could get myself at least halfway in shape for the interview after the news show. Jesus, and you're complaining about the ugly press you got. In the past few months I've been accused of mass rape in London, running up a $28,000 expense tab in Africa, working for the CIA in Saigon, and now I pick up a relatively friendly piece in Esquire and see myself labeled as some kind of smelly freak who has to be forced to take a bath at CBS and who insists that at least 45% of what he writes is true. Like you said, Sally, this celebrity gig can be a goddamn nightmare, and sooner or later you get a little tired of just sitting back and gritting your teeth and saying publish and be damned, like the Duke of Wellington 27, who apparently didn't give a fuck what was written about his personal life, but I suspect he'd have raised a very intense and painful kind of hell with anybody who falsely quoted him as saying that he won at least 45% of his battles. And that's enough for now. For Christ's sake, do us both a favor and make that one simple correction. I'll even trade you that need a bath libel for the 45%. The last thing I need right now is a goddamn lawsuit to ruin my summer, but I really can't just sit back and let a false and potentially disastrous quote like that one go by. It's just too goddamn heavy to ignore and hopefully so easy to cure that neither one of us will have to ever mention it again. In any case, let me know how things stand ASAP. Call me here, or you can reach me through Lynn Nesbitt or Sandy Berger at his law office in Washington. Sincerely, Hunter. To Gordon Lish, Esquire. Thompson was undecided about how he would cover the 1976 campaign. August 12, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dear Gordon, there are about 49 good reasons why I haven't gotten back to you vis-a-vis whatever you were calling about, which I assume had something to do with the Campaign 76 book, because of Clancy's letter, but it would drive you fucking mad if I started telling you about a long summer of brutal struggling over things like water rights, septic tanks, crossover circuits, bad debts from London and Saigon, or anything else like that. So let's just say I've been waiting for my focus to restore itself, more or less, in order that I might speak decently with people not accustomed to my day-by-day gig, which is chaos. But it's 4 a.m. now and I have time to write a note, so I thought I'd write and ask what you have, or had, in mind, because one of the things that is definitely not in focus for me right now is what I plan to do about covering the 76 campaign, and one of the main X factors in that area has to do with the possibility and/or advisability of committing myself to write a book about it. My own feeling at the moment is very down, but I've been poking and prodding for almost 6 months, and I find that somewhere just under the surface of my own pessimism about the 76 campaign is a tough nut of suspicion that it ain't gonna be what me or anybody else can foresee right now, because what we have right now is such an obvious power vacuum in the challenge area that all we can be sure of is that nature, human or otherwise, will move into it, if the politicians don't, And this is the kind of reality that keeps me thinking in terms of sudden changes that could lead to something genuinely savage, like a Kennedy-Rockefeller race. That was my public prediction about a year ago, and although recent events would seem to have made me a fool, I'm still willing to bet $100 at 20 to 1 on it happening. Yeah, you'll notice I changed those odds from 10 to 20, and even at 20 to 1 it seems generous, so if you want to pick up an easy $100, let me know and I'll sign on, or I'll go 10 to 1 that both TK and Rocky will be announced or at least real candidates before the gig is over. So you see my area of interest, which is the only thing that keeps me tuned into the ugly machinations of the race. And with that in mind, along with the unhappy truth that I'll almost certainly be covering it anyway, I think maybe the wisest way to go would be to sell a non-returnable $20,000 option for a book, just in case the bugger erupts into something genuinely berserk, at which point the option could be converted to a $20,000 advance against something like $150,000. That's a 7.5 to 1 bet, which is just about right, considering the odds on a really memorable and dramatic campaign. Give me a call or a note on this, either way. I have no idea what your role would be in the arrangements, but if anything develops I'll put you in touch with Lynn Nesbitt, who maintains my link with Financial Reality in these matters, and meanwhile, say hello to Sally Quinn for me, if you see her. Okay. Hunter. To Don Erickson, Esquire. In a similar letter to his one-time Esquire editor, Thompson requested a full retraction of the false quote in Sally Quinn's book excerpt. August 25, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dear Don. No, we are not agreed, no, it is not okay, and, no, you did not work with me on a magazine excerpt of Hell's Angels. As you know, I was not consulted in any way in the excerpts that ran in Esquire any more than I was consulted, called, or checked with to verify that ugly 45% true quote in the August issue. Jesus. This thing again. I realize, Don, that I'm extremely naive to think a simple mistake can always be simply corrected, but, for reasons of my own, this is a basic, sort of geometric belief that I'd prefer to hang on to, because the human mind is not capable of handling the geometric realities implied in the notion that a simple mistake might logically require a complex correction and or solution, and once we accept that, even the slightest deviation from a 1-to-1 gear ratio, we have to abandon the idea that man is capable of either governing himself or correcting his own errors, because once we accept that imbalance, it is a mathematical certainty that our capacity for mistakes will at some point outrun our capacity for solutions, a sort of metaphysical check-kiting, SP, that would drive us all mad if we thought about it long enough, and right now I'm not in the mood for it. I want to thank you for your letter of August 22nd, but I don't really think that your publication of a letter from me, particularly your own version of any said letter, will make the point that I know you understand as well as I do should be made, just a simple fucking admission that Esquire and Sally Quinn quoted me as saying something I never said or even thought, and which if taken literally could cause me considerable grief as a political journalist, and also have a nasty effect on my income in that area. But this is not the thing we're arguing about, is it? Jesus. Sally says she doesn't know where she picked up the quote. You say it's right to correct the record, so why don't we just correct the record? And you know as well as I do that a grumbling letter from me won't do it. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. The Rolling Stone press anthology of his work that Thompson refers to here would be published in 1979 through Simon & Schuster's Summit Books division as The Great Shark Hunt, Strange Tales from a Strange Time Gonzo Papers, Volume 1. August 28, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Jan. I talked to Lynn tonight about your reaction to Alan Rinsler's submission of the anthology, and I got adrift in the talk that I don't think we need right now, to wit, the assumption of compound treachery on all fronts, mine, yours and everybody else's, a massive juggling of contacts, contracts, plots, plans, backstabbing, etc. And although none of this came from Lynn, in so many words, I got a definite impression that she was confused as to which one of us was lying to her, or maybe third or fourth parties compounding the lies. So just for the record, I'll send a carbon of this letter to Lynn. I'd like to focus your head on reality in terms of just a few points, and if they get a bit tangled in the telling, just keep in mind who's sitting at this typewriter, which is not the one, incidentally, that you sent me via Parker in exchange for $4.58. That one is useless and I've been offered $199 for it by the local IBM man, so I'm back to using this one, which I got from Oscar for $200. I think Oscar's ominous disappearance is a story we have an obligation to do. I am thinking very abstractly here, and perhaps even cosmically, but then I just came back from a long night with musician Jimmy Buffett and Ralph Ellison, and I want you to be certain that no vision of you and / or yours has crossed my mind in many weeks, until I talked to Lynn today and heard you were withholding payment on the book on the basis of a clause that was already in the contract, and it was at that point, Jan, that I felt my chain slipping on the teeth. So let me suggest this procedure. For now, 1. I have an immense personal investment in the anthology, far beyond any $10,000 advance, and I want to get the bastard en route to publication, not litigation, as soon as possible, and, as evidenced by my emergency editing run to Berkeley 10 days ago, I put a very high priority rating on it, because I will have to live with the bastard for years, and it's a very different kind of book than anything I've ever published before. It's a far more personal book, if you've read even the raw transcripts of the interview, than anything I've ever done, and its involvement in a stupid, paranoid squabble is the last conceivable thing I'd want for it right now, and I'm fucked if I can understand why you're treading water with it, bitching about a clause that's already in the contract, according to Allen and Clancy. Jesus, the very nature of the goddamn book makes it obvious that I'll do everything even halfway necessary to be sure it gets published in the right way. Fuck, why? 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 Why indeed? Which gets us back to the procedure, and that leads back to the anthology, which Sandy informed me earlier tonight cost me another $800 plus for the 4/5 day editing rush in Berkeley. So I think all you have to do right now is decide whether or not you want to publish the bugger, and if you don't, just tell Lynn right away and that's that. But if you want to publish it under whatever kind of imprint you have in mind, the first order of business will be to send me that $10,000 check, because once I get paid the advance, I'll at least know the bastard is on its way to the printer, somewhere, somehow, and I think you know me well enough to know I'm going to brood and bitch over every comma and column breaker all the way to the press, which is not a thing either one of us should be overly concerned, at this point, with pointing out to any potential copy editor, because some poor, unsuspecting woman, unknown to either of us right now, is going to have her hair turned cotton white on this one. And now that I think on it, the only person I know who could naturally handle a nightmare like this is a girl who used to work for Random House who did all the editing on Hell's Angels. Her name is Margaret Harrell, and Silberman could probably find her if necessary. As a matter of fact, she's the only editor I can think of right now that I could work with on a book like this in total confidence. She married a Flemish poet a few years back and went off to Morocco, but her forwarding address is Margaret Harrell C/O Harrell Family, Greenville, North Carolina. I once recommended her to Alan, but that one went by the boards like all the others. In any case, yes. The procedure, which means that if you want to publish the anthology then you're going to have to pay the $10,000 advance immediately, and at that point you or anyone you choose to assign will have my total cooperation, and if you don't want the book, I'd be inclined to look with a very ugly eye on any attempt by you to hang it up in cheap niggling, because at that point I would start taking the situation very personally. Which is exactly what I'm trying to get away from now. The only reason you don't have huge, and I mean fucking huge, chunks of Siege of Laos on your desk today is that I don't want to risk sending anything less than a total ball buster, for fear you'll use my otherwise normal, scrambled submissions as an excuse for refusing to pay off the expenses, mainly the phone and the MEXP cards, which are causing me endless grief, for reasons I know, from experience, will seem small and silly a year from now, but at this moment in time they are causing me pain. Constant goddamn pain, and everybody in town who'll still speak to me is feeling the rotten effects of it. And that about takes care of the procedure, I think, at least in terms of the anthology, and if you want to fuck around with that, I have more than enough pages of Saigon/Laos to send, in order to demand at least the $5,000 you agreed to pay for it, but if we're going to have to fight over that one, too, then I think we may as well take the axe to the whole goddamn relationship right now, for good or ill, although not without a settlement on the Saigon-Laos piece. And I suppose that's okay, too, but I'm getting a little bit tired of it, and, once again for the record, the only serious change I've been talking about recently, with Playboy's Jeffrey Norman or anyone else, is the flat-out, mathematical impossibility of making a living by means of serious journalism, and, needless to say, your name has become part of the formula, because it seems to me that if a local plumber can come out here while I'm in Berkeley and scare the shit out of Sandy with physical threats over a $488 bill that's about 39 days overdue, then the past 10 years of my life has amounted to nothing at all, because that's precisely the kind of shit I've spent most of my life trying to get away from. Yeah, I fully understand that you have a different viewpoint, the larger view, as it were, but not all of us live out our lives from the red leather driver's seat of a big white Mercedes sedan, and not all of us keep a team of PMNS attorneys on retainer to deal with leaks in the system. Which is a cheap shot, and I'll admit that much, but since we've begun this system of third-party communication, I've been severely impressed by how far apart our basic stances really are, and how little you seem to understand that difference. Jesus, where the fuck did that come from? I think I was talking about the procedure, which by my lights means an instant payment of $10,000 for the anthology, in exchange for a total and perhaps onerous cooperation from me on the book, all the way to the printer. Or, failing that, I think the thing for you to do is sign off on any personal or professional obligation INRA, the anthology, and Lynn can take it from there. At $10,000, I think we can probably sell it quick, so either way you can't lose, at least not on the balance sheets. And so much for all that shit. This is another wasted night in terms of work, and this constant expenditure of angry energy is useless to both of us. What I am mainly looking for at this point is some indication that will open the bottleneck that began when I learned I'd been fired, or arbitrarily removed from the payroll, as you put it, while en route to Saigon, which still strikes me as one of the most monstrous acts in the history of journalism, but my anger over the thing has resulted in the crippling of one of the best stories I've ever smelled, much less been a part of, and it's also been financially ruinous. So there is something very basically wrong here, and perhaps my anger is a main ingredient, because journalism, after all, is a business like any other, and perhaps I misunderstood that truth all along, but whatever I might or might not have misunderstood in the past, I'm getting awful goddamn tired of not writing for print and payment, and I mean to chop that knot just as soon as I can. My writing income for this year has been zero, and my tax bill, which I paid, for some insane reason that embarrasses me now, for 74 was almost $15,000, so the figures alone should tell you why the owl farm has been gripped, of late, with a serious high-tension angst. There are so many goddamn things I must deal with, that I can't deal righteously with any one of them. But this bullshit has gone on too long. It's getting light outside, and I almost wish I was stuck in some hellhole like the Sheraton Schroeder, in the belly of some corrupt and doomed campaign, or back at the Lanzang Hotel in Laos, where life was extremely direct, if nothing else. Ah, the stories, the madness, the sheer fucking strangeness of that trip are like foam on the brain, and I would definitely like to get that piece done, particularly right now, since Laos has finally and officially gone under. Point 28. The truth, of course, is that it went under about 3 days before I left, but it couldn't be official then, because David Endelman of the New York Times had not yet arrived to take over the Global Affairs suite in the Lanzang, when I left. Endelman is one of those people you'd automatically choose to be plunged into a vat of Aboriginal clap spore, just to test the effects, and as I was emptying my money belt to leave the hotel, he was screeching heavily at the manager to make sure the Times got my room #224, remember that secret number if you ever go to Laos, because it's a private suite, and not on the list. Okay. Okay. Okay, we must end this. And what have we solved? You have a massive goddamn MS for the anthology, and I have a massive goddamn cash shortage, along with constant pain in my life because of it, so I think, on almost any standard, that an immediate decision and or cash on that one is not unreasonable, and that means before you take off for Europe, and a $10,000 check would free me to make a final rush on the siege of Laos, another $5,000 and the breaking of the siege of Woody Creek, which might turn out to be my swan song in journalism, but I'm not really looking at that. Fuck this Kent State verdict on the CBS Morning News, we are pushing the midnight hour, I think, and the 76 campaign story will not be what we're looking at now. As for the Corps memo and your recent letter, I'll do it as soon as I can, which means, in effect, that if we can settle this anthology thing quick, I can focus on things I have to write instead of grappling with creditors, but in any case I think it has to be done, the Corps memo. The main thing at the moment is not to fuck around or kill any more time. Or if that's what you want to do, you should do it out front and not even try to be polite about it, because I've wasted as much time as I can afford to on this bullshit, and I don't really have any choice now except to get rolling, in whatever direction where I can see some light on the tracks. The best sequence, as I see it, would be 1, a firm decision on the anthology, 2, Corps cunts and the straight press memo, 3, Laos, in extremis, which means a long and ragged piece probably as weird as anything since the first Vegas hit, 4, a decision of some kind, if only an option for interim coverage, on the 76 campaign, and we can wait as long as we have to for that summit conference you've mentioned. I've been through enough of those to know what they mean, come sunrise. And that's it for now. Here's Rocky on TV, butchering the liberals in SC. How long, oh Moloch 29? How long? HST. To U.S. Senator George McGovern. There is a special poignance in Thompson's longing for F. Scott Fitzgerald's fresh green breast of the New World via the governorship of American Samoa. After all, he made the plea to George McGovern, who had been trounced in the 1972 presidential race and wasn't even running in 1976. September 5, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dear George, I don't know how your mail is running these days with regard to these fetid rumors about a Humphrey McGovern ticket in 76, but mine is getting pretty goddamn nasty, and since I haven't been reading Dorothy McArdle recently, I don't know you're thinking, but my mail is piling up and pretty goddamn soon I'm going to have to explain to these people, in print, what I think is going on. Because I simply can't answer all these letters, George. I don't have a machine like you do, and besides, the kind of people who write me would run amok if I started sending out form letters, especially in response to mail that is drifting more and more into the realm of personal abuse. God knows, it never occurred to me back in 72 that I'd one day be called to account for your behavior on the national stage, but that's what's happening, and I'm getting very unhappy about it, for a variety of reasons, but mainly because I don't know what to tell these people. We talked, as you recall, about your feeling and or personal connection with Hubert in 76, and unless memory fails me, I think you dismissed it as a bad joke, but if you've changed your mind on that subject, I don't feel it's out of line for me to ask you as a friend just exactly why I'm being plagued by these hideous rumors of a Humphrey McGovern alliance in 76, and how I might explain it. Because at some point, George, I will have to come to grips with this rumor, if only to clear my own name, and if you can give me help on this score, I'd greatly appreciate it. We can do it either on or off the record, by mail, or in person. I'll be in Washington for most of the first week of October, staying in the sleazy but venerable National Affairs Suite at the Washington Hilton, or you can find me via John Holm or Sandy Berger. Maybe we could have dinner sometime in that week, perhaps with Sandy or Carl Wagner, if he happens to be in town and get ourselves grounded at least well enough to survive this ugly rumor. Maybe it's this goddamn isolation I live in. And it has been a wretched year, but, my friend, you don't know what wretched slime is until you put yourself in my shoes and try to look forward to a campaign year that could end with Ford and Rocky vs. Hubert and George. I just heard that Bill Grider is taking 76 off, going to Europe to write a novel, and that knowledge gives me the fear, because Bill has good instincts. Indeed, and now is as good a time as any to mention this. It's an ugly hustle, but why not? 1976 might well be the year of the ugly hustle, and you know how I like to stay ahead or even sometimes beyond things, so let me just ask you flat out, and even for the record, if necessary, if you can do anything to remove that psychotic basketball coach from the governor's mansion in American Samoa, and put me in it. I've been lusting after that job for many years, George, and nobody in his right mind will argue that I'm not eminently qualified. Under any other circumstances, I'd be far more subtle. Certainly you understand this. But we are dealing, in this case, with an appointment that, from time immemorial, has been visited on some of the most lame, savage, and demented yo-yos the side of the long-arm jacket, and the underlying reason for all their appointments has always been to get them out of the country, for reasons that have never been bandied about in public. Which is not to suggest any downbeat parallels or comparisons. Because when I think of Samoa, George, I think of the last Jeffersonian frontier, a slow-paced agrarian democracy where no man need fear the bent tangents of his neighbor, or the twisted frenzies of local winos, cannibals, and politicians. Yes, a fresh green breast of the New World, that same enchanted island that once pandered in whispers to the last and greatest of all human dreams. Ah, think of it, George, the green light, the orgiastic future that year by year recedes before us, with Grider in Europe and me in Samoa. There'd be nobody left on the bus with the balls to properly express the kind of monumental repugnance that I fear awaits us on the campaign trail next year. I trust you'll give it some thought between now and the first week in October, when I get to Washington, but in any case please let me know. Thanks. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. In a particularly high-spirited letter, Thompson asked Wenner to take care of Rolling Stone's bills. Wenner had sent Thompson a check. September 7, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Jan. I hardly know what to say, and frankly it's very difficult for me to even type this thing because I've been crying most of the night and I can barely see, and when I talked to Lynn a few minutes ago she was crying too, and goddammit Jan, I won't have you abusing that poor woman. And why the fuck is Tom Wicker calling me 3 and 4 times a day to bitch about that money you owe him? Why in the name of God can't you just pay these people what you owe them? Hell, you know I'm not concerned for myself. Baker's been sending me the checks right on schedule, but what kind of perverse instinct makes you pick on decent people like Lynn and Tom? You dirty racist bastard, one of these days they'll pop you, and don't come running to me for help. Yeah, and I just picked up a rumor that you actually sent Lynn a check. But I told her not to cash it, because it's not made out to me, and I also want that evil pig fucker from American Express to have a chance to work out on you for a while, with regard to that $1,620 you owe them for the cataract operation on that transvestite you hired under false pretenses. And why the fuck am I getting bills from Hong Kong? You know I always pay cash in Hong Kong. I got a bill for $700 the other day for those ice picks you asked me to send to Murray Guard. Ah, Jesus, I can't keep it up. Nothing intolerable has happened to me for three consecutive days, and I can't handle it. The peacocks have hatched, the crop has come in, my incredibly expensive maze of underground water spouts is working for the first time in a year, and the 2 grizzly rake murders in Snowmass remain unsolved. The siege of Laos creeps along, but unless you stop payment on the book check I suspect we are through a very nasty bottleneck, and I figure I can now afford the risk of sending a few chunks, rather than sit here and brood on the whole goddamn thing. It also helps that the New York Times has finally declared Laos a fallen country, which finally gives me a stable time frame for the thing, although I will, of course, have to return to Laos for a few weeks to update my notes. Jesus, it's taken me all afternoon to write this goddamn page. The phone rings constantly. Many offers. Sally Quinn wants me to write a musical comedy with her for $500,000, but I'm afraid of her, so I can't do it. Ed Williams has offered me the presidency of the Redskins when he quits next year, but I'm afraid of George Allen, so I can't do that either. 30 The one offer I've accepted, however, is the position of drug consultant to Dr. Nork, who is now at the Aspen Clinic. And that's just about all the news from here, Jan. No, wait a minute, I just noticed your extremely queer letter of 8/12, which seems to indicate that we can actually do the course memo before Laos, so I think I'll get to that while I'm still in the proper mood. In any case, I'm feeling too weird to continue with this. My intake has finally leveled off at 6 to 8 quaaludes and about 30 whites a day, which seems about right for doing business, and speaking of business, I'm enclosing a letter I sent to McGovern earlier today. I think we are going to have to treat this campaign nightmare with extreme caution. Now, several days later, I think I'll just send the above gibberish along, for the record, and, yes, speaking of records, I just got the check from Lynn and also a copy of the MS for the anthology, which I'm now looking at for the first time, and also in light of Lynn's comment, when I asked what you plan to do with it, that you were sending it to Silberman. Jesus. The copy of MS that I have is in no condition to send to anybody, mainly because of that goddamn interview that still exists only in the form of raw transcripts, and I have to wonder how we're going to cope with the fucker, now that you have no editorial machinery and no people to deal with a monster like this, which still needs a hell of a lot of work if we stick with the original plan of weaving the interview around the pieces, so I think we should talk about this thing ASAP, satisfying. The conditions of the contract is one thing, but publishing an embarrassing book is something else again, for both of us, I would think. We should also ponder the 76 campaign, for good or ill. I still plan to cover it, but without a book advance that would make it worthwhile, or even the prospect of a sharp-edged campaign, I'm beginning to get a bit concerned about a year in that hellhole, and I think we should talk ASAP on this one, too. In any case, thanks for the check. I guess it's my turn to act decent now, so I'll give it a try. Okay. Hunter. To Dick Drain, Press Secretary to U.S. Senator Edward M. Kennedy. Thompson suggested interviewing Senator Kennedy for a Rolling Stone piece. September 9, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dick. I don't know how me and EK got on the same mailing list, for all these nuts, but the one I got most recently, from a Robert J. McDonald in Ketchum, Idaho, strikes me as worth noting. The style and tone of the two letters he sent me by certified mail to the R's office in D.C., along with copies of one to Teddy and another to Weinberger 31, had a quality of aggressiveness and perverse competence about them that caused me to put them in a different pile from the rest of my mail. There was nothing explicitly quotable from either one, but the tone was distinctly menacing, and I don't get many like that, although I do, in fact, get threatened with a fairly consistent regularity, and I also get a lot of letters from prison, etc., like the last one I sent you. But this last thing from McDonald in Idaho had a very sharp edge to it, and if EK has been getting the same kind of stuff from him, I just thought we should compare notes. It also occurs to me that a good story might lurk in the twisted depths of EK's Daily Mail, a sort of weird compendium of all that gibberish you get, perhaps in connection with the R's interview, or maybe on its own. And in case you don't know, Ketchum, Idaho is the town right next to Sun Valley, where EK has been known to spend some winter time in the past, and where I know some people, but I'd prefer to tread very lightly when it comes to using my friends as potential intelligence sources for anything connected with the government, so unless it seems absolutely necessary, I'd rather not get involved in evaluating the potential threat of crank letters by questioning friends about somebody they may or may not know, but if you see a good reason, let me know and I'll do what I can. Okay for now. I'll be in DC for the first week in October. I'll try to stop by for a drink or six. See you then. Hunter. To Sandy Berger. Once again Thompson sought Berger's counsel on a potentially actionable case of libel, this time cartoonist Gary Trudeau's edition of the drug-addled shyster Duke, a character clearly based on Thompson's public persona, to his popular Universal Press Syndicate comic strip, Doonesbury. Trudeau won the 1975 Pulitzer Prize for editorial cartooning. September 10, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Sandy. Jesus, am I doomed to spend the rest of my life in a maze of demented litigation? First Sally Quinn and now this, CENC, from that dope-addled Nazi cartoonist, where the fuck will it end? Thanks for the copy of the letter to Esquire, and I hope the rest of that action goes smoothly, because frankly, I'd like to get back to work, and if I don't, you can forget about sending me any bills. Anyway, this shit in the comics may or may not raise an interesting legal possibility with regard to the definition of a public figure. I think I mentioned a recent decision in Chicago during one of our recent phone talks, where a man who had been a public figure, looking at New York Times versus Sullivan, was deemed to have lost that status, thereby winning his libel action when he quit politics and retired. I have a copy of the opinion, or decision, here somewhere, so if you haven't heard about it, let me know and I'll send it along when I find it. There might also be a very real possibility of malice in this comic strip stuff, although I'm damned if I could point you to any tangible reasons, since I've never seen the cartoonist and don't know him at all. Or, if we want to give paranoia full rein, we could assume this is Wenner's way of getting back at me for some of the things I've said about him, by using Trudeau's strip as some kind of Rolling Stone mouthpiece. But that's about as close as I can come to a shrewd guess, and the only way I'd want to get involved in any litigation on this is if you, or Merritt Prettyman, or whoever, might see a firm handle on it, both financially and in terms of case law. With the legal definition of a public figure a bit hazy now, this comics assault strikes me as playing with fire, or maybe I'm totally wrong and I can be whacked just as heavy in the public prints as I whacked Hubert in '72. And if that's the case, I sure as hell don't want to get tied up in a money ulcer lawsuit that'll drive me mad. But from the standpoint of my own work, as well as that of others, I think it's important for me, both as a working journalist and a victim, to know exactly what the definition of a public figure is, and right now I don't, and I'm not sure the papers who publish Trudeau do either. I've talked to Mike Howard, of Scripps Howard renown, at the Rocky Mountain News, and he says his lawyers have told him the public figure question is now a gray area, in the context of libel suits, and that the Chicago decision I cited earlier might have a serious hedging effect on Time/Sullivan provided it's upheld, if and when. Anyway, just in case you don't have much else to think about these days, I thought I'd lay this one on you for some mental exercise. Because I think any case that redefines a public figure in terms of potential libel actions could have as much effect on, at least my kind of, journalism as the Nixon-era new crime code or whatever they call it that Ford would apparently like to pass, the one that would allow reporters and editors to be locked up for publishing classified information, a sort of US version of the British state secrets law. I'm just talking off the top of my head here, and I may be wrong on a point or a memory here and there, but as I get the drift of things, it looks like the kind of journalistic freedom that a lot of us have enjoyed for the past decade might be on the verge of a drastic restructuring. Or maybe not. But if the question of doubt exists, then so does the question of risk, and I've argued with enough pub/lawyers to know they always win if they can raise a real question of risk. Hell, not one of the 3 books I published would have gone to press if the pub/lawyers had prevailed with their initial objections, but until now, I've always had a pretty good nuts and bolts grasp of the libel laws. That's what's worrying me now. I'm no longer sure just where the line is, and I get the feeling that nobody else is either. Which gives us all something to think about, Anyway, ponder the meaning of these comics and tell me what you think. If this kind of shit is legal, then I don't think I have to worry about any libel actions against me, Because I've never pushed my luck this far, not even with Hubert. If this comic stuff is libel, then of course I'd like to sue for at least $20 million in damages. And if it's not, then it gives me a new sense of freedom in my own work. I'll be at the Hilton for the first week of October and we should definitely connect early on, before I run amok. Did you call George about dinner? And if you and Susan feel like coming out here for a visit anytime soon, let me know and I'll have the guest room reassembled. That's a serious invitation, and I'll see you in a week or so. Okay. Hunter. In, Doonesbury of Sept 8 and 9, RMN, Denver. To U.S. Senator Gary Hart. Former McGovern campaign manager Gary Hart had won Colorado's 1974 U.S. Senate contest. September 11, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dear Gary. I am trying to get this written quickly, between a constant barrage of sonic booms, zoning wars, attacks on my water source by armed thugs, and crazed junkies on my porch, along with another demented assault on everything I stand for by that Nazi yo-yo of a cartoonist in the Post. So, without delay let me first request a copy of S.1 from you, and in addition to that, I'd like to know how you plan to vote on it, and why. It looks to me like a newer, leaner version of the ill-famed Tom Charles Houston Plan, 32, and needless to say I'm very concerned about it, along with a lot of other people. I'll be in Washington for the first week of October, and if you have any time I'd like to have a beer and ponder a few things. You can reach me through the R's office in D.C., or at the Washington Hilton, if I'm not in the N.A. Sweet, try the pool. Shit, the pool won't be open, will it? God damn that rotten town. I think you should sponsor a bill to move the national capital to Los Angeles, tack it onto S.1 as a rider, and that way. No. What the fuck am I saying? If thousands of politicians were suddenly moved to LA, they'd have to close the pools for health reasons. So never mind that one. Anyway, I get a feeling that this S.1 vote is going to get a lot of long-term attention, and my feeling at the moment is that anybody who votes for it should be castrated. But maybe I'm wrong, that possibility always exists, So I'm looking to you, my senator, for wisdom on this question, and unless I hear from you to the contrary, I'll expect to have a beer, or a sarsaparilla, with you when I get there to make my various speeches. Kazart. Hunter. To Dick Tuck. The shenanigans of Democratic prankster Dick Tuck, who had become notorious for his silly disruptions of opposing candidates' campaign appearances, known as black advance or rat-fucking, didn't seem so amusing once Tuck made Thompson his target. October 4, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dick. You have already done me serious harm by your handling of that MacArthur/Hollingsworth tape that you got from my house the night before you left. God only knows what made you take it to New York and play it for a Newsweek writer, Steele, but I've spent about $200 so far in accepting collect calls from Hong Kong and taking some very unpleasant abuse from people I used to call friends. Despite my best efforts to dismiss all the bullshit that developed in the Newsweek hierarchy after you fed the thing to Steele, I've been accused of all kinds of sneaky, cheap madness, including ruined careers, and almost everybody who was in Saigon with me is now convinced that their voices were on that tape and that Costner is now holding it, and since I can't get hold of you, I have no idea where the tape is or what further damage it's causing. Nick Prophet 33 in Beirut has already taken some shit from Newsweek about it, and also Lauren Jenkins in Hong Kong, and since I can't call Costner, for fear of making it worse, I can't spike the rumors, so for Christ's sake send the cassette back to me immediately, without dubbing it for any further cocktail entertainment. As I told you out here, the copy you have was a raw trial run for the Hollingsworth/MacArthur cassette I sent to Aspen, so his version is harmless, but I'm getting that one back too, just to be sure nothing volatile is floating around. It makes no difference that the stuff on the tape you have is harmless. What matters is that I'm being pilloried all over the fucking world for taping confidential conversations in Saigon and then sending them to Newsweek and butchering people's careers, and if this is your idea of humor, it sure as hell isn't mine, and needless to say I'd never have given you that thing if I'd had the faintest fucking notion that you were going to use it to make a worldwide asshole of me, and for all I know you're playing the bastard all over Europe right now, and there's no possible way I can ever kill all the stinking rumors it's caused, because I'll never even hear some of them, but anywhere I go, from now on, people are going to run from me when I bring out a tape recorder, and every time that happens, Dick, I'm going to think of you. All I can do at the moment is ask you to send the fucker back to me and try to mend any damage you've already done with it, by rumor or otherwise, and if I keep hearing stories about how you're amusing people with the tape that I duped for you in good faith and without the slightest notion that you'd put it to this kind of use, you might as well plan ahead and buy a plot in the cemetery next to your Aspen house for those dogs of yours, because I'll come into your yard and blast those little fuckers into hamburger right in front of you. 2 of them bit me last summer, and I see no reason to tolerate that shit any longer, so the next time they menace me I'll kill them. Okay for now. Hunter. To Jeffrey Norman, Playboy. Playboy subeditor Jeffrey Norman had commissioned Thompson to write a nuts and bolts article on the increasingly interesting 1976 presidential campaign. October 4, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Jeffrey. If we are coming up on any kind of crunch on this campaign 76 piece, I should be made aware of it in a very direct way. The only thing I've heard since I saw you out here was some kind of paranoid gibberish from Tuck about uncertain plans and flux situations and 2 issues at once, but none of it made any sense and I've been expecting to get some word from you, for good or ill. My own situation is that I've been deliberately waiting as long as possible, before committing anything to print on a 3-month lead time. Although I have enough pages so I can do a forced march on the bugger whenever the whistle blows. And meanwhile I'm running up huge phone bills to Washington, keeping myself current on things like Sergeant Shriver's entry and who's working for whom, etc. But things change almost daily and I'm never sure where or when I'll have to cut off the input and just write on the basis of whatever I have. The only development that seems real since I saw you is Shriver's entry, which was conceived mainly as the demo left's last hope of stopping Scoop Jackson in New York, which is beginning to look like the key primary, because it's now on the same early date as Wisconsin. April 6th, I think, but it's almost dawn here and I don't have a calendar so I can be absolutely certain. But in any case, if Jackson wins New York, he'll be the unquestioned front-runner until the finale in California, and both those states have that massive Jewish vote that he's been playing with for years, and according to the Wizards, a Jackson win in New York will have a domino effect in California, which will bring him into the convention with enough delegates to either win or dictate, so Shriver's decision to go for New York is a major development, particularly since he'll have a lot of the old Kennedy clout. Teddy even gave him his press secretary, Dick Drain, and that's definitely a serious move, so serious, in fact, that I'm beginning to get nervous mutterings from my personal brain trust. The people you met in Chicago, they don't like Shriver, but they'll never in hell cross Kennedy, and that's how it stands, as of now. If Shriver can keep Jackson from winning big in New York, I'd bet on a Kennedy-Shriver ticket in November. And in fact I'll do $100 on that ticket right now, at 10-1, which is entirely reasonable at this stage of the game. Let me know if you're up for it. And also let me know about whatever deadline we're facing. I'm leaving for Washington on October 10th, and if there's any real rush I can come through Chicago on my way back here, and finish off the piece because by then I'll have a grip on what's happening. In any case, send word ASAP, so we don't drift into an emergency. Okay. Hunter. To Peter Haas and Howard Lerner, University of Michigan Activities Center. Thompson generally found public speaking engagements more trouble than they were worth, in every sense. October 4, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dear Haas/Lerner. You scurvy bastards. I might have been a trifle bent when I spoke at Ann Arbor last time, but I wasn't blind, and when I looked out from the podium I saw a fucking madhouse full of people, and at least half of them were crazier than me. That was one of the most berserk situations I've ever been plunged into. But I dug it, and on balance I had a good time, so rather than toss your lame money offer into the fire along with the rest of the junk mail, I gave it a second thought and came up with a possible compromise, to wit. I'm not sure exactly what I got paid last time, but I think it was around $1,200, which means I got about $800 due to the agency's 33% cut. And I know there were more than 1,000 people in that place, so unless you're embezzling heavily from the future world speaker's budget, why don't we dispense with this poor mouth talk about my not making the nut last time? Unless all those people came in through the windows, which wouldn't surprise me, but I can't feel real guilty about it either. Security is not my gig. Anyway, my personal feeling about these appearances is the same as it was then. 9 out of 10 are bummers, and I don't do them often enough to affect my income much, either way, so there's no way in hell that I'll deal with that madhouse again for less money than I got the first time. And on that one we also had a few amenities tossed in, which worked out very nicely, but my natural bent for discretion militates against putting those kind of specifics in print, so we'll have to leave them for later, if we ever get that far. For now, however, we have two options. I can forward your letter to the Rolling Stone Lecture Bureau and you'll get a call from Patty Morrissey, asking you for, at least, a $1,500 certified check 3 days in advance of my appearance there, plus a round-trip plane ticket from Aspen to Ann Arbor, also in advance, and frankly I'd just as soon do it that way, because it spares me the hassle of writing letters like this one, when I should be working. The other option, which should only apply if you really are cramped for money, or embezzling, would be for me to explain your heart-rending quandary to Patty and then deal directly with you, based more or less on the decent relationship that emerged from the last trip. In this case, you would have to send me a certified check for $1,000, the same minimum I'd net if we worked through any agency, along with a prepaid RT ticket from Aspen to Ann Arbor, or Detroit. And we could look at a date in the second week of April, like the 9th or 10th. The whole goddamn spring of '76 is riddled with presidential primaries, so I'll have to be pretty precise about dates for this kind of thing. In any case, by the time you get this letter I'll be in Washington staying at the Washington Hilton from October 6 through 10, so you can give me a ring there if you're up to it. And if I don't hear from you by October 17th, by phone or mail, I'll send your letter on to Patty and she'll give you a quick lesson in contemporary economics. Okay for now. Hunter S. Thompson. To Mary McGrory, The Washington Star. Political reporter Mary McGrory has written a lively liberal column for The Washington Post since The Washington Star folded in the early 1980s. Thompson had shared the stage with McGrory at a forum on politics at Washington, D.C.'s John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. October 12, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mary, I meant to apologize personally for that weird situation that I inadvertently plunged you into when I showed up late for the town hall thing last week. I wish I could have handled it better than I did, but then I have that feeling about a lot of things these days, and wishing hasn't helped me much in the way of finding a cure. Anyway, I assume it was obvious to you that I had no idea at all what I was doing on stage in the concert hall of the Kennedy Center at that hour of the morning. I came over there thinking we were going to tape a quiet PBS radio show with a studio audience of about 20 shills hired by Fred Dutton, and I was totally unhinged to find myself in a set that seems in retrospect like something arranged and organized by Albert Speer 34, and my only real thought when I blundered into the back of the hall and saw New York Times political reporter R.W. Johnny Apple talking up there in front was that if I didn't get up on the stage quick that I'd never in hell be paid for whatever I was expected to do, so I just made a blind and greedy rush for the mic, if only to establish my physical presence, for the record, so Fred couldn't claim I hadn't showed up, and I had no idea I was displacing you until the situation was explained to me, by Pat Oliphant, as I recall, several hours later, although by then it was too late to apologize for putting You in a weird situation that neither one of us had any reason to anticipate. But apologies are cheap, so I won't dwell on this one, but the first time I get a chance to balance it out in some tangible way, I'll do it, which is something you'll just have to take on faith, for good or ill. I haven't quite come to grips yet with the odd realities that seem to have overtaken me in the past few years, and the notion of being both a journalist and a public figure, still confuses me, particularly when I have to grapple with it in public and with no warning about what to expect. Anyway, I owe you one, and thanks for being so decent and competent in the way you handled that scene. Given my strung-out condition at the time, you could have reduced me to a confused and gibbering wreck by merely keeping your seat and raising your eyebrows a bit. Indeed, and so we beat onward, boats against the current, 35, and never really learning much except how to express it a little bit better, now and then, bluff, blunder and filigree, all of it firmly anchored on the great skyhook. Jesus, what am I saying? This is not the kind of thing a front-runner should be even thinking at this point, much less putting in print, but what the hell? When the going gets tough, the tough get going. 1950s New York's mad bomber George Metesky said that. Okay. Hunter. To Tom Dowling, the Washington Star. Tom Dowling was among several Washington Star political reporters who encouraged Thompson to run for president himself in 1976. October 12, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Tom. Needless to say, it never occurred to me that meeting you for breakfast that morning would have such weird and ominous consequences. The combined efforts of you and Pat Oliphant and Dave Broughton have complicated my life very severely. I have spent the past 72 hours sorting and pondering applications from wizards, hitmen, seers, zealots and other action junkies, all of them seeking positions of leverage and influence in my 76 campaign, and if this madness keeps up you can expect a steady diet of calls no earlier than 2 a.m. Indeed, remember Dr. Frankenstein, who also reaped the fruit of his labors. On another, more serious and relatively human level, thanks for handling the thing the way you did. You've clearly mastered the first and only main rule of political journalism, which as far as I know has never been written down by anybody, including me, but that's another story and we can talk about it later, once you get the hang of your new job. Okay, for now, see you on the trail, at HST. To Dave Broughton, the Washington Star. Known for his smart tongue-in-cheek columns in the Washington Star, David Broughton joined the groundswell at the newspaper behind a 1976 Hunter S. Thompson candidacy for president. October 12, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dave. Well, you dumb fuckers stirred up a genuinely weird and electric sort of talent/hornet's nest with that full-bore treatment you laid on me in the twisted wake of my last visit to DC. I've been swamped for the past few days with calls, cables, mail, etc. from people who want to get on the train before it erupts out of the station. Thanks to you and Pat and Dowling, I am now in a position to assemble a genuinely awesome campaign staff, merely by sorting through the numerous applications here on my desk. There is an element of healthy humor in all this, but there's also an undertone of something a bit heavier and definitely kinkier than meets the general eye, which means, I think, that the whole matter should be dumped on the cruel and meaty shoulders of my public affairs consultant, Dr. Oliphant. Rank assaults on the public consciousness are nothing if not his specialty, so I think we can leave the next step to him, and meanwhile I'll be back in DC on November 4th, 5, or 6 for another dog dance, and if the chance comes up I'll pull the ripcord on Bellows, just for the hell of it, and I also want to be there for the public crushing of Pat's left hand, which I've already contracted for, so I guess I'll see you somewhere in all that madness. Anyway, it was a nice, sharp kind of piece, and if it hadn't been for the stinking art that went with it, I'd offer to buy you a beer or so next time around. As it is, however, we'll have to wait and see. Okay. Hunter. From Governor Jimmy Carter. The Georgia governor welcomed Thompson's entry into the 1976 presidential campaign. November 17, 1975. Plains, Georgia. To Hunter Thompson. When I heard you had announced, I started to withdraw. However, with the faint hope that you may still be interested in the higher office of sheriff, I'm going to stick around and try to fill the vacuum you may leave. Your friend, Jimmy. To Jim Silberman, Random House. November 18, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Jim. Your letter of November 10 arrived in the same mail that carried mine of November 15 off to you, which, if nothing else, seems to establish a new, 5-day mailing time between Manhattan and the Owl Farm. In the good old days, before Free Enterprise took over the postal service, it was 3 days, Sela. Which reminds me that you should tell Selma Shapiro to be alert on November 23 or 24, for a bulky, lightweight package in a padded book envelope with a quadrangle books mailing label on it, just in case the two of you ever want to visit the Rainbow Room again, on your own. And just in case she can't cope with the complexities of the enclosed Shure stylus, she can call my friend Tim Ferriss for expert advice. And just for the record, you rabbit-punching bastard, I left the tie in Ferriss' hands, for delivery back to you. Tim's agent, as you know, is Erica Spellman, who works with Lynn, and the next time you lay a shot like that on me, get ready for a few collect call editorial queries at 4 or 5 in the morning. I am getting mean and merciless in my old age, Jim, and just because I chose to ignore your comment up there in the Rainbow Room about Asians not having the same respect for human life as we do, doesn't mean I won't remember it. And so much for all that, which is not the point of this letter, anyway. There are, in fact, 2 points. 1, I won't be getting back to New York on November 21st, and probably not for a few weeks after that, because I suddenly have 2 critical magazine deadlines to meet before December 1st. Wenner is threatening to sue me, again, for outstanding expenses, so I have to get an Indochina piece to him immediately, which will keep me busy for another week. And 2, I hate to formally temper my enthusiasm for the idea I presented so feverishly with regard to the Texas book, but I agreed with Bob Rafelson that I would do the initial research for a film, instead of a book. I think you'll agree that I should go ahead and do it that way for a variety of good reasons, but mainly because the gun-running aspect of our back-burner Texas book notion was a thing that Bob and I developed mutually in a conversation out here about a month ago. It seems right to keep it on that track until Bob has a chance to either get into it or reject it as a film, instead of putting him in the position of being offered the chance to buy it in book form, later on. I assume all this makes sense, or at least reads coherently. Jesus, I just found that Selma's package has a TWA mailing label, still in a padded book envelope, so forget that quadrangle business, and if it gets lost, don't look for it. Anyway, back to the Texas gig, which probably doesn't make any difference anyway, because by the time you'd get around to grappling with the idea, Bob and I will no doubt have settled the film aspect anyway, for good or ill. And besides, your 11/10 letter was considerably less encouraging about the idea than your talk that Thursday afternoon in your office. So the next time we get together, this will definitely be a main topic, because by that time I'll have spent 2 or 3 weeks in Texas and I'll know a lot more about it, and probably be a lot more into it, because the only difference in my root feeling about the subject, since we first discussed it about 2 years ago, has been the ever-changing focus in each of our priorities and connections, along with my 3 visits to Dallas, Houston, and Austin that mainly served to confirm my most savage suspicions. The only thing that could turn me around on this one, now, would be a sudden and overwhelming conviction that I was headed for terminal violence, and I suspect we both have our doubts about the effect of even that. In any case, I can't see where a film priority at the moment should have any effect on the book idea except to postpone the final decision for a month or so. I told Bob to arrange for a summit meeting at the Royal Biscayne Hotel across the bay from Miami at Super Bowl time, and by then we'll both know enough to make a decision on the film. I may or may not get to New York before then, unless you convince me it's necessary, but I'll definitely be in touch by phone, with both you and Wilcox, and if this letter puts you off balance in any way, for Christ's sake let me know, because that's not my intention. I didn't realize how much I liked the idea of working with you and Selma again until I got into your office and put on my tie. Getting famous in 49 states wasn't half as much fun as I thought it would be, especially since it didn't make me rich and drove Sandy half mad in the process, so if I have to play writer for a living, I figure I may as well do it in decent company. And so much for all that, too. On other fronts, please be sure to send me those books I left in the office and definitely send me Frank Gannon's 36 book. That's an extremely weird twist, and as much as I hate to pursue it somehow, I feel I must, because it just occurs to me that Gannon probably knows Judith Campbell. 37. Cut to PG. 3:48 hours later. Ah, yes, sweet Judy, they warned me she was bad company, and I knew she had heavy friends, but I was young and foolish then, and how could I have known that when she wasn't with me she was off with Sam and Slash or Jack? It hurts, Jim, so please never mention it to me. Like Mr. Gatsby said, it was only personal, and I'd just as soon not talk about it, except for something like $400,000, and even then I might lie to you. Zang. How do you like them column breakers? Do you have a key like that on your typewriter? Anyway, we talked today and that naturally changes the tone of this letter. I have a strange feeling that I've outflanked myself on this Texas gig. It flowered so fast that I never had time to put a price on it, but all the best ones seem to happen that way, so what the hell? The main question, as always, is who's going to pay for education? Jesus, where has Clancy been on that one? Why the fuck should a geek who was expelled from high school for rape have to pay taxes on monies advanced to him for the purpose of furthering his education? I think those bastards at the IRS owe me a hell of a lot of money, and it occurs to me now, once again, that lawyers are the real police class in our society, because their minds are fixed on precedent, which is another word for laws. When Brown's Hotel of London tracked me all the way up here to the Pitkin County Courthouse for an unpaid $1,000 plus bill that Wenner refused to pay, my Aspen lawyer asked me what kind of defense we should try to run on them, and I said insanity. And he said, you can't plead insanity in a civil case, and I said why not? I was insane. Only a lunatic would have gone to London and torn up a suite in Brown's Hotel and expected Wenner to pay for it. Indeed, prima facie insanity. We can even subpoena Wenner and force him to testify in my defense, so we may have a precedent coming up on this one. Nobody has ever even tried to plead insanity in a civil case, but I have nothing to lose, and the case comes up on December 3rd, I'll keep you posted. We might rattle a cage or two on this one. And so much for all that. On the basis of our talk today, 11/20, I think the new password is Galveston. And now I think I know how MacArthur felt when he first thought of that inch on landing 38 coming out of his bed one midnight and seeing the full moon and the rising sun at the same time, one in front of each eye and about 3 feet away, leaping out of the khaki sheets like some kind of killer Jack in the Box and thinking, hot damn. Wait till they hear about this one, back at the point. Stone silence on the plane, a shudder of true madness in the long gray line. Hell, I could do that one better, but I don't have the time right now. I've been listening to MacArthur's speeches, and let me tell you, he stomped on the Tira. There's nobody in politics today who could stand on the same stump with that crazy bastard. I gather, from some of the people I've talked to who were there when it happened, that there's a fiendish drama in the Senate hearings where Russell 39 ambushed MacArthur and put him on the record as a madman. The book on those hearings would be hard to get, but I suspect it would be worth some effort. I'll lean on my end if you'll lean on yours, and maybe we'll come up lucky. What we want, I think, would be the testimony of Gen. Douglas MacArthur at whatever hearings Sen. Russell, DGA. Is that right? Was conducting just after Mac came back from Japan/Korea to deliver his Old Soldiers Never Die speech. That was April 19, 1951, so the hearings were probably in late 51, just in time to derail MacArthur's Presidential Express in 52. Yeah, and speaking of generals, I've been talking to Karl Wagner about Napoleon and his logistics. Karl is the best political organizer in the country, according to people who should know, and if the name seems familiar, he's the one Jan wants to edit the Elko book, and Karl called me the other day to ask what it all meant, so I told him I'd ask you, rather than Jan, and get back to him. Which is entirely logical, since I was the one who conceived the Elko meeting and put it together, a secret meeting of 10 of the country's heaviest politicos at the Stockman's Hotel in Elko, Nevada, Dave Burke, Dick Goodwin, Adam Walensky, Rick Stearns, Karl, etc. It was supposed to be a blueprint meeting for a flat-out takeover in 73, and Jan paid for it, but nobody ever followed up, and I regard it now as one of the great lost opportunities of our time, and if you see any kind of a book in it, you should definitely talk to Karl, if only to see where the future lies. But he's leery of Jan's offer to be the editor, and I can't really say that I blame him. If you see even the seed of a book in Elko, or even if you don't, you should at least talk to Karl and get to know him. If I were running for president, he'd be the first person I'd hire, so it would probably be worth your while to call me and pursue this connection a bit further, because one of these days you're going to be calling me to get his private number at the White House. Sela. And, yes, it's about time to end this bugger, So, 1, I talked to Wilcox today, after we had our chat, and I think he's doing fine on the anthology, and 2, I'll send a copy of all this to Lynn, so she can straighten out my affairs while I have a look at the Texas border, and after that, we can talk about making me rich, and meanwhile I'll settle the film situation with Bob, so that next time we talk I'll know what I'm doing in Galveston, which is not to say I don't know already, but there's always the problem of finding the right legal words for it. Okay for now. Hunter. To Governor Jimmy Carter. Thompson sought to correct Carter's impression that he was actually running for the presidency by offering political advice to the real candidate. November 24, 1975. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jimmy. Thanks for the note in my announcement, but, just for the record, I'd like to make one thing perfectly clear. I was careful not to say I was running for president, but only that I refused to take myself out of the running, as long as the nomination of Hubert Humphrey remained a possibility. And I saw McGovern saying almost exactly the same thing on the news tonight, which indicates a change for the better in his thinking, because less than 2 months ago he was thinking seriously, although he refused to admit this to me, about a Humphrey-McGovern ticket as a possible solution to a deadlocked convention. My advisors in Washington keep me on top of these shifts, and what they're telling me now is that we should get ready for the spontaneous eruption of a McGovern-Thompson ticket. At first they said Thompson-McGovern, but I felt that would be speaking too soon, so I've instructed them to deny everything except my reluctant availability for a place on the ticket, but only if it becomes absolutely necessary. I'm sure you can appreciate the wisdom of this stance, and for reasons of personal friendship I thought I should tell you about it. Sela. Also, despite my conscious refusal to get physically involved in the campaign until Jan 1, I've been watching it pretty closely and talking to a lot of people, and the only real change I've sensed in the past few weeks is that the people I talk to have suddenly decided to take you seriously, and one of these you should know about and talk to personally, if possible, is Karl Wagner, who works for the Municipal Workers Union in Madison, Wisc. At least I think that's what he's doing right now, officially, but what he's really doing is looking for the right campaign to get into, and if I were running for president, Karl would be one of the first 3 people I'd hire. If I were you, I'd call him, because it probably wouldn't take much more than that to get him involved in the Florida primary. We talked a few days ago and agreed that you might actually be the front runner by mid-March, or close enough to act like one, if you can finish at least third in NH and then convince the national press that Wallace needs 60% of the vote in Florida for a real victory. My own feeling, after watching Wallace on Meet the Press last Sunday, is that it's entirely possible for you to win in Florida, especially if you can break Wallace's grip on the Richard Petty 40 vote. In any case, there's no way the bastard can get 60% down there. In 72 he pulled about 42% or 43%, and that was against a crowd of dumb zombies. My main impression of the 76 Wallace on TV, however, had to do with his tendency to lose his temper, even under the most passive kind of questioning. And if I were running against the bugger down there, I'd try to get on the same TV screen with him as often as possible, hopefully in a Q&A situation with some fairly aggressive press people, and let him beat himself. But what the hell? I'm slipping out of my journalistic role here, and I think it's a bit too early for that. Some of the things I've said about you have already been interpreted as a mystic endorsement of some kind, so I have to be careful, or at least act that way, for now, because I'm still not sure what role I'll be playing in this campaign, if any, although I've already made reservations at the Wayfarer in Manchester and the Royal Biscayne in Florida. Indeed, and on the Florida front you might be able to do me a favor. My reservation at the Royal Biscayne is from February 15th to March 13th, but they say they can't guarantee me a ground floor room near the beach, which is very important to me, especially if I have to stay there for almost a month. If you have any leverage with those people, it's a Sheraton/ITT property, or at least it was, through your HQ in Florida. I'd appreciate it if you could nail down a ground floor room near the beach for me. Or maybe a beachfront room at the Silver Sands, next door to the Royal Biscayne. The Key is only 10 or 12 minutes from downtown Miami, but in terms of pace and privacy it seems a hell of a lot farther. Another small favor has to do with the renting of a convertible, which are no longer available from the big rent-a-car companies but which can be had fairly easily via the Yellow Pages, car rentals, in the Miami phone book. The last time I was there I got one from a used car lot, but that's a little chancy unless you have time to look around, so if there's somebody in your Miami HQ who can locate and reserve a convertible for me, any make, I'd appreciate that, too, but neither one of these things is a serious problem and I don't mean to lean on you with them, but what the hell? If they're easy, why not do it that way? And while we're at it, another thing I've always had trouble with in Miami is renting an IBM Selectric typewriter. Hell, this is awful. All I really meant to do was answer your note, not ask a gaggle of favors, but again, what the hell? If it's easy, let's do it. If not, I'll be there anyway, and I'm definitely looking forward to it. In the meantime, say hello for me to Rosalind and all the other Carters. I got a note from Jack recently and he sounded like he was ready to move right into the White House. Sandy thinks you're all crazy for wanting to live in Washington, and I tend to agree, but good luck anyway, and I'll see you in New Hampshire. Hunter. 1976. Jimmy Carter and the rise of the rock and roll vote. Marijuana goes to the White House. Crime is the long-term answer. Preferential treatment for journalists. Buy the ticket, take the ride. With Darwin, Woody Creek, 1976. Photo by Michael Montfort. Juan and Darwin, Woody Creek, 1976. Photo by Hunter S. Thompson. The Reader's Chair Owl Farm, 1976. Photo by Michael Montfort. Taking Instructions from Hughes Rudd in New York, 1976. Photo by Jill Crements. Key West, 1976. Photo by N.A. Lucas, courtesy of HST Archives. Fireball, HST and Jan Wenner celebrating Jimmy Carter's Democratic presidential nomination at a Rolling Stone party, 1976. Photo by Ed Bradley. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. As he prepared to set off on the 1976 presidential campaign trail for Rolling Stone, Thompson wrote to thank Wenner for sending him a Mojo wire, his term for a Xerox telecopier, sort of a first-generation fax machine. January 2, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Jan. The goddamn Mojo wire arrived by UPS, right to my front door, on Christmas Eve. Jesus, what a wonderful present. There is, of course, the matter of the traveling case, an extremely crucial item for any sort of road work, and, speaking of road work, we should have a talk ASAP about how to handle the early primaries. Canceling the Playboy piece left me with $1,000 or $2 in rudimentary, out-of-pocket expenses, mainly phone calls, lunches in Washington, etc. that I've incurred during the long watch and wait period since last July. None of these are legally yours, but since all that background material will turn up somehow in the early pieces on the campaign, I assume we can charge most of it off to expenses, not all, but I'll have to check with Lynn on the amount. Okay for now. David Felton called me from either SF or New York INRA, Laos, but his call came in the midst of a 3-day frenzy, and when I tried to call him back, the people in New York said he was in SF, and the people in SF said he was in New York. I'll try again today, which reminds me that I don't know where you are either, so I'll send a carbon of this note to New York. There is no question but that Laos must be finished at once. It is going to cover a hell of a lot of ground from Saigon to Beirut and Angola to Manchester and Orlando. A sort of hello again piece, with tangents all over the globe. The impression I got from both Felton and Erica is that you want to pay my expenses to come out to SF for 3 or 4 days, to finish it off with Felton, but before we do that I think we should at least talk about the bastard on the phone, so we all understand where we're heading on it. The opinions are pretty broad. We can either do a relatively terse, retrospective piece on the last days of American empire in Indochina, or we can do a long and speedy recap of the whole year, from Kinshasa to Plains, Georgia to Saigon, Laos, Bali, Hong Kong, and also a bit of Washington and a kick-off look at the primaries. But this matter of focus is something we should get straight before we start a blitzkrieg with Felton, because without a focus, we'll all go mad trying to force it all together. 2 hours later. And so much for all that. I think we just dealt with almost everything pertinent in the course of the, just completed, Saturday morning phone call. I'll proceed along the lines we discussed INRA, Laos Part 1 in the form of a long, rambling update memo from the NA desk, and then to Part 2 as travelogue from Indochina, along with some notes and comparisons on and from Africa, using Zaire as a route to some brooding on Angola and the CIA, and then when we have the first 2 parts at least roughly finished, I'll do Part 3 from either New Hampshire or Florida. All of this is likely to get a bit complicated on the money front, and sooner or later we'll have to cope with that angle. I dread it, but there's too much cash in the balance to ignore, and right now I'm extremely cash poor and I'm laboring very strongly under the impression that I'm writing this thing for money. If we're heading for another hassle or even a failure of communication on this score, I think we'd be doing ourselves a favor by getting the entire money situation straight immediately, so we don't wind up nursing a boil that might eventually have to be lanced. Writing for a living is hard enough, but arguing for a living is unacceptable. I don't know about your time, but mine is way too short for any more of the kind of cheap, ingrown bullshit we've been wallowing in for most of the past year. So let's confront the money situation up front and get it settled. I'm still under the impression that a normal HST-style piece based on the Saigon trip will net me $5,000, plus reimbursement of all legitimate expenses above the $3,000 you advanced. Our original agreement, you'll recall, had it $5,000 plus expenses for anything I wrote if I went beyond Hawaii, but rather than hark back to old wounds, let's just agree on what kind of money we're talking about now. I've more or less adjusted to the shock of a massive income loss for the year, and I'd frankly prefer to forget the whole thing, rather than get into another money hassle. Jesus, I feel a pall of depression coming down on me just mentioning this stuff, but under the circumstances I think it's necessary, just to make sure it won't fester and blow up on us later. The next hassle will be the last one. And on that ominous-sounding note, I'll close and get back to whatever comes next. The cash crunch here is very real, not so much a crisis as hellish inconvenience. Having given up the notion that even a famous writer can make a decent living by means of journalism, I tend to view it now as a kind of morbid self-indulgence that with a lot of luck and constant skilled management should more or less pay for itself. The New York Times's Harrison Salisbury might be onto something, but I don't get the feeling it's going to do me any good. There may be some kind of mid-range salvation in writing books, but I'm not sure of that either. Crime, I think, is the long-term answer, but in the meantime I'm heavy into the buying and selling of strange gimcracks. For $1,000, for instance, you can have a full-bore stereo cassette of the classic Goodwin's Breakdown, a guaranteed, money-back ball breaker when played at the proper volume on suitable machinery. For another $1,000, for instance, you can have a bronze plaque from the door of the Global Affairs Suite in Saigon, and for another $1,000 each you can have both of Mike Solheim's thumbs. Human thumbs, incidentally, are among my fastest moving items. I just closed a contract for one of Bob Arum's S1 thumbs for $3,000 cash in advance, and Arum himself is about to close a $10,000 deal for a Jack Nicholson thumb. The fee for tattooing, or engraving, as it were, the name of the former owner on each thumb is a mere $100 extra, but serious collectors are turning more and more to the thumb necklace concept, and for this the tattoos are a must. So let me know well ahead of your expected delivery date. And mum's the word, of course, once these buggers get wind of what's happening, they become extremely hostile to strangers, or even friends. When the going gets savage, the savage buy bolt cutters, right? Right. Hunter. To Richard N. Goodwin. Thompson had attended the recent wedding of his friends and fellow Elko conferees Richard Goodwin and Doris Kearns. January 2, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Dick. I've been talking to Aram and Pierre too on a strangely regular basis since the wedding. Jesus, only a madman would have brought that kind of weird human chemistry together and under the roof of the Colonial Inn, at that. But anyway, the A/P axis says you and Doris are back, that the book situation is favorably settled, and that life in general is at least momentarily calm. Which is all we can reasonably ask for, in these wretched downhill times. And which brings me to a brace of items that must be dealt with at once. 1. Sheehan 3 needs $150 for his PPK, and since I paid you by check for both pistols at once, I guess you owe Neil the money. Let me know about this, so we can finally get that situation behind us. 2. I need that THIRD tape deck at once, or at least as soon as you can arrange a trade for the U-Hear. I have some potential buyers out here for $300 plus, but since the machine is there and so is your THIRD dealer, I'd prefer to go with the same deal we discussed when I was there for the wedding, which, as I recall, left me paying between $200 and $250 for the trade. Jesus, this leaves me taking a bad beating on the U-Hear, but under the circumstances I figure I need the THIRD now more than I need a good deal later, so tell your man to ship it at once and I'll pay his bill when I get the machine. Okay. Okay. Strange note here, I just talked to a guy named Dick Parker, who owns a store called the Racket Shop in Concord. It's a tennis and ski wear shop, I think, and he has your cane, the one I think I recall stealing from your house. Anyway, he did us a huge favor by giving us a ride to Logan Airport when there were no cabs available, and I left your cane in his car. He's holding it for you at the shop in Concord, so stop by and pick it up. On other fronts, what are we going to do this year? My own situation is flux to the point of madness. Immense wealth hovers just beyond my grasp, but legal and contractual confusion is driving me to the brink of suicide. On Christmas Eve the United Parcel truck rolled into my driveway with 2 packages. One contained 3 sets of monogrammed, red, black and gold, satin sheets, and the other box contained a brand new Xerox telecopier, Mojo wire, from Winner. And we both know what a Christmas present like that means. Nobody gives a Mojo wire as a present, right? In the meantime, I can't even pay my bar bill at the Jerome. My decision to take the month of December off, at any cost, has had the obvious repercussions, especially in the ledger of a freelance writer who effectively took the whole year, 75, off, for reasons of foreign travel, rare drugs, and random tangents into exotic and always expensive styles of sensuality that can only be supported by a bottomless pit of wealth. Within 2 weeks, however, I'll have necessarily signed to do either a novel, a film script, or monthly coverage of the 76 campaign. This is going to have to be a working year, for good or ill. Do you have any money-fat ideas in this area? Jesus goddamn sweating Christ. I see the sun coming up and I know that means I have to deal with a plethora of strange situations in the next 12 hours. Bobby and David are here, along with our Reagan son and numerous other human wild cards, but what the hell? I also have to finish the Indochina piece for Jan, then cover the Super Bowl for Playboy. So I ain't resting. How about you? Let me know ASAP INRA, the PPK and the TAC, so I can get those out of the way, and before I forget, let me tip my hat, or whatever, once again, to the finely muted style and precision of the wedding. It was a work of art from start to finish, and thanks for inviting us. Your wedding present is still at the taxidermist's down in Rifle, but it should reach you around February 15th or so. Okay for now. I have to work, before the deluge hits me once again, and since I'm on the subject of wedding presents, let me remind you once again that the honeymoon outfit I found in the airport was a two-part, sort of interim, gift. The top was for Doris and the pants were for you. I wasn't sure that split was entirely understood in the confusion of the wedding. If you get a chance, send me a shot of you wearing your half, I'll mount it on the wall. Kazart. Hunter. P.S. Visit here anytime, give warning, etc. To Lauren Jenkins, Newsweek. In the process of dubbing some audio cassettes he had made in Southeast Asia, Thompson found himself in need of the typewriter that he left in Hong Kong. He also lamented to Jenkins, who was now stationed in Rome, that Aspen was becoming too much of a tourist trap. January 15, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Lauren. I'm sitting here listening to you and Tuahi for hooping it up in the Continental Garden. For some odd reason, you and Bill and Nick Prophet tend to dominate my tape record of the last days of the war, and consequently about half my tapes sound like they were made at a New Year's Eve party in the alcoholic ward of a sort of international insane asylum. Your raving, telephone, gig with the Newsweek photo editor is a definite classic, and, yes, now that I look back at your recent letter I see a possible trade-off, to wit. I'm now in the process of dubbing all my Indochina cassettes on big reel-to-reel tapes, for the ages, and from these reels I can make high-quality cassette copies of any tape you might want for yourself, and then mail them to you in Rome. Which brings us to the matter of that goddamn Olivetti electric typewriter, and also the nasty fact that there is no way I can effect delivery of the thing from Hong Kong to here. But with all the massive and worldwide logistical machinery at your command, you should be able to get it to me somehow, or maybe sell it to somebody in HK by putting a notice on the bulletin board at the FGN. Corusp. Club. I'm still offering a 10% commission to Jeannie or whoever sells it for anything over $150. If memory serves, I paid slightly more than $200 for the brute. In any case, there's damn little I can do about it on this end, so I'm leaving the problem in your hands, for good or ill. I'd naturally be more inclined to get these tape copies to you in conjunction with a satisfactory solution of the typewriter problem, but of course I'm not making it conditional on that, and if the hellish truth be known, once you get the thing to Rome I'll be happy enough to give it to Nancy as a tool for her own use at home, provided she'll let me use it whenever I get there. That way, I'd always be sure of having my own typewriter when I arrive to cover the fall of Rome, which is bound to happen sometime soon, given the current fate of Beirut and other one-time outposts of empire. The only aspect of the typewriter gig that bothers me is the idea of just leaving the bastard in HK as a total loss. If you can get Ron to bring it to Rome, Just hang on to the bugger and consider it a down payment for the inevitable hospitality you'll have to extend when I get stranded there, myself. My travel plans at the moment are vague, but I have a feeling I'll get to Angola or maybe Africa sometime soon, although in the next few months I won't be going much further than Florida, Texas or LA. I've been trying to get a contract for a novel or a screenplay this year, but in the meantime I've been roped back into covering another goddamn campaign, mainly because I'm stone fucking broke. I'm leaving for Florida next week, if only to get away from my creditors and this rotten snow. Aspen no longer seems salvageable. At one point during the recent Christmas rush, the local CC Chamber of Commerce figured there were 30,000 tourists in town. 30,000, including a whole new element from Hollywood Cafe Society, Diana Ross, Warren Beatty, Truman Capote and all of John Denver's 5 friends. Jesus, I'm beginning to think seriously about putting the owl farm on the market and looking around for another base. The multiple costs of living here are getting almost too high to pay, particularly for somebody who hates cold weather as much as I do. We had a bit of excitement last weekend, however, when Tom Benton and Billy Noonan maced a whole restaurant full of people, including the mayor and the city manager and their wives. They were detained and held just long enough to have a good alibi for the moment. About 2 hours later, when some lunatic fired a marine emergency parachute flare in the front door of the Jerome, just as 2 cherry bombs went off inside the back door, and in the ensuing uproar, a visiting skier was shot in the back with a 50,000-volt electric dart gun called a taser. Clarence Kelly, that geek who runs the FBI 6, has been telling anybody who'll listen that 1976 will be a year of violence in this country. He hasn't said why yet, or where he's getting his tips, but if Aspen during the first week of January was part of the pattern, I suspect Kelly might be onto something, and maybe I won't have to travel, after all. Speaking of violence, how is Phil Caputo, 7? I heard he was wounded a while back in Beirut. Is Nick Prophet still there? And what about Tony and Claire? We got a letter from them on St. George's Hotel stationery, but it got here 6 months late and by then the hotel was no more. I assume he managed to avoid the violence, as usual, by stealing bits and pieces of eyewitness accounts from anybody crazy enough to drink with him after midnight. Before I forget, I'm reading a book on war correspondence called The First Casualty by Philip Knightley. You should definitely have it, so if you can't get a copy over there, let me know and I'll send one. Jesus, it's getting light here and I have to get some sleep. But before I quit, I think a word of congratulations is in order with regard to your new duty station. That's worth about 5 Neimans, I'd say, and it also establishes you as one of the few master craftsmen in your field. I'll visit ASAP, but in the meantime Sandy and Juan say hello. Salute. Hunter. To Ted Solidaroff, The American Review. Thompson passed on reviewing Tom Robbins's new novel Even Cowgirls Get the Blues. February 3, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Solidaroff, I've spent about 3 hours trying to write you a letter to say why I can't send the kind of words of welcome I suspect you want in Even Cowgirls Get the Blues. But everything I've written so far would almost certainly sound rude and cynical and arrogant on your end, so I figure it's best to just junk all the earlier drafts and tell you, in this one, that I spent a few years as a part-time book reviewer and almost 10 years, now, reading reviews of my own books, and on the basis of all that evidence, I think I'll pass on the chance to render any judgment on other people's books. There are, of course, exceptions. When I first read Dog Soldiers 8, for instance, I recommended it to friends with the assurance that I'd reimburse them for the price of the hardcover if they didn't like it, and on the other end of the scale, where rancid bullshit lives, I am forced from time to time to comment on the works of Werner Erhard 9. In any case, I wish to hell you'd never sent me the galleys or proofs or whatever of Cowgirls, but since you did, and I tend to trust your judgment for a variety of reasons that would take too long to list or even think about here, I'm inclined to lend you the use of my name, since I assume that's why you sent me this goddamn thing in the first place, to say and to reproduce in any and all forms any combination of English language words amounting in total to less than 20, to say anything you deem fitting with regard to the merits of cowgirls. You can say, for instance, a weird and stunning work, or sooner or later a book like this was bound to be written. And sign my name to anything you compose. I just got back home from 3 weeks in Miami and LA, and I'm not in the mood to read a book that begins with an apology by the author for his use throughout this book of third-person pronouns and collective nouns in the masculine gender or any other gender, for that matter. And I also opened the book, as is my wont with unknown manuscripts, to a page somewhere in the middle, and in this case I hit on pages 160 and 161, where I found the style and tone or whatever of the writing to be not in my taste, which doesn't mean this is anything but a wonderful book, but that's your business, since I assume you're somehow involved as an editor, and because of that and what I've heard about you I figure you're in a far better position to judge this book than I am, and for that reason I'll trust your judgment, in 20 words or less, to say anything you want about the book, and to use whatever you want to say in my name for any purpose you think is right. I can't imagine that anything I'd say would make the slightest difference in any way, but if you think it might, seize this opportunity and kick out the jams. For any and all legal, promotional and aesthetic purposes, I hereby appoint you my spokesman for any combination of up to 19 words you can lash together. For good or ill. And good luck. Hunter S. Thompson. To Bill Macaulay, University of Notre Dame, Class of 1976. Thompson was flattered to have been selected as a finalist for the renowned, and Roman Catholic, University of Notre Dame Senior Class Fellow Award, an honor each graduating class conferred upon an individual the majority of the seniors feel closely expresses their understanding of life. February 6, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Dear Bill. I just got back from 2 weeks or so on the road to find your letter of January 5, regarding the Senior Class Fellow Award, and although I'm still not sure what the hell to make of it, I want to thank you for the letter as well as what I can only regard as a combination of high madness and generous instincts that caused it to be written. The idea of victory in the final election is more than I can come to grips with right now, but in the unlikely event that such an awesomely weird thing should come to pass, I wouldn't want to miss the chance to be part of it. As for the dates you mentioned, the schedule of presidential primaries that more or less governs my movements this spring seems to leave me relatively free during the last week of March, the later the better, and I should probably warn you now instead of later that I look forward with genuine fear and loathing to the notion of delivering an address to any senior class, anywhere, for any reason at all, and in saying this I want to emphasize that my reasons for trying to avoid any speech making are entirely impersonal, non-sectarian, and absolutely across the board, with no exceptions at all, and if I were in the mood to indulge any personal preference I suspect that ND would have an edge on almost any other university, if only because of the generally humane and intelligent response to my only other appearance on your campus, 10 which occurred sometime in the spring of 1975, under the sponsorship of the Civil Rights Center, or whatever it is that Michael Wise is connected with. If Michael is still around, let me suggest that you check with him on the advisability of conferring this honor on me. Because he'll understand all the hooks and reefs and strange implications, and I'll be inclined to go along with his judgment as to whether this is a good thing for all of us to get involved in, and as a matter of fact, let's leave it at that. If Michael Wise thinks this is a right and proper thing for me to be a part of, I'll do it with no worries or reservations at all, and if I do it on that basis, you'll have no worries, because I'll definitely do it right. Indeed, but now we're getting into the realm of wild and heavy assumption, and that's always risky, especially since I'm still on the maybe list. But regardless of the outcome of the final election, I want to thank you for your letter and whatever thinking led you to write it. My only other experience in this realm came last spring when I lost a runoff election against my old buddy M. Alley for the honor of addressing the senior class at Harvard. That was my idea of life and reality finding its own level, all the way down to the finest and meanest subtleties, but if you play in that league I guess you have to be ready to win, instead of losing closely and comfortably, but always with grace and style. Okay for now. HST. To Bob Arum. Thompson had designs on the helicopter landing pad in front of former President Richard Nixon's house in Florida. February 6, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Bob. On the recommendation of the gentleman from Mobile, I'd like to retain you at this time provided we can come to some agreement on the fee to handle a job for me in Key Biscayne. I want to buy the large concrete helipad in front of Richard Nixon's house on Bay Lane. I was down there last week, making inquiries, but Bibi Rebozo wouldn't talk to me, and when I started asking around I got the impression that the natives weren't entirely sympathetic to my cause. So I think the transaction should be handled, as it were, by a person or persons not openly and publicly hostile to Nixon and everything he stands for. I haven't asked Pierre if he has any specific contacts on Key Biscayne who could handle the transaction, but Sandy tells me he's in England and won't be back for a while, so I thought I'd go ahead and lay it on you, at least until Pierre gets back. The opening, I think, lies in the 99% likelihood that the helipad, which sits about 100 feet offshore from the two Nixon-owned houses he's been trying to sell for a while, was built with U.S. government monies and is therefore owned by the GAO 11 and not by Nixon, which makes it government property and not subject to any sales terms negotiated by Nixon with regard to the houses. I couldn't ascertain this for sure when I was down there, because my interest in the helipad was regarded with genuine suspicion by the few people I questioned. One of these, an attorney/friend of Rebozo's, had already told me of the numerous efforts, presumably made by Rebozo, to sell the helipad to Dade County, various state of FLA agencies, local marinas, etc. And thus far nobody wants it. Jan Wenner, your buddy at ours, has offered to fund the project, but we had only one conversation about it, and although he mentioned a figure of $25,000, we didn't get around to defining any terms, except to vaguely assume it would be a 50-50 deal, with me arranging the purchase and him putting up the money. At the moment I'm awaiting a call from Washington that will hopefully tell me whether or not the GAO actually owns the helipad, and if the answer is a definite yes, all I'll have to do is make an official bid on a government-owned property, and in this case I think Pierre should do the bidding, provided he can handle it discreetly. Or wants to. So your own role, for now, is unclear, and for the moment you should just hold this letter as background, until I can call you with a few concrete facts. I suspect, however, that I'll get no firm answer vis-a-vis ownership of the helipad, from my initial inquiries at the GAO, and I'm not at all certain Pierre will see enough humor in this gig to want any part of it, so I figure we'll be talking seriously in a week or so. Meanwhile, on the gambling front, Sandy says you're under the impression that you lost $20 each on the playoff games, but according to my own hazy recollections, we broke even. It seems to me that I had Dallas and Oakland with 5 points each, but there's always the hopeful possibility that I'm wrong. Did you make any notes on the bets? I did, but I can't find them, so I can't say for sure, except that anybody as broke as I am right now would almost certainly not forget 2 winning bets in a single afternoon, and if I did forget, that's almost more ominous than actually losing, because it augurs ill for the future. In this case, I'd prefer breaking even to the specter of failed memory. Because that would hint at brain damage, and $40 is cheap if it gets me off that ugly hook. Okay, I just got the call from DC in the helipad, which is owned or at least controlled, apparently, by the GSA, and not the GAO. GAO is government accounting, and GSA is government services. In any case, I'll know in a few hours if the property is biddable, or even remotely on the open market, and if it looks good I'll call you right away. Okay for now. I have to write some bullshit for today's deadline, so no more gibberish. HST. To Frank Gannon. Thompson had formed an unlikely friendship with former Nixon White House press aide Frank Gannon, but failed in his bid to go along on the ex-president's controversial private visit to China February 21 to 29, 1976, the fourth anniversary of Nixon's historic first trip to Beijing by a U.S. president. February 9, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Dear Frank, sorry to be so long in getting back to you in the deep and lengthy socio-political conversation we planned, but I have a new idea that might allow us to touch all those strange bases at once, and under circumstances that most people would probably call awesomely weird. To wit, I'd like to go along with Mr. Nixon on his trip to China, and if I can work the logistics out with Rolling Stone, I'd like to bring Ralph Steadman along with me, but at the moment I don't even know if Ralph is free to travel, so let's consider this letter a formal request, or informal, if that's a better way to handle it, in the details and probability of getting me in as a press member of the tour. We both know I can't offer you much in the way of guaranteed blue-chip publicity when I write about the trip, but we also know, or at least we should, that there is nothing in the long history of my relationship with Mr. Nixon to indicate that I'd write or say anything contrary to any agreement or understanding we might or might not arrive at, beforehand. My only valid reference on this score is Pat Buchanan, but I figure that's enough. The whole idea of this trip puzzles and fascinates me, for all the obvious reasons, which I see no point in detailing here, but if you want to talk about them I'll be happy to come out to San Clemente for a chat, ASAP. But in any case, please let me know something in time to make my own arrangements for the trip. I've already asked the R's office in Washington to apply for a China visa for me, and I assume you'll let me know if there's anything else I need. Thanks. Hunter. From Grover Lewis. Brown power activist Oscar Acosta had disappeared from Los Angeles in early 1974. Some speculated that he went underground to evade various authorities, but his friends were alarmed, including Thompson and Texas newsman Grover Lewis, a former Village Voice writer and associate editor of Rolling Stone from spring 1971 to summer 1973. April 17, 1976. Canaryville, Utah. Dear Hunter, I've heard from several sources that Oscar Acosta is dead, the murder victim of drug traffickers. For my own peace of mind, I intend to get to the bottom of the matter, find out if the rumor is true or false. Do you know anything about it? I'd be most appreciative if you'd be in touch with me on this. Best wishes. Grover Lewis. To Lauren Jenkins, Newsweek. April 24, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Lauren. You thieving scumbag. I never heard of anybody named John Select, and I never even mentioned the idea of recovering that typewriter from Hong Kong to anybody but you, so now that your hench people have dealt with it in the most obvious kind of HK style, you owe me $200. Never let it be said that an old Indochina hand like me can't recognize a classic Saigon scam, especially when it comes with the imprint of an infamous to-do st money changer glaring out from between every line. You pig. You couldn't be satisfied to let the thing fall, or drift, gracefully into the hands of your own wife. No, you have to fall back on the habits of an ill-spent lifetime and sell the bugger for profit to some HK dope addict. One of these days I'll probably get a thank you note from Dennis Cameron, written on my own typewriter from some ugly dungeon in Egypt. I understand Dennis had a pretty active TV talk with Sadat. 12 was Rokoff behind the camera. Anyway, you picked a perfect time to rip me off because I've been sitting here for the past week or so, trying to figure out where to go for my next busman's holiday, and all of a sudden you just solved my problem. Indeed, why not Rome? For 6 or 7 weeks. Hang around the better cafes and get a feel for the place, change some money, catch a few diseases, and of course I'd have to spend a bit of time each day in the office, on the typewriter. And the telex. Many phone calls to Doug Sapper in Rhodesia, or to my man John Select at Rolling Stone, making inquiries with regard to the fate of your various articles. Just the other day, in fact, Wenner was asking me where to send your check, and I told him I'd deliver it personally, just as soon as I finish this goddamn article on the campaign. At this point, I am sitting on something like $14,000 worth of out/pocket expenses, covering almost everything from all-night naked cycle rides in Laos to cocaine orgies in the National Affairs Suite that I finally retired, permanently, about 3 weeks ago, but not before I gave it one last, long run that will not be soon forgotten. Nobody ever covered a presidential campaign like I covered the first 6 weeks of this one. From New Hampshire to Miami, we kicked out the jams and brought not only the style and tone of the Lansang and the Continental Garden but also the brute substance of both, right straight into the heart of the campaign trail, and when I say we, I refer to at least 2 mutual friends from the Boom Boom days, but for reasons that need not be mentioned here except to say that Dick Tuck still lives. These people will not be named by me, in print or any other way. But let me tell you, it was worth all the rotten, low-life agony that goes with covering this silly campaign, to be sitting in the bar of some Holiday Inn up there in the snows of Manchester and looking up to see some wild-eyed fucker wearing a Hong Kong tailor-made jacket with only 2 buttons and a $2,000 gold Cambodian chain bouncing on his chest and a gold Rolex on his wrist and yelling "Fuck all these bums. Dr. O and his people are holding a press conference in 216 about 15 minutes from now, and there is definitely no press allowed." But that act couldn't last. Nobody had ever seen an out-front plague of dope addicts on the campaign trail before, and the Secret Service couldn't handle it. By the end of the Florida primary, most of the loonies had been retired or sent back across the water, and that was when I quit, too. It was not worth the effort. If anybody ever tells you to come back over here and get promoted to some shit-eating gig like covering the White House, run like hell for Angola, and if all else fails, go into business with Sapper, or even that filthy degenerate, Tuahi. But don't let them lure you back here. There is a powerful stench of doom and desperation in the air, and when things get that tense it doesn't even matter who's president. All the people who said I'd finally caved into terminal brain damage when I started betting on Jimmy Carter 2 years ago are now brushing up on their scripture, just in case the new Hubert Humphrey won't sell any better than the old one did. If I had to make my final bets right now, I'd have to go with Carter to get the nomination and beat Ford, but I'm still not sure what to make of it, except that all the alternatives seem a hell of a lot worse, and I honestly doubt if the outcome of this election will make any real difference to anybody. The die is cast, the fat is in the fire, and if the Grim Reaper wants to come on like Jesus, so be it. But shit, I guess you read all this stuff in Newsweek, so I'll quit and get back to work. I have one final article to do, then it's down to Texas to work on a novel about gun running and the smack trade, but before I get seriously into a novel, I think I'll need a vacation. And meanwhile, just in case that rat-baster John Select shows up in Rome with my typewriter, seize it immediately and have the bastard killed. Or hold him until my agent Sems Luckett 3 shows up to handle matters. He is the only person authorized to deal in my name on the continent, and I expect he'll be seeing you soon. Tell Nancy how sorry I am that you saw fit to sell my gift to her, but I guess you filthy journalists are all the same. Okay. HST. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson's article on Jimmy Carter: Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail 76, Third-Rate Romance, Low-Rent Rendezvous ran in the June 3, 1976, issue of Rolling Stone. June 16, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. Your undated letter in your decision to pay only 40% of my expenses on the Carter article arrived today, but I had a hard time following all the disallowed expenses you referred to, because the enclosed accounting you repeatedly mentioned was not, in fact, enclosed. Whether it exists or ever existed is an interesting but academic question at this point, because we both know how useless any further argument would be. We both know, too, what an immensely treacherous beating I took on the Carter article expenses, and we both know there's not a fucking thing I can do about it, because our agreement in expenses was verbal and not in writing. It was kind of you to note, as Lynn has, that we undoubtedly should have been more specific, via Nesbitt, in front. Indeed. but then we never would have had an article. Have you tried golf yet? Anyway, $4,000 expenses and a $4,500 fee means that effort cost me $1,500 and one credit card, which is bad economics for a freelance writer, but not nearly as bad as it might have been for me if I'd had a leg blown off in Saigon, with no medical insurance. So I guess I should count myself lucky. I was having such a good time down there in Key West that I guess I didn't hear you when you were telling me to go back home and write the article because you weren't going to pay my expenses, but I'm still a bit confused about who sent that Xerox tech rep over to the Santa Maria Motel to fix my Mojo wire so I could keep sending pages to that office in San Francisco. In any case, you've made yourself eminently clear on this matter, and, like you say, that's that on expenses. How many other writers have gone to the pawn shop with that phrase, "from you," ringing in their ears? Hunter. To Bob Rafelson. Thompson sent movie director Rafelson a rough sketch of his ideas for the Texas arms trading screenplay he planned to turn to after the 1976 election. Galveston Memo. June 23, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Bob Rafelson. Out of Inc. 933 en Labrie. Hollywood, CA. Dear Bob. After talking to you earlier today, I looked at the 5-page handwritten letter I wrote you from the Trinidad Hilton and found that it related almost entirely to revision and refinement with regard to characterization vis-a-vis the film/plot/story tentatively titled Galveston that we've been discussing on and off for the past 6 months. And since the letter was essentially a wild-eyed, pre-dawn memo to you, it contained little or no mention of the plot or the story itself, and hence would be of little use to you for any purpose except as a tangible reassurance that my head is very much into the project even while grappling desperately with thieves, thugs, cops, and other bloodthirsty scumbags in Trinidad and Tobago, from which I escaped by a series of incredible maneuvers that still cause me too much pain for any kind of written description at this point. In a quick nut, however, the bastards took my money, my wallet, my credit cards, my press credentials, my acid, my weed, my mescaline, my vacation, my sense of humor, and whatever was left of my unsupported and generally unsupportable faith in the better instincts of the human race, and then they chased me off the fucking island, like some kind of a crippled rat. Conrad was right, exterminate the brutes. Or was that Mr. Kurtz talking? 13. We'll never know, And it don't make no never mind anyway, right now, except to explain why the memo I scribbled to you in my last frenzied hours on that stinking island was not entirely satisfactory in terms of context, background, plot lines, etc. It focused entirely on a new and sudden understanding of the characters in the Galveston story that came to me for reasons I'd just as soon never understand in the foulest and darkest depths of personal despair. Rather than send you that frantic gibberish, however, I am going to run the risk of trying to translate it onto the typewritten page, and hopefully in some kind of context that will give you something a bit more tangible than a few pages of admittedly brilliant character development in a story I referred to only by accident in the letter, since my only purpose in writing it was to tell you that I felt I'd suddenly solved what I felt was the main problem with the Galveston story, which was who the characters were and why they were tangled up in this ugly and disastrous gun-running trip. The general outline of the plot has always seemed pretty clear to me, but until that hideous night in Trinidad I had never seen the characters in any kind of focus, never really seen them at all, for that matter, and if we are going to proceed, as I normally do, on the notion that character is destiny, there is no way to write a convincing story about people neither one of us feel we know. I have that feeling now, but at this point I have no more idea than you do whether I can make any coherent sense of that feeling in 2 or 3 pages on very short notice, and it's also possible that this feeling I dredged up from the bowels of my own rage and terror is nothing but a crude and pitiful delusion that won't make the slightest fucking sense to anybody, including me. But what the hell? I got the impression from our phone talk earlier today that you were anxious to see something tangible from me on this Galveston story, and that a crazed memo about characters and motivations would not make the nut, on your end, so, not entirely in accord with my better judgment, I figure I might as well sit down at this wretched machine and try to get a few basic things down on paper so we'll at least have something to look at, for good or ill. And for Christ's sake don't give me any cute Nazi bullshit, like last time, about the stilted language of this letter. My sanity is hanging by a thread at this point, and I can't stand any abuse. About 30 minutes before you called today, I learned that Juan had accidentally disposed of $4,000, that's $4,000, while I was in Tobago/Trinidad. Gone. Sent off in the goddamn mail. He has spent the last 24 hours hiding somewhere in town, and Sandy won't tell me where. Anyway, I'm trying to put this down in a form that might make sense to somebody besides you and me, so you'll just have to live with this high English I tend to drift into whenever I see a sheet of carbon paper in my typewriter. Sela. And now, well, let's see what I can make of this fucker. From here on, I'm just going to wing it and hope for something coherent, but it might dissolve into gibberish at any moment, and if that happens I'll send it anyway. For the record, I'm still thinking purely in terms of a story, without trying to make any distinctions in my own mind or on paper between film or print, although probably I'll be seeing the story as a book, because if I start trying to see it through the eye of a camera I'll go mad in 20 minutes and that's something I've wanted to do for a long time, zang. With a running start I could be around that final bend before anybody caught on that this time I was really making a run for it. Yeah, but let me give a bit more thought to this thing, first. I'm not sure why, but I'm broke again and I have to do something, so why not this? One thing I've already taken care of, for instance, is the music, the soundtrack. The name is Russell Smith, and before you argue, go out and buy a new album by the amazing Rhythm Aces, called Too Stuff to Jump. Listen to it twice, by yourself, sitting in a totally dark room, and that should take care of the music. As for the story, well, shit. Let's keep on calling it Galveston for now, although we could just as well call it Brownsville or Beaumont. No, scratch Beaumont. But there is a finality about Galveston, to me at least, that matches my sense of the story. I want to make sure that every human being who sees or reads this thing will be haunted by it for the rest of their lives. That's why I want the title to be a word that will keep popping up on maps, in Time and Newsweek, in random conversations, on the network news, in jigsaw puzzles. I want to make the word Galveston completely synonymous in the American language with absolute and inescapable doom. I want to make it the Guernica 14, a dark and ominous word that can never be said with a smile. Indeed, and in order to do that we will need 3 very believable characters that at least 50 million people between the ages of 25 and 45 can somehow identify with. Not freaks, not bikers, not psychotics, or politicians or bodybuilders or hookers or perverts or rich or poor or black or crazy or powerful, but 3 people, 1 male aged 34, 1 male aged, is that a word? 41, and 1 female aged 27. All 3 will be just a little bit brighter and prettier and more adventurous and more successful at coping with life than the people around them. But only a little bit, because I want them to be mirrors, not comets, because the only way to lure the reader or the viewer into this hellbound train is to make sure they first identify in some personal way with the characters, and then, after setting the identity hook, we offer these 3 characters an opportunity to make a lot of money by doing something just risky enough to be genuinely dangerous, but not so dangerous that most viewers/readers wouldn't at least think they might be capable of doing it themselves, like quietly dropping out of their own separate realities for 2 or 3 weeks and delivering a 2-ton U-Haul truck full of M16s from a warehouse in Salt Lake City to a dock in Galveston, for a quick and seemingly foolproof profit of $100,000. Maybe more, maybe less, these are the details I'll have to deal with under the heading of research. And the reason for research is to make a fictional story with fictional characters appear to be true at least for the life of the story, and hopefully for the next 300 years. I want to know exactly how many M16s will fit in a 2-ton truck, exactly how much a truckload of M16s stolen from the army will cost in Salt Lake City, and exactly how much they will sell for on a dock in Galveston, not because the numbers or figures themselves are so important, but because every small truth in a fictional story makes it that much more believable, and unless the first half of the story is irresistibly believable, the second half will seem like a bad joke. But anybody who believes that the first half could easily be true is going to take a brutal hammering in the second half, to wit. The kink in the story is the same one we've talked about, although not in much detail. Everything goes according to plan until the trio reaches Houston, where they find themselves 2 days ahead of schedule. They have to be at the dock in Galveston at exactly 6 p.m. on Friday, so on Wednesday afternoon they check into a motel on South Main that is near a congenial roadhouse called the Blue Fox, owned by a friend of a friend, etc. And on Wednesday night one of the three pulls the pin in the story by saying something half serious about their truckload of machine guns. Right, and on Thursday night their truck disappears out of the motel parking lot. Stolen. No clues, no way to report it, no way to get it back. A U-Haul truck full of M16s stolen from the U.S. Army and paid for in Salt Lake with fronted money. God damn it, Bob, the mail goes out in exactly 46 minutes and there's no way I can finish this thing by then. So I think I'll do as much as I can in the next 30 minutes, then mail this, and then go into town and Xerox the Trinidad letter and mail that in Aspen. So you'll be getting 2 letters and they might not arrive in the same mail, but the second will be just a few hours behind the first, and it's going to take me another day to weave this thing together anyway, so for now I'll just do what I can and we'll talk on the phone when you get both letters. Anyway, the terror begins when they realize the truck has been stolen. They, and the reader/viewer, are 99% sure the owner of the Blue Fox, somebody a bit like Bob what's his name who owns Galena Street, a clean-cut criminal who is also into Houston politics, had the truck stolen or at least knows who stole it, but at this point he is also their only possible hope for getting it back, and it is at this point that all three of them begin to understand, one at a time, that they have moved outside the world of law and relatively civilized behavior that has both restricted and protected them all their lives. It is free fall now, the law of the jungle, the tooth, and the fang, etc. And their first move, once they understand how helpless they are, is to turn the girl over to the owner of the Blue Fox. The girl for the guns, right? Wrong. The girl is the first to understand what's happening, and by noon on Friday she has clearly gone over. The 34-year-old protagonist, CENC goddammit I'll just send the whole packet at once you rotten bastard. How did you get me into this madness? The goddamn mail leaves in 13 minutes and I'm still down here in the basement and not even started on the characters. The 41-year-old ex-dope dealer from LA is not far behind the girl, but he is the one who got the front money from the mafia and he knows he can run but he can't hide, and his friend, let's imagine Jay Buffett at 34, bored with success and looking for some money action, wants to stay and force some kind of solution. I haven't figured out what kind of madness he might want to try, but whatever it is, it's doomed. But for about 2 hours on Friday afternoon it looks like his plan might work, and then, with no warning at all, he opens a door somewhere in Galveston and gets his spine severed with a .357 Magnum. Paralyzed forever. They drifted into the deep end. And now I have 6 minutes to get to the WC store with this fucker. Okay for now. Call me when you get work. H. To Jimmy Carter. Thompson had interviewed Carter several times over the preceding 2 years, but now found himself in the awkward position of covering the 1976 campaign for Rolling Stone after having advised the Democratic candidate. June 29, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jimmy. In case I haven't reached you by telephone before you get this letter, let me explain what I'll have in mind whenever I do reach you by phone so I won't have to waste a lot of time explaining why I'm calling. Due to circumstances beyond my control, I've agreed to do another long Rolling Stone article on Campaign 76, which means, in effect, that I'll be covering the demo convention in NYC and then writing a long article right afterwards, and since I can't count on the convention itself to generate the kind of adrenaline action that I need to get me to the typewriter for another long bout with political journalism, it occurred to me tonight that the sanest, easiest, most mutually comfortable and in fact the most potentially meaningful thing I could do at this point would be to sit down with you in some kind of relatively relaxed situation and have another one of our more or less annual tape talks. Looking at the calendar, I see that my first encounter with you was on the first Saturday in May, 1974, the Law Day speech, and my second was almost exactly a year later after you'd made your candidacy official when I came down to Plains in May of 1975. And now, looking back on the past 2 years and all the things that have happened since we first met, it occurs to me that we both have a sort of aesthetic debt to history to keep this strange movie rolling as long as we can, or at least as long as it's comfortable. And that, of course, would be a significant turn in the storyline, regardless of which fork it took. Unlike time, I don't see anything especially bizarre in our relationship as one decent human being to another, but I might as well admit that in almost any other public or private context I can see why there are a hell of a lot of people, including some of my best and most intelligent friends, who are honestly puzzled by what they perceive as a weird and neo-ominous alliance between two people who seem to represent two of the most extreme and opposite poles on the socio-political spectrum. People like Alan Barron and Dick Goodwin, for instance, are genuinely baffled by most of the things I've said about you, and the main reason for their bafflement, I suspect, is that I've never properly explained why the obvious difference in our private lifestyles and political backgrounds doesn't necessarily preclude either a personal friendship or a real mutuality of interests when it comes to presidential politics. This is a thing I'd like to be able to explain and get down on paper, once and for all, and in order to do this, I think we need another good, relaxed and wide-ranging, taped, conversation about whatever seems important at the time. That would amount to the third annual Carter/HST Live and Random Conversations vis-a-vis an era in U.S. history that I think will prove out, in history, to be one of the most interesting, meaningful, and historically critical eras this nation will ever go through. I could, of course, be wrong. I have been wrong before, but not very often, and right now I'll match my published, on-the-record outbursts of political wisdom against anybody else in the business, including Apple and Broder and Gurman 15 and that crowd. So I'm riding pretty high right now, but just between you and me, I'm not quite as sure of the reason, for my success as I'd like to be. And that's why I'd like to sit down and have another fairly long and relaxed talk with you. The last year I backed a winner in presidential politics was 1960, but that time it was mainly a matter of being sure who I was against, which is always a lot easier and more defensible than being for a candidate, and let me tell you, my friend, that you have given me more than one anxious moment in the past 6 months. And no doubt there will be a few more, but what the hell? For a variety of strange reasons that neither one of us ever really encouraged, I now feel saddled with a personal stake, with regard to my own judgment and credibility, in your candidacy, your views, and in the success or failure of what I've been telling people for the past 2 years is the very likely prospect of your presidency. I am stuck with you now, for good or ill, and although I'm not nearly as worried with that prospect as a lot of my friends tell me I should be, I feel a very powerful obligation to at least understand who and what I'm stuck with. It makes me nervous to feel responsible for the actions of any person except myself, especially if that person happens to be the President of the United States, and that's precisely why I think it's time to tape Chapter 3 of this bizarre and unlikely saga. We would need a framework of about 24 hours, to do it right, either another visit to Plains or maybe a long talk during the convention in New York, but, if absolutely necessary, I could probably do it with 12 more or less consecutive hours in either Plains or NYC, provided we could spend at least half of those hours, 6, in relaxed and mutually comfortable circumstances, with time to talk at length about whatever aspects of a Jimmy Carter presidency most concern both of us. In 1972, My story on the demo convention in Miami turned out to be a very long and detailed, taped, conversation with Rick Stearns on the real, bottom-line mechanics of how McGovern's strategists managed to clinch his nomination on the first ballot. And that's the same sort of thing I have in mind for my Demo 76 story, except that this time the conversation will have to be with you, instead of one of your colonels. Or even a general, for that matter, because the dramatic tension of the story, and the reason why it's worth $5,000 to Rolling Stone, lies almost entirely in my personal relationship, such as it is, with you, and not with the Carter campaign. So, I assume you see what I'm talking about, and just in case there's any misunderstanding, let me say here and now that what I am not talking about is another jury-rigged travesty like that interview we had to cope with courtesy of Pat and Hamilton 16 on the plane from Orlando to Chicago on the morning after the Florida primary. I had serious problems with Rolling Stone about justifying that trip for expense account purposes. That was the time I had to get off your plane in Chicago and fly at once back to Tampa for one of my speeches in RA, the real meaning of Campaign 76, and, yes, that was also the time I tried to burn Ham out of his room in the Carlton House. We don't need any more scenes like that one. The stakes and style of this drama have escalated quite drastically since then, and I doubt if your Secret Service detail would see much humor in the spectacle of the Democratic nominee's campaign manager getting immolated by a crazy, fire-breathing journalist in the lobby of New York's Americana Hotel. So, if it's okay with you, I'm going to try to orchestrate this talk/conversation/etc. as painlessly as possible, and I urge you to approach it the same way. After all the strange water that's passed under both our bridges since my first appearance at the mansion in May, 1974, I think we owe ourselves the luxury of a visit we can both have some fun with. And if your new realities make a thing like that impossible, well, then I guess that's the story. But in any case I've come to the point where I need either an ending or a new chapter for this tale, and just as soon as I finish this letter I'll mail it and then get on the phone to Ham, Jody 17 or Pat, to get the thing set up, so if you start getting messages that I'm trying to reach you, at least you'll know what I want. Okay. My schedule these days is a lot looser than yours, but my July 24th, or possibly July 31st, deadline is a very serious matter to me, Rolling Stone, and my loan officer at the Bank of Aspen. So please let me know, as soon as possible, if and when you'd feel comfortable having me join you for an afternoon or evening, or both, of the same kind of informally serious talk we've done in the past. And if you think that's not feasible, let's talk about why. All I need, real quick, is an answer, so I can tell Rolling Stone what sort of an article to expect for the post-convention issue. Either way, I'll see you in New York. Which is not a thing I look forward to, and in a sense it's your fault that I now have to spend a mid-July week in the bowels of Manhattan, but since it now seems inevitable, I might as well come out of it with a good, valid, and historically meaningful story, which means I'll need some private, unhurried time with you, in Plains or New York. I can see how this might be a problem for you, in terms of schedule and priorities, but, in the context of our personal and professional relationship over the course of the past 2 years, it seems like a problem worth solving in your interest, as well as my own. There are still a hell of a lot of decent, intelligent people out there who are not yet convinced that you're human, and that's a problem I think we can and should solve by smiting them hip and thigh, as it were, with another long JC/HST interview/talk/conversation about some of the things that concern them. Indeed. So it looks like a worthwhile project, and one that we both might enjoy, or at least that's how it looks to me, and I hope we can find enough time to do it right. Let me know, as I've said, ASAP. You can call me here at home, or by asking Jody to track me down through Ed Bradley from CBS, who just left here to pick you up in Milwaukee. Ed and I have been brooding and haggling about you since those very early days up in Manchester and Boston when he was covering Birch Bay, and ever since he got himself assigned to you we've been comparing notes and impressions at least 3 times a week, and, for whatever it's worth, you're still ahead on real points. Zang. This letter is getting too long, so I think I'll quit right now. Anything else I have to say can wait until later. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To U.S. Senator Gary Hart. Thompson intended to see to it that his friend Gary Hart, who now represented Colorado in the U.S. Senate, was working for him in Washington. July 1, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Dear Gary, I missed you at the Pomegranate in Aspen and also at the demo convention in Denver, but if you get to New York for the Love-In, I'll probably see you there. In the meantime, however, could you bring me up to date on the progress, or fate, of S.1? That's S.1, which you assured me quite a while ago would never pass. But I keep hearing ominous talk about it, and I figure it's time for an update. If S.1 is likely to go anywhere at all, I want to come to Washington and make sure it doesn't slip by without some fear and loathing attached. So please send me a progress report, to date, and then we can talk. Thanks. Also, I just caught an item on the CBS Morning News to the effect that the Senate just voted to end price controls on what? Natural gas? Gasoline. It went by so fast that I didn't catch the details, but the main thrust was painfully obvious, and with that in mind, I wonder if you could supply me with a list of yes and no votes in the Senate on this thing. Or was it a secret ballot? The enclosed material vis-a-vis my current problem with the Williams Energy Company should be self-explanatory, and I wonder if you can get a better explanation of their pricing practices out of them than Sandy could by writing their office in Grand Junction. As far as I know, these bastards have a total monopoly in this area. Aspen is on natural gas, but us ranchers are stuck with propane, and $13.50 per day is a goddamn outrage. But to get a memo like this in response to a polite request for an explanation is like having your insurance man triple your rates and then set fire to your house when you complain. I haven't given you a hard time about anything you have or haven't done since '74, but I think it's about time you started earning your salary, and this thing is too savage and obvious to ignore. The bastards should at least be forced to explain themselves, right? Let me know ASAP. Thanks. Hunter. To Frank N. Dubofsky, American Civil Liberties Union. The state chapter had sent Thompson a long and wandering appeal for a substantial contribution to the Colorado affiliate of the A.C.L.U. Above and beyond your ACLU dues. July 6, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Frank N. Dubofsky. ACLU of Colorado. 1711 Pennsylvania Street. Denver, Colorado 80203. Dear Mr. Dubofsky, your letter of March 29 just turned up in a pile of mail from Rolling Stone readers who want me to do everything from setting myself on fire to running for president. And since I only subject myself to this kind of ordeal, reading the Ars Mail, once a month, I failed to see or read your letter until last night. And now, after reading it again, I am still a bit hazy what you want from me or why you wrote the letter. Which is not entirely reassuring. If I were going to hire an attorney for anything important, I would be reluctant, as it were, to retain somebody who can write 11 paragraphs on 2 single-spaced pages and either fail to say what he means, or succeed in saying something so trivial as a request for money that could just as easily have been made on a 3x5 postcard. You might at least have wasted a 12th paragraph to say how much money you want. In any case, if all you want is money, you'd have been smarter to write somebody who has some. If I wrote a check for $1,000 today, it would probably bounce and I have no savings account. I could perhaps double my annual contribution of, approximate, $50 to the ACLU, but on the evidence of your 3/29 letter to me I wouldn't have much trouble concluding that any money I sent you might very likely be spent to pay the salaries of however many typists you need to write more letters to more people, asking for more money. And so much for that, If I were you, I'd try to figure out some slightly more imaginative way to get money out of me. 3 or 4 of these come to my own mind immediately, but if I have to line them out for you, it raises a definite question of confidence vis-a-vis what use these monies might be put to. I have been a member of the National and/or California ACLU for almost 15 years, so there is obviously no lack of interest on my part. But I think it's reasonable for me or any other member to wonder what my money is being used for, and who is spending it. Kazart. Hunter S. Thompson. To Davison Thompson. Writing to his brother, Thompson tried to reconcile his acceptance of a recent small inheritance with his earlier stance that inherited wealth should be abolished. July 7, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Davison. Congratulations. I have a letter here from one Jim B. Johnson in Memphis, saying I finally won my long and savage complaint against Howard P. Pritchard, executor of the estate of Velma H. Ray, et al. Needless to say, I feel a bit like the lonesome end on the AETAL team, especially since I long ago tried to quit the squad altogether and split my share among the other ETAL members, but, as I explained to Mom on the phone quite a while ago, my offer, to quit and split, as it were, became null and void when it was judged to be legally non-feasible. That seemed fair to me then, and it still does. Which leaves me sitting here with this letter and Xerox settlement and decree from Johnson, saying that all I have to do in order to collect $6,000 is sign a receipt and send him my social security number. But he didn't enclose any receipt, and I can't tell whether I should send my SS note to him or to you. Johnson's letter also comes at a time when I'm feeling nervous about repaying a loan from Noonan for an amount not much less than my share of the ETAL settlement. So if you're sitting there wondering if I really want the money, the answer is yes, not so much because I want it or even feel I deserve it, but because I now need it. Juan recently disposed of $4,200 by an accident of logistics so incredible that it would take me 3 pages to explain it, but the bottom line is that I just got back from a nightmarish vacation in Tobago to find that my summer of '76 money cushion had been cut, in my absence, from $5,000 to $800. But what the fuck? None of this gibberish really matters right now, does it? I've assured Noonan that his money is currently en route from a weird and mysterious source, and if it's at all possible I'd like to end this thing, receive and distribute my share of the funds, and get enough out of debt to quit writing about politics and get to work on a new novel that's due in Sept. So please let me know what I must or should do, in order to get my hands on the money. I still feel like a drooling greedhead because of my part in this gig, mainly because one of the main points in my tentative platform when I was thinking about running for the US Senate back in '74 had to do with my plan to abolish the whole concept of inherited wealth in this country, but now that I'm on the legal/public record in the Chancery Court of Tennessee as a complainant in a lawsuit over a contested will, I figure I might as well take the money. As a senator I could have schemed $6,000 a month with no trouble at all, for at least the next 6 years. But now I guess I'll have to get by on my own, which means I have to keep a sharp eye on the trolling lines, for good or ill. So it's back to the drawing boards and to hell with politics. On other fronts, life at the Owl Farm remains much the same as always, a never-ending chain of crisis peaks and occasional peaceful valleys. If I'd had any sense I'd have been a goddamn lawyer, but I'm a bit too old for that now, so I guess I'm stuck with whatever I am. Right, and now I have to go into town to file a massive lawsuit against George Stranahan about my water rights, so I'll finish this and leave the next step with you. If I get a check in today's mail for the movie rights to Vegas, or any other unexpected windfall, I'll reassess my position vis-a-vis my share of the settlement. The simple reality of being able to turn the money down would be a tremendous high for me, but right now that's a high I can't afford. And to hell with all this. After 20 years of practice, I've developed a certain talent for affording unaffordable highs, and maybe I can deal with this one, too, in time. My latest news bulletin on your situation was decidedly upbeat, so I assume you're still holding the fort on your own terms, which is the best any of us can hope for in this world, I think, but every once in a while I get a powerful urge to abandon everything, change my name, and become a terminal wino in some rotten Skid Row town like Galveston or Pittsburgh. If you have any better ideas, let me know ASAP. Zinga. Hunter. Democratic Convention Notes to HRS. Before leaving WC for NYC. Thompson composed this elegant reflection after a late-night swim 2 hours before he had to leave Woody Creek to cover the 1976 Democratic National Convention in New York City. July 10, 1976. Woody Creek Co. A full moon tonight, and a cold bright sky above the long pool behind the Jerome Hotel. The Milky Way looking down from so close that it looks like a madman with good reflexes could shoot the stars out of the sky, one by one, with something like a .264 Magnum or maybe a .220 Swift. The pool is warm, the bar is closed, Main Street is empty except for an occasional cop zooming by in one of the red Saabs they use. No cars on fire in the parking lot behind the Jerome tonight, no dope addicts lurking around in the darkness under the tent, no red-tipped cigarettes glowing suddenly back in the darkness where white iron lawn tables, wet on the tops from cold mist and dampness, sit under the big cottonwood trees behind the old Aspen Times building. Easing into the pool around 3:30, no racing dives at this hour of the morning when a 200-pound body hitting flat on the water would echo for 3 blocks, just quick and naked over the side and into the cold deep end, then pushing off fast to neutralize the cold, and then the burning energy takes over, cruising along with no sound, looking up at the stars and the blue-black infinity so close to my eyes now stinging from the first hit of chlorine. 21 laps with no sound but rippling water and blowhole breathing like a whale. Marty Nolan 18 once told Sandy that I swim like a school of whales. And Craig Vetter described my rodent-like crawl. The only other animal who swims like me is the stoat, but his reasons are different. The stoat wants the best possible combination of speed and silence, he is not especially concerned about exercise. But I want the feeling of muscles pulling, stretching, pulling, relaxing every muscle from the thin layers under my scalp to the tendons down in my toes, and this is the only stroke I know that pulls every muscle, and if I feel one that isn't working I can roll over on my side or kick vertically instead of like a frog, until I feel the lazy one come alive. Pulling deep with the arms, almost straight down like rowing with muffled oars, fingers tight in a web/cup, legs intensely rigid at the end of each deep stroke to get the best possible glide, and then a moment of total relaxation just before the next stroke, when the energy of the glide starts falling off. This is a homemade stroke, mainly for ocean swimming because the face can be tucked down on the chest and the waves break over the head instead of into the face, and that moment of total relaxation between strokes lets the lymph glands/nodes empty, so the muscle fatigue of each stroke has time to dissipate instead of building up. This is as close as I can come to peace out in the middle of a big Olympic-size pool at 3:30 in the morning. Nobody can get to me out here, no phones ring, nobody can interrupt to, say, ask me about Jimmy Carter, to offer me drugs, to call me a bastard, or ask me why Claudine really shot Spider. 19 I am moving too fast to hear anything but the sound of moving water and the pumping of blood through my body and my own sputtered blasts of breathing between the long slow strokes. The Jerome is a 10-stroke pool, which means I can cut it to 9 if I concentrate totally on every stroke and if I keep my toes completely straight and my fingers straight and tight against my body at the end of every stroke, I can make it from end to end in 8 strokes. But if I don't pull deep enough or fail to concentrate all the way to the end of each stroke, or if I fuck up on my breathing, the Jerome can be an 11 or even a 12-stroke pool. 3 extra strokes per lap for 21 laps is 63 extra strokes, 252 strokes to cover the same exact distance that I'd cover with 189 strokes if I concentrated on maximum thrust and glide, with minimum resistance in the water. The idea is to move like a torpedo instead of a terrified squid. Jesus. I am thinking like Jimmy Carter again, adapting the language of physics to the inefficient realities of everyday life, thinking in terms of the power train, concentrating on minimizing the ratio between energy and effect. The energy that goes into 63 wasted strokes could be used for writing these pages. For instance, 63 strokes would cancel at least 3 pages, and at my normal rate of 1 page an hour, That is the main part of a night's work at the typewriter. Or maybe 3 delegates, in the context of presidential politics. The language of physics and the language of law have always fascinated me. They are not the same, because the ends and antecedents are different, but there is a sameness in the precision and the efficiency, although the language of physics is bent to solving problems, while the language of law can be just as precise and efficient when used to create problems, or obscure them, or even to alter the nature of problems and create the appearance of a solution. But there is no room for an adversary relationship in physics, because that in itself is a problem and a barrier. Right, and to hell with all this. I wanted to sit down and write a few pages about what I expect from the next few days at the Democratic Convention in New York. I had not planned to go until last week, when I realized that one's incredible expenditure of $4,200, along with Wenner's refusal to pay $5,000 or so of my expenses for the Carter article, had put me deep in another money hole, and then came the idea for another annual conversation with Carter, whose reality has changed so drastically since I first met him that the most amazing thing about the change is that it now seems entirely logical. But I mainly want to get down what I expect to find in NYC, or at least what I plan and want to find, so I can have these pages as a baseline, when it comes time to write, exactly 7 days from now. What I want and expect is at least a good talk with Carter, and to be with him in his Americana hotel suite on the night of his nomination. We will need a day or so later, in Plains, for the sort of conversation that we had last May. And I expect to get that too. This is the first time I've ever asked for flat-out preferential treatment as a journalist. Jody Powell says there are a hell of a lot of journalists who want private time with the next president. He has a long list of requests, or even demands in some cases. But my feeling about that is fuck them. Where were they when there were no lines at Jimmy Carter's door? There was plenty of room last year on Jody's list of requests for interviews. In May of 1974, when I first met Carter by accident, while covering Ted Kennedy, he was so hopelessly obscure that I turned down an invitation to spend the night at the governor's mansion in Atlanta with Carter and Kennedy, and in May of 1975, when I went down to Plains to have a personal talk with him about his just-announced candidacy, I called him at home and wound up spending the next 2 or 3 days with him at home, sleeping in the guest room over the garage, and the only other journalists I ran across during that time were 2 from the Atlanta Constitution, which had strongly opposed Carter before, during and after his term as governor. So this time I don't see any need to be fair when it comes to getting in line with the national press. They had all the time and opportunities they needed to qualify for preferential treatment, and besides that, I have been sitting out on a very uncomfortable limb like a treed raccoon for the past year, while Carter was using my name at campaign appearances and the national press gents were telling each other that I'd finally gone over the hump into terminal brain damage, and while Dick Tuck was betting $100 at 50-1 against Carter's nomination, with me giving Tuck the same bet on Hugh Carey .20. That bet is on videotape in Aspen, but unlike sports bettors, politicians and journalists rarely pay off when they lose. Like Broder betting $500 with me on Humphrey against McGovern in the 72 California primary. Yes, and it's now 7:55 a.m. in Woody Creek and my plane leaves at 10 o'clock, and I haven't even started packing. Bill Dixon is in town at the Jerome and I have to meet him at the airport or maybe at the Holiday Inn for breakfast. He is going to the convention and maybe we can finish these preliminary notes on the plane, on tape. We get to Kennedy at 5:40. Carter arrives at 4 o'clock, and I want to talk to him tonight mainly to say hello and have some fun with that Carter peanut bag I got last year in Plains. There is also the VP problem, which looms crucial because it is the first thing Jimmy has come to grips with since he announced that has put him in a position where any choice he makes will force him out in the open to make a decision that will define himself in the eyes of a lot of people including me who are still not sure what kind of a president he will make. If he's already made the choice there is nothing I can do to change it, but if he hasn't and if he's still considering Glenn or Jackson over Church 21 then I want to get to New York early enough to say whatever I can for Church. A Glenn, Jackson, or even Stevenson choice will put me in a position where I will feel a nervous slippage in my footing my stubborn support of Carter and my own confidence in him as a president, and since my deadline for the article is next Friday, I won't have time to carefully consider my reaction to a choice that strikes me as an ominous indicator, but only to write on the basis of instinct and what I already know, which means Carter could put me in a position of having to stomp on him. In print in the article next week if only to cover myself. This is the first time I have ever backed a winner in national politics, except for 1960 when I couldn't vote, and now I am stuck with Carter, and he is stuck with me. Selah. And now it's time to pack. End. To Paul Gorman, WBAI-FM. As Jimmy Carter's presidential campaign really began to take flight, a number of media organizations asked Thompson for copies of the interviews he had taped with the now Democratic nominee in 1974 and 1975, back when the rest of the national press were calling Carter Jimmy Who. August 1, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Dear Paul. Rs forwarded to me what appears to be an undated letter to the editor from you, regarding various tapes of my conversations with Jimmy Carter in 1974 and 1975, and since the nut of your letter seems identical with similar complaints I've received from Time and other magazines, I figured I'd try to answer all you dumb cocksuckers at the same time, rather than deal with these complaints individually. To wit, I have been a working journalist for at least 10 years, dealing with all kinds of publications and all kinds of editors, but this is the first time any national media editor, with an IQ above 66 has ever suggested that I have some kind of inherent obligation or duty to work for no money at all. In the last graph of your letter to Rs, for instance, you ask, would Hunter be willing to turn these tapes over to us voluntarily? So that you, Time, WBAI and all other interested parties could share these experiences and thus be comforted. Well, let me assure you, Gorman, that I have never felt any overwhelming need to make either you or the editors of Time magazine comfortable. That is not my business. And as a matter of fact, I don't give a flying fuck if you live or die or what you think about Carter, or me, or my opinions about Carter, or his opinions about me, or anything else, for that matter. Nor do I feel any obligation or need to comfort the editors of Time, Ron Rosenbaum 22 or Jan Wenner by working for free. I don't know how you pay your rent, but I pay mine by selling my work, and since my work as a journalist almost always involves the use of at least one and sometimes 3 or 4, of my own, tape recorders, I am genuinely baffled at any suggestion from an editor or any professional journalist that I should voluntarily turn over my tapes, notebooks, photographs or even my random opinions to the editors of Time, WBAI, Rolling Stone, or anybody else who clearly plans to use my work for their own personal, professional, and/or commercial benefit. If you, Jan, Time, or anybody else wants to buy either tapes or transcripts of my conversations with Jimmy Carter or anyone else, all you have to do is send me a check, and the price, to you, is now about $2,000 per cassette, 90 minutes each, or you can have any 3 of the 12, for $5,000. And if you think that's high, consider that the price to Rs is exactly double what I'm quoting to you, and the price to Time is exactly double the Rs price. These price quotations are at least 10 times higher now than they were 6 months ago, and they are not going to get any lower, so the question now is how much it is worth to you, Time or Wenner, to be thus comforted. And the price covers all rights to the unedited originals, fob the office of my agent, Lynn Nesbitt, in New York. If Rolling Stone had chosen to publish the transcripts of any of these tapes during the past year, all Wenner had to do was pay for them, and if you or Time want them now, the same condition applies. As a freelance writer, I feel I have a definite obligation to myself and my family to get paid for my work, and no amount of public or private abuse from assholes like you or the editors of Time is going to alter my position on that point. As for the Carter Law Day speech, the entire transcript was scheduled to run in the same issue of Rs that carried my article on Carter that Wenner chose to label an endorsement, and nobody has ever explained to me why it didn't. If you want an edited version of that one, all you have to do is spend 13 cents on a letter to Hamilton Jordan at Carter headquarters in Atlanta, and if you want an unedited version, which is something like 36 minutes long, send my agent a check for $1,500 before September 1st, and I'll send you a broadcast quality cassette by Air Express, at my own expense. On September 2, the price, to you, will be $3,000, on November 3 it will be $6,000, and on January 1, 1977 it will be $15,000. And that's about it for now, Gorman. I don't know what you do for WBAI, but I assume you get paid for it, and if you get paid for your work, what the fuck makes you think I shouldn't get paid for mine? I don't recall seeing you or any other media gents standing in line outside Jimmy Carter's door when I first went down to Plains to ask him why he was running for president. You and Time and all the others had about 18 free months to ask him anything you wanted to, and he had plenty of time to answer. But I guess you were busy with other matters then, just like Carter is busy with other matters now. And so am I, old sport, but I'm not so busy that I can't take a little time off to do business with people like you and the editors of Time. I'm not really looking forward to it, but I'm getting a little tired of this Manhattan cocktail party bullshit about all these tapes you people seem to think I should voluntarily turn over to you, just so you can be thus comforted. Jesus, Gorman, my heart bleeds for you, but if you want any comfort from me and the work I did while you and your ilk were begging for interviews with Hubert Humphrey, it's going to cost you $22 a minute, and if that seems expensive to you, just wait until the next time you ask. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. CC. Time. Jimmy Carter. Jan Wenner. Others as needed. To Captain Vito Adamo. A Rolling Stone reader from Las Vegas had written to Thompson alleging that there had been more to the 1975 Mayaguez incident than the national media had reported, or the Ford administration let on. August 1, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Capt. Vito Adamo. 5204 Coa Avenue. Las Vegas, Nevada, 89122. Dear Captain Adamo. Your, undated, letter to me was forwarded by the Rolling Stone office in San Francisco and apparently arrived here while I was covering the Democratic Convention in New York. No doubt I am late in replying, but this goddamn election year has taken up most of my time and focus for the past 6 months, and I have let a lot of things slide that I should have dealt with a long time ago. Your letter was one of these, and I can only apologize for my tardiness in getting back to you, and I will get in touch with you again just as soon as I can evaluate the possibilities of using the material you sent me in the context of a story on the Mayaguez affair, which is something I've spent a lot of time on, but never quite put together. The problem, as always in journalism, has been the reluctance of editors to pay for my research on a story that I can't guarantee will result in a newsstand blockbuster. I was in Bangkok when the Mayaguez thing happened, and I knew at the time that it was not what it seemed, but I have never been able to find that one hot handle that editors need to make them reach for their checkbooks, and although the material you sent has rekindled my own interest in the story, I have gone over it several times without finding any single, and necessarily simplistic, idea, fact, or connection that would give me the kind of leverage to convince a money editor to pay for the time and research it would take me to link your situation with that of the Mayaguez affair. The fact that you and I and a lot of other people, including several congressmen, are convinced that the whole thing was a setup is not enough, unfortunately. What I need is at least one fact or even a believable allegation that I can use as a can opener for what is obviously a strange can of worms, and if you can give me that, in 1 or 2 paragraphs that I can use as a sort of icebreaker to convince my publisher that there really is some light at the end of this tunnel, I think I can take it from there. What we have here is a story that nobody really believes or understands, but which so far lacks that one key link, like the testimony of the photographer who took the My Life photos, to put the journalistic machinery in gear. And if you can search your memory, your perceptions, or even your valid suspicions and give me the can opener, I think we can raise some much needed hell on this one. Okay for now. I hope to hear from you soon. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. From U.S. Senator Gary Hart. Hart replied promptly to constituent Thompson's concerns. August 2, 1976. Washington, D.C. Dear Hunter. Let me first apologize for my tardiness in replying to your July 1st communique. Each time I've tried to respond, the sight of the Rolling Stone letterhead has made me misty, taking me back to that night on the East Side when our throng of irate but unified Democrats milled about outside the week's most prestigious fete. My present avocation, of course, requires prudence in all matters. And knowing New York streets to be perilous after sundown, I retired to more congenial surroundings. P.J. Clark's. Now, turning to the concerns of my constituents. Senate Bill S.1 has been kept at bay, at least for the present. At the next session of Congress, Senators Kennedy and McClellan 23 intend to introduce a compromise measure which hopefully will eliminate the bill's most offensive provisions. The concept of a federal criminal code is a sound one, but I will continue to oppose any version that poses a threat to civil liberties. In the meantime, fear and loathing would probably be premature. The news item you refer to was related to decontrol of middle distillates. They are a form of home fuel oil, but not the type you consume with such abandon. Duke, I'm not one to moralize, but all that propane can't be good for you. What you do in the privacy of your home is your business, but cheap thrills can break you. I'll say no more about that. Natural gas decontrol was a hotly debated item this winter. I supported that measure in conjunction with efforts to deconcentrate the oil and gas industry. I am convinced that deconcentration will restore vigorous competition and thereby reduce costs to the consumer. Even ranchers. Enclosed are summaries of the Senate votes on that issue. In a first step toward restraining the predations of your propane supplier, I have forwarded to our Denver office a copy of the Hooley Memorandum and your frightening response. Hapless Hooley is out of his league. Until we succeed in bringing the likes of Hooley to their knees, we must all do our best to reduce the wanton consumption of propane and other central nervous system stimulants. I fear we Americans may all be getting soft. It is well to remember that our forebears endured winters far more harsh than last year's, snug in their wiki-ups and calmly awaiting eternal spring's first bloom. Sincerely. Gary Hart. To U.S. Senator Gary Hart. Of the current religious drift among politicians, Thompson remarked, being on Nixon's enemies list was one thing, but being on God's is something else entirely. August 6, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Dear Gary. You continue to amaze me, old sport. I always knew you could dance, but now it looks like you think you can sing, too, viz., your letter of August 2nd. Where will this madness end? Maybe I should check my Chinese calendar and find out what year this is, the year of the preacher? The hyena? The stoat? There must be some reason for this sudden frenzy of brazen ambition and assertiveness in the religious community. What do you people want, anyway? Is there any connection between this new wave of power-crazed preachers and a full-page photograph in the July issue of The Cross and the Flag, Volume 35, Number 4, that shows God stroking confidently across the finish line, far ahead of his challengers, in the annual River Styx, 8-mile freestyle contest of champions? Probably so. With Gerald L.K. Smith leaking photos like this one, I have to assume, since I am, in fact, one of the shrewdest political journalists of our time, that God is in fact on the terminal list, and now that the word has finally filtered down to the lay preacher level, you buggers are going to subject the rest of us to some kind of brutish power struggle, to see who will take over and fill that awesome vacuum. Indeed. I saw this hellish situation developing back in 1973, when I was still seriously pondering my Senate bid. As a doctor of divinity, a native Southerner and a natural power junkie of the first rank, there was never any question that I could knock you off and win the seat easily. But Sandy and Juan, as you know, refused to move back to Washington under any circumstances, and when I had Cadell take a poll in Colorado on my chances of winning, with the slogan, "If elected, I will not go to Washington," the numbers came out almost exactly 50 to 50, against a lot, and then I remembered all the trouble I used to have with the Executive Protection Service when I would go out in Rock Creek Park and shoot the .44 Magnum at rabid squirrels, so I figured, what the hell? Gary needs the work, so I'll let him go to Washington, while I pursue my own lust for power in stranger and far more arcane ways, which I did, and now you see what I'm stuck with, some naughty little cracker who, allegedly, told Mike Howard the other day that he sees little difference between the Warren and Berger, U.S. Supreme Court's 24. God damn it, I knew I was taking a nasty risk by making even a tentative and temporary exception to my basic scorched earth policy with regard to politicians, but the foul specter of Hubert Humphrey and a gambler's natural affection for one of his own, hand-picked long shots must have taken a serious toll on my better, more savage instincts. Whoops. I write so few letters these days that every once in a while I tend to forget who/whom I'm writing to. But what the hell? If you can leak my letter, I guess it's only fair that I can leak yours along with all those thinly veiled references to your propane habit and other weird predilections. If you own any propane stock, I suggest you get rid of it immediately. I'll take it off your hands for 22 cents on the dollar. Should I send you a check, or bring the cash to Washington in a brown paper bag? Let me know on this, ASAP. And now, with regard to more tangible matters. I am going to count on you to keep me advised on the progress of S.1. Do you have any idea how Carter feels about it? His, alleged, remark about Berger vs. Warren may be the tip of a very ugly iceberg. We are not knee-jerk civil libertarian here. On the basis of my own experience with Jimmy, I get the feeling that his tolerance of other people's quirks, sins, and wrong-minded personal behavior is rooted more in his Baptist concept of grace than any intellectual commitment to civil rights. Just because Jesus refused, allegedly, to judge the fallen woman in public doesn't mean he was wiping her slate clean. Being on Nixon's enemies list was one thing, but being on God's is something else entirely. And in the case of my own, alleged, civil liberties, the question of the moment seems to be whether I'll be set up and busted by the President Ford Committee before November, in an effort to embarrass Carter, or whether I'll get a pass from Ford and Spectre 25 and then get busted by Carter, perhaps at his own inauguration, on direct orders from God. How many motes can a righteous man tolerate in his own eyes, before he has to blink? Which brings us to the matter of my recent unpleasantness vis-a-vis the Williams Energy Company and the now infamous Hooley Memorandum. On my return from that ill-fated trip to NYC for the big party you couldn't crash, I found a long and detailed letter from somebody in the Williams hierarchy. Enclosed is a Xerox copy of same explaining that the above-mentioned S. Hooley was in fact a hapless wretch of a clerk whose name is Mrs. Sandra Hooley, and whose figures, in the memorandum, were as faulty as the apparent intent of her language. In any case, she has taken a temporary leave of absence until her husband has settled my hash, and in the meantime my debt to Williams has been temporarily stabilized at $99 per month, on a year-round balanced payment basis. So let's hold any action on that one in limbo, until I can get a better fix on the realities of this goddamn, increasingly menacing fuel cost situation. According to various resident experts on solar home heating, my house is almost ideally situated and constructed for easy conversion to solar heating. So I think I'll ignore Williams until they jack up their prices again, or until I catch S. Hooley's husband creeping around the owl farm at night with a Bowie knife in his teeth, and concentrate in the meantime on converting to solar heat. Can you give me any specific leads, names, or engineering information on this subject? Your votes INRA, gouging and deregulation continue to haunt me, but I know better than to hassle you on any question I don't already have all the answers to, so I'll postpone any drastic action on that one until we can talk about it. And, yes, speaking of talk, I just made an arrangement with Wenner that will allow me to cover the GOP convention on TV, instead of going to Kansas City, and it occurs to me that we could probably have some fun if you wanted to come out here and watch the thing with me, a sort of guest commentator gig, as it were. Yeah gods. I just found this letter in the typewriter and I thought it was mailed 3 days ago. How has my organizational discipline gone so lax? And why? That one is the larger question, eh? Indeed, and since I need time to ponder it, I think I'll chop this letter off right here and get back to work, and since the letter is so delayed, I'll probably talk to you on the phone before you get it. But meanwhile, consider the idea of coming over here and watching the GOP brawl with me on TV. The Owl Farm is an equal opportunity resort. Women and children are welcome. Let me know on this ASAP. I'll need at least 48 hours to prepare myself, metaphysically, if I'm going to have a politician on the premises. Yeah, and that's it for now. Hunter. Memo from the sports desk, no. 3/00761108. Music has always acted as a tonic on both Raoul Duke and Hunter S. Thompson. August, 1976. Woody Creek Co. 2, the editor. From, Raoul Duke. Subject, The Agonies of Dr. Thompson. Pursuant to your query of August 1st, I am forwarding the entire file vis-a-vis Dr. Thompson's recent unpleasantness with the liberal/elitist media. That is the doctor's phrase, not mine. To me, they are just a gang of flatulent Jews who took the D train by mistake. Once again, and you have to wonder just how many times a fragile intelligence can make that sort of mistake, which results in a high-speed, seemingly endless sprint through the sewers, all the way from the Village up to Harlem at 125th, is that right? Or is it 110th? Jesus, does the D train still exist? Anyway, I know from experience that nobody except a certified egomaniac or the purest kind of idiot savant can make that mistake more than twice without suffering an irretrievable loss of self-confidence. There are a lot of small and meaningless mistakes a person can make in this world, but taking the D train by mistake is not one of them. Somewhere around the middle of Central Park, about 200 feet under the zoo, a cold and sudden flash that feels like a 40-pound water rat gnawing the coccyx bone off the base of your spine causes every muscle in the lower back to seize up and the knees to feel like rubber bands, along with extreme pain every 30 seconds from spasms of the bladder, and the mouth goes slack like the sun-rotted lips of a dead walrus, and the bile wells up in the throat and drools viscously out of the cracks between clenched teeth and down on the chest and the shirt in long wet foul-smelling stains. And when the brain is finally able to stabilize itself from the first wave of seizures long enough to articulate some kind of dim and desperate emergency message to the medulla. When the spasms finally slow down to 1 every 60 seconds instead of 1 every 30, and you can finally take a breath between the mindless screams of pain and terror that kept erupting out of the blood-choked throat in long blasts of noise and reddish sputum, you finally hear a voice that you know is your own saying, "Yeah fucking gods. I've done it again. This thing is, yes, the goddamn D train, and the next stop is Harlem, millions of wild niggers, and all of them crazy with hate. Should I abandon all hope and just fall out when we get to 125th and hope to God I can get to the third rail before the niggers get hold of me? Ah, hit it, Russell. You twisted little bastard. Let me see you dance, oh baby, let me see you dance. Stomp on that bastard. Whip on it. Excuse me. Yes. This kind of objective journalism is a hard thing to mix with the amazing rhythm aces and that ball-buster love song that Mr. Smith and Mr. Brown put together, so let's have a truce for just a minute or two while I get across the room and fuck with those knobs. I have 80 speakers in this room and I can crank 210 big Macintosh/Nakamichi watts into every one of them. But my work tends to suffer when I weaken and go for the knobs. There is something in this wild and elegant combination of music, memories, bloodlust, and that awesome mass of electronics over there in the corner that tends to knock the edge off my classical training, and I am still not sure what it means. Probably it is brain damage. Nobody with good sense would try to work under these frenzied circumstances. Every time Russell leans into one of his long, mournful curls I feel a great pressure in my balls, and somewhere up in the front edge of my brain I hear a voice that I never even recognize except between 2 and 6 in the dark and quiet hours, and it's telling me to get the hell away from this electric pimp and jump across the room to wallow in that maze of hot wires, azimuth alignment beacons and pitch control screws. Yes, and the big silver gain control knobs, the A and B slope adjustments on the frequency energizer. Ah, Jesus, here we go again. Standin' beside the ocean, lookin' across the bay. Lights are flickerin' all along the shore, people dancin' there, but I don't dance no more. And then, boom. The afterburner kicks in, the crank, and every log in the house rattles with the jackhammer screech of James Hooker's piano, the palm fronds tremble, the big thermopane windows start to bulge, and that pompous brute of a peacock out there on the porch starts screaming, and Laszlo the 100-pound waterhead Doberman is trying to get through the wire mesh, unhinged by the primitive, demented intensity of the peacock's hellish screams. Madness, madness. But there is still a bit of room at the top, there is still about a half-inch of slack behind the output knob on the Nakamichi. We could pump about 20 more decibels into the situation by screwing that one all the way over, and with a delicate touch on both gain control knobs we could peg the VU needle and add maybe 10 more decibels. Which would get the whole gig humming along at something like 105, 10, or 15 points above the pain threshold, and by killing all the filters and flogging the bass and treble knobs all the way over, we can move things up to 110 without breaking the windows. One of the bass speaker boxes is starting to emit smoke, or maybe that acrid-smelling blue haze is coming from one of the universal three-way dividing network boxes. But to hell with the smoke. The first time this happened, I panicked and shut down the whole system, but when I took the back off the speaker box I realized that it was only the insulation burning, which is not a serious matter when you have 80 speakers in one room. According to the human cinder who built this system and then left town without ever giving me a schematic to show me how to put it back together in case some dope addict falls into the wiring, I can afford to sacrifice at least 10 speakers to fire and smoke without any serious fall off in sound quality. The break point, he says, would be somewhere between 15 and 20. At that point, with 15 or 20 speakers burned into cinders, disappearing one after another in balls of blue smoke, I would start getting some fuzz on the low end, and also a loss in the clarity. Which is not what I want. It has taken me too long to lash this monster together to just sit here and watch it go up in smoke for no reason except to drive that goddamn brainless Doberman into such a frenzy that he will hurl himself right through the wire and into the peacock's turf. I have been trying to push Laszlo around that bend for about 2 years now, but he still resists. He will sneak in there and suck an egg once in a while, but only when some kind of full moon kinkiness like blue balls or meat hunger has lured the main squeeze off his perch and out into the fields to look for something to eat, kill, penetrate, or maybe just rip into shreds for no good reason at all. I have lived with a lot of mean, weird animals in my time, but I have never seen anything even half as mean and weird as a male peacock when he finally gets a fix on whatever it is that looks like an obstacle between him and whatever he wants to do. A peacock might brood for 3 days about whether or not to walk across the driveway and eat a wild strawberry, but once he has pondered all the factors, weighed all the risks, measured the distance and analyzed every centimeter of the terrain between him and the strawberry that he has watched long enough to be sure it is really there and that he really wants to eat it, the only 2 beasts on this earth that might be crazy or vicious enough to deliberately try to prevent the peacock from getting to the strawberry would be a wolverine or a hammerhead shark. Laszlo, the brainless Doberman, will jump out of a speeding car and run right through a glass door to get his teeth around the eyeball of a 200-pound Great Dane, but somewhere deep in his twisted Prussian genes is at least one wise and rational chromosome that short-circuits all his natural instincts whenever it looks like he might be on a collision course with the peacock. There is a vast potential for treachery and genuine savagery bred into the brain of most Dobermans. One of the problems with using them as guard dogs, for instance, is that you can never be sure that a Doberman, unlike a German Shepherd, will bark or even snarl at a human intruder before he gets the target lined up and springs off like some kind of noiseless, black torpedo on that final 8 or 9 yard sprint that ends with a long, silent leap in the general direction of the head and neck area. Of some poor bastard who might be idly lighting a cigarette or adjusting the handkerchief shrouding his flashlight about half a second before he gets hit with what is referred to in the psychomedical profession as extreme trauma. Anybody who has ever been attacked by a Doberman in the darkness, with no warning at all, will spend the rest of his life feeling just a little more nervous and fearful about almost everything than he felt before the trauma. There is a realm of psychic peace in the human brain that, once violated, is gone forever. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Portions of this thoughtful letter to Thompson's editor at Random House were published in 1990's Songs of the Doomed. September 1, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Outline, F.O.B. Galveston, working title. A novel by H.S.T. In 4 parts, 26 scenes, ap 80,000 words. Capsule comment and description. The spine of this story is short, tight, and flexible. It has taken me about 6 months of brooding and plotting to lash it together in my mind and on tape and in various notebooks, and now that I have a working skeleton, I'd like to keep this outline as short as possible. But I can make it as long as necessary, so feel free to let me know if what follows doesn't make the nut. I have a 2-pound file of news clips, U.S. Treasury Department internal memos, confidential sources, personal contacts, and 5 or 6 progressively tighter plot lines that I can cannibalize and hurl into the breach, on short notice. But, given the general nature and traditional fate of book outlines, the only point I want to make with this one is that I am finally committed to this story on a level that I only flirted with until about 2 months ago. 8 years of intensely personal involvement in political journalism is a hard habit to break. There is always the tendency or the temptation to want to keep at least one hand in that game, if only for the promise of movement and instant action, but there is also a point of clearly diminishing returns, and I think I reached that point about 2 years ago, for good or ill. That was when the idea for a book set in Texas first occurred to me, but at the time I was still thinking in terms of journalism, and it was not until very recently, when I was finally faced with a choice between going to Texas to work on this story or going to Plains, Georgia to work on Jimmy Carter, that I made a conscious decision to work with both hands on a novel, instead of keeping my left hand in journalism, my right hand in fiction, and my head in a mean-tempered limbo. And so much for all that. The cord is cut now. I have quit that outpost of progress called the National Affairs Desk that I founded at Rolling Stone, and in the slow process of quitting I drifted so far from the backstairs complexities of national politics that I couldn't go back to it now, even if I wanted to, and that, I think, is a point I had to reach and recognize on my own, and for my own reasons. As long as the constant speedy lure of political journalism seemed more essential and important to me than the ugly, slow-burning reality of writing a novel, any effort to write fiction would have been a part-time, left-handed gig, like my recent journalism. And in any other line of work except writing, people who try to deal with the world and life and reality off a split-focus base are called schizoid and taken off the streets, as it were, for their own and the greater good. Now, after more than a week of extremely disorienting conversations regarding the ultimate fate of this story, a novel, a screenplay, or both, I feel in the grip of a serious confusion, to wit, the story as I originally conceived it, more than 2 years ago, was a first-person journalistic novel, set in Texas and rooted in a genuine conflict between innocence and violence that seemed to be the source of a unique and classically American style of energy that I hadn't felt since my first visit to Brazil in 1962, or to California in 1959. It was the same level of energy that I sensed on my first contact with the Hells Angels, my first visit to Las Vegas, and my first few days in the frenzied vortex of a U.S. presidential campaign. But I knew that, in order to deal properly with any story set in Texas, I would have to move for a year to Houston or Dallas or Austin and actually live there, and this was the harsh reality that I wasn't quite ready to face 2 years ago. There were other stories to get involved in, other places to go, and the sudden millstone of personal notoriety that caused so many unexpected changes in my life stance that I still haven't regained my balance. It was one thing to slip into Texas as an anonymous young journalist with a subsistence-level book contract, and quite another to boom into a state full of boomers with a national reputation as some kind of lunatic felon, a journalistic Billy the Kid and a cartoon character that appeared every day in newspapers all over Texas. That kind of act is known, among boomers, as a hard dollar, and anybody who thinks otherwise should try it for a while. In any case, that and a few other good reasons is why I kept postponing the book on Texas. But I continued to brood on it, and one of the people I brooded with from time to time was Bob Rafelson, a film director and personal friend who listened to my gibberish about Texas and violence and energy for so long that he eventually began brooding on the story himself, and finally suggested that it might work better as a film than as a book. At that point I was still thinking vaguely about writing a book on the '76 presidential campaign and taking all the 50-to-1 bets I could get on my own lonely dark horse, some yahoo from Georgia named Carter, and so for all the obvious reasons that seemed at the time to mandate another HST/campaign book, my Texas project remained in an oddly intense state of talking limbo for most of 1975. Rafelson was totally involved in the making of Stay Hungry 26, and since there was nobody else to prod me along in Texas, I ignored my own fast-rising conviction that another HST/campaign book would be a fatal mistake that would lock me for life into Teddy White's footsteps, and fell prey to the natural gambler's affection for his own long shot. And it was not until I went up to New Hampshire to cover the first primary that I understood the finality of the choice I was drifting into. The New Hampshire results were all I needed to prove my point as a gambler and a seer, but the personal notoriety I'd accrued since 1972 had changed my role as a journalist so drastically that even the Secret Service treated me with embarrassing deference, and I couldn't walk into a bar without total strangers wanting to argue with me or ask for my autograph. And for 2 days after the New Hampshire primary I sat around Charles Gaines' house on a hill near a hamlet called Concountuck, SP, trying to decide whether I should keep on covering the '76 campaign and adjust to my new persona, or to quit political journalism altogether and get seriously to work on a novel, which is something I've been planning to do ever since I finished my ill-fated rum diary almost 15 years ago. I have never had much respect or affection for journalism, but for the past 10 years it has been both a dependable meal ticket and a valid passport to the cockpit, of whatever action, crisis, movement, or instant history I wanted to be a part of. And it worked, folks. Between 1962, when I was working for the National Observer and got the first private interview with the new president of Peru in the wake of a military takeover, until 1975 when I failed to get the first interview with the VC/NVA colonel who orchestrated the fifth column seizure of Saigon as the last Americans fled, I managed by using almost any kind of valid or invalid journalistic credentials I could get my hands on to get myself personally involved in just about everything that interested me. From Berkeley to Chicago, Las Vegas to the White House, shark fishing, street fighting, dope smuggling, Hells Angels, Super Bowls, local politics, and a few things I'd prefer not to mention until various statutes of limitations expire. Indeed, those were good years for almost any kind of journalism. It was the main language of a very public and political decade. But I suspect it will not be the main language of the 1970s, or at least not for me and most of the people I know. Very few of them subscribe to the same papers or magazines now that they subscribed to 5 or even 2 years ago, and even fewer plan to vote in the '76 general election. Not even the best and most perceptive journalists covering the presidential campaign seem to care who will win it, or why. And neither do I, for that matter. After 10 years of the most intense kind of personal and professional involvement in national politics, it occurs to me now that I could have left it all alone, and except for my role as a journalist and all the constant action it plunged me into, my life would not have been much different, regardless of who won or lost any one of the myriad clashes, causes, confrontations, election brawls, chases and other high adrenaline situations that I found myself drawn to. But this is a hasty judgment, and probably not true, I can think of at least a half-dozen public realities that I managed, for good or ill, to affect by my presence, participation, or journalistic advocacy, and in retrospect I'm about 98% happy with whatever ripples I caused in the great swamp of history, and there were also those handful of moments when my life might have been drastically changed by what did not happen, like dying a violent death, a fate I seem to narrowly avoid about once every year, or going to prison, or becoming a junkie, or becoming an indentured servant to Jan Wenner, or running off to Bermuda with Eleanor McGovern, or becoming sheriff of Pitkin County, the governor of American Samoa, or a speechwriter for Jimmy Carter. Indeed, and on balance, my behavior as a person, writer, advocate, midnight strategist, hatchet man and serious gambler for at least the past 10 years has been generally beneficial to myself, my friends, my wife and son, and most of the people I tend to side with, whenever the deal goes down. Which is not a bad thing to look back on, and if I seem a bit cynical, at this point, or a trifle uncertain about the meaning of it all, it is probably because of my secret conviction that a whole generation of journalists and journalism went over the hump with the Nixon/Watergate story, and that the odds against any of us ever hitting that kind of peak again are impossibly long. It was not just the Watergate story itself, but the fact that nobody who worked on the leading edge of journalism in the years between 1960 and 1975 could have asked or even hoped for a better or more dramatically perfect climax to what now seems like one long, violent, and incredibly active story. When I proposed that book on the death of the American dream back in 1967 and then rushed off to cover the first act of Nixon's political comeback in the '68 New Hampshire primary, my instinct was better than any of us knew at the time, because the saga of Richard Nixon is the death of the American dream. He was our Gatsby, but the light on the end of his pier was black instead of green. Whoever writes the true biography of Richard Nixon will write the definitive book on the American dream. We should keep that in mind, because that is the book I was just beginning to scent, 10 years ago. I was hearing the music, but I am not a musician and I couldn't put it to words, and even when I found the right lyrics in bits and pieces of almost everything I wrote in those years, it was not until I stood in the wet grass of the White House Rose Garden and watched Nixon stumble onto the helicopter that would carry him into exile that I heard the music again. And I am still hearing it, but I am not quite ready to write the lyrics yet, and in the meantime I want to write a story that will leap and roll and crackle, a quick and brutal tale of life in a world without Nixon. What I need right now, I think, is a bit of a workout, something more along the lines of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas than the saga of Horatio Nixon and the death of the American dream. No, don't say it, Jim. Don't even think it right now. We both know what kind of pain and suffering and preternatural concentration the Nixon book will require, and I simply can't stand it right now. It's too goddamn heavy, and it would take at least 2 and probably 3 years of extremely focused research, thinking and writing, because it is obviously the one book I've been instinctively gearing down to write for these many years. But that one will have to wait at least until we get Nixon's own version of his ugly rise and fall, and in the meantime I think I've paid enough dues to justify another sort of busman's vacation, on the order of FNL in Las Vegas, which is far and away my personal favorite of the 3 books I've written. It was also the most fun to write, the best and most economical piece of sustained pure writing I've ever done, and sooner or later it will prove to be the most financially successful of the 3. Which is fitting, because Vegas is a book that no other living writer could have written. Indeed, and to hell with all that. What I'm saying now is that I think it's about time for me to indulge, once again, that whole, high-powered strata of my writer's energy that keeps bubbling up to the surface of all my journalism and confusing my standard brand colleagues so badly that even the ones who consistently feel free to plagiarize my best concepts and perceptions seem almost personally offended by the style and stance of my gonzo journalism. Which rarely bothers me but rarely is different from never, and every once in a while I think it's healthy to clear the deck and lay a serious fireball on some of these bastards who lack either the grace or the integrity or both to understand that they can't have it both ways. There are numerous lame and sterile ways to counter surface plagiarism, sp, but the only sure and final cure is to write something so clearly and brutally original that only a fool would risk plagiarizing it, and that's what I'd like to do now. If gonzo journalism is essentially the art, or compulsion, of imposing a novelistic form on journalistic content, then the next logical step in the gonzo process would seem to be a 180-degree reversal of that process, by writing a journalistic novel. Which is bullshit, of course, because on the high end is only one real difference between the two forms, and that is the rigidly vested interest in the maintenance of a polar, or strictly polarized, separation of fiction and journalism by at least 2 generations of New York, anchored writers who spent most of their working lives learning, practicing, and finally insisting, on, the aesthetic validity of that separation. And what the hell? I suspect it's genuinely important to them, so why not concede it? 10 years from now I might feel in a mood to force that kind of merger, but for now the formal separation works in my favor, because it gives me a straw man to beat on, and stir the buggers up. Just for the record, however, and one of these days I hope to find enough time to explain this notion properly, the only real difference between journalism and fiction in my own mind is legalistic, with our contemporary, standard brand journalism as nothing more than a sloppy, lay extension of the rules of evidence, rooted in the adversary relationship that governs our 20th century American trial procedure, and the best and highest kind of contemporary fiction or even high novelistic journalism. With its roots in the thinking of those essentially Jeffersonian pragmatists often referred to by historians as the great Stoic lawyers of ancient Rome. And, mother of babbling Jesus, how did I get into this? The only point I wanted to make was that by conceding what I consider a false distinction between journalism and fiction, I can jangle the rules even further by claiming to have made a 180-degree turn, quitting journalism and going back to the novel, while in fact making no turn at all, and holding exactly the same course I began with Hell's Angels. And, yes, 10 pages of this bullshit is enough, so let's get to it. Sela. From U.S. Senator George McGovern. McGovern made plans to meet up with Thompson in Washington after the 1976 election. November 20, 1976. Washington, D.C. Dear Hunter, I am dictating this note over the phone to Pat Donovan since I was unable to reach you on the phone following receipt of your letter of November 9. I am delighted to know you will be in Washington December 9 to 12. It so happens that I am a delegate to the United Nations this year, but I will be in Washington on Sunday, the 12th. Could we have dinner that night? If so, let me know where you are staying and we will work out a time and a place to get together. Call me at home, or if you can't reach me there, Pat Donovan at my office can work out arrangements with you. Sunday night is not a good restaurant night in Washington, but I give you a couple of options: the Oak Room at the Mayflower or the Golden Palace on 7th Street, a good Chinese restaurant. It's going to be great to see you again. All the best. George McGovern. *HST. Author's Note. Thompson composed this author's note as a draft introduction to his first anthology of gonzo papers, The Great Shark Hunt. December, 1976. Woody Creek Co. Art is long and life is short. And success is very far off. J. Conrad. This book, if and when it finally goes to the printer, will stand like a pillar of fire as a monument to whatever strange fuel, madness, or high and mysterious energy still cooks at the roots of this nation and keeps it still functioning in a world that no longer needs us. I have done at least 9 ugly things in my life that I hope I will never have to do again, and I have spent at least half my waking hours for the past 20 years trying to do things that were known to be doomed and impossible from the start, and most of them worked well enough, or at least I survived them and emerged with my body and brain sufficiently intact to insist that they all served a purpose of some kind. But if anybody had warned me, 20 years ago, that long before I was 40 years old I would wake up in the late hours of some frozen afternoon 8,000 feet high in the Rockies to the sound of telephones screeching all over my half-built log house, and then to hear the voice of some random house editor in New York telling me I had less than 48 hours to write a coherent introduction to a book-length collection of my work that would be on the shelves of every library in America before the year was out. My instant reaction to such a warning would have been to bet so heavily against it that I would eagerly have sought out a notary public and signed over both balls and even my thumbs as collateral. But that would not have been necessary or even possible at that point, because 20 years ago I was locked up in the Jefferson County Jail in Louisville, Kentucky on a bogus rape charge, and there was nobody in town who believed that even a $3 bet with both my balls and my thumbs as collateral was worth the risk on a 20-year note. At the age of 17 I was an infamous juvenile delinquent, SP, Louisville's answer to Billy the Kid 27, and not even my friends really thought I would live to see 20. Neither did I, for that matter, although if anybody had offered me even money on it, I would probably have taken the bet and felt comfortable, win or lose. It was not a bad bet. The numbers were all on my side, at that age, and only a fool would have gambled like that with me anyway. My reputation as a mad dog teenage criminal made the prospect of winning such a bet with me almost as ugly as losing. By sundown on my 20th birthday I would have either collected in full, or set fire to the houses of all those who owed me. One of my last acts as a high school student, around midnight on the day of my final expulsion, was to steal a case of beer and then, with the help of two friends who had nothing better to do that evening, drive out to the posh suburb where we knew the city's superintendent of schools lived, and throw all 24 unopened bottles through every window in the front of his house. I can still hear the sounds of that hellish attack. Every 10 seconds there would be the shrill crash of another window shattered, then a dull wet boom as the beer bottle exploded on the rugs or walls or furniture inside his house. God only knows what those poor bastards in the upstairs bedrooms were thinking as they rolled out of bed and crawled desperately around in the hallways on their hands and knees, groping in the darkness for a phone to call the police. According to front-page reports in the next day's Courier-Journal. But we knew we had plenty of time, so we set the case down on his lawn and aimed our shots carefully, putting them through the windows one at a time and laughing crazily at the sounds of carnage inside, and by the time the cops swarmed in, we were 3 miles away on the golf course in Cherokee Park, half mad from all that adrenaline as we crouched in a sand trap downhill from the number 1 green, and all 3 of us staggering, whooping drunk as we tried to calm down by finishing off another. One of the 6 cases of beer we'd stolen earlier that night from the depot. Far below us, across Cherokee Lake and the steep angled number 5 fairway that still slants like a nasty green scar through the memories of those white buck, haspel cord years of my gin-soaked youth that centered so much on that park and that lake and that golf course where I spent most of my late afternoons during high school because it was the only place where I knew the probation officer couldn't possibly find me, and on nights when the weather was warm, or at least warm enough, and the dew was so thick that the greens were too wet to sit on, unless you were naked, and even the sand in the bunkers was so damp that you could roll it up in your hands like summer snowballs. On nights like these, and especially when we knew the police were looking for us, we would flee into Cherokee Park and drive out on the golf course, with lights off, to our hideout under the oak trees near the number 1 green, where we could sit on the heavy stone benches and sip from a pint of Gilbay's while we carefully constructed our alibis and stared down across the lake at the Tottle House parking lot and the back door of the Old Kentucky Tavern, where we could usually recognize 1 or 2 cars that belonged to some of our friends like Sam Stallings or Bob Butler, dragging their underage girlfriends into the tavern for a Tom Collins or 2 in the dark and dirty back room. Indeed, and so much for all that, except to stress that I have lived so much longer than I or anyone else expected me to, that I made no plans or provisions for this kind of awkward longevity and the realities that keep coming with it. My own calculations, ever since the age of 15, when the question of my life expectancy first became a conscious and even a comfortable subject for speculation between me and my friends, were originally based on a personal calendar that ended with age 27. I can't remember exactly how or why I fixed on that number, but I recall very clearly that as a betting proposition 27 was as high as I was willing to go, at even odds. Every year after that would have doubled the numbers. I would not have bet on my chances of living to collect any bets on my 28th birthday, for instance, At less than 2 to 1. Anybody willing to bet $100 that I would not be alive at the age of 28 would have had to pay me $200 if I was still breathing on my 28th birthday, or at least alive enough to be physically dangerous to Welshers. The price on age 29 was a minimal 4 to 1, and even at twice those odds, 8 to 1, a bet against the likelihood of my ever reaching the natural age of 30 was one of history's great gambling bargains. The real odds on my living 30 years on this earth, I figured, were more like 20 to 1. Well, here we go again, another one of these desperate, last-minute, half-sane sprints to beat another deadline. And, yes, it's dawn again, this time in Woody Creek, with the sun looming up very suddenly from behind those mean white peaks along the Continental Divide, and now, at 6:33 on this cold Wednesday morning, flashing long, laser-like beams of a light the color of white gold on the high ridge of bright snowfields across the valley. And yes, I have just paid another installment on my News Junkies dues by watching my old friend Hughes Rudd do his gig once again with the CBS Morning News. But I found myself unable, this time, to give the morning news my full attention. There were a lot of things happening, and I recall watching part of a long and seemingly intense interview between CBS correspondent Bruce Morton and somebody heavy from the White House or Foggy Bottom or some other outpost of access in Jimmy Carter's world. I forget who it was, or what Bruce and Hughes were asking him about, but I recall very clearly that nothing in the conversation had any effect on me at all. I felt no anger, no elation, no excitement of any kind. It was like watching a Cyrus Vance 28 press conference, and for all I know, it might have been Vance they were interviewing, a sort of well-bred telephone pole in the first throes of menopause. Which is not all bad, because if he handles it right he is well on his way to the kind of perpetual senior statesman role now occupied by such elegant fossils as Clark Clifford and Averell Harriman 29, whose long years of service to the Democratic Party and the nation in that order have gained them a rare and very special kind of stature that is honored mainly in the breach, but acknowledged just often enough to maintain their credibility on that level of national politics and international diplomacy that functions in the high-powered, soft-spoken, after-dark arena of Washington's social circuit, the dining rooms of Georgetown, the lawn parties at estates across the river in woodsy McLean, and the private penthouse suites of high-rolling foreign ambassadors along Embassy Row. So there is no rational way to explain, now, just how strange and profoundly unsettled I feel at the prospect of living to be 40 years old under any circumstances, but certainly not with a wife, a son, my own valley/fortress in the Rockies, and the genuinely rotten task of lashing together a book of my own writings. Which is weird, folks, so try to bear with me. I might have some trouble making a case for the bedrock strangeness of things like having a home and a family and somehow managing to live past the age of 30. Because a lot of people have done those things and survived a lot longer than I have, for good or ill. But the factor that queers my equation is the one about living 10 years longer than anybody would have bet on, in a free-falling high-speed limbo I was never prepared for, and to look back on it now and realize that I got paid real money all that time for just wandering around in the world and writing about whatever got in my way. And now to have to sit down here in this goddamn soundproof dungeon that I built for myself 8,000 feet above sea level, and labor through pounds and pounds and pounds of my own works, trying to figure out which pound or two should go into the book, a huge tome with my own picture on both front and back covers. Well, this almost perfect vision of hell on earth is my present to those knee-crawling scumbags at Time magazine, where I once had a job and was considered a promising young man. But that was a long time ago, and when they found out what I really was, they fired me. Right, hit the bricks, fella, you're not our type. And now they refuse to admit it? I have a letter from the Time personnel department addressed to the editors of Playboy, who inquired, saying I was a wonderful person and did my work well. Which bothers me, first, because it's a flat-out lie, and second, because I had to work very hard to get fired from Time, and the fact that I finally succeeded remains a point of personal pride, especially when I think what might have become of me if I'd failed. We all have our private nightmares, and that is one of mine, that I might still be working for Time, still robbing the company of everything I could carry out of the building, still grappling with half-naked, half-drunk Vassar girls on managing editor Henry Grunwald's leather couch when we had to work late on deadline nights, and still telling myself that next week I'd go out and find some kind of work I didn't have to apologize for. The man who hired me said I was an editorial trainee, but after a week on the job I understood that I was really a copyboy, and the only editorial training I got on the job was seeing what happened to the articles I carried from the writers' cubicles to the editors' cubicles, and then back again to the writers. The editing was often so massive and humiliating that I felt personally embarrassed when I had to take it back to the writers, because I knew that they knew that I'd read the stuff coming and going, and I still remember the glazed look in the eyes of good writers like John McPhee and John Scow when I had to bring that butchered copy back to them. But what the hell? Some of us survived, and in retrospect I see my year at Time as a sort of personal introduction to applied or maybe reversed Darwinism, and on the whole it was not a bad gig. In addition to subsidizing my first year of work/life in the big city, living in the village, beginning a first novel and running amok in every conceivable direction, my job at Time also forced me into daily confrontation with the world of big time, prestige journalism that I soon understood was not what I wanted to be a success at, in this life, and that is a very valuable thing to be sure of, at the age of 21. So I am grateful to Time Incorporated for that, if nothing else. They gave me shelter, money, time to think, and a whole rainbow of Manhattan-style fringe benefits at a time in my life when those things were all I really needed. There were also a few lasting friendships, including George Love, the long-suffering production supervisor who felt far worse about firing me than I felt about being fired, and Tom Vanderschmidt, now an editor of Sports Illustrated, whose ill-fated idea of sending me to Las Vegas to cover the Mint 400 resulted in total disaster for Tom and the magazine, but for me it was an accidental ticket on one of the most bizarre roller coaster rides in 20th century journalism. What began as a $250 assignment to write a photo caption for Sports Illustrated ended some 2 years later as a book titled Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which, despite a long history of financial failure on all fronts, remains my personal favorite among all the things I've written. And it is still the lonely cornerstone of everything that has since become genuinely and puzzlingly infamous as gonzo journalism. Indeed. But that is too long a leap for me to make right now in print or any other way. My fall from grace that began with a pink slip from Time so long ago that it seems like another lifetime was violently accelerated in the summer of 1976, when Time devoted a whole page to a harsh and hysterical assault on me and everything I might or might not stand for, written, as it were, by one of those same empty-eyed hacks 30 whose cubicle used to be one of my regular pick-up and dump-off points when I was making my daily rounds as a Time copyboy. There is probably some kind of weird and perhaps even poetic justice in a thing like that, but the logic escapes me right now, and I don't have the time to brood on it, except maybe to fall back on that old and usually accurate piece of folk wisdom about knowing a man by his enemies. Which gives me a definite sense of inner peace and public satisfaction, because the three names that have hovered near the top of my own enemies list for the past 15 years are Richard Nixon, Hubert Humphrey, and Time magazine. I have dealt with them all, at close range, and my only regret is that I stomped too softly on the bastards.